of falsification, please?
Falsification.
There's a flat
That's a
earther
really
debate or
easy
something,
one.
because I can't understand anything.
Okay, so
That's ironic.
falsification. That's a really easy one. That's as simple as telling a lie.
No, that's what I mean with you don't understand this word. Okay, a claim is made. The claim is proved false. That's what falsification means. The claim that Earth is a ball is made. You take the details involved with that claim and you prove it false. That means it's falsified. So you, if you were a rational person, should be asking for the evidence of falsification, evaluating that evidence, and making your determination based on the evidence of the falsification. Do you understand these words, or are you really that deprived of intellect?
No, I actually completely understand what you're saying right now. And to prove it to you, I will reiterate it for you. Because
There's only one thing you should say. Show me the evidence for falsification. That's the only thing that you should say.
Right, yeah, but I was trying to explain how you interpreted the falsification, sorry.
You haven't even evaluated the evidence. What are you talking about?
No, I've evaluated the evidence.
Prove it. What evidence are you aware of that the claim of curvature has been falsified?
You think that you can see across the Earth?
No. See, that's called a straw man.
No, you can see it.
Use that word. It's
How
cringe.
far can you see it?
See, again, you're demonstrating the reality of the claim that I just made, that you don't have any evidence, you haven't evaluated the evidence, therefore your claim that you have is false. I just falsified the claim that you have evaluated the evidence because you demonstrated that you haven't evaluated any evidence whatsoever.
Based off of your definition of distance to horizon, how far can you really see before things just disappear?
Okay, I'll tell you again.
In
Much
mercury,
further
things
than
just
Hey, hold on.
disappear.
He keeps answering your question, but you keep talking over him before he finishes his point. So can you please let him finish his point and shut the fuck up and stop interrupting? And then maybe you'll hear it.
Thanks.
How far do we see to the horizon? Much further than the globe would ever allow.
Let that soak in before you say anything.
Why?
Kermit, no, take a breath. Let that soak in before you reply, because you're not listening to the words. Oh, this is the normal, rational response to those words. We see too far.
Listen, man, I have plenty of oxygen running to my head right now.
Here's what we're going to do, because you're interrupting. Oh my gosh, we see too far? That's a ridiculous claim as far as I'm aware. Can you please show me the evidence for that claim that we see too far? Because that breaks a lot of paradigm of my understanding, and I'd like to see the actual proof and evidence for that to be the case. Can you show me the evidence that that's the case? I want to see the evidence. That's the rational response. Everything that you're saying, Kermit, is intellectually corrupt.
Or you can just search it up on Google and then find it instantly gospel. It's that easy.
You have to justify it because you put it into question.
You're
not
listening to words, Kermit. You apparently have some type of processing error, a mental difficulty.
Suddenly I'm mentally deficient, right?
You're not listening to the words that are being said to you.
Because I speak
Why haven't you asked for the evidence yet, Kermit? Why haven't you asked for the evidence?
The evidence is everywhere you look.
Kermit, do you know that the Earth is flat?
No.
You should.
Well, the Earth is round, so...
Who is this chiming in right now?
That's Chanter's Zarn there.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute the weird person that's not part of this conversation.
Kermit, mute me, whatever.
What you know, I was having the conversation with you. as difficult as it is and frustrating as it is because you're not listening to words.
I listen to words. I know what I'm talking about too.
You don't. Most evidently,
Yeah, I
you do not,
do.
because you're making the claim that the evidence is everywhere. What evidence is everywhere, Kermit? What evidence of what?
Use your own evidence that you hold so dearly to you and use it against you. Have you ever questioned?
Everybody thought it was a ball, Kermit. The evidence demonstrates it is not. It's called geometry. Have you considered the evidence? The answer is no. You've demonstrated that you have not considered the evidence. So it's pointless
You
to
must
even
have scored all A's on your John.
Actually, I did. I got 109 in my geometry class in 10th grade. All right. Zarn left. Is anybody actually thinking that there's any value whatsoever in bantering and playing with this intellectually deficient person?
I didn't even go to science class or geometry class when I was in school. I skipped every one of those classes, but I still understand it more than this doofus.
Nah, this dude's an idiot. He's high or something. Something's wrong with him. It's ridiculous.
He doesn't understand anything we tell him. It's like worse than talking to a brick wall.
I have a friend.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't even listening. Because when Gospel said he was going to mute somebody, he thought he was talking about him. It's obviously he's not. He doesn't care. It's just a waste.
Drunk.
He didn't even ask a real question. Ask one real question. Just one real, honest to God question.
He was here yesterday. You know, it was similar. It was similar results. He just wants
And he
to
didn't
really
ban him?
bad to be a globe. He's not good. He's not going to. I mean, he's a good demonstration of the problem here. I mean, he assumes, as his conversation with Gospel Bearer just demonstrated, that somehow we decided we wanted the earth to be flat. So we went out and tried to make it be so, because people of this mindset assume everyone else is like them, when clearly he is only projecting his own fantasies about the globe, where he's just assuming it's a globe. He's grasping at straws, assuming there's some kind of evidence for this fantasy globe, which we all know there is none. You know, you have to examine the question without having the preconceived notion or the presupposition that you already know what it is. So to the contrary, Kermit, we did not go out and try to make it a flat earth and then try to deny evidence to the contrary. To the contrary, we, just like you, were born onto an earth where we never saw any curvature and we never felt any motion. However, from a young age, through the propaganda and programming surrounding us in the mass media, we were told that, contrary to our personal experience that we observe every day of the flat and stationary earth, with a clearly flat horizon and flat water covering over 70% of the globe, impossible for it to curve ever, it's secretly hurtling through space at a high rate of speed while also rotating and doing all this other motions while all those other things are moving too. So everything you see, little child, is wrong, because here's the fantasy world we want you to live in, so that you never actually learn how to reason based on reality and use your God-given mind to actually start out with concrete thinking, move on to abstract thinking. We're going to hijack your abstract thinking by making you accept this abstract concept as being concrete, even though it clearly is not, and completely obliterates everything you actually are seeing in your concrete reality. We're going to mess up your mind, tell you the thing which you're going to believe without question because you're a baby. And then, you know, when you get older and somebody comes along and tries to show you logic, you're like, oh, what's wrong with these people? They say I live in a flat and stationary earth. What the hell's wrong with them? Haven't they ever watched TV? All they have to do is turn on the news. I mean, and then some people are just not capable. I mean, that's the thing. Like, we can keep him around for entertainment. Maybe somebody else wants to talk to him because he's a great demonstration. This is the best the globe has. Is some drunk basement dweller who isn't capable of believing anything unless he sees it on the evening news. I mean, this is what America and the world's been reduced to.
He already lost you after the second sentence, you know. So
I wasn't talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. Believe me, I tried
understand.
talking to him yesterday. That's why I resisted coming in here. Because like Gospel Bear says, it's pointless. But I mean, if someone wants to talk to him, we can unmute him. And does
Exactly.
anyone want to try to have a conversation with him?
No.
The other guy, the ex guy, is what? Gospel Bear? Did you already try talking to him before, or what?
No, Zarn was just interrupting the conversation. I was happy to move on to Zarn next, but the problem was the interrupting. So, that's all.
We got Samo8 here. Has anybody talked to him?
Yeah, see, Samo is VC verified, but I don't know who Samo is. Samo, would you like to say hello?
Well, I would just like to say before y'all start, hello, Mary Mom. It's good to hear you. And I would not want to be on the opposite side of the debate against.
All right, go ahead, Samo. I heard you say hello.
I just
Hi,
wanted
BG.
to say hi. You mentioned me.
Yeah. Are you under the impression that Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Earth is a big ball.
Okay. And what evidence do you have to support that belief?
The same as everybody else. If you
Oh,
look
so
at
now,
the sea,
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Samo.
Yep.
So the same evidence as in
normal evidence that
the
everybody
scientists and NASA and that sort of thing?
Yeah, all the professionals.
Yeah.
all the clever people.
Yeah. Okay. What about reality? Is there any reality evidence for it?
Yeah, sure. If you look at the sea, you
In
can
different time zones.
Your mic is cutting in and out in a weird kind of way.
He said in different time zones.
yeah, that proves that the sun moves around. So where's this evidence of the curved spherical surface you think you're standing on?
that we are not the center of the universe.
Okay, so the curvature comes into this where?
Yeah, we spin around the sun while the Earth is spinning.
That's a story. Are you able to show us curvature of the Earth somewhere?
We can show curvature on the moon, on Mars, and other planets. Why would it?
So you're talking about curvature of things that aren't the Earth now? And
Different.
that's your proof of Earth curvature? Curvature of things that aren't Earth?
Why would the Earth be different? Why wouldn't gravity work for Earth when it does for other planets?
Okay, so it's an argument from incredulity. You can't fathom how things could possibly work this other way than it does in your imagination. Therefore, it must be like that.
So what you're saying is that you see all these dogs outside, therefore you're a dog?
There's a difference. Why?
So it's exactly the same. It's an analogy.
Why would gravity work on other planets but not Earth?
You haven't been to what you supposedly call other planets. So why do you
Can I ask him a question?
Answer the dog question. Hold on, let him
One
answer
at a
the dog
time. One at a time.
I'm not a dog.
I want to hear the dog question.
Question answered. I'm not a dog.
Right. So you understand that by seeing something. Okay. You understand by seeing something out there, you're implying that we're the same as whatever you see in the sky, which you haven't even been to.
I'm not saying that we are. I'm saying why would it be different? I'm asking you a question.
Okay, let me tell you this. Okay, why are we different? Okay, in their claim, do any of them hold life?
Which ones are you talking about?
In any of them.
Yeah. Okay. Name one.
Let's say Saturn, Pluto. Any of them hold life?
Yes.
They do.
No. Oh. I get the question now.
Okay. Do they not? They don't hold life. Do they have trees?
No. You are.
Okay. So how
they
different?
don't have an atmosphere. They don't have an atmosphere. They can.
Yes, they do. You don't even know.
They actually do claim they do.
What do they do?
I mean, they say the atmosphere in Mars is like what 1% or 2% of what Earth is.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know you're not a dog, though? How do you know you're not a
no
dog?
water. There's not enough water for life.
There's no magnetic field, dude. Like active plate tectonics in order to have that. Like there's
It's
no
way
hope in
simpler than
hell.
that.
Again,
You don't have to go
you're
that
talking.
deep.
Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Again, you're going to where you haven't been and saying that we're that place we haven't been to, but you haven't even examined the Earth. We live in Earth. Why are you going to the sky? Say, oh, you see that thing up there? We have to be like them because I don't know. I'm just gonna beg the question.
Is it because you can't demonstrate the Earth that you're claiming it to be by actually just showing us the Earth?
We don't understand you.
So go ahead, Central. Hold on, Central's gonna try again to.
You two people are asking different questions.
Well, you're going everywhere but the Earth in order to make your claim about what the Earth is. So can you stick to the Earth and show us that the Earth is this thing that you say it is based on what the Earth is showing us? You understand?
Oh. You can't look anywhere else.
Picture.
What? This seems like more like a goalpost thing where people are like, "You can't talk about this." Like,
Claw, you're interrupting. You're interrupting the conversation. Just.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, I hate that tone of voice so much. That tone of voice is the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
I think he was also shy. It was like a bunch against a bunch. So
Man, he still hasn't answered how he knows he's not a dog. I'm still on that one. I want to know.
He got 4 limbs. He got some mouth. He breathes.
You breathe.
So how do you know you're not a dog?
Because I can see it in the mirror.
All right. Oh, you a mirror. All right. So there's a mirror in the sky that tells you that the Earth is round.
There's a mirror in my house.
So how does that help you with the Earth being round? With the mirror.
That didn't help me to know the Earth is round. It helped me.
But you need a mirror, though, right? If you looked in the mirror,
it
you
is
weren't a
on the
dog.
ground.
So where's
It's
the
not
mirror
in
in the
the
sky
sky.
to show you that the Earth is round? Like, where is it?
It's called cameras.
Okay.
So practically, let me go to you. Practically determine by actually checking the dog and checking yourself to determine whether I am not.
You're
that
still
thing.
assuming.
Listen. No,
You assume.
no. Stop. Listen to it. Wait until I finish. You checked your own limbs. You checked everything. You measured yourself and actually verified that you are not what you saw out there. Correct?
Correct.
Right. So that's what we're saying with the Earth. This is what you need to do. Stop assuming that those things are what we are standing on, like what we're standing on. First, we have to measure the thing we're on to then verify if we are a ball.
How do we measure the Earth?
How do you measure something?
Your mic cut.
How do you measure stuff?
With technology.
Let's go.
With lasers.
Let's go.
That's a step in the right direction.
So speaking of measurements, Samoit, you posted some pictures of the horizon in the live stream voice text. Do you know that the horizon has been measured to be way too far for the Earth to be a globe?
What?
The horizon has been measured to distances that are too far for it to be caused by Earth curvature.
Any proof for that?
Yeah, I'll post it if you want. Just one sec.
But that is not a measurement in numbers. That is just your eye that are seeing the Earth curving.
It's a direct measurement of the horizon being beyond 9.4 miles, which is much too far in this observation for it to be caused by Earth curve. Just posted it.
You know, gravity also affects sun.
That has nothing to do with what we're looking at here.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Posted. You posted a picture and some people saying no.
So here's how it works. In that picture, based on the globe geometry, right, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles in order for the globe to be true. Where do you see the horizon, though?
can see the horizon. That
Yeah.
the
Where do you see
platform lower at 9.41. Then
How do you know that is true? You posted a picture, not a source.
Yeah, because that picture is of oil rigs which are at known locations, right? So we know that the furthest one is 9.4 miles out to sea, right?
The picture.
This is a still image from a video taken by MS6. What was his name again?
BMLS. Yeah.
What's his qualifications?
Well, he used a camera at the beach. He's qualified for using cameras, probably like
How do
R2.
you know he's not faking that?
Well, because he took a video of it and it's a still from the video.
He can fake whatever he wants.
Do you need for
Hey, so
geometry
you
and some
use that against him. He's saying, how do you know the video's fakes? How do you know NASA's videos are real?
Because when you have a population of how many millions there are?
7 billion.
People would snitch if it was fake.
Well, this is a known location here. And people kind of have, like NASA has outed themselves, like their own artists have come out and said that, yeah, these pictures are photoshops because they have to be.
Yeah, they are photoshopped.
Yeah, they are photoshopped, but this thing I just showed you isn't photoshopped other than the text that was added to it.
It's not been drawn, it's being photoshopped, because if you didn't turn up the light or turn down the light and put some clouds, it would look weird.
No, you don't understand because you don't know the story of Robert Simmons and that it's not just photoshopped, it's crafted.
Who said that?
Robert Simmons literally said he took data to make those images. Just go listen.
So do you understand the horizon measurement I showed you and how the pictures of the horizons that you just showed us don't help your globe story?
And by the way, that the images that we showed you with the whole distance of the oil rigs, all that is not in contention. Not even any globe actually contend that, because actually you can go verify this yourself and watch the video yourself. So
yeah,
what?
You can watch the video it came from.
Yeah, I put the video in the live stream voice text at 16 minutes after the hour. Are you able to see the live stream voice text, Samoit?
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, so if you scroll up to 16 minutes after the hour, you can bookmark that to watch later, where Robert Simmons says it's Photoshop because it has to be. He set in right there, and it's also on the website itself, nasa.gov, in print, which I will show you the screenshot, and also you can go to it yourself to confirm that he says right there that he created the globe with CGI to match people's expectations of what it looks like from space. So you can go and research all that later to confirm what people are saying here.
Yes, okay. May I ask you something? How does gravity work on a flat Earth?
What's gravity?
First, you need to understand that it is flat.
Don't you know what?
This is what I'm going to do, because you're not going to interrupt the middle of my sentence. First, you need to understand that it is flat before you proceed to ask any questions about how or why or any of that. Once you establish the fact that it is flat, then you can do whatever you like. Have you established the knowledge that it is flat? Yes or no?
A theory.
Because
it's not a fact.
You're okay. So I'm gonna ask you the question again, because I unmuted you and you were just saying words. So I'm gonna say this again. Have you established the fact that it is flat? This is a yes or no question. Yes or no? Go ahead.
It's a theory.
Okay.
Not a fact.
So you don't understand then. That's it was a yes or no question. You had the opportunity to say yes or no, so you could have just simply said no.
So now you mute me forever because I disagree with you.
Samo Yeet, I asked you a yes or no question.
And I answered you.
No, you did not answer me.
I did not answer you for what you wanted, because you. That's the same.
It's a yes or no.
Are you a Holocaust person? Yes.
It is a yes or let's not talk about events that you can research from the authoritative sources such as Wikipedia. Okay, we're not going to talk about other things. I asked you a simple question: are you aware of the fact that it is flat, being the Earth? Yes or no? And you would say, no, I'm not aware of that. That's what you should say if you're not. If you are, you are. It's very simple.
No. You
Great.
don't think?
Great. So what you
I
should
don't think it's
do
flat.
is ask for the evidence that supports that fact.
Okay. Then if gravity doesn't exist, what is
You're
making
going
force then?
somewhere else. Again, you must first establish the knowledge that Earth is not a ball before you proceed to ask questions of how something would work. Once you establish the fact of what is, you won't need to ask any of those other questions because you will find out that it is the default and you won't be comparing it to your imagination. It's very simple and logical if you actually think about it for half a minute. Less than half a minute, really. Once you establish the falsification of the globe, asking how and why is illogical. You go, oh,
But
maybe
what
there's details
makes
about
the
what they've been
force
saying that aren't even
hold
accurate
me
in the
to the
first
ground?
place. Maybe there's all sorts of other assumptions. Interesting. And then you have all sorts of new questions, but those old questions, they fade away because they lack relevance. Do you understand?
Now you're speaking like a waterfall. You're just going everywhere.
No.
Yes,
No,
you
it's
are.
very coherent.
So what makes the force that we others call gravity?
Samo Yeet,
What is that
you're
on a flat Earth?
asking an
The
irrelevant
force? No, it
question
is really
based on a
relevant because I
presumption.
feel it right now.
Samo, you're asking an irrelevant question based on a presumption about what you think is without knowing what actually is, which is
I know that
illogical.
I am on the ground and something is holding me onto the ground.
You know that?
I know that for a fact because else I would float.
Dude,
What is
gravity,
hold
gravity
on,
is the
hold on,
belief
please.
system.
Hold on. Somebody else was talking.
The
Sam,
force that hold
no, I'm going to mute you because I'm going to stick with one sentence at a time because you're the one that's talking like a waterfall. You just made the statement because otherwise I would float. What evidence do you have for that?
For what exactly? Could you specify?
Samo, you say, I know that something is holding me to the ground because otherwise I would float. What evidence do you have to support that claim?
What?
Did I break
feel...
I broke his brain. That's what I thought would happen.
You asked me a question that didn't make sense. Yes, you broke
Samo, you made the claim. You made the claim that otherwise you would float. What evidence do you have to support that claim?
That I would float if if the force didn't hold me to the ground.
What evidence do you have to support the claim that otherwise you would float?
I can feel it. I can see it. I can.
No, you're floating?
No.
You probably need to do less drugs if you're floating. What evidence do you have to support the claim that otherwise you would float, Samo? Go ahead and answer that question.
Like to just like say the forces behind like perpetrating this lie are just inherently negative.
What is holding me to the ground? Why wouldn't I? Why can't I stand on a wall? That's the gravity, or the force at least, going downwards.
So why would you assume you could stand on a wall, Samo? What evidence do you have that you could walk on walls?
That's a straw man you made right there.
No, it isn't.
It is.
You're the one straw manning, bud.
I ain't. You
what
just
evidence,
said.
Samo, what evidence do you have that you could walk on walls?
Just said, why can't I walk on a wall? I didn't say I could walk on a wall.
Why? Yeah, why can't you?
What force is doing so I can't walk on a wall?
Yeah, what?
What force makes me stay on the ground, not the wall? Why can't I stand on the wall?
He disconnected.
He lost
gospel got caught. Samuel, so listen, man, listen. The whole concept of you asking what about gravity makes no sense here, because first of all you need to understand the ground that you're standing on being ground which does not curve 360 degrees around you. You understand? The other thing is, one more thing, brother, one more thing. The other thing you need to understand is asking, yeah, what about gravity, blah, blah, blah. In your own heliocentric religion, gravity is a belief. It's a belief system. No one has any proof of gravity existing. They themselves claim. Oh man.
Everyone has.
Go, dude. Do me a favor. Type into Google. Is gravity proven? Type that into your Google, please.
How would you prove gravity?
You're just going to give us your circular reasoning, which probably involves dropping some
item 1 feet above the ground.
Listen, hey man, are you doing this on purpose? Are you doing this on purpose? Are you truly avoiding what I'm saying on purpose to just have any argument? Or are you really want to have a discussion where you can maybe learn something instead of just circling around in your paradigma?
That's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm presenting to you the reality of which things are. I'm telling you, we do not measure the ground beneath us curving 360 degrees around us. The second thing is, we do not have any proof of gravity because the scientific community themselves believe on gravity being an existing force. They themselves cannot define it or measure it or show proof of it here on Earth. You're just circling and going, oh look, I can drop a pencil and therefore it's gravity. You're circling, bro. I'm trying to give you reality. Okay? Reality. Observable, measurable reality.
What is making the pencil fall to the ground, though? What is making it do that?
Your story about how that works on a globe is irrelevant to the fact that the measurements of the surface of Earth falsify the globe you believe in.
I'm asking what force makes the pencil go to the ground or to the ground.
So put it like this. This is the thing. In your model, you think that you're in space. Therefore, if there was no gravity, you were floating in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that doesn't even get close to our model. Or we don't even have a model, but what we understand of the Earth.
But I've seen models from the flat Earth.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of models, car models.
Why do you say that? Yeah,
I mean, it's this thing that the models is not reality. Models are just reification fallacies.
What?
A model is a reification fallacy.
Samuel, you're not from Germany, aren't you?
I'm from Denmark.
Denmark, okay.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time speaking English.
Oh, no problem, man. I can truly respect that. I myself, I'm German, so sometimes don't get everything correct. But I get a little bit, annoyed when we're not talking about reality,
Where are you from?
Germany. I just said that.
Oh, sorry.
10 seconds ago.
Yeah, so Sammy, did you understand Central 2.0's point that, none of this question of gravity, which the cause has not been scientifically proven or demonstrated, has anything to do with the lack of curvature? I'm almost to the question mark. I'll start again. Did you understand Central 2.0's point that none of this about gravity has any relevance whatsoever to the lack of curvature measurements of the Earth where we live?
Yes, but
you did understand that.
But it does make sense to ask that question when you're saying that the Earth is flat. There's nothing that can say gravity exists on an Earth that is flat. It couldn't work.
No, man.
Wait, gravity.
Why are you so fixed on something which in your own model has no proof of? Why are you just not going to something that you yourself can observe, which is there a curvature? Or is there a curvature? Why don't you want to know in the first place if you're living on a ball curving 360 degrees in every direction and flying through outer space and sometimes being oblate spheroid, oblate ellipsoid, or pear shaped, because it's morphing into different things according to different stupid sign heads. But the other thing is, are you not interested in understanding why we say that the Earth is stationary and flat? Why are you not wanting to discuss the very point why we're all here? Why are you circling around a topic that has nothing to do with the actual thing that we're trying to accomplish, to make you understand that we ourselves have measured the Earth and we came to the conclusion that the numbers which are given to us are pointing towards a stationary Earth because their numbers do not match up with our measurements? Is that not something that you might have any interest in? Then if you not have this interest, why are you even here?
The reason I am asking is because if you want to prove the Earth is flat, you need to have a viable source that tells gravity isn't here, or gravity works different, or something, because gravity is a very heavy thing.
Gravity is a story about why things fall down on the ball that you think you live on, and we've demonstrated geometrically you don't live on that ball, so who cares?
Yeah, we don't have to prove anything to you, Sami. We'd like you to, if you have any, bring some positive proof of this globe that you claim exists. You live on a flat and stationary Earth. You've never experienced curvature. You've never experienced rotation. These are all theoretical, abstract notions that you've been told, are true. And the fact, as we've mentioned several times here, when we go out into the real world and we do measurements, I can see why Gospel Bearer had to mute you even to have a normal conversation. I'm trying to keep my comments as short as I can. I'll shorten them up even more. When you go out into the real world and you measure it, you see too far to be on a globe, Samite. Sorry, I tried to just raise my voice. Somebody muted you. That was nice because, a real gentleman maybe would have let me finish my sentence. But I'm done with this guy. You guys do what you want with him.
I would let you finish.
The first time I've heard you raise your voice.
So, Sam, how is gravity relative to the shape of the Earth?
That's why I'm not going to talk to him, because I'm not going to talk to someone who's not a real gentleman, who won't even let me finish my sentence without having to raise my voice. So you guys talk to him.
It was an essay you pulled out. Almost.
So, Sam.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So if we've proved definitively, based on observation and measurements, that the surface of the Earth is flat, what does your idea of what you think gravity is have to do with anything regarding the shape of the Earth? How does this equate, and why are you bringing it into the conversation?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm just very critical because your sources are very vague. There isn't so much people around that is backing them up for a reason.
So, what you just said right there is...
mainly one person making a claim, saying, "Oh, I can see the sun here, and now it's here. It must be because the sun is moving, not the Earth."
Well, that's what we experience in reality, right? So we walk out of our house and we look outside and we see the sun and the moon and the stars appearing to move above our head, right? That's what we experience. So if the claim is that the actual opposite is taking place, that these objects are remaining stationary and that we're moving, that extraordinary claim would need extraordinary evidence. Do you have any evidence at all whatsoever as to who measured the Earth's rotation, how they did it, and when they did it?
I don't know how you measure the Earth rotation, but
right.
You can see it by your own eyes, because on Earth you can sit you in a chair that can turn you on the head and so on. And if
so are you disputing
that? So it can also look like the Earth is spinning around you, but it's just the opposite.
So that's the thing, right? So what we experience in reality is things in the sky move above our head, right? We don't experience the Earth moving. So the extraordinary claim
You
that
sit in
would
the
be
car, you don't
supported.
experience the
Let
car
me
moving.
finish. Let
You
me finish, bro.
experience the world around it moving.
No, we do not experience the Earth moving. How do you experience
that would appear to your vision that the ground was moving, not the Earth.
That's
That would
what I'm
appear
saying.
to you so that
In
you didn't
reality,
feel-
we see the things in the sky move, right?
You can
see,
close
you
your
see the
eyes,
sun and the moon and the stars
you feel like
move.
you're sitting still, even though you're moving.
Sam, I gotta
So,
say something. I'm sorry. You
yeah.
really.
I can-
We are
I
trying
can do
to
it.
put. Okay, hold on. I gotta mute him to say it. This is for everybody. We're trying to have a conversation here. So if you're not interested in the very interesting stuff, which Napalm was trying very calmly and patiently to explain to you, just, bite your tongue or put on some duct tape. Because people we have 2 different live streams going on. Sometimes we make podcasts out of the live stream. We want to have a real conversation here. This is why Gospel Bear was muting you. This is why somebody had to mute you while I was talking, because you start talking and disputing someone in the middle of their conversation. Get out a sticky note, and if you have a bad memory that you can't let someone finish their sentence before you interrupt, then write some notes to yourself. We also have Zarn here. Oh yeah, I was interrupting you. Never mind, Sami. I was going to give Napalm a chance to finish with you, but he's saying I'm interrupting. I wasn't speaking to her. Oh gosh, I can't even. I almost was going to.
Did I hear
Have
him
I ever
correctly
sworn
though?
on the
Did he
live
say
stream?
he
I almost
feels
was
the
going to
earth
swear
move?
on the live
He
stream.
did say
Because
that.
that's what this guy's
Yeah.
doing to me. I am a mod here, a lead mod, Sammy. I'm interrupting you because you were being incredibly rude, and I'm moderating the situation. Right? We're going to move on to Zarn, see if he has a decent question. Why don't you listen for a change?
But did
And then maybe
did
we'll
I
come
hear
back
him
when
correctly
you're
though?
ready to listen, Zarn.
Yes, you did, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Who's talking now?
Sorry,
Right, Zarn,
Paul was
do you have
asking
a
you.
question about the flat Earth? Zarn, do you have a question about the flat Earth?
Prove
Bring
Earth
it
is
on.
flat. 3, 2, 1, go.
It measures flat.
One person.
Reality measurements.
Napalm, go ahead and address Zarn. Maybe he's capable of having a one-on-one conversation. You're
Water.
doing a good job with Samai, but he's incredibly rude and isn't capable of taking turns. Napalm,
Who?
do you have an answer for Zarn?
What?
Yeah. It's flat according to the Earth.
What?
Earth is flat according to the Earth.
What do you mean by that? I have no idea what you just said.
You measure the Earth, and it measures flat.
It doesn't.
It does.
No.
Well, show your measurement to the contrary.
And I posted the link. I posted the link for the FE core.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested in the measurements of the Earth being flat?
Yeah, the
No,
thing that
because they're
you
also
just disputed.
Interesting.
I'm also making a Google document that debunks the flat Earth.
Well, you're off to a bad start if you're not interested in measurements of the Earth.
No, I'm not interested in hearing
It
your
really sounds
measurements
like
of the
that,
Earth.
man. It
Flat.
really sounds like you're doing a Google document that disproves flat Earth. It really sounds like that. The whole
You put a
person
link.
that you're
Can you put a
representing
link
right
to it,
now, it
please,
really
Zarn?
sounds
We
like
want to
that.
see it. Yeah, everybody wants to see your document, Zarn.
Yeah,
Please put a
me
link
too,
to it.
man.
Yeah,
Have you
Okay.
have you put in some CGI pictures at least?
No.
To make it look, oh man.
We should help you out. We should give you some genuine measurements of the Earth that you can incorporate into there so you can get the right conclusion, which is that it's flat. Because right now you're on the wrong track.
I have a proposal to you. If you remove that thing from my name, I can find some proof you understand, and come back here with them.
You won't come back.
Support.
Well, I mean, we've already done the stuff, but you can bring whatever fallacious, reifications you want into here, and we can deal with those.
Yeah, and have a more civilized talk than before.
Yeah, if you go any
So Zarn.
Now we're not civilized. We're not civilized.
Hold on. Just ignore that. Zarn.
Yeah, don't take that.
You said the Earth. How to prove the Earth is flat? All right. So their claim that they say that the Earth is 70% water. Is that correct?
Yeah,
about so.
Right. So every time you see water, whether in a beach, pool, cup, anywhere, it always remains level, right? A horizontal line across the if you look at it at far as in the sea, you can see it's a horizontal line. It always remains level. So in other words, it's flat. So where does the water ever curve? Or like large bodies of water at rest, when do they curve?
Look at a water droplet.
I said large bodies of water. And I'm not saying
Large bodies of water, yeah.
Yeah, give me a
Search up on
large body
Google
of water.
and then you see a picture of the round Earth.
You're begging the question there, because that's the point we're trying to figure out. Where do we see this on Earth? Other than your fake images, CGI composites. That's the only way you can see something, a water curving, other than a drop
They're
of water.
not fake, but okay.
Other than a micro lens.
No, we can't see it in our frame of reference.
So, Zarin, you're claiming that the alleged images of Earth from space are actual photographs. Is that your claim?
Yeah, but that was a miscellaneous claim. No, it's not relevant to the topic.
Yeah,
if you want to go to that answer,
you said that was your claim, that's where you see circular water.
If you do not wait, if you choose not to trust the government, that's on you.
Oh, do you trust the government?
So here's the thing: you don't have to
let me ask you a question. Do the government lie?
Why would the government lie about something so stupid and so
Stop.
specific? It wouldn't make
I
any
asked
sense.
you a question.
Okay.
Do the government have government lie before?
Yes, but it's very specific.
Okay.
And
So-
it's necessary.
necessary.
They would lie
Right.
about something important.
Right.
Not about.
So just because you can't fathom what's the importance of, why would they lie about the Earth being a ball? That doesn't mean that they wouldn't lie about the Earth being a ball.
Yeah. Why would
okay.
they?
So
why would they lie about
why
it?
would they lie? That's trying to divine their motive. But I can't hear divine their motive. I can't divine their own motive. In other words, why would your girlfriend lie to you? Why would she cheat on you? Right. I can't divine her motive, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
In other words, you're trying to ask me, why are they doing something? I'm not them. I can't tell you why they did it, or whoever did it.
Zarn, do you know that their motives are completely irrelevant to the fact that what they're claiming is geometrically falsified and disproven and not true?
Okay. But
so that's the important part.
Can you guys just acknowledge that lying about something so specific and so random is not relevant? And
I'm not going to go with you on your personal incredulity of why strangers would or wouldn't lie to you. That's completely irrelevant. The fact is, they said that the Earth is this certain thing. We have the means to go out and test that claim, and it failed the test. So it's not that thing, no matter what you think about why they would or wouldn't lie to you.
Well, I think we can expose something to him really quickly that may or may not open his eyes, right? So it's not that the government is lying about images from Earth from space, right? They readily admit that those images are composite images. They take flat map high altitude photographs, wrap them around a ball, and use Photoshop to add in the clouds and colors.
How do you know?
Because they saw that. Right.
So we have an admission by the NASA data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who gave an interview. It's on NASA's website, and he explains how he created the Blue Marble 2.0 image, the very first iPhone background image. See, the problem with that is you think that that's an actual picture from space. You've done no investigation into whether it is or is not. And then you're coming to a
2 weeks
forum
on this project.
Well, you're not off to a good start, like I said.
You're definitely not. And
Right.
and not only that, Napalm, they also use that data set, the Blue Marble data set, for the CS, the Discover, the Epic, and all those quote unquote satellites.
Himawari as well.
Yeah, Himawari as well.
What?
Yeah. See, you don't know any of these things, right? But you're claiming that you know
No, I don't.
the
No, I
images.
don't know what you're saying.
Right. What we're saying is that the CGI composite images that were created for the blue marble, that data set is also used for other alleged satellites that are taking imagery, including the Himawari, which is claimed to have real-time satellite images of weather patterns on Earth. They're using the blue marble data set, meaning they're using what Robert Simmons created by taking flat, high altitude pictures, stitching them together, wrapping it around a sphere, and then using Photoshop.
I think
This
you're
was all admitted,
Okay,
right? It's not a
I
why
guess
would
you're
they
talking
lie.
instead.
So it's not why would they lie. They're actually admitting and they're telling you the truth.
They're not.
The bigger question would be, why do you believe that that's an actual photograph of Earth from space?
Let me justify this. I think you're misunderstanding the concept of what they mean by saying editing or
No,
what.
he's not.
What did
What
you
they
say
tell you?
earlier?
Let him finish, and then we'll
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what did you? What was your quote? They're editing. They're.
Yeah, you can look it up. I'm sure somebody's probably already
No,
posted in live
It's
stream
already
voice.
posted at 43 minutes after
No,
the
but do
hour.
you know, on these Earth photos, you can't see the stars and stuff. You know, in the background and stuff like that.
Does Darn
that's not-
already know
No,
that
if
we?
you look at
Does Darn already know that we see too far for the Earth to be the ball they say it is? Does he already know that?
I don't think he knows what's the measurements of the Earth.
Have you ever seen a boat like? If you look at a telescope or you just look
Was
really
that a
far,
yes or a no,
you can
Zarn?
see a boat sink. Like you can see.
Zarn, was that a yes or a no?
The boats are under the horizon. Why is
Zarn,
that?
Zarn,
What? How are you?
did you know that we see too far for the Earth to be the ball the size they say it is?
I think that's just an assumption about
No.
you guys and false
Did
math.
you? It's a yes or no. Did you know that?
No, I heard this before. I don't think it's
Okay.
true.
Well, all you need to do is look at the evidence, and then you will know. But have you looked at the evidence? That's also a yes or no question for the record.
I've done this flat Earth type of stuff for 3 years. I looked at
I doubt it.
So that's no.
I doubt it.
Okay, so it's a no.
I figure
Okay,
that's
sure.
a no.
Oh,
Because
okay.
otherwise you would be like, yes, I saw this long distance observation. However, based on these factors and my evaluation, I discerned that it's invalid for this reason. You would actually explain yourself rather than just, right? Dolphining your way out of the conversation somehow.
That's an assumption.
No, it's
what
not
do
an
you think I will
assumption.
do?
No.
It's the false math then.
False math
Yeah,
then.
he needs to have
that's
it.
about you
No,
guys.
hold on. Let's
What?
go back to what Gospel Bear does. Stick to that point. So there's not all flat earthers are created equal, Zard. So whatever you think you've found out before, you need to have, obviously, because you don't understand the concept that we see too far, because then you jumped into your boats there. So we need someone to just explain to him why it is that we say we see too far. So Central put the black swan image there at 46 after the hour. Did you want to explain it to him, Central?
Yeah, it's really
Zarn,
simple.
you're gonna have to just listen. Just a quick moderation, since we seem to have a lot of trouble with people in their listening skills today. He's going to explain. Central, maybe just when you're done, say end point or something, so people understand like when you're done. Like he's probably not going to take that long, and so you wait till he's done. Because even if you don't care, you don't want to find the truth, you don't like to follow the evidence where it leads you, you prefer to just stay on your fantasy globe as a presupposition and come up with excuses for it. There might be somebody listening right now who needs to hear the truth and wants to hear the truth. So we're going to let Central Banker, Central 2.0, explain. And please don't make us have to mute you while he's talking. Thanks, Zarn. All right, go ahead, Central.
Wait, can I ask you a question first before you
You
start?
always want to preempt our explanations with questions.
Wait, can I
he's just
just?
gonna explain it. Then you can nope. You can hold your questions till the
How long
end.
is this going
Go
to
ahead,
take?
Central.
Well, I mean, I could probably do it in about 15 seconds. You
Okay,
said that
that's
you're going over the geometric horizon, right? The physical Earth curve drop off that gets sharper the further away from you it gets, right? Well, if that were true and if that were an actual thing, then that horizon in that picture I just posted would be appearing at 1.2 miles. But it's appearing where? It's appearing beyond 9.4 miles at the very least. That's a complete, total geometric impossibility on the ball with the size that you think that you live on. So, yeah. What do you say to that?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not
well,
a
you said
scientist,
that you
so I
reviewed.
can't do that.
You said that you've been in this conversation for 3 years. You haven't reviewed the evidence, so I'm here to show it to you for the first time in 3 years. Here's an observation, a measurement from the surface to check whether or not the Earth is curving at that rate that it has to be for your story about boats going over the physical Earth curve horizon to be true, and it certainly isn't. Do you understand why, after what I just told you?
No, I
Okay,
didn't
well,
understand anything what you just said.
I'll just make it simple.
Use
Picture I
scientific language. I have Asperger's syndrome. It's a kind of autism.
Well, I'll make it as simple as I can. In the picture I just
Okay.
posted, for the globe to be true, the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles. Where do you see the horizon?
I see it right in front of me.
Okay, well, you need to look again.
I just
Okay, where is it?
reposted
Above
at
me?
50 minutes after the
Okay,
hour. So just
let me
the
let
live
me
stream
ask you.
voice text. You know where the live stream voice text is, Aaron. You've typed in there before. Scroll up a
No, I
tiny
don't
bit.
know.
50 minutes after the hour. So there's the picture we're discussing. Where's the horizon located in this picture of the two oil rigs?
I think he's just spiraling. So is it before, after, or in the middle of the oil rig?
Yeah, Zarn, this is really easy.
Oh, that's the question to me. Wait, what's the question?
Well, he asked you if the horizon is before, between, or after the oil rigs.
Wait, god damn it.
In other words, in front of or behind.
What is it? The
Put it up
picture
again.
that's Seb like posted.
Put it up again. I put it like 10 times now. Here we go again. Let's leave it there for a second because Zarn can't scroll, guys. So let's see here for a second. Is the horizon in front of or behind the oil rigs?
Wait. What picture are we talking about? There's a bunch of pictures in the chat. Is it
The
the
last
picture
one.
posted by Central?
Yeah, same thing. The one with the oil rigs has been posted many times.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
only one horizon in that picture. Where is it?
Like, where's the horizon?
Yeah.
Oh, like it's over far away there.
Yeah. So past 9.4 miles where the furthest oil rig is, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the measurement of the horizon, debunking your globe. Should have caught that in the last
the
3
Earth
years.
is not
Better late
flat.
than never.
Yeah,
So
you
it's-
attempt to debunk the Earth being a globe. Good job.
So what you're saying
What
is
about the
the
Earth being flat.
Zarn, are you saying the Earth is bigger?
What?
Are you saying the Earth is bigger?
What
bigger,
words
is a bigger
did
ball?
you hear?
You said that it's not flat.
Did you hear? Tell me.
You said the Earth is not flat. So what is it? Is it a ball?
I don't know. It might just well be a velociraptor.
Okay, so
Hold on. Those are.
Do we have
I don't.
any other contenders?
If you read the regulations, the rules, that's bannable here, bro. We're talking about the Earth, so don't input whatever shape you want. Talk normally, bro, or you will definitely get banned. You understand?
No. What am I getting banned for?
Because that's one of the rules we have here. If you say the Earth is a triangle, a velociraptor, a cat, that will be a bannable offense here.
Why?
Because this is serious. We're not joking around. If you want to have a play, go play somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, Zarn. So let me just, kind of explain this for the audience. We have a dude that comes in here says he's been doing this 3 years, that he's got a Google doc to disprove flat Earth, doesn't know the basic arguments, has no proof for the globe, no proof of spinning. You're just making a claim. Now you're just being ridiculous with your Velociraptor claim. So what you need to take, your takeaway here, Zarn, should be, I get it that you're having a little trouble focusing and so on. That's perfectly fine. Understandable in this world that it is like today. It's not your fault that the educational system has failed you. But what your takeaway today should be, you
I live
come
in
in here.
Switzerland.
Oh, well, I just said it's
Switzerland
not your
has
fault
a
that
better
the,
education system than the United States of America.
You're not showing it.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess you're
okay.
not
Yeah,
a good
yeah,
example
so
of that then.
Just
Oh,
too much, guys. Too much.
yeah, anyway, it's fine. Okay, so what I'm saying, so if you want to prove to me, Zarn, somebody muted you so that I can finish my statement. Thank you. If you want to prove to me how great Switzerland is, how it's so much better than my country, then why don't you actually do some research? Why don't you take a look at this image, try to figure out what we're showing you? There's a bunch of channels down below. I'll put a link to them in the live stream voice text here. Show us how you're capable of evaluating information on its face. Don't come in here making claims about how you're going to prove this thing and that thing when you have absolutely zero idea what you're talking about, don't understand the evidence. So your takeaway here, let me get back to my main point, should be, even though you think you're superior to flat earthers, whatever, whoever scarred you in your life, you felt like you were going to find a place where you could come in and make fun of people or whatever. Hopefully somewhere in your Swiss brain there, it got in there. Oh, these people actually have like evidence they're presenting. So, not only are those channels there, I'll put a link to our wiki page with multiple, like huge number of observations, each of which is impossible on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So we have actual arguments here. We use logic, we use reason, we debate facts and evidence. We don't just make claims without being able to back them up. So if you'd like to come up with some proof of your spinning globe, please, by all means, go do some actual research. Come and tell us why you live on a spinning globe, because we've not found any scientific, aka verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of this globe claim. However, we have presented you with mountains of evidence to the contrary, even though it only takes one example to falsify a model which is supposed to predict something that happens in reality. We're telling you your model, your fantasy globe model, has failed to predict anything that actually happens in reality. So actually, I did give you first place of the Globers I've seen since I came in here the last hour, out of Kermit, Samai, and Zarn. You're the best Glober of the afternoon, Zarn. So Globers out there, this is your candidate. This is the best you can do. Can anybody beat Zarn tonight? Anybody come in off the live stream and give us something? I mean, give us something. All right, Zarn, I'm going to unmute you now.
Pizza Ditch.
Give us some curves.
Did you catch any of
I
that, Zarn?
think he has too many mountains in Switzerland.
Yeah, I'm giving you another chance. Yes, if I unmuted you already, Dan Zarn, and so yeah, show me the superiority of the Swiss educational system. Go. Give us your best proof of curvature or rotation, please.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Wait, I'm just trying to. Yeah.
So the question on the table, Zarn. Okay, so we do question and answer here. So the question on the table is, give me your best proof what your wonderful Swiss education system taught you about your best proof of either curvature of the earth where we live or rotation of the earth where we live. What is your best evidence of that claim that you live on a spinning globe? That's the question on the table. Please answer just that question, Zarn.
Currently, I cannot do that, but with some documentations that I could. I'll have to research it a bit more in order for me to remember.
Excellent. That is beautiful. You have come, 180 degrees from when you came in, pretending you already knew everything. You're admitting you can't prove the globe. And so you're going to do some research, and that's fine. When you come back and present it to us, we will be happy to hear it. Do you have any questions for us? Is there anyone else who has any questions? We got Toasty Feet in here. I don't know if you guys have already talked to him, but anybody has any other questions about flat Earth, by all means, speak
I have
up.
one question. One question, General. Did anyone ever came back and presented something after he rethinked something?
Yeah. They
Well, people presenting, of course, none of them are Earth curve proof or anything like that, because as we know, that doesn't exist. So that would be impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, Zarn's holding on to first place, actually admitting he has no evidence, saying he's going to go research it. I love it. You are.
I also
firmly in first
respect
place.
that.
That's beautiful.
That's really honest, man. Now you just need to let go of the ball and start being very much interested in reality and the things we can observe. And then you're on a good track.
Yeah, it's cool, Zarn. Like most of us, I mean, I'll just speak for myself, but I've heard other people say the same thing. We assumed, because that's what you hear in the popular media propaganda, that flat Earth is retarded, people are stuck in the dark age, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, when I started researching, I was expecting, okay, of course, it's been proven, right? Like, this is what the scientists say. So all I have to do is go find proof. Guess what, Zarn? That's why I'm here on a flat Earth server trying to explain to people, if you follow the evidence where it leads, there's no globe. All right. So, from this point, if you're actually going to research, because the guy asked, does anybody come back? I think occasionally people do. They don't come back with any evidence of, curvature or rotation, because there is none. But they do come back, sometimes and admit, yeah, you're right, there is none. But then it becomes a psychological situation where, are you ready to accept, the facts that the globe is nothing but a sci-fi creation, that you see on your computer screen, your phone, or your television, and that it does not exist anywhere in reality, and there's no verifiable evidence of it. So it's a matter of whether you can accept that. A lot of people can't. It's too difficult to do in this society for a lot of people, and that's totally understandable. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's what I was trying to tell Kermit before. Kermit's in Cogdis now, but I didn't put him there. But anyway, you guys can stay in your delusion if you want, but don't be coming here trying to pretend you have some kind of evidence for it, or that you're in some kind of holier than thou position on your globe, talking down to us. Well, we're sitting here giving you pieces of evidence that are documented, verifiable, testable, repeatable, that you could go out and do yourself. Don't be talking at us. You could be a glober here for 3-4 years. We got Matthew Learns in here all the time. He manages to hang around, even though he's probably not the best example. I did create a new role, Sleepy Joe, just for Matthew Learns, called Gatekeeper, because I thought that was such a great description of him. He's the only one that has it now, but if anyone has any suggestions for anyone else that deserves it,
Yeah, he's a gatekeeper.
he
That's
totally
funny.
is. He totally
Line.
knows. I totally agree with you that he knows it's flat. Like, the way you explained it to me, that makes
Dandelion.
perfect sense to me now. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I
Last
ask you a
time.
question?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
Who's talking, me or you?
Oh, it's Zarn. Oh, great. Oh, we're back to Zarn. Yes. Ask a question. Go ahead.
What did the audience of this voice channel showcase a disrespectful behavior against me?
Oh, boo hoo.
Look
I have
at
no idea what you're talking
look at
about.
the comment section.
Breathe,
Sleepy
bro.
Joe said,
Breathe.
"Your brain is like Swiss cheese. Fill the holes."
Yeah, fill in the holes.
Not very respectful.
Oh,
When I
come on,
first
dude.
joined here, you guys treated me great, but like a comrade.
Zarn, does
What about now?
anything in the rules says that we're gonna treat you with respect?
What's so funny?
You need a hug, bro?
We're all humans.
All
What's your
right.
point?
Come here, bro. I'll give you a hug.
You've given him first place like 3 times, and that's not enough for him. I gave him not just a participation trophy, a gold medal, and he's still going to complain about a Swiss cheese comment. Just roll with the punches there.
Not even
San, I
Swiss.
totally agree with you, but San, I totally agree with you. But first of all, if one man says something to you, do you want to apply it on everyone else? And second of all, no one, said any bad word towards you. Like, no one sweared or like like directly, said something very, very much personal. And on the other hand, if your brain is not Swiss cheese, why do you even bother? Like, I mean, if you know your brain is not Swiss cheese, what does it even matter to you?
Offense is taken, not given.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Right. So
Yeah, that's exactly. It doesn't matter.
No.
move on.
No, what doesn't matter is
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
just show
You
respect.
can just continue.
Even if you okay.
Listen, bud. Listen, bud.
Okay, can I talk?
Listen, bud. You need to have a little bit of thick skin. They used to troll us. Yes, they used to troll us all the time. Say we're dumb.
The only
deny
thing
science.
who's
Hush,
pathetic is
hush,
making mean
hush,
of others.
hush, hush. So if somebody call you have a Swiss cheese brain, is it true? No, right? So why do you even bother you? Just let
Right.
it go on.
If it's not true.
It bothers me
and-
because society is not supposed to work like this.
Did they teach
Sleepy
you?
Joe, like,
Do they teach
stop.
you in
We don't have
Switzerland the phrase "sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me"? Do they have that?
Definitely Swedish.
What?
They stopped that for some reason, and you know what? That actually helped me a lot when I was a kid.
I think vocally everyone in here was very nice so far to you. So I don't understand why just that one thing in the chat which just that you can just ignore and is not really applicable on reality because no one has a Swiss cheese brain.
Yeah,
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
Sharon, just you know what? Instead of doing that, like, why don't you impress us with, like I've been trying to inspire you to do. Like, you obviously said that to me because you can tell I'm an American, and you guys have probably heard over there, oh, the American education system is horrible. Which I don't know that much about your. Maybe your education system is great. Maybe that's why you're actually capable of even grasping the concept that you should try to back up with your claim with evidence. Like a lot of people that are in here are not capable of doing that. So prove to us how great it is. I mean, I'd love to know more about it. If you're so great, maybe our American education system should take a look at it. I know, we can't speak for what every single person says, but instead of sitting there and freaking out about it and trying to, condemn the whole server because of it, why? Because what the thing of it is, Zarn, you haven't really demonstrated that your education system is great here. All right. So I don't really believe that claim. So I'm going to need you to back that up by coming back here, doing the research, going through the links and channels we talked about, and then giving us a substantive response to what you have found and to actually look at the information on its face and to follow the evidence where it leads. Then maybe Sleepy Joe will be inspired to apologize. Say, yes, those Swiss are really smart. But if you come in here again and start talking about Velociraptor Earths, and that's your claim, then he's not going to be too impressed, and he's not going to feel bad either. So
Is this the guy? Is it the same guy who was saying the Swiss education system is so great and we're like dumb Americans? I thought it was the same guy.
That's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy.
Dude,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Dude, you
I
can
know, he
dish it out,
insulted
but you can't
America.
take it.
Yeah.
Dude, grow up. Like,
It's
wow.
an eye for an eye.
Yeah, that's why I was that's why I was reminding him. Like, you pretty
Show
much
some
just insulted the
respect
American-
for the
just because your insults are passive aggressive, Zarn, just because your insults are passive aggressive and kind of implied instead of outright stated does not make them any better. All right? Because you definitely implied to me, who's clearly a product of the American education system, that you thought that your education system was superior. So there you go.
Hey, one more thing, Zarn, if I may.
Back up
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
cheese. There you go. I'm just saying Morvis
What?
stands with Swiss cheese brain.
But you guys have been, guys. When I talk, it only lasts 2 seconds because you guys interrupt me.
Oh yeah.
When you
right.
talk, it lasts 5 minutes.
Yes.
Zarn,
That's
real
totally
quick.
true.
Real quick, if I may. Over 2 weeks ago, you told this server that you were going to develop a presentation, 10 reasons
Yeah,
that
it's
the
not
Earth
done
has
yet.
curvature. Oh, did you just talk over me? That's funny, because you were just complaining about that. How's that grab you? So anyway, you'll allow me to finish, and in that,
Yeah.
you're going to present Earth curvature next time you come in, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Wait.
Or are you just going to present us with 10 ways that you can tap dance around Earth curvature?
I'm so sorry.
Rhetorical question. Of course, that's what you'll have to do because there is no Earth curvature to directly measure or present us with.
Sure, buddy. Fucking.
Okay.
What
Nice
did
and
he say?
respectful. I don't know. There was
He was
like
swearing.
Oh.
He said, "Fuck it."
Table.
Yeah, he's
So
done. He's spiraling.
disrespectful.
I thought
It's all right,
Swedish
it's
people
all
were
right.
polite.
Oh man,
Or Swiss.
right contradiction. Light the globe.
Yeah, they're gonna kick you out of Switzerland if you're too impolite, dude.
Okay.
They'll send you to Canada. Or wait, I don't.
Shut your mouth about Canada.
He said it in the most Canadian accent. You shut your mouth about Canada.
That was the most Canadian way to say shut up, also.
Forgot I'm sorry.
It's funny. People are so excited. It's funny.
So yeah, Zarn, do you have any questions about what Central
Yeah.
presented to you about the horizon, how it's impossible to see the horizon behind the oil rigs at over 10 miles if you lived on a globe of the dimension claimed? The horizon should have been at 1.22 miles, in which case both oil rigs would have been obscured behind the imaginary curve. And so therefore, since you see the oil rigs and the horizon is behind the oil rigs and the furthest oil rig is
okay,
almost
I
10 miles
understand.
away,
Yeah.
we see too far. Okay, so do you have any more questions about that? I mean, we can, start helping you with your research right here. What are your questions about the geometry of this black swan observation?
I would like to ask you guys one question, and I would like to state something. It's not the statement is nothing to do with the Earth. It's only going. Yeah.
We try to keep it to the topic here.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll link it a bit.
So that's no, you don't want to address the
Okay, I'll
observation.
link it a lot. Okay.
It sounds like a lead up to a major some kind of exit troll going on here, but that's fine. Whatever. If you cannot. So what you're saying, Mr. A Swiss educational system product, is that you're incapable of commenting on the geometry that Central and others explained to you about how it is geometrically impossible for us to live on a globe of 3,959 miles, which is the claim in which the entire fantasy heliocentric model is based around. So it is not even close. So we're talking about the furthest oil rig being 9.41 miles away, the horizon being behind there, when according to the solid geometry math predicted by the globe model, it would only be 1.22 miles away. So what we're saying is when we go out in reality and test the math that we are given and the numbers that we are given, they're not even close. Darren, do you have any comments on what I just said right there? Can you comment on only that, please?
No, not really, but I was going to ask you guys something.
Shoot.
Okay.
Will you guys be here next week so I can present my presentation?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, let's schedule. We'll even make it an event, Zarn. You want it to be Zarn presents his evidence. What time? Like exactly this time in 1 week, Thursday at 5 my time. It's 5 p.m. Is this a good time for you?
Because I'm not sure.
You just need some more Professor Dave videos.
Yeah, watch. Yeah.
Then I can give you a nice role.
But what time are you gonna do it? What? Next week?
Yeah,
At
you
what time?
can. You can give me a role of confirmed retard if you want to.
No, we're not going to do any of
People
that
have been
stuff.
giving you roles left and right. But yeah, Elbow wants to know the time so we can all be back here. Same time, same station. Let's just say Thursday at this time. And then if you can't make it, I can edit the time. I'll create the event right now. If you can't make it, actually, he's not going to be able to DM me unless he friend requests me.
Can you do
can friend
Saturday?
request me and DM me or just message someone else. Days, yep, perfectly fine. Yeah, we have a slot. Yeah, Saturday. I mean, the Silvers and Golds could run it if they want to have Zarn as a special guest because the precious metals thing's kind of up for grabs. But maybe we should do it a different time Saturday in case they want to do something. So
And Zarn, I don't think we would give you the retard. We would give you the Swisser's brain role.
Yeah, that'll be more fun.
You should be proud of that. You should be proud.
Okay, can I ask you two more questions? They're very short. Well, Cyclone.
Presents his evidence.
Will the guy Cyclone be online then? It's a
Do
dumb
you like
question.
him, Wolfgang Hope? Is it Wolfgang Hope Cyclone with the wolf in the tuxedo? Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah, it's the guy who has like a wolf head, like his.
You want him to be there for your presentation? Yeah, he's a great guy. We can ask
Yeah,
him. We'll
I
invite
talked to him before. Yeah.
What time then? What time is it right now where you are?
23:13.
So 11 o'clock.
Okay, so it's like
Oh,
6
wait, sorry.
hours ahead of
That's
your.
European time. That's our concept. Wait, it's
That's fine. It's 23 and 11.
I understand. 11:13. I got it. I can handle it. So 6 hours ahead of now. So what time your time would be good on Saturday?
I don't. The time I'm not sure yet. I have to say it.
Okay.
That would be 10 p.m. our time, or at least Central Time in America.
Is this I don't know. We do 2 hours earlier than it is
2
right now.
hours earlier. Okay, yep. So I'm going to put, that'd be perfect because it'd be right after the normal precious metals time. So I'm going to put 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and then if you need to change something, you can let us know. Okay, Zarn presents his globe evidence. That's the name of the event. And we'll just, I don't know, what should we put? Server member. Zarn will do a presentation on the evidence for curvature and rotation of the Earth. We can always
What about gas pressure without a container? The evidence of that as well.
I think he
Know
should
anything
start
about
slow
that,
and just
Zarn? Yeah.
try to get the one thing at
Maybe
a
that
time.
could
I
be
think.
next week.
It already took him like 2 weeks to try to get this far, and we still have to wait another week for it.
I'll bet he didn't do shit in those 2 weeks.
No.
What? No, I did.
No, you didn't. You'd have something to present to us.
No, well, it's not done, so I can't do it right now.
Okay.
I want to add in there, and he will prove.
I said that
should I
before.
put, just for fun, it'll be kind of an inside joke for us, proving the superiority of the Swiss education system. Should I put that in there? That'd be funny, don't you think?
Do you think the American education system is better than the Swiss?
No.
No, we
in
think
general.
it's all
It'll have
trash.
to be an event 2 weeks from now. We'll do
No,
it.
don't be
Yes.
sarcastic.
That'd
Like it's a serious question.
No, we seriously think it's
be a
trash.
weekly event. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, all the
Oh, it's
education
gas.
systems are pretty much bunk. And, they give you statistics. This country, that country has better. You cannot believe those statistics.
Okay.
Just because you
Down the
can
line.
regurgitate what you've memorized.
Wait, can I just ask you a miscellaneous question?
Sure.
Name 3 countries in South America.
What?
No. I don't know. I just
Brazil,
want.
Uruguay,
No,
Argentina,
don't be scared.
Chile,
Chile.
Peru, French Guinea. I already said like 5.
Chile.
No, I asked Dandelion, not you, but okay. Okay, try.
They already
Five.
started
Name 5
answering
U.S.
before
states.
they answered.
They're not New York, California, or
Name.
Texas.
It's sort of a weird flex.
Name
Zarn.
all. Okay. How
Stop it.
about this? Name
Yeah, it's a
all
little IQ flex.
Scandinavian countries.
Okay, so what does
Dandelion.
it have to do with the Earth measuring flat? I'd like to know
Norway,
that.
Sweden, Denmark, Finland.
It's just a question for fun.
Name me one country that doesn't have a 24-hour clock.
Can you?
That's Canada.
Oh.
Are you trying to
Is it
show
the
that
same-
your school system is
Sweden
better because
also
you can
has
name
the same
countries?
These were supposed to be gotchas.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can, yeah.
Hey, Xan, what is the name of the current president in the U.S.?
What?
What's the name of the current president? Oh, come on, man. The current president of the U.S.
Wait, are you asking what the current president of the United States?
The name of the current president of the U.S. I mean, now you could have already Googled it after the third time of asking.
Joe Biden.
Wow, yeah.
That's incorrect. It's Joe Brandon.
Okay,
It's
so
not,
I
it's
just
Joe
put a link to the event there in the live stream. So if you click on interested, then you'll get a notification. So
Is it out on
hopefully
an
Zarn, you'll-
announcement date of the?
It's also, I'll announce it. Yeah, on the day of the event, I'll announce it. It's in the events at the very top. So you can go up there. If you say you're interested, then you'll get a notification when it's happening. You can get a notification like 10 or 15 minutes before. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Just a little public service announcement. We've never had a president of the United States. We've only had a selected puppet clown of the United States. So I just wanted to give that little.
Against Biden, okay.
Oh,
I
George
just want to give that
Washington was
little
our president.
PSA there.
Oh.
We only had one, George Washington.
I expected that.
Zarn, do you trust your politicians implicitly? That's a big word. Do you trust your politicians?
Wait, what was the word you said?
No, you see? Yeah, it's too big. Anyway, do you trust your politicians fully?
Do you trust
No,
the
not
government?
fully, but I do trust them.
Okay.
You cannot trust any person 100%.
That's true. Yes,
Well,
that's
your
true.
mother, like a really close one, but...
So, okay, so listen, are you going to trust everything NASA says 100%, or have they lied to you even once about their space stuff?
Wait, sorry, my screen is... But yeah.
Have they lied? Do you know if NASA has lied or not?
They probably have, but it's...
Probably have. Okay, so you
not
believe they have
important.
lied, but only about certain things.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, but they will lie about something that would make sense, not something for fun.
You can't divine what would make sense to them or not.
And they're not doing it for fun. That may be the last thing on their list. I'm sure they're having a little fun doing whatever evil shit they do. But the point is, we don't know anybody's motivation. And since we don't know that, they could be lying or they couldn't be lying. The best way to find out is to test the stuff. And the best way to test this stuff is to measure Earth curvature.
Yep. Is $68 million a day a good reason to tell this lie, Zarn? I think it would be.
They probably put that into stuff into space. You can even see when they rockets into space. You can go to the events when they do it.
Well,
they do launch into space. You can go when they do it. When they
you can go to space with them. You can verify that these rockets are going into outer space. A thermodynamics violation above a globe Earth that has been measured not to exist. You can go with them on that journey.
Do you know what falls down?
Yeah.
Do you think everything of the rocket falls down, or do you think something, or do you think one leaves and is gone for a very long time?
I don't know. Why you asked me? You just said that you could verify where the rockets are going. Do you know the answer?
He's got to do so much research.
Where do you think the rockets go?
Well, they all go parabolic out towards the ocean. Can you verify where they actually went?
They go to the ocean. They go to the ocean. That's where they last arrived. But when they shoot up the rockets into space, into the high sky,
into the thermodynamics violating Narnia outer space land that you believe in when they go there, you mean?
Narnia. That's your word, Narnia.
Well, I mean, the Earth can't be an open system with a, near perfect vacuum right adjacent to it. Violates fundamental laws of nature. So yeah, Narnia.
No, but where do you think the rockets go when they're just launched? They go up.
I just think that they launch them out and then down into the ocean.
Yeah, but where do they arrive when they?
Well, I don't know exactly where they arrive, but I'm going to say the answer I'm going to give you is not outer space, because that location violates thermodynamics and can't exist unless otherwise demonstrated.
No. Okay, but anyways, why would they launch up this? It's worthless.
Well, to put on a show, and for $68 million a day isn't worthless.
Yeah, but they don't use that money for just launching up stuff.
Yeah,
that costs so much damn money.
Yeah, that you're paying. What's it to them?
That's ridiculous.
It's not coming out of their pocket. It's coming out of yours. You're the one who's paying them to put on this big theater production that you think is reality.
Do you think I'm paying them?
Yeah, the taxpayer is.
The taxpayer?
Yeah, so
you know what that is right there? That's
what?
Called an assumption. You have no evidence of that whatsoever.
Okay, maybe you specifically are not a taxpayer, but the taxpayer is paying them.
Do you think the world is this corrupt?
Well, we can measure the Earth and demonstrate that their claim about what it is false. So I guess if that's how corrupt you mean, then yes, it is that corrupt.
Like you said, you can't trust humans.
Yeah. No, fully. That doesn't mean like 100%.
You can't.
Mean is 100% lying.
Yeah, and you just have to take them at their word when they put on their rocket theater show and all that. You just have to take their word that the rockets are going where they say they are. You can't validate that they went to the thermodynamics violating vacuum that they say is above your head. And what you can validate is that the Earth isn't what they're claiming it is, so they're not even doing any of this where they claim
Wait, can I?
are.
Hey, San, 1 second. Why are you so like out of your mind about why people would lie and blah 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 and so forth? Aren't you and everyone else in here, aren't we as people sometimes lie to maybe stay in a certain position or protect ourselves or what kind of way it might be, but sometimes we just automatically lie. And don't you think that when there are people that in higher ranks that they just don't do the same, maybe on very much bigger scale, because just the way humans are, the way you are sometimes, that you lie about things because you want to gain control over something?
Since when did I lie?
Oh, come on, man. You never
You
lied
just
in your
lied
life,
then.
or what?
You just lied then.
Yeah, that was a lie.
When?
Sarn, we had here.
When did I ever lie?
By saying that you don't lie is a lie.
Yes.
What?
You're
World
saying
too far gone, man. What kind of world produces such injustice?
Too far gone.
You've got to understand, though, Zarn, the question about whether or not they would lie downstream from the question of are they lying. And testing the Earth to see if it measures to be that thing that they say that it is how you measure, or is how you answer that question of whether they're lying. After that, then you can try to ascertain a motive, but first thing you have to do is check their claim to see if it holds up in reality, you know?
Wait, let me ask you this. Do you think it is absurd for someone, for a company, to spend billions and trillions of dollars to just waste on stuff just about to lie about something random?
I just told you that it's basically a money laundering scheme because it's your money.
How do they get money out of
your money?
it's
That's
not a waste. It's not a waste.
Or sorry, it's not your money because you claim to not be a taxpayer. So it's the taxpayers' money that they're getting to do all of this stuff with. For the
Do you
claim
think-
of exploring
do you
outer
think-
space and all the rest, they're getting money to do that. So it makes perfect sense for them to do all that.
Sam, do you think advertising on TV, radio, or on billboards is a waste for the companies spending money on advertising? Or, for example, they sometimes also do events, like sometimes you walk through the city and Coca-Cola, I don't know, gives you a free Coke. Do you think they just do this because they have no gain out of it? Like, come on, man. What is so hard about thinking?
Yeah, they're getting paid to put on this production.
It's ridiculous for someone to do this. Like the concept of this is stupid.
They're getting
really
paid.
strange.
That's stupid, Zarn.
Wait,
Is it stupid for them to do something that you pay them to do?
Please. Okay, let's say you made a company to make all mammals go extinct except for humans. And then you ask, hey, we're going to lie about mammals were reptiles and they were super space goats and stuff.
Weird hypothetical.
Do you
I
think the
can't see how it's
government is
profitable.
going to fund the taxes to this?
I guess if it were profitable.
Do you think so? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, there's no evidence that
Onward.
anybody's doing that to start with, so weird
So
hypothetical.
it's a yes.
Well,
No.
remember when I
Okay,
told
so
you that
it's
you
no.
first have to determine whether they are lying or not before you ask whether it makes sense for the lie to happen?
No, but wait. Please, can you just say yes or no to this
Well, do we have
question?
any evidence that your hypothetical scenario is actually occurring in reality?
What do you mean?
Well, is that hypothetical situation you just laid out, is there any evidence for that actually happening in reality?
No, it's a simulation.
Okay, perfect. So it's not analogous because there is evidence for the other thing we're talking about happening. There's none for
Evidence of what? The
of
Earth being flat.
Yeah, there's lots of evidence for
made
that.
of
And lots of
iron.
evidence that the people who say otherwise are lying or being dishonest about that.
Okay,
So-
you know what? I'm
so they're not
going to
analogous.
stop this here. I'm going to meet you guys next week.
Okay.
As you said 1 week before, right?
What?
As you said last week, right? You're gonna come up with
Oh no,
something.
now it's a scheduled event. So we'll make sure to remind him.
Guys,
Right?
I
We'll
don't
start messaging him. We'll
guys,
start
I don't
messaging him
know
like on
when I'm
Friday.
done or
Make sure he
finished.
remembers to show up. Yeah.
He
You
ain't
can come back
having.
before that to practice. You can come back
He
to
will.
practice before that.
Trust me, I will do a prediction. He will not have anything, to come up with that has anything to say.
Well, we already know there's no Earth curve, which is the whole point of his presentation. But it'll be
Right.
fun.
Yeah, chance, but my prediction is that there will be nothing, man.
Hey, if you want to put us in our place, guy, it's just Earth curvature, right? We got a lot of other arguments that do destroy the globe model, but the easiest one to understand and therefore should be to find is just Earth curvature. We're looking for drop over distance.
I miss Matthew. Where's Matthew? Where's my main man, Matthew, when you need him?
Yeah, we really need Matthew. He always has the best stories, and they're so relaxing.
He's actually fun to talk to, from the globe side. He's actually interesting.
Yes, because it's like I don't know. He's a good storyteller. He should do a YouTube channel where he tells people a lot of cool stories, and they click on the videos to listen to the cool stories. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, we traded Matthew for this.
I mean, I gotta say, man, Matthew has some great editing skills. He should be working at NASA. I don't understand why they didn't.
Matthew's an old hand, though. This kid's sort of.
Right.
We need to clone Matthew. We need to get a female version of Matthew. We need to get another Matthew. We need to get like 3 or 4 Matthews.
Come back, Matthew.
Matthew, come back.
We didn't mean it.
It would be so funny if he would just show up now.
The funny thing is with the old hands like Matthew, it gets to the point where all they can actually do is just admit over and over that they just have to assume their globe in every case.
It reminds me of that song from the 80s. Matthew, come back. You can blame it all on me.
Matthew, come back.
Every single argument he makes, it just boils down to assuming the globe. Every time.
In the 80s sure beats that music today. That's for darn sure.
We thought the 80s were bad. That used to be the thing when I was growing up. Oh, 80s music. I guess it's because I was a 90s kid and that seemed way cooler at the time. But now looking back, that had some pretty cringe stuff too.
Tough getting old because you date yourself whenever you say you like the 80s music, like I did. It was like, well, he had to be a certain age before he really liked the 80s music, so do the math, and he's kind of old by now.
I guess that's why 90s kids didn't like the 80s music as much, because there was like a whole paradigm shift with music at that time.
Yeah, synth music kind of changed it. Changed a lot of the feel, especially with beat machines. Definitely changed the feel of music.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's gotten weird. I agree,
80s
Jen.
music is the shit, bro. What are you talking about? I love 80s music. What's wrong with 80s music? And people that like 90s music don't hate 80s music. What's that mean?
80s music.
What does all that mean, bro?
You know, there was like a paradigm shift in popular culture with music, particularly like grunge kind of taking out hair metal.
That would have been in the early 90s, though.
Yeah, and so you just grew out of one and into the other. What's the big deal?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that 90s kids had a bias, so I'm just saying I had a bias. That's all.
Good. 90s kids did, huh? I don't remember that.
I don't know. I'm
I
generalizing.
wasn't
Maybe
a
I
living
just
a
speak
90s
for
kid. I guess I
Eh?
was an 80s kid. Well, I was really a 70s kid, but.
Remember the early 2000s? Limp Bizkit! Get up!
Yeah,
That's
I like
what it all
Limp
felt
Bizkit too. I like all kinds of music, bro. That's why I don't understand what you guys are talking about. I've always liked all the music. There's a few types of bands and certain types of singers that I don't like. Like the girly ones and just the weird stuff. But I've always liked music. I just don't see it that way anyway. I like all kinds of music. I like country. I like rock. I like grunge. I like all that kind of stuff, bro. Like everything, even rap. I like some of it. Not all of it, but
You don't like all of it? You hater.
well, I mean, I don't have to like all of anything, do I? I like ice cream, but I don't like every kind of ice cream. Garlic ice cream is kind of gross, but I guess if I was really desperate, I'd eat it.
You don't
Not
like every kind of ice
particularly.
cream?
I mean, I've eaten it. I've had anchovy ice cream too. It's pretty horrible, but it was a dare. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I like plenty of 80s music too. I'm just shooting the breeze here.
I know you're just messing around.
Yeah, so right now there's a bunch of good early 90s albums that are hitting their 30th anniversaries. There's a lot of good music in the early 90s. A lot of solid classic records.
Oh, yeah. You guys heard Nirvana?
Who's that?
I don't know. I'm just looking into it.
Oh, yeah, I love Nirvana.
Oh, well, never mind.
You're probably not going to find a band I
I
like.
like the Weird Al parody of Nirvana better. If you ever heard that one where he says, "And I'm
Yeah,
yelling,
that one's funny.
and I'm screaming, and you can't hear what I'm saying." It's a good one.
Weird Al crushes. He probably has more Grammys than most artists you would think of.
Does he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got like 3 or 4 Grammys or something like that. Yeah.
I like his music videos too. I usually don't watch music videos, but like the Weird Al ones are very funny.
Oh, yeah. Definitely that late 80s, early 90s vibe.
Now who's the hater?
I was just kidding when I called you a hater.
Did you guys a couple days ago hear my collaboration with John Lennon? The former Beatle.
Who's that?
What does he know? Scared?
I've been talking. Yeah, Jim. I've been talking to John Lennon through my dreams, and he gave me the okay to change his famous song called "Imagine." Would you like to hear it?
Let it rip.
Imagine there's a flat Earth. It's easy if you try. No planets above us, only God's sky. Imagine all the people believing in flat Earth truth. They say I'm a dreamer, though I'm not the only one. Someday you'll come and join us, and the world will be known as flat Earth.
Yeah, the only critique I would add is it's the globe that needs to be imagined.
Okay, let's see where I missed. Imagine all the people. Oh, I was just saying, let's all imagine the people believing in flat Earth truths. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a PayPal account. I'm going to download it onto voice text. If you want to send in $5, $10, $20, $30, $100, that'd be fine. Thanks.
That Imagine song was like them thinking about what the heliocentric model would mean for humanity. Like Carl Sagan in this overview effect. You'll give peace a try, nuclear disarmament. You're like, there must be, if anything's possible, you just look out into the universe and imagine it, and it's true. They were trying to imagine a world without violence, and they couldn't do it because the people who were presenting the heliocentric model were a bunch of psychopaths. They lied to you. There's nothing to imagine. There's no space out there. There isn't some sort of endless universe where you can think about that, sprinkles fall from the clouds and whatever. Rainbows and unicorns, and the only world you have is right here. That's it. So if the globe people really want fathers to start believing in something, give it a world worth believing in. I mean, they could start there.
I mean, that's the sad thing is you have all these young people, just believing in this outer space myth, a dream that they're going to go there. It's just so absurd. I mean, even before the most recent push, I remember back when the Star Trek Next Generation shows were airing on TV, live, and that was like the 90s, right? People were like obsessed with. I know they were obsessed with the original Star Trek, but that was, kind of lame. Like that when they put on the Next Generation, it was like there was another push toward oh, isn't space cool? I was always like, what? Like, what's cool about that? It was always like they're making this fake environment to kind of simulate Earth, right? Like they put a greenhouse up there and everything about it just seemed ridiculous to me. Like, oh, you're going to bring your oxygen up there, bring your plants up there, do all this stuff. Like, why don't you just stay here? Like, why would I want to go up there? I never understood why anyone would want to go up there where you can't even breathe. You know what I mean? Of course, we know now that it's all a lie. Like, it's not even there. But the fact that they can get people to think that's somehow better, it must be, I guess, because the people are so out of touch with nature and the world that they don't enjoy or appreciate what's right in front of them. I guess. I mean, I still don't even know if anybody can explain it to me. Please do.
What I thought was interesting about that show is they tried to portray this Captain Jean-Luc Picard, the greatest human being who ever lived, stared down the Q continuum and was able to stop humanity from being destroyed and whatnot. I'm like, dude, he's like a naval officer. These people aren't known for being very good people. Like he didn't find some preacher or some deeply spiritual person or something like that. He found some warmonger. Like, how is that?
Right. Yes. And they were always lame. I mean, the whole stupid Prime Directive, somebody was just talking about that the other day about how lame the Prime Directive was, but they explained it in terms of the propaganda, which I had never thought of before, that it's like putting that in people's mind as if that was a thing. You can't interfere with developing cultures. It's like an excuse for them for their whole alien lie they're developing about, these great aliens that are out there somewhere. Oh, and if you don't believe in any of the other savior narratives, we got great aliens that are going to come one day and save us too. You know what I mean? It's like I never looked at it that way before because I always thought the Prime Directive was lame when you're watching it. Plus, they break it all the time. It's like, yeah, we have this rule, but we're just going to help these guys over here because we feel like it. You know what I mean? But I never thought about it how it was part of the whole propaganda of an excuse for why these alleged people are out there, but no, actually come here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Prime Directive, their one rule, do not interfere with the evolution of alien species because they're afraid that they'd be perceived as gods or something along those lines. And then there's a million caveats of how they can break the Prime Directive. Like anything you can think of. If you just think of some reason for why you can break it, go ahead. You're good. You just got pencil whip it.
Ridiculous show.
Yeah, just completely pencil whip the report as to why you broke the whatever sort of they can do no wrong. Like no matter what they did, it was okay because their intentions were pure.
Space, the final big lie. These are the voyages of the fake ship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission
Yeah, and more.
to
Yeah,
explore strange new CGIs, to seek out new hoaxes and new fabrications, to boldly go where no imagination has gone before. Woo, 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 woo.
yeah. Morvis put this link up earlier that he actually, I think it was, oh no, it's Gospel Bear put up the link for these two like women in space things. I could only watch one, and then this is the one I watched. I'll put it up there. Not recommended if you just ate. Women of Artemis. Meet NASA physicist Jennifer Inman. I couldn't even watch the other one after I watched this one because it really like just grinded my gears, because there's so many things wrong with it. I mean, seriously, I should probably do an episode of just like a Mystery Science Theater commentary on this, where just, every few seconds I could pause and, rant about another thing. But the worst is at the end where she talks about how, and a girl just came into our, wherever they are, her workplace, I guess, and she was wearing a NASA shirt, and I was able to tell her about the Artemis mission and who Artemis was in mythology, and now she wants to go to space camp. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just so sick. I mean, but the thing that the overall, this is a very good demonstration for the people who don't understand compartmentalization or how the lie can be carried on. Like they think everyone in NASA has to be in on it. Like this lady's not in on it. She's pretty dim-witted. You can tell just from the way she talks. And so I think she believes, and you can tell from the things she's saying that she does, which are mostly just on the computer. You know what I mean? Like they're just doing these launches like we see, and then they go off, and we know they go into the ocean and whatever. And she's doing like recovery, parachutes and all this stuff. Like they don't need to know; they just have to believe, and then they think what they're doing is really important, and they're doing their little computer stuff,
Right.
and the most of them are just average level people. She even talks about the imposter syndrome, because you can tell she's kind of like, gosh, I'm working at NASA, how did that happen? Because they don't want anybody who has brains in there, right? Because they don't want
Right.
them to figure it out. It's an excellent demonstration. You know what, I'm going to put it in the why would they lie section with
I
maybe a
can
tiny bit
see.
of commentary, just so people can understand that very few people need to lie. Like this woman, I don't think she's lying. I think this Jennifer Inman is just right in there, true believer.
I can see the fluoride shining from her teeth. And the other thing is, if you look at the background of her computer, you see once again 1032, right? On March 4, 1032. They always like the numbers.
I don't know what that means. Are you telling me that has a significance? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of advertisements where you also see the 32 and on clock a lot of times, because it's just like right before 33, which is the highest degree of masonry. I don't think that's a coincidence. Oh, by the way, by the way,
I'll put up the other one, even though I haven't actually watched it, but just in case anyone wants to watch this other woman in space thing, because I find it very sad that they're pushing this on young women, especially I mean, there are some women who I guess, get into that stuff, but I don't, I personally think that's, the earth is the realm of the feminine, traditionally, and the sky is the realm of the masculine. And most women I know are pretty down to earth. Like, why can't we just let women be down to earth? Like, I don't know why they have to push all this propaganda on young girls. That's why the end of that video is what really upset me the most, where she was talking about that, because it's fine if, they naturally want to do that, but there's this huge like propaganda push to try to make girls think that's what they're supposed to do. Like, that's the superior path or something like, and that's been going on forever. I mean, even when I was young, I remember like people asked me what I wanted to do. My mom was a wife and mother, stayed home, took care of us. So when people asked me in school what I wanted to do, I said, oh, I want to be a mother. I'd like to have 12 children. You can't do that. You have to have a career. Even if you want to be a mother, you have to have a backup plan. Like, I was not allowed. Like, I was even going to write my paper on being a mother, and they're like, oh no, you have to pick something else. So I wrote it on. I wanted to be a librarian or a teacher because I felt like, oh, that's pretty close, But like, why couldn't I write a paper on I want to be a mother? I couldn't. I wasn't allowed to. Used to be that was considered to be a perfectly fine vocation in and of itself. I guess I'm talking to myself now, so you guys can't relate.
That's an important topic, though. I relate to that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you all have women in your lives.
Because I have a 4-year-old daughter, and like my child's mom, her mom was like that. Like, no, you got to play the field for at least 10 years. You got to have your full career first before you just be promiscuous, play the field, and then maybe 10 years down the line, you'll start a family or something type of thing. And that was so damaging. Because now, as it turns out, she loves being a mom. And she was robbed of that.
Beautiful. So she will pass, does she have a daughter?
Yeah. We have a daughter.
Yeah, so at least to her, yeah.
Her mom credits me with destroying her daughter and turning her, because, she wanted to raise a Marxist. And that was not going to happen being with me. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that they act like they're giving women choices, but they don't. Like, I just told you my experience, and that was a while ago. Like, now it's way worse, right? They don't have that choice. They have choices as long as they don't choose a traditional choice, because then it's like, you're being oppressed,
Yeah. Being tied down by $200,000 in debt isn't oppressive at all. But being with a loving family and thriving.
Your liberal Democrats of the 1990s have turned into the woke Marxist totalitarian thugs in the 2020s.
Yeah.
But I think what your testimony, I think that's important for young women to realize that that if they are feeling called to motherhood, they don't have to listen to these people. Like when I was having my children, like people were left and right were like, oh my gosh, you're having another child, you're pregnant again, because these are all people who have bought,
the carbon footprint.
The propaganda. But I just ignored them. It's like, yeah, I'm doing that. It's none of your business. I'm not asking you to pay for them. But anyway, but the thing, that's what the people react to when you're doing it. So like, if you're not following your heart and you're doing, like you said, you're listening to what someone else is telling you to do. The thing that happened to me over and over and over again when I'm actually out with these children is women who have 0, 1 or 2 children would say, gosh, one lady, I'll tell you this little story. This is only one of many occurrences. Was at my daughter's high school event for my daughter, but had all my little kids there, too. So, because I have 6 children altogether. And she came up to me, she had 2 children. And her one son was just about to graduate with my daughter. And, so she was going to be done. That was her youngest. said, gosh, my biggest regret is not having more children. I really wish I had. And then that lady died like the next year. I knew her and her husband I'd gone to high school with and so on. So anyway, like to me, that was the last when she died, because she had like a blood aneurysm or something. I remembered like that was our last conversation. I was so glad she was honest with me. You know what I mean? Because it was encouraging to me, because I'm sitting here like trying to raise a high schooler, drive her to all her events with the car seats and the breastfeeding and all this stuff, like chaotic life, you know. But she supported me, you know. She was like, gosh, you're doing something I wish I'd done. And that meant so much to me, because I think a lot of people have feelings that they don't express, you know what I mean? So like, and so I do think, you know, that if people want to have children, they should feel free to do it. And if people, you know, some people might give you a hard time, even people close to you might be like, what are you doing having children? How dare you think that sex leads to reproduction? What kind of a crazy Stone Age person are you? Well, didn't you know sex is only for recreation and to acquire venereal diseases? You think it makes children? What the hell's wrong with you? Ignore those people.
Men too.
Because when you have your beautiful children, they will be blessings in your life, and you know, wonderful gifts and opportunities for growth for you. Plus you have beautiful women like the one I told you about, who will make it all worthwhile. Or little ladies that came up to me in church, you know, you got 5 boys, that's an automatic ticket into heaven. You know, like just little comments like that all the time. It was like, wow, thank you so much, because you know what it's like. And so yeah, I'm here to encourage anybody that's starting out, you know, just have your children and it'll be cool.
That's great. 'Cause I was the male version of that. Like when I was younger, I was like, I bought into the whole independent thing. You know, I don't need to get married right now. I don't need to start a family right now. And that was the stupidest thing I ever did in my life. Like that was so dumb that I bought into that. And also I had like a best friend and a brother that was very like misogynistic and like all women are sluts type of thing, like that type of mindset. And I bought into the independent thing, and then waited way longer to start a family. That was so dumb. Like I was just straight up idiot.
Yeah, because I think the women who are most likely to be loyal are probably like matching off early. You know what I mean? Like I think about that about my sons, because some of them are getting older. I'm like, what kind of advice am I going to give them? You know what I mean? I'm not going to give them that advice you got for sure, because like, because a lot of my friends, you know, children that I've seen, you know, pair off, like they get married really early. My homeschooling group,
You're gonna be
like,
left with scraps.
they get married at like 19. Yeah. And then most of them are virgins. They get married, like, you know, they're very religious and so on. And they like, you know, and they so far like seem to be really happy. I don't know. Like that's how people used to do it. It seemed to work for a long time. I don't know.
I actually had to go back to one of my best friends and tell him, because I've been known as the guy that researches whatever it may be, 9/11 or this, that. I'm known as that guy or whatever. And so some of my friends are a little intimidated to even bring the topics up because they haven't researched it or anything. But I actually went back to a friend of mine because he has a family. He was the one that started early, like when he's like 16, 17. But I went back to him and was like, look, dude, you are all the way woke. Like you are at the precipice. What you have done is all the way woke. Like, forgive me for the word woke, but you know what I mean? Like people say, oh, I'm on this level, I'm on that level. I know about the globe lie. I know about this. I know about the fractional reserve banking. I know about the small hats. I know about this. But the very top of the precipice is starting a successful family. So I told him that. I said, you beat me to it this whole time. It took me 10 years to figure that out, but he beat me to it a long time ago.
I mean, I think that's what I think the flat earth, I mean, at least for me, I don't know how it is for you guys, but once I realized the globe was alike, like I know people around here still research, you know, other stuff and everything, which is fine. Like if people are into that and have time for that, like I not like opposed to people doing that, like, but just personally, I'm just so uninterested in it. It's actually been a great gift because it's gotten me like just kind of laser focused, pretty much except for when I'm here in Discord, like just laser focused on like what's going on like right around me. You know what I mean? Because like what other people are doing, there's nothing. I know there's nothing out there. There's nobody out there who like has any answer I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Because I'll even find people sometimes I kind of like their articles or blog posts. I'll like listen to some podcasts and stuff, but they're still on the planet. On the globe, like every time they say this planet, this and that, it's not like people can't be right about one aspect without getting the whole picture. But as soon as they say that, I know, oh, you haven't really followed the trail all the way. So like, yeah, I mean, I could take what you say and like integrate it, but like, I don't really need to like be running around like scouring, the internet or even books necessarily for like the wisdom, right? Anymore. I'm just and I'm not even to say like I'm not in any way. Do not misinterpret me as saying like I am now enlightened. No, I'm just like it's the opposite. I'm like not even like looking for any enlightenment anymore. Just kind of like I'm just gonna hang out here and plant my garden, watch the birds, play with my children. Like there's what else should I be doing? You know what I mean? It's like the world's run by psychopaths. Like I participate in society to some extent, but like what else should I doing except just living in the present moment? Like, who can tell me I should be doing something else when you guys this place is run by psychopaths. Half 90% of these people are just doing whatever it tells them to do on TV. It's like it's taking a lot of the pressure off. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? It makes the ordinary seem more beautiful. Yeah.
Mic check. Mic check.
Oh yes, who are we talking to? Hello there.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, it's sunny. Is it morning?
No, it's afternoon. Maybe it'll be better when the heroin wears off.
Did you just
I'm only
wake up?
kidding. I'm just joking. So
I've never tried heroin. I don't think I ever will want to.
Dandelion.
I get addicted. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't. You guys probably want to give me some.
Morning and heroin time.
Wait a second. I thought I would just start out with a joke. So anyway, Dandelion,
that was hilarious,
love you.
Honey. Yes,
Dandelion,
joking about drug addiction is so wonderful.
Wait, Dandelion, I love you. I love listening to you. When you were saying that you thought you were talking to yourself. I was listening the whole time, and what you just said about paying attention to what's like right in front of me, right here. What's wrong with that, right?
Right, I know that. I think that's like I think that that's pretty much what Mr. Anderson was saying. It's like even though people might think the pinnacle and they're chasing after something, it's like it's a huge accomplishment in this crazy world to just like live your life that's right in front of you. Like that shouldn't be a difficult thing to do, but it is, right? You have to keep like warding off all these distractions and everything.
I have a lyric that I wrote and for Imagine also from the other point of view, and that's just a teaser. I'll clue you in on it. It's almost done actually. So
hey, I always say the world is run by psychopaths who have hired clowns to rule over sheep or to govern over sheep.
I'm telling you. The psychopathic clown works for me. You know why? Because it fits in more cases than not. Prove me wrong. That it's not a psychopathic clown in charge of the whole overall thing. If you look at it, is so crazy, so psychotic that it's got to be this psychopathic clown. Sticking with that.
And that is, and I know some of you guys, I know for sure because people have said it to me before. You guys think I like stick my head in the sand because I don't pay a lot of attention to like what happens on the news and that kind of thing. But that is the female prerogative. I have to tell you. I mean, that's the thing is even the hormones make that occur. You've heard of pregnancy brain. I mean, that occurs, or that is a scientific fact that the pregnancy brain makes you like focus on like what's right in front of you, so you can't remember things. I've experienced it like more than 6 times, 6 live births, 3 miscarriages. And that you just become like it's the nesting instinct, right? You just become like hyper focused on the now, like what's right in front of you for obvious reasons, because you have to take care of this helpless child. So in general, just the female hormones become more intense during pregnancy. They're there all the time. Because I remember my friend in 2017 asking me like, "Oh, what news source do you think is good?" Because I was like, saying some mainstream story was nonsense or whatever. I'm like, yeah, my news source, just opening the window, looking out there. Oh, is anybody coming to get me? Nope. Okay, I'll just go back to what I'm doing. Like, I'll post this stuff in the news, just like somebody's coming to get you tomorrow. Watch out, you're gonna die. Like, no, I see no one coming up the path with a gun or knife, so guess I'm okay. I mean, what news source do I need besides that?
That's it. That's all you need. For thousands and thousands and thousands of years, that's all you did know was your immediate surroundings. You're not designed to take on 10 billion bits of anxiety and stress a day. We're not designed for that.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm not saying that I manage to stay in the bubble I attempt to stay in. I mean, occasionally something will leak through, but every time it does, I feel like I guess I'm supposed to know that stupid thing because I listen to my classical music station on my clock radio when it goes off in the morning, and every hour they have a news thing. If I don't get to it fast enough, it gives me 3 headlines like 2 minutes before it goes back to classical music. And the other day they gave me one that just pissed me off. That was like 5 or 6 days ago. I was so mad the entire day. But that's fine too. Once in a while, I take in one thing and then I process it.
I definitely overconsume information. I'm definitely guilty with that. I recognize it, and I make sure I go in the garden and spend time looking at the birds, whatever, at least however times a day. But I'm definitely over consuming info and social media and videos and whatever the hell else.
We've been conditioned to oversensitize, like to be overstimulated. That's part of the programming. It's not all our fault. It's actually the design, part of the design. I'm confident in that part of this mind control system. But anyway.
Yeah, and I think that's not I just have one more thing they're going to play for us. That it's not I'm not necessarily saying my way is the best because because then when you become understimulated, the stuff does affect you way more. So like, you know what I mean? Like if you guys are like people are all on their own paths. Like if you're regularly doing stuff, that's fine. Like I don't know, very short story. When I used to like be even, no computer, no nothing, no electricity, living like literally in the Rocky Mountains with my backpack and so on. And I came back from Montana for Christmas break. I think I've told you guys this story a long time ago. Probably different people were here. And my friends took me to see The Prince of Tides. It was like a traumatic event. I hadn't seen any screens, nothing for so long. It was like, oh my God. I seriously had nightmares, flashbacks. It was like the bad things happened to me. Like, whoa. So I don't necessarily recommend, my mode because then when you do hear the one thing, it affects you a ton. All right. So that's my little statement there. I'm not saying my way is necessarily the best because you also have to adjust to that. If you do not become desensitized to it, then every little thing does have a huge effect on you. But yes, Sonny, I totally want to hear. You're playing this new song for us. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's the parody. So here we go. Imagine if everybody believed in one huge lie, that the earth is spinning, when above us is always the same skies. Imagine when the people living on flat earth. Sorry. Hold on. Let me see. I kind of messed it up. Let's see. Imagine if everybody believed in one huge lie, that the earth is spinning. Do you see how all birds fly ocean of the sky. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll wake up and the world will know reality.
Yay!
Woo, nice. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Hey,
And you
Sonny.
just happened to have written that, and then Jim did his.
No,
And you
I
had
heard
already
him.
written that
No, I've heard
before?
him. No, I've heard him for a couple of days singing this. So I got
Oh,
an
I hadn't heard him
idea
sing that
after he sang
before.
it today. I sat down with my notebook and I wrote the lyrics, but I need to work on them because they don't fit the tune exactly. I got to add some.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I would have used my guitar too, but somebody stole it a month ago.
Oh shoot, that's the one thing.
I'm just kidding.
That's a good joke though. That's the one thing I've never really actually had stolen, except by my own brother. But that one is going to return. He promises.
Hey, you know what else somebody stole from me? My globe. I was so mad.
That globe got flat smacked.
They let the air out of my basketball, and now it's flat.
Smashed all the pieces. You know what? It's kind of good that there is no bending water in reality, because that way I can go down to the local convenience store and pick me up a 6-pack of Bendy Light.
And I've heard there's lemon flavored Bendy Light with meniscus now. Hey.
Oh, the lemon flavor with meniscus Bendy Light. Yes. I'm going to write that on my list.
That was very nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I hear that if you keep refining it, I'd like to hear what your new lyrics are. It was hard. Sometimes when you hear things one time, you can't catch all the lyrics. Like, for example, when I hear that "Why Would They Lie" song, I always catch new lyrics every time I hear it.
Yeah, I thought it would start it with that part, because imagine if everyone believed in one huge lie. Think about that the earth is spinning. And then I just started writing a story about birds. Do you see how birds fly in any direction they want, no matter the motion of the sky? Imagine if the earth was flying at 1.5 million mph terminal velocity. So I'll get it. That's funny as hell. Wait a minute, let me read the rest, because I couldn't sing it the way I wrote it because it wasn't matching the song. Say there. Okay, here we go. You would say they're. Wait a minute. You would say they are the schemers, but they're not the only ones. I hope someday you'll wake up and the world will know reality. See, that'll work.
I think Sonny and I need to get a PayPal account together, because I hear it's quite expensive to go up into Elon Musk's next trip into space. And I know Sonny and I want to go for sure.
I have a PayPal account, so if you want to support this this project and others for your pleasure, listening, and entertainment, yeah, let me know. DM me, and I'll send you the link for my PayPal. Thanks.
I just want a PayPal account so I can go to outer space, the next time they go up.
I'm not used to promoting myself, so it's like I'm freaking shaky. But anyway, yeah, that'd be great. I can't wait to do more projects, and probably in the next 2 years I'll be able to travel and move around and take the California flat Earth to the entire nation. You think I'm kidding? Sonny don't kid too much. Actually, that's hilarious.
Oh yeah, you know what? Also, you know what I wanted to say about also escaping to nature, because I think, yeah, if I had my way, I would just again go and live in nature. and not deal with society at all. But the reason I stopped doing that was because I decided that you could live that way to be wonderful, like for yourself, right? Because it is healthier. You're not being assaulted by all this propaganda and stuff. But I realized, oh gosh, I'm going to be living, here like all by myself in natural world, like is way better. But I remember making that decision to return to society, and so like lately I've kind of been regretting it. But you guys do help me, feel like it was the right decision, that there is some purpose in like trying to have some effect on society, even though half the time it seems like we're not really having any effect. Sonny, you missed. We had 3. Are they still here? Because I have to decide what adjectives to use to describe them. If they're gone, I can be more honest. Yeah, they're all gone. 3, like, oh my gosh, what is the nicest adjective I can use? Just like kind of is slow the right word? I don't want to say. They were very like recalcitrant. There we go. Recalcitrant globalists.
Recalcitrant. I'll
And
have to look
just
up that word. Could you just
yes,
do a quick?
recalcitrant. Let me think. What's a that was my nice way of saying it. And so you don't know what that means, so I'm gonna have to be more explicit. They were just stubborn. There we go. We'll just call them stubborn. Just like it just not able to like take in information. It's just so
Stubborn.
frustrating.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and then and when the thing that's most frustrating to me is because their frame of mind. They come in here and they think they're superior to us, right? That they're going to enlighten us with their vast globe knowledge, that we're just, retarded, backward flat earthers, and they have to come in and show us how it really is, even though they have no evidence and so on. And like they never realize it. They're not ever embarrassed. They don't realize like the last guy kind of did. Oh, Sonny, and we created an event. It's next Saturday if you want to come and see his evidence. Darn, he's going to present his evidence for curvature
Okay.
rotation, which he admitted that he did not have, even though he came in here
Okay.
saying
Yeah.
he had a Google Doc disproving flat Earth, and he's sure it's a globe and this and that. At least that guy like did admit he had no evidence, and supposedly he's going to gather some. But like so often, it's just sad to me that they're still defending something and still think they're right, even though and no matter how much evidence or logic is presented, they just do not even begin to think. Like if I went into a room full of people like back before I understood the truth, and they started like showing me all this stuff, like I would shut up. I researched it all on my own, like never actually talked to anyone. But back when that was happening, when I started to realize, oh my gosh, like there's no evidence for this globe, like never would I have kept arguing for it when I realized I had nothing. It's hard for me to even, because people will say, oh, remember, you once were a glober. Like, no, I was never a Kermit who we had in here, or a Samoy set, or even a Zarn. Like, I don't think any of us were. So that's what makes me wonder, like, is that kind of person, like, is there any hope really for them to get off the globe? Because I guess some people have told me that they were those people, it's like maybe it's a personality thing. I think, was it Lou who told me that? I think so. Lou told me he was one of those people, that he argued against it. But like, I don't, I never argued for the globe once I started to look into flat Earth, even before I realized it, because I knew, oh, this is an open question. This is not a open and shut case. Like I didn't think it was flat. I thought, oh, somewhere I'm going to find something, right? But I hadn't found it yet, so I shut my mouth and said nothing. It's just, but maybe it's a
Just
personality thing.
Yeah, correction there. No, I didn't really fight for the globe or anything. Once I just, I wasn't willing to go all the way and like say like for sure that the Earth was flat. I kept that on the fence role for quite a while, leaving room for that shadow of doubt until eventually it was just like there was no point. I hadn't argued a single thing for the globe for like a year and a half or something. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely a flat earther. I might as well wear this heading. No, I didn't really
That's how
argue
it
for the
normally.
globe.
That's okay. Yeah, and that's how when we do see people like transition over, that's how it usually happens, right? They just kind of hang around here for a while, and then they eventually be like, "Yeah, guess I haven't found anything." So yeah, like these. So do you think, Lou? So I mischaracterized you. I'm sorry. I was just
Next time, just make sure I'm not here, and it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I know. I thought you were like a counterexample to my claim, but now you're agreeing that there's no hope for these people, right?
Pretty much. No, if you're there's very little. I mean, I've only seen. There's only one person I can think of. There's probably, I'm sure there's more, but there's only one person I can think of who, that we argued against a lot. That like what who was a Jim Panda goon who eventually after a couple of years of him arguing on the globe side, he switched to the flat Earth, and I think that's amazing.
Brummy.
But it's very, very rare. Very rare. Almost impossible.
Is Brummy our example? Is he the example?
No, I'm thinking of Reasons, which is what is it? I always forget the name he goes by right now.
That's the same guy.
Yeah, that's Brummy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, same dude.
Well, if
It's the
one
only one I
person
can
has
think
done
of.
it, then there is hope. Okay, yeah. I mean, if one person's done it, then it can be done. There you go.
This is why I'm like going to other spaces is just completely toxic. Like if the globalist controlled space, you won't even get a chance to get there before they think. Like they said, this woman said you're a flat earther. Yep, they've debunked the flat Earth. I'm like, okay, what is it? What did you debunk? And he's like, the normal spiel about like, it's a disk in space and all this stuff. I go, nope, that's not flat Earth. Flat Earth is geocentric. And then after going through it, just back and forth with him for like a couple weeks, in text only. It turns out the guy's also an atheist, like duh, right? A lot of these anti-flat earthers are atheists. So I said, here, use this for your with a flat earther is. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models, even more so when presented by religious institutions. And then it got into the conversation where NASA isn't religious, and then once he learned NASA's part of the federal government, and the motto is "In God We Trust." Then he, like after going back and forth with him just about government, he finally says, you know what, you're right. You're right that there's these branches of government and NASA's part of government and all this stuff, but I hate you. And then banned me. So even when you get close to like a breakthrough with some of these people, their hatred will just bleed through, and like this guy admitted he learned something, but it didn't matter to him because at the end of the day, he's not going to listen to what flat earthers have to say. He'll fight it, even if it's objectively true.
Yeah, and I can understand that. Like, I get it. Like, I've always known, like, for some people, the need to, like, be part of the group, or be, like, accepted into society or whatever, like, follow the mainstream, whatever you want to call it, is, like, way stronger in some people, than in others. I mean, I don't know if that's, like, a genetic thing or if it's an environment thing or what it is, but, like, so I try to have, like, empathy for these people. I mean, I'm not always so good at it, but I do try. I mean, I get the point. Like, I don't have that trait, I never have, but other people do. And then there's other things that I struggle with that, maybe they're great at, so I get it. But it's unfortunate that in this particular case, like the urge to fit into the group, is actually, countering their personal progress, in my opinion, in terms of like actually accepting reality and finding peace. I mean, you're permanently stuck in this state of cognitive dissonance. Like, that's not good for you, There probably was a time when being part of the group was a healthy thing, right? When we had, I don't know, I think at one time we had like at least a healthier society than we have now. Like, at least you could like think that like other people were gonna like look out for your children and stuff, not just try to like program them with their political agenda or like, whatever, pervert them or whatever. Like, you could look when my mom was in school, she tells me stories. It sounds like, like it sounds like idyllic, the way she describes school. It's like, wow, like you actually went and like learned stuff and people didn't misbehave and like the parents backed up the teachers and like you were there to learn how to read and write and do math, like, wow, what a concept. I mean, that's only, she went to school like in the 1950s, I think. Okay, so I mean, I don't, and I'm not one of these people who idealizes the past necessarily. I definitely wouldn't want to go back to it because that is the roots of what's happening now, but like we showed that it's possible to, have a like semi-functional society, right? That is something that's possible.
Well, yeah, I think, yeah, to a certain extent, but then also as far as that goes, like we didn't have the internet for most of that time. A lot of stuff people kept to themselves. It didn't get reported. People are pretty good at keeping a public appearance, a facade that they would wear, but then go home and beat their wife and their kids and drink or whatever. This stuff has always happened. It's just you didn't talk about it.
Well, that's true. Yeah, and I'm not trying to say like it was a paradise back then, but it wasn't. I can't get into examples without like getting off into areas that probably we shouldn't talk about. But it wasn't like you didn't send your child to school and then they end up like on all these other little tangents of stuff that have nothing to do with education. Like that's the main thing I was trying to say, but it wasn't like they were all like really living in the perfect thing. It was some of it was a facade. I totally agree with that. Yeah.
It's like the rise of Karens. It's like the ultimate version of the Karen. They're so obsessed with not only what people are doing, but also what they're thinking. They're that upset about it. Many of these guys, it consumes their full life. I mean, they are on Discord or other social media 24 hours a day, just whining and complaining about flat earthers.
Yeah, that is pretty weird. The anti-flat earther people are very weird. I agree.
It's like they got this ultimate conspiracy theory that everything wrong in the world is to blame for a very subset of people who they also claim don't matter. It's like
it's almost, and you can tell. Yeah, I know what you mean. Because sometimes in their arguments, you can tell like they kind of like subconsciously get it, but they are, there's that cognitive dissonance because they'll say things like, "Oh, you guys just want to be part of a special group, and you guys just want to think you're superior to everyone else." It's like, no, like none of us, or they get upset if you're like, "Oh, you're just so confident and sure that you're right." Like, how can you be like that? It's kind of like, well, because we're just following logic and the facts where they lead, and there's no evidence for the globe, and that's just a cartoon fantasy. Like, they subconsciously realize, like, oh, these people seem like they're kind of onto something, but they can't accept like, oh, maybe they really are. They had to come up with all these weird like psychological things like, we're just pretending to be a flat earther because it's such a cool community. Please let me disprove that for you right away. Nothing cool. I'm sorry, I don't want to get on that rant, but please, especially for women, there's nothing cool about the flat earth community. It's the most toxic, backstabbing, psychologically damaged group I've ever met in my entire life. And I love some of the people in it, but I am not here to be part of this group. Believe me, like this, nobody is here for the social aspect. Believe me. All right. I'm sorry. Did that go too far? Because I was trying to not reveal too much, but nobody's here for the social aspect. Believe me. That was my main point, Crit.
Yeah.
I was told that 3 days ago. I did an Instagram debate with somebody from Australia, and he got on a rant saying that I think flat earthers, including you, looking at me through his video, whatever he was using, he said, including you, just do this flat earth thing for attention. That's all you do. That's what you do it for.
That's exactly the kind of attitude I'm talking about. And it's because they are psychologically afraid themselves to follow the evidence where it leads. So because they're projecting their need to belong to the globe on us, they think we must be doing it, for whatever, like they are. Because they're seriously just clinging to the globe to belong. There's no other reason to do it. It's logical. And I do want to give one little disclaimer. The reason why it's like that in flat earth is obviously because it's like that by design. I mean, just like any, grassroots, revolutionary, anti-establishment community, it only takes a few, well-placed people making it that way to make it that way, because they want to make sure it doesn't become any kind of a social movement that is actually fun to be in, right? Like if it really were what they said, I mean, that's probably what it would be if it were allowed to develop naturally. But of course, nothing is allowed to develop naturally. So you have the people who are in charge, so-called, of the so-called community, making sure that it never actually does become a wonderful community. So like we're kind of like a ragtag. I still think we're a cool community. Like, don't get me wrong, but like nobody would want to be part of it just to be part of it. Like, let's be real. We like it because we need other people in our lives who are, to have a reality check. Like a lot of us are surrounded by people who refuse to give up the globe. So it's nice to have people around who are like willing to accept reality as it logically presents itself. So yes, we have a community, but it's not a natural organic. I mean, obviously anything natural organic that has to do with getting away from mainstream society has been, since the 1960s and likely before, infiltrated. Of course, they covered their tracks better since the Patriot Act, but we all know, for example, when the 1960s commune movement, for example, the farm in Tennessee was trying to start a new society based, living off the land and so on, because they were rejecting the Vietnam War and the warmongering society and the military-industrial complex and so on. When you used to be able to do a FOIA request to actually find out what was happening, they found out that indeed it was an FBI agent that infiltrated their commune and financially destroyed them in various means, so that they eventually had to give up the whole thing. And now they're still there as a loose organization. They still do deliver babies there. That's probably the best thing that they do is they promote midwifery, and because outcomes are much better when they're outside of a traditional medical hospital. They have way better outcomes, like extremely low fatality rates, and they've delivered thousands and thousands of babies down there at the Farm Midwifery Center in Summertown, Tennessee. But the point is, I'm not saying we're not a nice social movement because we're not nice people. I'm saying we're not a nice social movement because there are none. And there's never going to be, as long as the people in charge are still in charge.
I don't know about you, but I've made pretty good money being a flat earther. It pays pretty well. So I don't know, it's got a financial reward to it. Hey, Lester Holt on NBC News just came on at 5:30, so I need to check out for at least 30 minutes because I want to watch some truth, some real truth for a while. So I'll be back after Lester has talked me into becoming a Glober, 30 minutes.
All right. Have fun.
Oh, that's all it takes, 30 minutes. Gosh, wow, cool. Maybe I'll try that. I got to go cook dinner, though. I do, and I've been talking you guys' ear off. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm just chatty Cathy.
I can get that same job done in 5 minutes.
I'm sure the news, actually, there's an exponential rate of brain damage to minutes watched. I'm positive of it.
Hey, they're going to talk
time
about
does John Lennon come on?
They're going to talk about this most recent outbreak. So I got to get out of here because I'm living in fear.
What time does John Lennon come on?
I don't know.
So like,
who's that?
Aren't you the guy that hears voices, John Lennon?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. Is
that another guy? Or?
Yeah.
Larry, he's the one who did the Imagine parody, but did you miss Sunny? Sunny did an Imagine song for us a little bit earlier. Were you here?
No, I missed all that. I just remember, I think it's this guy who was talking about hearing voices in his head, and it was John Lennon. I don't know if he's like a clown or someone who's suffering from a mental...
He goes in and out of, you're talking about Jim. He goes in and out of parodies. Sometimes it's hard to tell when he's being serious or being a parody. I don't know. Maybe we should have him give us a signal before. Because he uses the same voice.
Can you actually jump out?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
He said.
Oh, okay. I was gonna wait till he was gone to talk about him. I'm kind of worried about him.
Really? Why?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Now that's funny. That's like a really strange thing because the humor that guy uses is just like the humor you just used to.
Well, yeah, that's why it fits. It's a joke.
Yeah, he's a deadpan. He does the deadpan humor. Yeah. I used
That's
to have my 8th grade science teacher was really good at the deadpan humor. Like when I was in 8th grade, I think I missed a lot of it, but then I happened to he was my supervisor when I was student teaching. And so then I was older. I was sitting there like I was observing him. I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is hilarious. I must just not have gotten his jokes when I was a child. You know what I mean? And the kids, of course, still weren't getting it, but I thought it was really funny. But that kind of person sometimes just entertaining themselves, right? Like they don't even care if the other people are getting it. All right, I seriously got to go make dinner, guys. But it was very fun talking to you. It was a good afternoon. So we'll catch you all later.
Bye.
All right. Have a great day.
Bye.
I did hear the same thing, like for Dandelion too.
Worried about her too. Let's talk.
We're worried about Dandelion. We're going to put out a fund, actually, in a sympathy room. We'll go talk about her now.
No, I'm saying why not talk about it, just like her reason for joining the community, the flat Earth community. Because like you hear people always saying like, "Oh, you're a flat earther. You're crazy. You're dumb. You don't understand science." All these positive claims about flat earthers, and you meet flat earthers.
I only hear that from you guys. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, you meet flat earthers, and it's a diverse group of people that can't be generalized. That
don't get me started. Apparently, I'm on some kind of a roll. I don't know what kind. Jelly roll. Isn't it weird when some bank supposedly, like Wells Fargo, sends you a text message when you don't even have any banking with that company? That is very suspicious.
Yeah, no, just
delete
all those calls. Anybody who calls you I just automatically assume it's a scam, no matter what.
Scam. Yep.
Like I'll call you, like.
Right. It's weird.
Yeah, we've been trying to reach you about your automobile's extended warranty. Like
house's warranty. Like I don't own a house. I don't own a vehicle.
Your extended warranty is about to wear off. Like, trust me, my extended warranty wore off a long time ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't even extended. What are you talking about? No, that's all that stuff. Like, that's why I can't stand all the robocalls and all the spam calls, and nobody wants it. Literally, nobody wants it. And the government, they could have put a stop to it for the most part. But if they did that, it would stop them from spamming you during election cycles, telling you to vote for them. And so they were like, no, we're not doing that. Because they want to robocall you, and they want to spam call you to try to get elected. You can't play that Call Me a Music while I fucking rape.
Well, you what?
It doesn't work. This is not ranting music.
Well,
put it in my call.
Walking. How's it go? She's walking on flat earth. Next time I'll play the electric.
Nah, I like the acoustic. It's probably the best over the way that you do it anyway, over the mics and everything. Sounds nice.
Yeah, actually, you probably are correct about that. I think you're right. Over the mic. Yeah. Anybody got any energy changes in your area that needs explaining? I got some energy changes needs explaining.
I need the rest of the Wind Cries Mary. I haven't listened to some Jimi Hendrix in a while, actually. I think, in fact, ever since I got my freaking that kick-ass Pioneer all made nice, I don't think I put it on there, and I really should find a ultra high def copy of Experience Hendrix and throw it up there. I feel like doing like singing it, but I don't know the lyrics well, like hardly at all.
I got the words in a notebook. I have the words in a file somewhere. Let me find it.
In fairy tales.
Let's see. We'll just sing his song. Music. Music.
You guys, you shouldn't be. No, you don't really want me to sing. I just
document. I can sing.
Felt like doing.
Lyrics here. That would be the right one. Song lyrics. Okay, let's see. Yep, down here. W. Oh, I got a ton of songs. Holy mackerel. There we go. The Wind Cries Mary.
After all the jacks are in their boxes, and the clowns have all gone to bed, you can hear happiness staggering on down the street.
Downstream.
Footprints dressed in red.
Hold on, I need a pick. I'm always starting too soon. I got the word. Why aren't they coming up? Technical difficulty. Here we go. Operator error. After all the jacks are in the boxes, and the clown on the bed, you can hear happiness staggering on down the
Footprints dressed in red.
And a broom is cheerily sweeping
The broken pieces of yesterday's life.
Somewhere a queen is weeping. Somewhere a king has no wife.
have.
It's pretty heavy duty, huh? What the rest? Oh shit. That's a problem, not being able to have all the lyrics on one sheet. Oh, and then the traffic lights turn blue tomorrow, and they shine their emptiness down on my bed. A tiny island sags down the street, 'cause the life they live is dead. And the wind screams Mary. That does that screeching lead though. I can't do that. Oh shoot, I can't do it on this one. Try to do that in the key of F. I dare you. That's pretty cool though. Anyway.
You ever do much? Do you have a slide guitar? Use a slide on pretty much any electric, but or
Yeah.
guitar. But
If I tune this one down to
you have like a what do they call that? Like the with it's got like the like a dobro, or it's got like the metal body or whatever. Like the
yeah, I don't have one of those. I'd love to have one of those dobros. Yeah, I'd love to have it. Steel body guitar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Play Curtis Lowe. Play Curtis Lowe.
I don't know. You know what? I don't really know. I don't really know if I know any Curtis Lowe. So, like what I can do is play. Like I could tune it down to a dobro tuning on the guitar. And it's
so is that dobro something like D-A, D-A, D-A?
D.
Is that how you do it?
No, D-G. Wait a minute. D-G-D-B. Wait a minute. Bad me. Hold on. G. D-G. D-G. B-D. So it's tuning it to an open G. Un momento. And this guitar will start sounding more raspy, and it actually sounds like it's distorting because it buzzes. And it's actually, I love it because it's not perfect. Just like me.
Let's let our dude take a look at it. We'll turn it into butter.
Yeah, the way you tune that, it does give it sort of that like kind of tinny sound or whatever. That worked good. I like that.
So hold on, I got a slide now. It'll be a little bit raspy, but where did I put it? Hiding right there, eh? Gotta watch out for that Sonny character. He hiding stuff all around from himself. Hold on a minute. Where's the good pick? This one might work. Oh yeah, let's see that. That's funny. Whoa.
Sonny just played doe, a deer, female deer. If I could do it this way. Oh shoot, I can't do it on this one. I didn't know my limitations. Thanks, Bob. When she was in the kitchen, making coffee, bacon, and eggs. I was so appreciative, people. As I thought shit. Sonny, I tell you what, boy, that song makes me think back to old times. We had old-fashioned women that had uteruses.
I was listening to Dandelion and what she was talking about. I'm thinking in my mind, my inside of my mind, I'm screaming, I want to go back to the way it was. I want to go back. Like, I just don't know if I can find my way back to innocence. Anyway, you know what I mean?
Dude,
as a human
it's
being.
heartbreaking. Last weekend, I had my daughter over here. She just kind of out of nowhere. We weren't talking about any of the nonsense over the last couple of years, but she just kind of solemnly was just said to me, she's like, "I hope it's not always like this." She's 8 years old, like, and uh, like, man, like me too. I really
Yeah.
hope, like. But what do you? Fuck.
It's rough.
Whatever.
It's a rough one.
Yeah.
I know it's tough. Even though my boys are grown, it's still tough. But at least, yeah, man, heart goes out to you because it's tough at any age. But listen, even my kids when they were 8, they're in their 20s now. So when they were 8, they said the same thing though, and that was because, well, reasons, just like now.
She said she was, born where she was old enough where she'll remember a time before all this nonsense. And she's
Yeah.
like, I hope it goes back, because this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also smart enough to know that it's probably not going to go backwards. The only thing I was able to tell her is, basically more people need to get angry, like pretty much everybody I know and everybody she knows doesn't believe in any of this bullshit that's been going on. So it's like, so we can't be the only ones. More people need to speak up, just put their foot down and say no. We're not gonna do your bullshit no more. Basically, I don't think I use those words specifically with her, but um, yeah, that's like the only kind of encouragement that I have, unfortunately.
Yeah, see these moments like this, that is really the purpose of them, to make a demarcation or some kind of line in the sand. That everybody thinks of certain occasions like all these mind control events, planned events. We
Yeah,
can all say
pre-pandemic, pre 9/11,
yeah,
yeah, all these, yeah,
exactly. So then we're like, there's this before and after. So then the after, well, I don't know what you say about the after, but it seems like incremental steps of the psychotic clown movement. That's the only way. I love that.
I want to point out something that's been bothering me lately. So people know how psychology works, right? And they know that when someone commits a crime and they get like extreme notoriety for the heinousness of the crime, and then the media like makes them infamous, right? Like everybody knows the names of these, pew pewers, right? That find a lovely place where they got real strict laws where you can't have pew pews, right? And then they go make a mess of the place, and the news is like all everywhere, all over the place. But when a woman, gets in a car and takes out like as many people as she can. Like nobody cares about that, right? Nobody cares that she tried to take out some people and tried to kill them with a car. But if it's a pew pew and everybody's making a big deal out of it, and arguing for reformation, but why did the pew pew happen? Why was the number so high? Well, it's because the laws prohibit everyday people from protecting themselves, and when people do protect themselves and they stop the number from getting high, that doesn't make the news, and they don't get famous. So it's like the media working with the government by putting up all these PP laws, and it's like they're causing this copycat event. And this one that happened recently, he was wearing the same shirt as the what's that town called, Columbine. He was using the same style of pew pew, and it's like, why would you make this person infamous if you know that's what they want? And then if it makes copycats, why would you report on it? Just to push the agenda. So that right there shows that it's not about lives, right? If they wanted to like save lives, maybe they'd fix the water in Flint, Michigan. Like that.
It's just so insane, though. Everything. Sorry, I'm not addressing specifically what you're just talking about, but like in the morning, being an outdoor worker, I like to catch the local weatherman's report, what he expects for rain and stuff. So I turn that on to wait for the weather report, and in between weather reports is just all the headlines of all seriously, like from front to back, all of it. Like it's just so easy. Like I'm in the other room brushing my teeth, and I'm just listening to the nonsense they spew. It's all propaganda from front to back. What uh, in the frickin' we got the the thing that's been the thing for a couple of years amid this frickin' war, which is clearly we're getting nothing but propaganda about it. And then all these shootings, which, man, like I'm not saying nobody's getting shot, but again, the media spin and the politicizing everything, and it's just it's so sickening because especially because you can't trust a single word of it, but people do. That's the worst part is that some people believe it, most people believe it. Oh fuck.
America is the only country that has more guns than people. I might be wrong, but it has more guns than people, and they're coming for the guns.
Just to add on of the other nonsense, it's all baby formula, all this stuff. Like and then you got Gates coming in to save the day with his fake baby formula. Like once again, just so they just piling it on.
I think the psychopaths who run the world have special plans for the United States of America, and I think we're starting to see it. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of things that we imagine now come to fruition by September.
Dude, we're about to go into another big freaking election frenzy too. It hasn't even gotten as stupid as it usually gets. Or what I mean is, I guess it usually gets even stupider once all that election nonsense starts going on. We haven't even really gotten there yet. We're warming up to it.
Yeah, I think this is just my personal opinion. It's just mine. Is that as a flat earther and somebody, we should just walk away from elections and politicians and politics. We should ignore them. Period. Take care of your family. Take care of any relationship you have with God, and just just remove the country and politics out of our life. But that's just my opinion.
Oh no, I agree 100%. I'm not talking about paying attention to it. I'm saying we're about to just get hammered in the media though with that type of nonsense.
I have a recap for Lester Holt, NBC News tonight from 5:30 to 6 here in Texas. The recap is deception, deception, lie, deception. That's it. Didn't have to watch. You don't have to watch it. You just gotta use 2 words: lie and deception. I think we need to do a little more singing. I haven't worked on this one, but it just came to mind. It's like
No. Fuck, I don't want to come in here to hear motherfuckers singing. Please, you talk about something, please. I'm not here. I want to hear motherfuckers sing. I'm sorry.
Fraud hates it when people sing. Every time. There's not even like one time.
I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand it. Notice all the chicks like, oh, I love it, because that's what chicks are silly like that. That's why those dudes and all those college movies, the guy with the guitar gets jacked up every time. The guy in the stairs with the guitar singing to the chicks. There's like 10 chicks surrounding him, and he just gets body slammed.
Are you much of a music fan?
Yeah, but not on here, dude. I'm not on. I don't want to hear it. Find something.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Always stuff to talk about, dude. It's always stuff. Like people with, I know all the guys that like to do their music. I mean, bro, most of you guys do just to get laid. If you're doing it for any other reason, you're fucking lying. Sorry.
I'll tell you what. The one song I did not do to try to get laid. I get absolutely not. That was not my intention. My Flat Earth song was not to try to get laid.
Dude, if chicks didn't come to if you were surrounded in your concert by a bunch of dudes, you would leave. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, okay. If I was about to get, if I had like a bunch of groupie chicks over that one song that I did, I would know I was dreaming. But yeah, I'd be like, okay, you guys, I gotta go.
No one's making music so a bunch of dudes can clap their hands and sing Kumbaya with their lighters in the sky. If there's no chicks, you're like, well, what's the point of continuing this?
Sonny, how much tang you getting?
I felt totally implicated just then, man. Wow. All right, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, no, not really. Actually, I had a woman.
You're lying, bro. If you can tear the guitar up like you say you can, the songs you can play, either you're not getting it anymore, or you used to though. I guarantee you used to.
Listen. Someone spent the night last night. She was very nice. And we listen. And we all we did was cuddle.
Hey, Sonny's riding the bicycle.
Hold on,
he's still getting laid.
fraud.
All right.
Let me
So what are you talking about?
Fucking let me finish, fraud. So I didn't touch her. We just cuddled. That's all we did. We just spooned. That's it.
Oh, that's freaking adorable.
So you still ride a bicycle, and you're still getting tanked. So stop.
I could. Well, I think the point is I could. I'm working on that actually, so we'll see.
No, don't get me wrong. I wish I could play guitar and all that stuff because I would use it for that reason. There was no other reason to use it for. I would use it for that particular reason.
Is the real
more than I have now? That's what I would do.
Well, is the Matthew in the house? I see his picture, but is that really him?
Oh, is that Matthew Lawrence? No, please don't start him up.
Is that you, Matthew?
Matthew, do you play guitar at all?
He's recording this stuff and he has it on the show? You know that.
I play a little bit of piano, but not much.
Oh, really?
How much tang do you get for playing the piano?
How much what?
How much play do you get? How often do you
not
bag
much.
the chicks?
Yeah, never.
From playing the piano.
No, nobody cares about the piano.
What if you're Billy Joel?
I'm not as good as him.
Or Jerry Never mind, I can't remember. Too old. Boomer sorry.
Hey, Matthew, I just put a meme in the voice text just for you that somebody created over in the UK. Sent it to me on Facebook. It's out of love, my man.
Oh, I like it. Thank you.
My man, Matthew. Yes.
So anyway, in case anybody didn't know, women like security. Sometimes they just need a comforting person there to not be like putting their hands all over them and just be a gentleman. So that's what I'm trying, that's what I'm.
True that.
That's how you get friend zoned.
No, not necessarily. You don't play guitar like I do. I'm just kidding. Fraud. Do you play the guitar? Oh, now Fraud leaves? Oh, I would call that a party foul.
I changed Matthew's name again.
Tickles. You did not.
Hey, Matthew. Okay. Matthew, Denzel told me to tell you hi. He's liking you more and more.
He's a good guy.
I gave Matthew his original name back.
It was an uncanny resemblance the other day when you were, when Denzel was talking. I was convinced it had to be the real Denzel.
My man Matthew, my man.
My main man. Everybody was your main man.
Matthew.
I'd vote for him for president. Denzel for president.
Okay. And as long as we're on the subject, I have one more meme to drop to you, Matthew. Just give me a second here.
All right. Oh, hey, speaking of presidency, did you guys hear that the CEO of IKEA has just become appointed as the Prime Minister of Sweden? He's currently busy assembling his cabinet.
Wait a minute, the CEO of what? Of what?
Never mind. Sorry.
The CEO of IKEA. He just got
okay.
Yeah, he just got appointed as Prime Minister of Sweden.
Oh,
he's currently busy assembling his cabinet.
Hey, I'm gonna try to say this real well. My main master's mixed up man, Matthew. I like that. I like that.
I like that too. Thanks.
Whatever. Hey, so Matthew, what do you think the weather's going to be like on the 18th? Think it'll be cloudy like we usually?
It's June gloom, so it'll be cloudy in the morning for sure. But it's you never know how soon it'll burn off.
That's true.
Is that a joke about his last name?
No,
it's just because the 18th is when we're doing that meetup in Southern California. But it's always it's right on the ocean.
Is that your actual name, like Matthew Weathers? Right?
Yes, that's my real name.
Yeah. So that's just coincidence. Then. I
It'll
don't
be
believe in coincidences, Matthew.
It'll be interesting to see. Sometimes we do have amazing weather in June. It's hit or miss. Sometimes you'll have nothing but cloudy for a long time, and then you'll have like a week of just crystal clear, perfect observation weather. So we'll have to see.
So with you, was it like I either have to be a mathematician or a weatherman, and you went with math? Like,
No, I did
how did
computer
that work?
science first. I wasn't a math teacher until later. So,
Oh.
yeah.
He
Do you ever
became a
consider
math teacher.
being a meteorologist?
Matthew became a math teacher when he figured out Earth was flat.
There you go.
You might have been more useful in this conversation if you had become a meteorologist.
And we could talk mirages.
Yeah, that'd be fun, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
But you got the last name for it. I'm just saying.
I can see
You could do
Matthew go. I can see
math
Matthew.
math and weather together.
I can see Matthew going into work as a meteorologist, a weatherman, and go, "Hey, put up that green screen for me so I can put the map over it, so I can act like I'm intelligent."
So then you could be like the guy, like what you're seeing here is a mirage, and then you could break it down mathematically. Like it takes this much refraction to see this distance, which would normally be considered impossible.
Yeah, you could use the Black Swan as a presentation piece.
And then we could make memes everywhere about you.
You could say like you'd be the greatest thing ever in the meteorological society groups or whatever they do. Who knows? But you'd be able to present this thing like really accurate, specifically with technical data, and say how the light is exactly bouncing off a surface that is almost 70 feet below the line of sight, and then nevertheless bouncing up straight up into the air and bouncing back down to the observer's eye. So I mean, think how cool that would be.
And just like what you're already used to, if you were a weatherman, you could be wrong most of the time and nobody would care.
I would say Matthew would be really good at saying, and the forecast for tomorrow morning is total darkness with scattered light expected toward morning, and he'd be right every single time.
Slight bending of the light to the to the northeast direction, and then a little curve back over to the northwest. Curving, curving light may be coming.
I think over what the old timers say. So, but if you get like the really awesome colors in the sunset, like it's going to rain in the next 2 or 3 days. Like I've been watching that for years, like as a delivery driver who goes to work at 5, and I've seen like I don't know how many sunsets. When it's like all those purple colors, it's literally going to rain in the next 2 or 3 days. And then in the morning, when you see those purple colors, it's going to be a hell of a storm. It's going to be a turd floater. So the third thing to watch to see if it's going to rain is but it's like a perfect ring around the moon. If you see any of those things, like it's going to rain in the next couple days, 2 or 3 days.
I don't think Matt thought it was funny, me comparing him to a weatherman.
You have much more predictable weather, I think, where you are possibly.
A lot
people who have last names have heard every joke based on their last name So you can never make up something that person hasn't heard.
Other people make there's some other people on TV that make really good money. So I think Matthew may have stepped down. When he became a professor, he should have just gone for the TV and the fame. I got this weather guy on TV here in Dallas telling me it's going to be 94 tomorrow and 94 the next day, and I'm sure he gets pretty well paid for working in front of a green screen with graphics running across it.
Matthew's gone.
Oh, did he leave?
I was about to do a pun on his name that he's never heard before.
So did you watch the whole movie yesterday of They Live? Is that what it was? Was it the whole movie you watched on the other channel? I tuned in and there's Rowdy Roddy Piper or whatever his name is, and the movie's on. It's like, okay, it's cool.
I think I should jump in and sing a song for Fraud.
Helio,
sing song time.
Helio, we would love it.
What do you want to? I'll just take the piss out of him. He's like, no, please, nobody sing. What?
No singing allowed.
What the hell is wrong with Fraud, man?
That sounded a little bit totalitarian censorship for me right there.
I know.
Okay.
I felt, yeah.
I won't listen. I won't listen to the stream if anybody starts singing.
I know when Helio shared his 2 YouTube songs, I went over. I copied them, put them on my phone, and took them over to Instagram, and probably shared each of his songs about 20 people. They all loved them.
Appreciate that, bro. Yeah,
they all loved them.
Yeah, there's actually about 5 of them, I think, on my channel. If you haven't heard them all.
No, I've just heard the 2.
Which ones?
Oh, now you're gonna put me on the spot.
I mean, I have the Monkeys. I did that cover.
I think the Monkeys. The Monkeys, and then there was a 4-minute one. A 4-minute one. I remember one was like under 3 minutes. The other one was 4 minutes, but that doesn't help you or help anybody know what I'm talking about.
It doesn't help anybody here. Nobody's making money here. I did one by Queensryche.
I'm scrolling through my phone here. I'm going to find it here.
Lies that you do not see. For you, Fraud. Hush now. Wait, shit. I'm trying to sing. I must now tell you why. As you awaken from this global lie.
No, I haven't heard that one.
Oh, you got to hear that one. And it's on my channel. Yeah.
Oh, Helio Skeptic, Taking Your Glow parody. Yeah, that one. And I'm a Believer. That's the 2 I've heard.
Yeah, I did one with Queensryche, and I did one. It was an Ozzy Osbourne song. And what's the other one? There's another one that I did too.
You should do one on George Lemaitre.
What is that? Which one?
I can see you singing about Lemaitre.
I don't even know what that is.
He's the friend of Einstein. Because Flat Earth was basically a.
You're talking about a parody. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you do a parody on George Lemaitre.
See, most of those songs the lyrics were written by someone else, and then they sent them to me, and then I adjusted them to fit with the song. Except for the Monkey song, I wrote the lyrics to that one.
We got to find something for George Lemaitre because he needs to be more well known because hardly anybody knows about him, and he's kind of the one that got
before. Yeah.
He's the one that got the churches
over 100 years ago, right?
Yep, 1925. He's the one that got the Big Bang into churches, into the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church here in the United States.
Well, that's what was going on in Europe while Einstein, his journey was over here in America.
Yep. Yeah.
Creating evolution. I mean, not the
Big Bang.
The Big Bang came from Rome, but Einstein's theory of relativity came from here, but he was German, and it was right after the First World War too, when he was doing that. There's a lot of sketchy shit that happened during that time. Well, ever since, and there's always sketchy shit going on with governments and quote unquote scientists. Yeah, man. Why don't you think of a song that you could write some lyrics to some shit about between, that and whatever, man. And I'll give it a shot. I have people send me parody lyrics a lot, but it's just I pick and choose whether or not I can pull it off.
Should do something to John Denver's Rocky Mountain High. We should be able to change the lyrics of that one somehow to make it more flatty earthy.
Flatty earthy. That's funny, man.
Rocky Mountain High. Let's see. Flatty earthy high. Colorado.
Nah.
We're just brainstorming. I'm kind of like Freddie Mercury with his band back in the 1970s and 80s. We just sat around and brainstormed our songs, and then we came up with Bohemian Rhapsody and all those good things.
Dude, have you watched that movie that they made a few years ago about
Yeah.
Mercury? Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool, man. I like it. It was a good
It was funny. He was on the guy who played Freddie Mercury in the movie. He was on a talk show, and he said they did the last 20 minutes first. Where they were at Wembley Stadium in July of 1985 at Live Aid. They said they did that first before they did the movie, because if they couldn't do that well, then they say screw the movie. We're not going to waste our time.
Seriously, trying to do what Freddie Mercury did. It's yeah. Well, it's just like you remember? Did you watch the Doors movie?
Yeah, I've watched that a couple times, but that's been a little while ago. That's been a little while ago.
But what happened is that Val Kilmer played the character so well, and he sang so well. The members of the band that saw the movie said they couldn't really tell the difference between Val's singing voice and Jim's. I guess if you really listen, you can tell the difference. But yeah, most of the songs in the movie were sung by Val Kilmer. He was he freaking killed it in that movie.
And I think when they did, I forget the Elton John movie, Rocket Man. I think in Rocket Man, I think the guy who played Elton John did the singing too, if I remember right.
I haven't watched that one yet. I'll have to check it out. I stopped the live stream because I'm over 12 hours here, and YouTube won't archive the streams over 12 hours. And I'm about to start it again. Do you want to hear that Queensryche song that I did?
Absolutely.
Parody.
So, I like listening to music myself. I don't care I don't care who's singing, as long as it's. I don't care. I never tell anybody not to sing because that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do.
Why's Fraud being an asshole? I don't want to hear anybody sing.
I'm very
I
anti.
think that's what he meant, though.
I'm very anti-totalitarian. I'm not into totalitarianism at all. You can speak however you want to speak.
It seems like you smell it. What we're stepping in over here on the 24/7 live stream, Flat Earth Discord. You've been here for a little bit, man. We're just trying to help others come across the information, understand it correctly, and we have a good time while we're here as well. And that includes music. So that's a big part of it.
We're trying to help others achieve Earth sobriety.
Earth sobriety. That's like you have to break free from the globe.
Use the steps. It works if you work it.
God dang it.
Was that the guy today that proved gravity? He said we prove gravity by jumping up in the air and we come back down. Was that today or yesterday? That was the most stupid thing. I prove gravity by jumping up and I come back down to Earth.
It's like no shit. We all do, right? Is it because it's a globe? That's why you fall back down to Earth. That's the reason. That's your proof for a globe. Hey, man, we hear all kinds of different arguments. It's like they're stuck in their globe paradigm, and they'll come up with anything to prove that flat Earth is not correct. but they all observe the same Earth that we do. So it's not like they're going to give us like a gold nugget. Oh, okay, now I understand. Okay, yeah, I'm going back to the globe now. It's just like, bro, I mean, all this shit went through my head when I first started looking at flat Earth, and none of it ever stuck. You know what I mean? So it's like you can.
If you're drunk on the spinning globe, slam dunk, it's got to go.
Are you trying to rhyme right now, Sonny?
Who said anything about rhyme? Was I speaking in time, or was it just your imagination? Maybe throughout the nation.
It's amazing.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. It's okay.
No, I was just going to say I just restarted the live stream if you want to hear that song. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. If you
let's listen to music.
All right. This song is it's not too long. It's about 5-6 minutes long, which is a pretty long song, but it's all right. Let's go. Be a sec. Share. Copy. And go to live stream music bot.
Must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view to them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to the truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Oh, that was great. Helio, you and I could do that song really well. I got the whole song down. Just from listening to your recording. I heard it a couple times, of course, but it's different when you practice along with it. Oh, out smoking. Yo, all right then. We'll see you when you get back in. People are like, is Sonny talking to Helio about coming back in from the porch? Yeah. I am. All the way from California. I could actually point to Helio right now. All I got to do is stand up and stick my arm out in that direction, and that's where he is, somewhere over there.
If you point east, you'll find me.
That's right.
Hey, do you remember when Operation Mindcrime came out?
No. Can you remind me?
I mean, it's a Queensryche album. That's a Queensryche album. It's a rock opera. It's a rock opera that they.
Yeah, actually, listen. I used to listen to Queensryche.
They made a whole video for the whole song. You know, it's tripped out. You remember Operation Mindcrime?
It's been years. I used to try to play like that till I figured out I can't play that fast. So I was like, oh well, I'm gonna have to just do something different.
Well, I saw Queensryche. It's with a different singer because for some reason Jeff Tate left the band and he's doing his own thing. He actually came to town a couple of years or last year, but I didn't make a show. But he's doing Queensryche stuff, you know, with another band. But I saw Queensryche with a new singer a few years ago. That singer was freaking killing it, bro. I was like, wow, this is pretty awesome. But yeah, that opera, I saw them in concert, I think it was early 90s, and they played the entire Operation Mindcrime video or album and had the video on screen because they made a movie about it. You know, it was a rock opera, kind of like Pink Floyd's The Wall.
What's happening, folks?
Not much. What you up to?
All right, bro. I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. Not been on for a bit.
Hey, Panto. Hey,
yo,
Panto.
yo.
How's it
What's
going,
cooking?
man?
Aye, all right, blood. I'm chilling. Just
All
fucking. Right, man. I moved to a new place, so I'm just digging through all my shit, trying to sort it out. So I just thought I'd come and say hello
You
for a
just
bit.
moved into a new place?
Yeah.
Aye, man. Again. Fuck's sake,
Again.
I've been on fucking 50 this year.
For those who need an interpreter, Panto just said he's moved into a new place and he's trying to sort his things out.
He's Scottish.
That's not what he said.
Actually,
That's not what he said. He said,
I was going to say, I actually sell
we need
my,
a Scottish
I sell my
interpreter.
well, I sell my subtitles, but I'm saying, you listen, I'm saying I sell my subtitles by email. It only costs free nitro, basically. So I'll send you a transcript of what I've said this evening.
Hey, good. Trying to like, you know how you can like speak into the microphone and it'll tell you what the transcript.
Right.
Have you ever tried to do that, Panto, and see what happens?
No, see if I do it like a Siri search or some shit. Like I ask something basic and I try and speak and enunciate, and it comes up with something fucking completely different, man. I'm telling you, it's kind of like speaking to Canadians. For some reason, Canadians and my accent don't mix very well. Even if
I don't think there's
like
a Scottish
this.
setting on those apps. You know, I'm just
So it's good. Like if the government's recording everything fucking people say, like America's got like.
Well, it's a good thing they can't
really
understand a goddamn word you're saying, so it's okay.
That's what I was saying. Eh? Well, supposedly, and I think it's someplace south in the southern part of Scotland. America's got like this fucking like military style base, and they've got all these huge like radar dish things, and there's like fucking I don't know 20 or 30.
And they probably have
a
team of Scottish translators as well.
They would fucking need them. And believe it or not, man, when I come on here, I always speak slower than normal, and I try and pronounce my words, and I try not to use slang.
I'd love to hang out with you and your Scottish buddies and just like go.
Yeah, but just kick it and go have a pint somewhere or something. Yeah.
Oh, bro, I'm maybe actually going to go. I'm waiting on a passport coming, and when it comes, I'm 90% sure I'm going to Amsterdam, and me and Mart's going to a techno rave.
What?
Yeah, man.
That sounds like a lot of fun, man. Wow.
Dynamite.
Shoot.
Dynamite. Can't wait. I've always wanted to go to Amsterdam, and over there they do raves like professionally, man. It's not like stupid fucking discos. It's like banging lasers, CO2 cannons, fucking the lot, man. Everything.
I've only seen them from a distance. Look, they used to in the 90s, all through the 90s on the beaches here. People would set up these huge things with tents and like sound system, the whole thing, man. Like
big generators. Yeah,
all
man.
the lights shows, all the people throwing around these lights and all this stuff. You thought you were in like Coachella West or something. Like, where did these people come from?
Well, bro, see, back when I was 15, just before I turned 16, I was going to over 18 raves. I was getting a public bus to the rave, getting on for a half fare for child fare, and then getting into the rave, basically for fucking supposed to be an adult. But that was in the heyday of when it was prior to, like, years ago, years and years, dance music was like jungle and breakbeat and like all these, but they're all separate genres now. But at one point, it was just as it evolved, all these separate parts got added and then they broke off. But I was there basically when it was at the height of GABA, terrorcore, raw style, the hardest banging shit, like minimum 180 beats per minute, minimum.
Yeah, but you know what? You're a lot younger than I am. I can tell because of the music you're talking about. Huh?
How old do you think I
am? Maybe 50.
You cheeky bastard! I'm only 42, man.
See? So check it out. So listen, when I was growing up and doing what you're doing, I was going at 14 years old to go see Pink Floyd with my friends.
Oh man,
15 years old.
I'd love to have seen Floyd, man. You ever heard of the Australian Pink Floyd? Supposedly they're meant to be indistinguishable from the actual Pink Floyd.
I have heard that.
There's a lot of Pink Floyd cover bands that tour around America as well.
I know, but see, specifically the Australian Pink Floyd, bro. I watched a video. I don't know if it's a DVD or a YouTube recording or whatever. And the light show, the lasers and the projections, and it was mind-boggling. It was literally, if anything, it was as close to being better than Pink Floyd.
Yeah. I've seen the Australian Pink Floyd band, and they sound identical. They're badass.
See, that's the thing, though. See, when you hear the real Pink Floyd live, they don't sound like they do on CD. Australian Pink Floyd sound more like them, like the studio version. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Listen, having seen them live myself do that monumental album at that time, right when it first came out, like one of the first acts, and getting to see them, like that influenced me greatly as a musician. And I actually changed to a Stratocaster because of David Gilmour's playing. Is what I started falling in love with the sound of a Stratocaster, and I switched to a Stratocaster.
Whoa, or Division Bell, or
all of that.
What?
That's what Shante plays too. It's Stratocaster.
Exactly.
See, I like shit like, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, the albums like Ummagumma, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, shit like that. That's for like magic mushrooms, man. Like, you feel like Sid Barrett, man, they had to get rid of Sid, man. See the song Shine On You Crazy Diamonds? It's about Sid, and they got shot of him because he was making songs like, if you've ever heard of a song called Bike, and he's basically singing about like a mouse called Gerald, and he's not got a house, he's got a coat and it's ripped up the front, and he's like talking about crazy shit, whereas the rest of Floyd are wanting to get a major record deal, and this dude's singing about fucking mice. Like, what the fuck, mate? Sid, we need to fucking abandon you, bro, sorry. But if it wasn't for Sid, I don't think Floyd would have even existed, man.
Yeah, listen to this, how simple this is. Like, just like that. It's so simple, you know?
I think what that is.
It's so memorable. Like, you know immediately when you hear that, but really it's just these 3 notes and then another 3 notes.
I can play a little bit of Shine On You Crazy. No Shine On You Crazy. What's the other song? Probably the best known and best liked song of fucking Pink Floyd, man. What the fuck's it called? Even people that don't like Floyd like it.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Hey, man. Nah, not that one either, man. Fuck. What's the one that the video for it's the...
You're talking about Wish You Were Here.
Wish You Were Here, that's it, man. And it's the same notes for Redemption Song and for... There's another well-known song, it's the exact same notes, just different order.
What's the one with the The eagles flying in like the western part of the United
cartoon.
States.
The cartoon, and it changes to like the fucking. It's like dark and fucking gothic looking. Is that what you mean? When you're talking about the eagle,
No, it's a Pink Floyd. Yeah, the eagle flying.
In the cartoon.
I can't remember too much, but no, it was like a real. Okay, it was like maybe 80s. It was later Pink Floyd.
Right.
Yeah.
I like the early stuff, man.
All I
Have
can
you
say
ever
is,
heard?
I can hear the
Have you
song.
never heard
anybody
fucking?
anybody
sorry.
gets the chance to see the Australian Pink Floyd band, close
I'm
your
gonna.
eyes and you'll think
Nah, fuck that, mate. I'll be going on
it's Pink
psychedelics,
Floyd.
bro.
They're that good.
Yeah, man. I've heard that, man. And everybody I know that's went there and seen them, like they've basically fucking told that they're completely off the chart, completely.
Yep, I've seen them. Yep, they
Yeah,
are.
man.
I have seen them.
Well, they're in they tour Britain, or at least they're in Scotland, like every once or maybe every couple of years at the maximum, but at least every year or two they're here, man.
Yeah, they come to Salt Lake. They come to Salt Lake City too. So
the next best thing to see Pink Floyd, I suppose, bro. But they sound any shit I've heard from Australian Pink Floyd, they sound precisely like the studio versions of the tracks, which I prefer. Because any band I've seen, I've been to loads of festivals and see the amount of fucking bands I've seen, and I'm completely disappointed with them, man. I'm like, what the fuck?
yeah, they do. They sound just like the album. Exactly.
Yeah,
They're that fucking good.
the only other band I've ever seen at a festival who I thought were amazing were a band called Travis, a Scottish band, and they were like they sounded fucking better than a studio.
I saw after Lane Staley was dead. However, it was with their replacement guy that they got, but he's really good. But I saw Alice in Chains. I saw an Alice in Chains acoustic show in front of an audience of 1,000 people. That was awesome. Like, and then in the same month, I also like a month later, same place, like, a crowd of 1,000 saw Chris Cornell, acoustic. It was half acoustic, half electric. The first half was acoustic, and the second half was plugged in. They did all like, yeah, like, and that was, dude, yeah. Both of those were like awesome, like almost same as like studio quality. Like they're both known for being really good live, like that.
Yeah, Lou, see if I go out, bro, I like to dance, and if I'm paying money to go to a event, I'm going to dance, and I can't really dance to rock and shit like that, man. So it's not my cup of tea, basically going to shit like that, man. And like maybe Rage Against the Machine or System of a Down, because that's like up tempo, rah in your face shit. I could maybe get into that, but nah, it's like being at a funeral, man. Honestly, man.
Well,
you ever heard
like
of David Day?
You would have, like, if you were there with me at the Chris Cornell show, you would have enjoyed the second half of it once it plugged in. It was actually really funny because there was a lot of people there that were like, there was like moms who like took their kids to go and see and shit like that, and they're all up in front, for the acoustic part, but then all of a sudden the format switches over and a mosh pit breaks out, and they're freaking out. They're like,
So they felt safe for the first half, and then bang, fuck that.
It was hilarious.
Rock's not my favourite genre at all, man. I mean, I don't like thrash at all, really, in general, but some System of a Down songs are absolutely fucking tremendous, man. Like, 1 minute they're screaming in your face, the next minute it sounds like a choir at church, singing from heaven. They're like, whoa! Next minute, like, rah, fucking this and that, rah, rah, and you're like, holy fuck, man. What the fucking maniacs, bro. Same with like Slipknot, they've got, see the lead singer of Slipknot, he's got a band, can't remember what it's called, but he plays like acoustic shit. Did I just disconnect there?
No.
It's just, I don't know what it is, I reset the iPad as well, but for some reason, low power mode keeps kicking in, and when it does, unless my screen's on, mic and the audio dies completely, and it's not going to fucking...
Cuts it off to save the power.
I can't fucking change it, bro. I reset all the settings thinking it's got to obviously revert back to how it was. Still keeps fucking doing it. Torture, man. I'm gonna look the Apple up if I have to, like.
Yeah,
Oh,
see, I don't know, like when you're talking about with raves and dance music, electronic music, whatever. Like, see, I listened to some of that stuff for a little while because a bunch of my friends did. Basically, I went to a bunch of raves for the party, for like party, the drugs, the bitches. You know, like that's why I was there. Like, but I wasn't really that big into the music itself, and
I tell you what, right?
it's all the same. You know,
I
just
tell you what I'll do. I can't play it obviously on what do you call it, on the live stream, right? But I'll send this link, right? This is my favourite terrorcore song. I would fucking literally, it's the best fucking like hard fucking track I've ever heard in my life. Wait to hear this, bro. Honestly, man, this will fucking shake the fucking molecules in you. If I can fucking find it. There you go.
I mean, you were just talking about how you love Pink Floyd, though. That's rock. I mean, so I don't
Nah, it's not
understand.
really though. It's like what's shit. Does my audio still sound the same? Because yous are crackling like fuck, man.
Yeah, you sound all right. You seem a little distracted by your crackly mic, but otherwise,
Is it me? Am I crackling, man? Sorry, I'll
no,
restart.
you sound fine. It's just in your earpiece or whatever you're listening to.
By the way, all right, I'll tell you in a second once I fix this.
Yeah, it sounds fine to us. I hear you great too.
Can you hear me?
Any better?
All right, listen, bro. You need to go into your settings
right.
with the app. You got one setting that has to do with your battery, or it has to do with your internet. So your app is being limited either by your battery or by your internet usage. And when you're not like pressing the button, like and the screen's still on, it disconnects.
You're breaking up, man.
Right?
You broke up there a bit, though. Right. Well, I don't think it's the app, bro, because it does it on like it doesn't matter what app it is. It literally just kills all power when the screen goes off. But
how about now?
No, are you on a computer like a PC?
iPad.
Are you on a PC? Oh, an
iPad. Yeah.
You have to go to you have to go to your system sound settings, because what you do is you have a power section in there, and that's going to tell it to go to sleep after so many seconds. You can turn that off.
Right. But see, I don't want to have to change it, like change the setting for the screen. I just want to, because when I first got the iPad, it worked perfect. I could just connect my headset, plug it into the wall, and switch the screen off, and just wander about and talk.
It's still going to put it to sleep. Then
no, it didn't used to. I fucked about with shortcuts and changed. I made a shortcut so at 80% it went in low power mode, because I thought I don't need high power if I'm just talking on fucking Discord, man. But fuck knows, man. Hey Lou, if you're still there, bro, or anybody that wants to sample it, I just posted DJ Skinhead's track. It's the hardest, most fucking tremendous track there is when it comes to hard techno, man.
All right, I'm gonna taste this to see what the hell you're into.
Then I just give it a second, like wait till it goes to like the first heavy duty fucking kick drum, because it's like mellow to start with, really technically. Could imagine what you're going to say, like.
I got a couple of hands first. All right.
Just make sure everybody in the server fucking hears it. Fuck yeah. Man, that's amazing. Like, people think that, oh, how can you dance to that? But you don't have to dance to every beat. You
Oh,
can dance
Jesus
to the second
Christ.
It's tremendous, bro.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like that. Yeah, okay, I should have figured you said hardcore, like the happy hardcore.
Terrorcore.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
it's called terrorcore.
Terror.
But hey, bro, that's not even the fastest genre, hardcore. You get a thing
Well,
called
that's it.
speedcore, and it's 280 or 60 beats per minute. But speedcore's fucking like just too much, to be honest. It just sounds like the records are getting played too fast just because they're able to, not because it's fucking good.
So how long are you able to listen to this shit for?
I could get out of my bed in the morning after having a hangover and start dancing around the room, fucking doing with a vacuum cleaner, doing a Freddie Mercury, fucking dancing with a vacuum cleaner, man. Fucking right.
That's the type of stuff you would freaking play when you're torturing somebody. Like you give them like no darkness. Just like put a whole bunch of bright ass spotlights on them and play that stuff, blasting that at them. You get them to
Yeah,
say anything.
I'll tell you anything they want to know. I should contact the government, man. Maybe I'm fucking missing a trick. I could be a fucking interrogator. All these fucking fake terrorists, I'll be able to fucking find out everything.
No, thank you.
Oh, you know what I've done, by the way? There's a guy, I've probably shared this stuff. I don't know if I told you about him, Lou, but he's called Mr. Traumatic. He's a drum and bass MC from Wales, but he also does like woke, like basically spoken word and rap. And I fucking, I just emailed him and says that if I buy your back catalogue, because it's like a terabyte flash drive, I'm like, if I buy your back catalogue, could you allow us to be able to play some of your tracks on our fucking Discord server? And I dropped the link and dropped the YouTube and stuff. He's not got back yet, but literally a month ago he posted the UR History of Lost Earth video. He's been hinting at Flat Earth for years, but he's never actually came out and physically said it. But he's got like 100 and something thousand subs. 137,000 subs, so if he gets involved with the server, that'll be fucking amazing. Never heard of any stuff, Lou, no? Or anybody?
Wait, more of.
No,
I'm
this
sorry.
guy, he's the rapper I was talking about, the Welsh rapper. He's called Mr. Traumatic. I'll post a link, man. His stuff's like completely woke lyrics, man. Unbelievable
we don't
shit.
use, we don't use that word anymore.
Well, woke. Why?
Yeah.
Why not?
Woke was stolen by the left. They've got that with their
Nah.
woke agenda.
But they're fucking in the middle of a nightmare. Fuck, they've not got a clue.
Yeah. But they decided they wanted it. Now that they dirtied it up, we don't want it anymore.
Bro, I use what the fuck I want. See, I don't think he would strike us for playing his shit anyway. Because I mean, I've got a few videos on my channel, and he's never done shit. He's not got a deal with any major record label. He's not got a manager. Books his own shows. Got his own website, his own merchandise, his own album. Produces everything.
Well, I'll shoot him an email. See what he says.
I did, man. I'm waiting on a return. That was like 2 days ago. I sent it. There you go. I posted a link to one of his tracks. It's got a cartoon on that on it. It's quite a good track. Life, it's called.
All right.
Decent, man.
Cool.
Honestly, fucking
Sounds
decent.
good.
One called DNT. That's shit hot. Another one called Amalgam, where he's rapping about the mercury and fillings in your teeth.
Sounds good, man. I'm all about the music. I'm all about the music, man.
Anyway,
Love the music, man.
I mean the actual music rather than the lyrics. You might not be into the actual song. You might most people that like fucking learning shit, they love what he's talking about. But whether or not they like the actual track, different story.
Cool, man. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Is my background noise too loud?
No, I don't think so. No.
All right. Let me know.
Oh, here by the way,
I'm sitting at the pub.
Probably one of my favorite. I'll post this one, right? This one's probably one of, if not my favourite that he's made. It's fucking shit hot, man. Psychedelic Ascension. Cartoon's amazing as well.
Cool, man. Check it out.
Yeah, man.
Check it
What
out,
to
man.
do is, bro, drop, if you can, drop a fucking, like a couple of, like a comment in the fucking, in the message thread. Drop
Yeah.
the server invite, or if anybody's listening, whenever you're on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you are, drop the server invite.
Drop the server, man. I agree, 100%. If you leave a comment on a video, always drop the server link, man. Always.
And
always
you see
do it.
the best place you can drop the comment is in a fucking thread that's got like
That's
380 fucking. But see, when it's sometimes
Exactly.
when it's a big fucking thread, it says
Yep.
error 404. You cannot post at this time. Cunts.
Yep. Fucking cunts.
But then if you turn around and write something like "good song, mate," that'll post. But you post a fucking link and it says error.
It's where's Helio here?
What's that, bro?
No, nothing. All good, man. All good. I'm just chilling. I'm having a beer at the pub.
Oh man, I tell you what, I've got another guy. He's not signed to a major record label, and this guy, he paints a picture like you've never heard in your life, man. Wait to hear this shit.
Sounds great, man.
It's called Mike Righteous.
Mike Righteous.
He raps about his mate. Well, it was his sister's husband. She was pregnant, and he killed himself, and he's broken over it, man. But it's fucking the way he explains it, like it's honestly, you could literally see the shit he's saying. And you hear the emotion pouring out of it, man. There you go, that's it there, Margate Boy. Well, there's Margate Boy, and I only found that one a few months ago, but this is the one I found first, and it's fucking at 1.6 views, like.
Yeah. All right.
There you go, that one I just posted, is probably the best one I've heard from the guy.
Yeah, let me put it on my fucking playlist.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know how to get YouTube videos in any format from an Android phone? Like, to download an app. There's an app that you can take it 1080p, 720, 480.
It's just easier to put it in my watch later playlist.
Well, this thing's called NewPipe. If you just type newpipe.net, it's an open source app.
Yeah.
Literally, you can download it in any format, any
That's
resolution.
cool, man. That's awesome. Man, I wish I would have had that years ago.
It's been working for years, bro. Honestly, it's been like 10 years or something. Someone told me. Sorry, bro. On you go, man.
Hey, Kenny.
Yo, yeah.
So, thanks for sending the message to my phone. I know it works now. And I was going to say that it looks like the harvest is going to line up like almost perfectly with the get together. So just cross your fingers. It's still week by week. It's still week by week. But if I have another 2 weeks, maybe if that for the grow, and then 2 weeks of cure, and
right. Well, don't rush it, man. I mean, don't.
Oh, I'm not rushing.
Don't push it. If it's not time, don't do it, man.
No, I want it to go all to the very end, and
I got plenty for us to get through, man. You know,
all right, cool. That'll work. Whatever. In any case,
I got some really good Skywalker right now, man.
Yeah,
really good.
That's a great one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, so I have to go to the store, which I'm putting off because I have a horrible case of toolbox syndrome. Toolbox fallacy syndrome. So I'm waiting till I get everything together before I take the first step, and it's just taking a long time. The whole tool case has not come together like that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Got to go without the tool case. The tool chest.
You got to have tools, man. You got to have tools.
No, wrong answer. You don't tell yourself that.
Wow. I have
Don't
to
tell
have
yourself
tools.
you got to have tools when you're the one that has a toolbox fallacy.
No, that's good. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. I'm at the pub. Sorry.
That's Kenny sweet talking the waitress in Southern California. That can be a fun pastime.
All right, cool.
Lads, I meant to tell you this a minute ago, man. I was in this vape shop today, and I bought a vape, and I was having a look at the pipes and the grinders and just shit, man. And I spoke to a guy like a year ago about Flat Earth. He gave me the shop flyer. I sent him an email with Flat Smackers playlist. So when I went back in today, must be the owner or the manager, because he was downstairs, and he came up, and there was a grinder, and it had the kind of looked like a hexagon with circles on each point. The Metatron's the symbol for Metatron. You know what I mean? So, and I pointed to it. I was like, you know what that is? And he's like, nah, I'm not sure. No, I'm like, you heard the Metatron? He's like, oh, right. I was like, if you believe all that shit and you believe in space and you believe the globe, he's like, you're not a flat earther, are you? And I'm like, you're a flat earther, mate. And he went, no, I'm not. Pure instantly on his high horse. I'm like, ah, you are, bro. You might just believe. Yeah, but you might believe you're living on a ball barreling in multiple vectors and millions of miles an hour through a vacuum without containment, or not. And he was like that. He was like, Pal, have you ever read a book? I was like, and I grabbed my chin and I stroked my porn star beard, and I'm like, have I ever read a book? I was like, wait a minute, and he's looking at me, man. I'm not sure if he's actually thinking I'm serious here, man. And I'm like, what book? What kind of book? And he's like, just any book. I mean, like about this place that we live in. Have you never, when you read these books, do you just not accept anything they say? I'm like, well, no, when it goes completely arsehole for elbow in face of reality. If a book's trying to tell me that what I'm experiencing is the opposite of what I'm fucking experiencing, then no, I'm not going to believe a book, bro. And he's like that. Well, I think you need to read a few books. I'm like that. What? Well, you want to name me a couple of books, man? Give me a list. And I was like, if you want, I'll give you my YouTube channel, or I'll give you your Discord server. If you've got a debate, if you can stop condescending and acting how you are, you'll not get banned. Well, but you can come, if you speak like that, you'll just end up in jail. And he's like, what do you mean? What, so you put us globe believers in jail? I'm like, no, just the assholes like yourself, bro. And he was fucking, he never, and I kept going, right, so can you have gas pressure without a container? And he's like, what has that got to do with anything? And I'm like, well, if you've got a can of juice or a can of beer, when it's sealed, it's a closed system. There's a high pressure inside, lower pressure outside. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, so when you open it and you equalize it, how can you hold pressure without, when it's open? He's like, well, you can't. I'm like, so how can space be an infinite vacuum if we've got 14.7 psi at sea level? And he's like, I think you need to leave the store now. I was like, what? So you can't answer. You condescend me. Then you answer a question.
You need to leave the
I ask you another one and you tell me to get out the fucking shop. I'm like, and what are you going to do if I don't? That's what I said. It's like, there's not much I can do if you don't leave the shop. I was like, answer the question, I'll leave right now. And he wouldn't answer, man. So, and then the other guy who's sound as a pound with me the last twice or three times I spoke to him, because he had backup, he started being an asshole as well. And he started telling me I was condescending. I'm like, bro, condescending isn't me telling you something that you don't understand. That's not me condescending you, bro. And he's like, look, just leave the shop. You've been told. I'm like, fuck you, man. Stick up your ass. And I walked out.
There you go. Yeah,
I should have recorded it, bro. I should have fucking had it on my phone on record. But this summer, I'm gonna buy a wee GoPro, or at least buy a shit hot little microphone that's got a good fucking area it picks up, and start making some videos, man.
Well,
yeah, Dell said it pretty good. Like, technically speaking, Dell said it great. Fuck off. Yeah, you don't have to go proof. You don't have to go proof. Fuck off.
Nah, see, the thing is, though, bro, and it's quite blatantly obvious. See, when people know if you've got like a phone in your hand or a camera on you, people act completely different. It's not natural. They're every now and again they look at the camera. It might affect their answers. So
Right.
after I recorded I've done quite a few videos on my Pantomath channel, but I ended up thinking it's detrimental to the point that the energy I'm exerting trying to help people see this is actually affecting me adversely, so that's why I stopped recording people, man. Because it kind
That's
of defeats
awesome.
the purpose. It defeats the message I'm trying to give them. Somebody took the time to tell me, man. They used their energy and they took the time to tell me that information. Now I feel it's my duty to try my damnedest to at least give every person I can possibly see, give them the chance to learn.
Have you ever read a book? You put your hand on your chin and went,
It's funny.
have
I was
I
looking up
ever
in the
read
air.
a book? You start
I
looking
was
around.
stroking my chin and looking up. I was like, and as I was looking up, I was looking left and right on the ceiling.
Right,
I was
yeah. Oh, that's great.
That's the noise that was me. I was going, fucking asshole, man. But people who act like that, they deserve to be fucking mocked, can?
Yeah, I mean these Mongos, they don't know how fun flat Earth is, man. When you get it, man,
Of
they
course,
just don't
man.
know. It's so fun.
Once they exhaust like fucking why would they lie and fucking that, then that's another thing they fucking
Yeah,
they come out with, man.
they just go down retard
You
terrier
see,
hole or something. Yeah, fuck.
bro, see, out of my mouth, you'll hear me throwing retard about, calling people names, mocking them, insulting them. I'm not like that, bro.
No, no,
I think I think it's detrimental completely. Especially like, see if someone just random pops into YouTube and hears one of us berating a globe or five of us and cunts are calling them retards and that. People, as soon as they hear it, they're like, I knew these fucking flat earthers were like that, and they go away and never come back. So fuck that.
Yeah, fuck them.
Nah, but they're the type of people we want to try and get. The people who have got this view about flat earthers that one, were dumb, two, were argumentative assholes and we abuse people and all that shit of the day that they think, the stereotype. We need to we should be beyond reproach at all times in the live stream. So not one person could ever say they ever heard anything fallacious, like accusatory, fucking offensive, any of that shit. None of that should ever come into the
Hey,
airwaves from us.
I mean, I don't think I would have come in here if you guys weren't offensive. I would have been like, why would I want to join a bunch of nerds, man? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So
man, you don't have
everybody's
to.
different, man. So,
It's like the Nathan Oakley show,
but
man. I mean,
I mean,
he
I
obviously he's got people that love that kind of tone and shit like that. But to me, man, I fucking hate that kind of shit, man. Like fucking just screaming over people. And
we have a better balance than
yeah,
Nathan
man,
Oak,
for sure. This is the
for
best
sure.
place I've
I
ever
think so.
heard
I mean,
discussions happening, man.
no doubt about it. And we can have fun and poke a little fun here and there. That's fine. We're not absolute, mean people or
But
anything
some
like
people,
that.
bro, some people in here are fucking assholes, and all they want to do is berate and abuse fucking Globers like punching bags, man. And I fucking hate that, man. I really do, bro.
I don't do that, man. I don't do
I'm
that.
not,
I
I
know that.
wasn't saying anybody in here or not. I was just saying that like the amount of people I've
No.
had quite a few issues over the years that I've
Oh,
been here
dude.
because I've got no choice. If I hear that shit, like I go on YouTube and I hear people in here aggressive and shouting shit at people, I'm right on and I'm fucking halt, stop that now, yeah? Fuck that, man. Or if they're talking about the off-topic shit.
I've heard like Hot Wheels servers get totally irate.
Remember the politics server?
So you never know, man, how people are gonna.
Bro, do you not remember the politics server? Remember I got us a room in there with mod privileges about a year and a half ago or something? And it was literally like the Wild West. You'd go into their into their VCs, and there was 10 people cursing obscenities at each other, and there was 3 mods literally sitting there doing nothing. We got the room, we got permissions. The first person we modded and muted, they fucking unmuted them. You know, they're like, what the fuck, man? This is their room, fuck off.
Yeah, so you never know. Everybody has like a day where they just blow up.
Oh no, 24/7 I was in politics, bro. That was a constant fucking riot. Like, is there anybody listening in here right now who would be happy to join? I'm saying, is there anybody in here that would join a discussion with another server so I could note you down and give you a shout? Anyone up for it? Anyone?
Yeah, sure. I'll join in.
Who's that? Sorry, wait a minute. I'll write it down.
Central. Central banker, whatever I call myself today.
If I fucking find a pen someplace. You know what? I'll just put it on my iPad, man.
Where are you guys going?
I don't know.
Just, I go. No, I go like server. Well, I've not been for a while, but I go to like servers intermittently and go in. I don't drop the flat Earth bomb straight away, but then I try and have a wee crack back and forward, speak to one of the mods, try and find out who the owner or the admins are, and then try and set up debate, discussion, Q&A or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I've not had one sorted for a while, but I'm going to try again. Right, so who was I talking to?
It was me.
What's your name again, bro? Sorry?
Central.
Central. So, it's Banker. Fuck's sake, man. Sorry.
No worries.
Right, I'll just put Banker. Anybody else? We need somebody who's dynamite at maths, because I'm fucking ridiculous. I'm garbage.
I mean, I'm okay. I got the basic Pythagorean theorem stuff.
Right.
Basically all we need to debunk the globe, but
it's our best to cover as many bases as we can, you know? Because I mean, I couldn't go to a server and like have a debate myself, because you know what they're like with their bullshit sophistry and stuff like that. They come out with some kind of shit that they obviously know I'm not into and can't answer, and then they make a point of mocking that. And it's like, I just, when people start acting assholes like that, man, I don't even argue. I'm like, you know what, mate? Fuck off, and I just bail. Let them think they win if they fucking want to, man. If they don't want to have a discussion and have a enjoyable, like a laugh and shit like that, what's the point? No point having an argument about something, because both people are not trying to learn, they're just trying to win. And they'll use any tactic possible. Anybody else up for it? I'll put your name down. Pencil you in.
Yeah, I'll go send me a DM or something. I have to go AFK right now, but send me information.
Who's that again?
Sonny.
I'm driving.
Sonny.
I'm driving.
Sonny, all right, man. Sorry, Sonny. I should know your voice.
That's all right.
I'm gonna be driving. I'll skip out on that one.
Wait a minute. When is this supposed to happen? Like right away? Because
I'm just gonna go hunting, man. I'm just gonna go on Discord and look for like sciencey type fucking servers.
So you want to know who of us are going to be here when you bring them in?
No, not to bring them in. Just
go with.
I want to see if I can set up a discussion in their server so we can go over there, and obviously that it's in their best interest. Kind of the way I sort of advertise it to them is I tell them that we'll come over, it'll get streamed, you'll get 100, maybe a couple hundred server members. You'll get obviously some trolls, but we'll both gain some servers. Subs.
That sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it loads of times, man.
Yeah. Yeah, right on.
Just not done it for ages, man.
Keep me posted.
So, Banker, Sonny, anyone else? Don't everyone shout at once, man. Fuck.
Yeah, don't fucking jump in the pool at the same time.
Fucking noisy bastards, man.
Fucking Mongos. Come on. No, I'm driving. I'm gonna go home here in a few minutes. And
Oh man, see this new place
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
living
come
in,
join
man. Who's that?
Said I'll come join you. Go
Who's
for it.
that?
BG.
Who?
One and only.
GG.
GG.
BG.
GG. Did you say GG? I'm losing my mind. What did you say, bro? GG.
BG.
GG. Alright, so alright, man. Sound, bro. Had that. Right, Banker, Sonny, BG. Any specific specialities you boys would say you're strong at? So I could just so I know.
Well, you can't tell by the way I use my walk?
What's that?
can you tell by the way I use my walk? I don't want to dance. No time to talk. Woo! Woo! Pulled that one out of my ass. All right, well, you guys are awesome, man. It was a good conversation today. I was working my ass off, man. I could hardly listen. But when I was, it was good. Once again.
I struggle to listen to the live stream for long, man. It's kind of the same issue I've got with watching TV, or like if it doesn't engage me specifically and intrigue me instantly, I'm like, nah, I just won't listen.
Since I know I know most of you, and there's always a fun conversation. Could be about shoes or space or whatever, but it's always good. And yeah, we got dead air here and there. That's gonna be expected, man. You can't get away from that, man.
I know it's cathartic for some people just to chill and maybe trying to get to lie back at night, shutting your eyes to go to sleep and just have it on in the background just to fucking. But if I have it on in the background, I'm constantly contemplating what's getting said and it keeps me awake.
Well, yeah, I've suffered with that as well, where I can stay awake because I'm listening to something really fucking good, and I'm like, fuck, I can't go to sleep. Fuck this. And I just get up, you know. Eventually, I'll just get up and fucking go outside, have a smoke or something, and listen.
Right.
Just laying there trying. Fucking, I ain't going to sleep now. Fuck this. It's too good. You guys are nailing it. Fuck yeah. Woo. Fuck yeah.
Oh man, I'm getting a laptop tomorrow, so hopefully I might be able to start live streaming again.
Well, fuck yeah, brother.
Because we need a fucking
cool.
YouTube needs a text chat to go along with it, man. Definitely, bro. I know Helio's pissed off with it. I know that, but I don't give a fuck, man. I'll be right in there.
There is a text. What do we call them? Chat skankers. Chat skankers, man. Fuck them, man.
What's a skank? What?
A skank, a chat asshole. A chat asshole.
Just writing bullshit, basically. Any kind
they're
of
like
trolling shit.
just trolling, causing problems, calling everybody names. Fuck those guys, man. Fuck them. You know, and I get it, man. You don't want to give them a place to dwell, man. I get it, Helio, Sean. I get it, bro. Especially Sean, man. Glaflow, man, got fucking.
All you need to do is ban the motherfuckers, bro.
Well, that's what I say, man. Just ban those cocks, but then they'll just start a new county.
Ban them again.
I did this shit for fucking 3 years, man. I know how chat fucking works and those cocks and fuck.
I know, but see, like up until Helio stopped it, like there was weeks and weeks where they were there constantly, they were talking shit, they were constantly insulting flat earthers, they shouldn't have children, they're this and that. I'm like, and I never had fucking mod privileges. I kept saying to Winter, fucking ban them, Winter. And
all you flat earthers should drink some bleach. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
Man, fuck that. The first person to say anything of the sort, banned instantly.
Yeah.
And that fucking, what's his name? Ace Trades. He is a fucking scumbag. And he's been in the fucking chat for like, as long as I've been in fucking Discord, which is over 3 years.
Yep.
But the thing is, if you ban him, he likes his name, Ace Trades, because he likes to try and bullshit people that he's a fucking trader on Wall Street. But strangely enough, he's a fucking trader that makes millions, but he's in fucking 24/7's fucking YouTube chat 23 hours a day.
Exactly. Yeah, fuck off. You're full of shit.
Wow.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
And he admitted that he doesn't even have the audio on. He just sits fucking arguing with people in the fucking chat.
Yep. And they're just chicken shit bastards and will never come on with the voice.
Well,
Fuck them,
they
man.
should. See what Helio should like open it back up and make it so the only persons that can chat have been a sub for a year or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you
You can set it literally for years.
can do
SpaceX.
that.
See, if you go on the SpaceX official channel at SpaceX, you need to be a sub for 4 years before you can talk.
Really?
4 fucking years, man.
So, about 3 years ago, SpaceX had and we had a group of flat earthers, man. We all got together and said, let's just fucking spam the chat in the live stream for the rocket launch, you know? And we all got banned within like 5 minutes.
I know, but there's a few SpaceX channels. There's several SpaceX channels, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, we all got banned. It was hilarious. Fuck them. Fuck SpaceX. Fucking NASA. Fucking Virgin Galactic. Fuck off. I don't give a shit. Anyway. So, yeah, man. Like I said, man, there's great conversations here, and we talk about a lot of stuff, but, mostly flat Earth. I'd say 87% flat Earth stuff, or Earth, or space, or some shit like that, which is good, but we get off talk. We get out in the woods, and the woods. Maybe we go to the woods with the trees. But there's, nature stuff and growing food and good stuff around here, man. Good stuff. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man, fucking right. I wish I found this place fucking years ago, man.
But
I wish I found it when I was a glober.
But yeah, I never, ever, ever. I never talk politics, man. You'll never catch me talking politics. Ridiculous.
It's just a reason to argue, I think. That'll be the reason it was made in the first place.
Is fuck this. Anyway, 20 minutes. I'm driving in my car right now. If I if I get road body, man, let me know. Let me know. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. I lose you guys?
What's that, bro?
All right. I'm driving through
What's
the
that,
hills, man. I'm driving through the hills, man. I might lose you.
Dodgy satellites.
Yep. Satellite's fucked up, man. Hey, man, it says here your satellite's fucked up. And you're a fucking tard. That's cool. What? That's cool, man. Wife's a tard, man. She lives a kick-ass life, man. I can see why I lost my gold status. I get it, man. I get it. I don't deserve the gold, man. I'm good.
I'm just fucking with you because here's the thing. To me, like the whole status thing, like it's just so we can like see who people are and where they're at. Like as far as I'm concerned, you're like a gold plus. I can't make you a mod.
Hey.
But I think people are supposed to vote.
Exactly.
And I don't really
know, but it's all right.
I'll just make them a silver again.
Doesn't take
because to me it's all fun and games.
Doesn't take a lot to get gold, man. Fuck.
Yeah, man.
And if you fucking put 4, 5, 6 months of work in, man, you'll get gold, no problem. You're helping people, you're seen to be helpful to noobs, fucking, you know what I mean? You never fucking get aggressive and shit like that.
No,
Easy
I
done, bro.
never get aggressive, man.
To tell you the truth, you've been held for a while.
I'm even more chill than fucking Sunny, okay? And it doesn't come more chill than fucking Sunny, man.
I'm always chill, bro. It takes a fucking very intricate fucking troll to get me wound up, man. Like, I'm not. If I say something and somebody completely ignores it and fucking says whatever, and I have to repeat myself. See, once I've repeated myself 2 or 3 times and have to explain it in multiple different ways, the same thing, I start getting pissed off. Like, I don't even notice it. I just start getting agitated.
At that point, man, I just tell them to fuck off and like, you know, fuck off. Do you know that you eat food? Well, how do you know you eat food? Fuck off! You ain't fucking going there, you fucking stupid fucking moron, man. You're just trying to piss me off. Fuck off. Yeah, I've even heard that shit on here. I don't know if I eat food. I don't know. I'm like, what? Yeah, fuck you, man. Fuck off. But that would be like, that's when they're just acting a fool. There was a guy on here this morning acting a fool, man. I forget it. I didn't catch his name, man. Younger kid, man. He was like, he had it all figured out, man. That we were full of shit, and it was like, and he proved us all wrong, and he won. And I was like, all right, shut the server down, boys. Shut that shit down, man. We're done. Fuck this, man. It's over, man. Fuck, we lost. Some Mongo came in here and proved us wrong. Fuck.
I've been saying shut the server down to people for fucking since I came here. In fact, like probably the first time I heard someone claim some fallacious globe argument. Right, that's it. Shut the server down. Tell the mod team. Right, that's it. We'll just change it to a fucking a Roblox server or some shit.
Right. Change it to like a music appreciation server. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good to me. We lost, boys. We got our asses handed to us. It's a globe. Fuck. The guy said it was because he saw it in pictures.
Of course, man.
Oh, was that guy this morning? He's like, you can look out your window and see the curve. And I'm like, what?
Fucking kind of windows has he got?
Like,
he must have some fisheye fucking windows.
You can see the curve, yeah, right when at the ocean, yeah. The fisheye windows. That's it. Fisheye windows. That'd be a good name for a fucking channel, man. Fisheye windows. or fisheye glasses, man. Were you wearing fisheye glasses? Yeah, okay. You might want to get those that prescription checked.
He's literally just
Get
got
that thing
fish
checked
eyes.
out.
His eyes are fish eyes. He's like transplanted from fish.
The fish eyes, yeah,
Yeah.
right from the. I got my new eyes came from a rare hammerhead shark.
A parrotfish. He's a parrotfish, man.
Parrotfish.
I'll tell you something funny. I used to work with this dinosaur. She was like a really old lady, and she used to come in every day and say, "Hey guys," like over and over again. "Hey guys," every time she talked to us. And then one day somebody pointed out that she had like jaundice or something because she had yellow eyes. And after that, everybody started calling her Egg Eyes, and she never caught up. So every day we'd be like, "Hey guys, come here."
Hey guys,
I
come here.
kind of feel bad for it now, but yeah, she had needle marks running up and down her throat, like she was shooting them directly into the dome. I feel bad for her, but
Ouch! 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 Yeah, you feel bad for that, man. You don't want to see people suffering with weird shit, man. You just don't. I don't know.
I don't know, man. They want to see us suffer for sure.
They want us to drink bleach and die. Thanks.
Get sacked, starve our family, lose our mortgage, fucking crazy fuckers, man.
Those guys will fucking call your boss and say, "Do you know that Joey's a flat earther?" And you're like, what? Fucking cucks. I've heard stories of guys are like, this guy called my boss and said I was a flat earther.
Did they not do it to Austin? I'm sure someone tried it with Austin, bro.
Yeah.
Saying, what's it? I'm sure somebody tried to do that with what's it? I'm 99% sure it was what's it.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah.
Scumbags, man. Oh, low life to even contemplate that. You must be a fucking scumbag.
I'll just say some bad karma's coming your way, motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Buckle up, bitches. Buckle up, globe heads. Because you got some bad shit coming your way, man.
Motherfuckers.
Motherfucker. All right. Whew.
Oh, any of you know a guy called Zulu Hotel that comes in here?
Zulu Hotel, boy, that sounds familiar, man.
Because I spoke to him like about fucking 5-6 weeks ago, and he said that he had a P900, he was wanted by P1000, and he wanted to sell me it, and I knew I had some money coming, and I'm like, probably about the next month, 6 weeks, and I'll get it. And fucking, he's like, right, I'll send you it just now if you want, man. I mean, you get paid, I'm like, nah, just keep a hold of it, and when I get paid, I'll tell you. And I've messaged him every day since, and he's never fucking got back. Devastated, man. I already had it worked out where I was going. I was going to the top R4 seat in Edinburgh, and I was going to get the fucking sunrise, the crepuscular rays and shit. So any of you, if you ever see the guy, if you're here or see him, Zulu Hotel, grab him or get him fucking to contact a gold or a mod or something. If I'm not about, please, boys.
All right, Zulu. Well, I know. What is it?
You know what? I'll fucking.
I know a different
put
Zulu.
name in the.
He's a total flat earther. Zulu 1. You know Zulu 1? Mark?
No, I don't think so, no.
Yeah. His name's Mark. Lives in New York City. Good guy, man. Good guy. Good flat earther. Total fucking cheerleader for flat earth.
Yeah.
It's like an American version of Jin. Total flat earther, man. Anyway.
Jin CBR.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit hostile to the Globers as well, man. I've had it out with him so many fucking times, man.
Yeah, I know. He gets excited, man. It's nothing wrong with getting excited.
Not just excited, bro. He gets fucking nasty, man. I love the guy. He's brand new. He knows a lot of fucking shit. And he's fucking... See, when he's calm, he's so articulate and he can paint a picture to a dumb Glober simply as possible. But
Exactly.
then he's like, I was listening on YouTube one time. I don't like to talk about people when they're not here, but I heard them say something to the effect of, I'll paraphrase. He's like, I'm going to grab you by the throat and pour this information down your fucking throat. Your digest. I'm like, what? You can't threaten people with violence on fucking this fucking
Yeah,
live.
that's crossing the line, Jen. Back
That's
up, baby.
in live stream
Back,
voice text. That's the guy's name in his
back,
fucking profile pic. If anyone ever sees him,
back the fuck up, Jen. No, it's cool to get excited, but yeah, you don't want to like threaten anybody. That's totally not cool, man. Totally not cool, man. But enthusiasm's good, man. But violence and calling names, I don't like that shit, man.
man.
I don't like. I
Bullshit.
think we're better than that, man. And
Thing is, see, once you start doing that shit, bro, they dig their heels in and they won't fucking listen to a thing.
I mean, we've all been triggered, man. That's a thing, man. Getting triggered is a real thing, man. I've gotten triggered. It was just the other day, man. I don't know if I got triggered, but I was just like, I was listening back to the live stream, and some Mongo was in here talking just stupid shit. Well, what about NASA? And what about the? You could tell he was trolling, man. And I would have just hung up on him, but you guys kept him going. But I would have been just like, I got triggered. I click, he's delete, remove from server, But I don't have those kind of powers. But I would have just removed him because you could tell he was just here to cause problems. Just like the guy this morning. Just like the guy this morning going, you can see the curvature out your window and the rocks underneath the water makes the water curve. And I was like, oh, fuck off. Come on. It gets to a point where you just have, at some point, we've seen enough of this shit over the years now. We can pretty much see through all these Mongos. So the other day, there's a guy in here called 42 Ounce. You guys remember 42 Ouncer?
Don't think so.
Okay. Somebody left me a comment on one of my videos. Hey, man, I think that 42 Ounce guy was the host of a thing called Modern Day Debates.
The James guy?
The 42 Ouncer. Somebody said this guy was the host of Modern Day Debates. He thinks it's the same guy.
Right.
James? That didn't really sound like him to me.
Well, I don't know. I've never listened to Modern Day Debates, but I go, whoever he was. But what was funny, man, the guy was here all day, and he was like really cool, and he was laughing about shit, and I had a pretty good laugh with him later on at night. But apparently, after I went to bed, this guy went total fucking retard and calling everybody names. I was like, what? I just didn't see that coming.
He's still been in here every day. He's in the Cog Dis VC.
Diaz in the live stream voice text, he just says he can destroy anybody in a flat earth debate. Oh my god. I just told him to get in, but I doubt he'll come.
Yeah, we're here 24/7, man. Come destroy us, please, man. I'm begging you.
Bro, he could even wake me up out my fucking bed.
I want to be destroyed, man, with gas pressure without a container. Please, man. I'm here for any kind of bendy water and any curvature of earth, man. 24/7, come destroy us. Send us home packing with our tail between our legs, crying to mama. Going, Mama, this clover destroyed our server. Oh my god.
No, he says he can destroy everybody in flat earth. I tell him to come to live stream. He says, no, I'm studying for a math quiz.
Fuck you, man. Come on. You already got the math quiz. Math quiz? Not a final? You're not doing a math final this time of year? You're doing a quiz? What is it, the first week of school? What the hell? This is finals time. No quiz time. He's doing that's fucking. I'm calling bullshit on that. Totally, 100%. Fuck off. Anyway, we're here 24/7 to talk to anybody that believes they live on a spinning ball.
I'm in 24/7 fear of being destroyed by a Globie. Somebody's going to bring Earth curvature any second now. I can feel it.
I thought the guy had it this morning, man.
I really thought he did. Thought it was about to happen.
And I'm like, oh, dude, finally. I can go back to just watching reruns of Happy Days and shit. Fuck yeah.
Put all this shit behind us.
Watch some Honeymooners. Have a laugh. Go work on my car. Yeah. No. Now we're here to give you guys a platform to destroy us, man. That's why we're here. Come destroy us. Come talk to us. The link's in the description, man. Click the link. Flat Up Discord. It's right there. It's like the second blue little line down on the little description thing. Click it and then join. Go to VC check-in. Boom. It's that easy, man. If I can do it, you can do it. Hey, I didn't have to go to VC check-in when I came to the server. I knew some people in the server, and they had verified me. You know, oh, that's Kenny. Yeah, I gotta let him in. But what a great server! What a great platform! And we're here to be destroyed, and we're waiting to be destroyed, man. So bring it and send us home. Send us home, boys. Come on. Or girls. Or trans. Or whatever. You know, we welcome all here. We're not discriminatory in any way. Other than if you've got
no uterus required.
If you've got gas pressure without a container, we will not discriminate against you. That would be great. And we will not, you know, if you got some bendy water, that'd be cool.
We'll take that too.
Take that. If you got a measurement for the radius, dude, cherry on the top. Cherry on top.
You can't go wrong. Everybody knows it's a globe. It's so easy to prove, right? So just come on in.
It's so easy to prove, man. It's so easy to verify that we all live on that. Something that you could tell us to do to verify that we live on a 3,959 mile radius ball shooting through the space and having bendy water stick to the ball, and then have an atmos contained into a pressurized system next to a vacuum. Cool, man. Good story, bro. So
See,
yeah,
but
any of those.
I was just going to say, I don't say you can't have gas pressure without a container, and that means, or people take from that there's a dome. Like that, you're affirming the consequence. Right. For starters, technically, all we can do is we can show gas pressure or even a gas pressure gradient with a container. It's never been proven without it. Doesn't mean it can't be, man. It doesn't mean
exactly
because physics we know and the verification we've got that it's like somebody uses a logical fallacy and instantaneously 9 out of 10 people in here think because they might use a logical fallacy to say their point, that doesn't necessarily mean that the point isn't valid just because it's fallacious reasoning you got it.
Right. Well, it could be you know, some other phenomenon happening that we don't know about, but a dome. No, I'm not going to. I'm not standing on a
Bro,
dome. I don't know.
bro,
Could you?
the only reason we need a fucking container is if space is actually a vacuum. If it's not,
Right.
it could just be a gradient. It could be electromagnetic fucking some kind of EM fields. It might be liquid helium up there. It might be fucking.
Right. But it's not a
But
vacuum.
just to say you need a container to me, sort of the connotation of saying container means a solid fucking something. Well, that's what most people think when you say that.
Well, if it's not a vacuum up there, it would be a form of container anyway, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whether it's electromagnetic or a square box or whatever, man. We don't know. We'll probably never know. But we do know if there's gas pressure, something's gotta give, man. And that's it.
Well, it might just be all sitting on top of each other. The more dense stuff goes down, the less dense goes up, and it might just all be propped up on top of each other. And it might just be sitting there where, like, I don't know, the EM field that surrounds the Earth might. Fuck knows, man. You could fucking.
Hey, I know that there's not some goofballs flying around at 17,500 miles an hour, floating around inside of their fucking space capsule. Fuck off, man. That ain't happening, dude.
Looney Tunes.
Ain't nobody floating around in nothing, man. Fuck off.
I always made the joke. I was kind of taking the piss, but I always used to say, well, maybe that's why they need harnesses and wires for health and safety reasons. They need to because they're falling at such a great speed. Health and safety and the insurance policy they've got means that they have to wear harnesses, keep themselves safe.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, there's ridiculousness to outer space that none of us have ever experienced, and these globies come in and go, but I've seen it on TV, and I watched a YouTube video, and I saw it in my science class, and I guarantee that they're floating around because I saw it on a flat screen in my classroom. What?
I know why they got harnesses. When you're wading knee deep in bullshit, you want to keep your pants up, eh?
You gotta have your britches, man. Pull up your britches, boy. They're a little loose. Pull up your pants. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever watched the ISS toilet explanation. The $25 million toilet, by the way. That thing costs. And they just explain how it works. We don't actually get to see anybody using it, you know. But
so when they flush the toilet, does it go straight into their chugga coffee machine?
Straight to the coffee machine and
it does not pass go. It does not collect $200. It's exactly what you think it is.
Chugga. That's a PhD saying chugga. What? PhD says chugga. All right, that's a good one, man. Far out, man. I know a lot of PhDs, man. I don't think they'd ever use chugga, man. They're a little sharper than that, but chugga, man. Oh yeah. And then you got coffee in the morning. Yes, coffee. Well, anyway, I'm here to laugh at most of this shit because it's ridiculous. Because they sold this thing through the Edward Bernays propaganda school, and it worked. It worked really well, man. It fucking worked, 100%. Still working. People think they're going to outer space or Mars or the moon or fucking. We're gonna fuck off. It's not gonna ever happen, man. Back down here on reality world. Where it's flat and stationary, man. That's the reality. Sorry, but it is the reality, man. That's what do they call it? The axiom. Yeah, whatever you want to call it, reality, the guaranteed reality. The guaranteed reality, man, is like if I'm cutting a piece of wood, man, I want to make sure my fingers don't get near the blade, man. That's reality, man. I can sense. I have really good senses of depth, and I got a sense of speed because the blade's moving really fast, and I can avoid that blade with my fingers because I can see and be in a reality situation. I'm driving a car, I see the car stop in front of me. Reality is I put my foot on the brake. Hopefully I'll stop in time and I don't hit them. It happens a lot. Most times I don't hit them.
Good thing your brain. Good thing. I was gonna say, good thing your brain is able to compensate for the refraction, so you can figure out how not to cut your fingers off because your hand's not really there.
And that car is really not in front of me. But
Did you hear the guy yesterday who's saying gas pressure makes gas pressure, or atmosphere makes gas pressure?
Did somebody clip that? Fuck. Come on, man. Help me out,
It would have been
Helio.
good.
Shit.
And every single time we said, yes, so that means there's a container. So he says, so that means it's a dome. How'd you get to that? That's non sequitur.
Dude, this guy's playing checkers and we're playing chess. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, man. You can't just jump over fucking 42 pawns to get to the king, Fuck off. It doesn't work like that. Sorry, there's certain steps. You get certain steps you got to go through in chess, man. Certain moves. But no, they just want to jump over right to the king or the queen. Captured my queen with your pawn, on the first move. Yeah, okay. Fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah. Gas pressure is created by gas. Fuck out of here. I've heard this before. Somebody else grabbed a clip of somebody saying the same stupid thing. I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. That's a good one. The laughter never ends around here, man. I mean, there are days, man, where it's just, it's just tough. You feel a little, it ain't right. The moon's in the wrong spot. I don't know, man. But for the most part, man, I'd say like 82% of the time, man, I'm just laughing around here, man. I'm like, did that Mongo just say gas is the reason we have gas pressure? That's funny. To me, not everybody might think that's funny, but I think it's fun. Water is because we have bendy water. That's kind of the equivalent, right? It's because the waters is why we have bendy water. Okay. I'll buy it. What? No. The assumptions. The assumptions are. Go ahead.
See if he doesn't answer this fucking question, I'm going to put him in cog this.
All right. Send him to cog this.
Answer the question. I've asked him repeatedly. It's told him a direct question needs a direct answer. It's a yes or no. He went, it depends on no. And then he says he answered.
I'm not looking at the chat. What's the question?
Do you experience a flat, stationary Earth?
No shit, Sherlock. Duh. Next question. What do you got?
I always ask Globers that because 9 3/4 out of 10 say, but they don't answer yes or no.
I love that as an axiom question. That's your axiom experience. It's just flat and stationary. And everything above our heads moving. I get that. That totally makes sense. To say otherwise is you're living in Disneyland, man. Welcome to Disneyland, Fantasyland. There's a land inside Disneyland called Fantasyland, man. You can go there. You don't have to believe me. It's a real place, man. It's called Fantasyland, man. If you guys want to hang out there, man, be my guest. But if you want some reality checks, man, welcome to the flat stationary Earth, man. Welcome. We're here 24/7, man. If you've got evidence to the contrary, we are here, man. We got a group of people, man, who are willing to answer your questions 24/7, 365, baby. Bring it. Bring your evidence for said globe. That would be good. That'd be good. I would be good with that. Good. Yeah, bring it, man. Click that link, man. Come on. Come on in here. Tell us all about Disneyland, man. What do you got? Because Disneyland's the happiest place on earth, man. And the happiest place on earth is a spinning globe. And that's where you live. Is the happiest spinning globe in the universe. The happiest. What about the happiest place in the universe, man? Is that space? The happiest place in the universe. Fuck just the happiest place on earth, man. Talking about the
I
happiest
drew a
place in the
diagram of the ISS coffee machine. Hope you guys.
The coffee, you did? Is that in the voice text?
Yeah, I drew a diagram.
All right, let me look at that.
The happiest place on earth is where you don't have to think and everyone thinks for you and you can just for you.
There we go. Now we've crossed over. All right, Hank. Chugga, baby. Woo, that's great, Hank. Did you really draw that? You're awesome, man.
My wife drew it, and I was playing on my phone, and I added to it.
I love it. That's fucking pro, man. I'm gonna steal that right now, straight away. I'm mooching it. Got it. Click. Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, you can, baby. You can turn your poo-poo into coffee. I can't believe
Okay,
he
dude, that's
actually
nasty.
That's fucking nasty, bro. I can't believe that he came up with that one, man. Like, really? It's
This
really
is cutting
good.
edge science at NASA, dude.
It's cutting edge.
This is all they got. All they got is
Really?
recycling piss and making coffee out of it, dude.
That's
their best science, bro. That's all they could come up with.
No, wait. They grow lettuce. They grow lettuce in space, and they have a mouse. They got a mouse trap, mouse habitat on the space station. And oh fuck off! They brought nothing to the table, man. Zero. You guys
Dude,
got
I didn't know
nothing,
there was
man.
bubbles in space, dude. I mean, what's up with the bubbles?
Well, they're taking bong hits.
Are they
in
linked to the
space,
coffee
man.
somehow?
It's bong hits in space, man. What about that?
Bong hits in space, dude. that's what it's gonna be in 2025, dude.
Sounds like a name of a punk band from the 70s.
It's a hot band, dude. You ever heard of those guys? Fucking rocking, man. Bong hits in space. That actually would be a good name for, if somebody wants to make a sock account, go for it, man. I relinquish my trademark or copyright, whatever. Go ahead. Yeah, that's the bubbles in space. It's bong hits in space, man. I don't know.
The only space they have is between their ears.
I used to sing a song about that. I actually wrote a song about it. The only space is in between your ears, man. That was one of the, yeah. It's in between your ears. It was more of a punk song. Yeah. I'll play it for you guys someday. It's back when I was a Glober. See, I knew it. I mean, I wrote songs about space and the space-time continuum and it all being relative and shit like that. I was like writing songs about that kind of shit. But I was leaning into like the space between your ears. I knew that the mind was way more, manipulated than I thought at the time. I knew it, but I didn't quite have all the pieces. But now I do. I'm all square. I'm all good now. We got it all figured out. That they lied to us about all kinds of shit. Hello. And they're really good at it. They're really damn good at it. Man, those guys are good. Those cocks are good. Fucking
That's
Bernays.
that Edward Bernays.
Bernays is the shit, man. And yeah, they used it.
That was like 100 years ago, and then like now they have these like Xboxes with cameras that are connected to the cable TV, so they're monitoring your heart rate and body temperature while you see different things on the screen, and they can predict exactly how we're going to react with certain colors and shit like that.
Yeah,
it's way more advanced now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's top of the line now, man. I mean, apparently there was some incident that happened a couple days ago that everybody's all huffy puffy about, and I haven't really looked into it. I just kind of just went, oh, okay, there's another one of their operations going. Cool. All right, moving on. I got better things to do. Yeah. And I just dismissed it straight away, man.
It's been a series of incidents happening.
Right, there has been a series, and it seems like I mean that's a big distraction from eating bananas. Apparently, eating bananas is bad for you. It causes bumps and shit. I don't know, man. But
well, we just sent $40 trillion to Ukraine. I think. I don't know if that number's right. It might be 40 billion.
Billion. Wasn't it billion?
I think it's a bill. Yeah. Billion.
No, we just sent 60 million to NASA yesterday, and the day before, and the day before.
That's right. And today, we sent $65 million to NASA.
Most cutting edge green screen.
Cutting edge, dude. Cutting edge harnesses, cutting edge green screen.
Actually, my video game system, Oculus Rift, performs better than their fucking VR.
Yeah, they do. They're actually shitty at it. And maybe they do that on purpose. I don't know. But
it's probably on purpose. Like, it's so obvious. Like, all that moon landing stuff in the photos about, like, how the moon looks smaller than... I mean, the Earth looks smaller than the moon when you're looking at it from the moon. Like, it's all obvious.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. It has no bearing on reality whatsoever. But yet they sell it. They sell it. Hey, man, this is what you're going to do in the future. Yeah, woo.
Sorry, it was 54 billion to Ukraine. Sorry about that, guys.
54
40 billion.
54 bill. Woo.
Yeah, at first it was like 14 billion, and then they sent like another 40. And then after they did that, the leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, he was like, now the only thing we can do to stop this war is diplomacy. Like, you got all of our fucking money, and now you want to talk diplomacy?
Fucking.
And you think the people are going to get any of that money?
No. Not
Exactly.
a cent, man. Not a cent, man.
It's all at their expense.
You know, we've got this thing in our supermarkets in the UK where 2 or 3 of the large chains anyway, what they'll do is they'll ask you, let's say that your shopping bill was £75. They'll be like, would you like to round it up to 80 and donate £5 to Ukraine?
Right.
It's like, why? Why would I do that? What the fuck is my fiver going to buy?
What?
That's a great point, man. I love. Yeah, you want to round it up to $1 for Ukraine, or yeah, okay. Fox.
You know what? We should go around saying, look, give us money for Ukraine, and then what in small print below is just going to be like, yeah, we're just going to prove that Ukraine's flat, and then as soon as we've got enough money, we fly to Ukraine and just do like a laser test or something.
There you go. I like that. Now that's thinking right there, man. I got a Tesla right next to me and one in front of me, man. Teslas. They're everywhere out here, man. I got Teslas everywhere. Their cars are
What is it,
everywhere, man.
multiplying?
And their tires can withstand the vacuum of space too.
I saw that, man. Yeah, that was.
Is he like Genghis Khan out there, just impregnating the whole world?
Dude, there goes another one, and another one. Dude,
another one.
Tesla.
You know how cheap Tesla parts are going to be when those batteries die?
It's $29,000 to replace the batteries on a Tesla.
That sounds worth it.
Yeah. One thing I had about
you want to save Mother Gaia, don't you?
I gotta save Mother Earth. I gotta drive it electric. Have you guys ever seen?
It would be best if you just killed yourself. That would be the best.
Dude, there is a campaign for the older people. I've lived a good life. I've lived a good life. I should die for the planet now. I've lived a good life. It's time for me to go. There is an actual ad campaign like that. I was like,
that's disgusting.
Fuck off, right? Yeah, it's disgusting, right?
How you doing, Crypto brother?
Yeah, good man, good. Just doing my thing. What about you?
Fuck man. Moved house again. Fuck, I'm back in a new place. I'm fucking man.
Gone from your old mansion to your new mansion, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in actually the fucking one of the like shit hot hotels that are in at central Edinburgh, man. Fucking, it's the council that have got it basically. So I'm in here, man. King size bed, queen size bed. Sorry, fucking.
Did you tell me you were Ukrainian?
No, not yet.
Well, it's good to hear that you're back in a bed. I guess that's good.
I was supposed to be fucking sorting all my shit out. I've hung up about like 2 pair of jeans and 3 t-shirts. The rest of it's all just in a pile on the bed, man. Fucking, I came in here and started talking shit.
Nothing wrong with talking shit.
Makes a change from the fucking Globers.
Yeah, we've definitely been having a lot of low IQ trolls recently. There's a guy yesterday who knew what a straw man was, but didn't know really basic, like... I'm trying to think what his argument was, but it's so bad I've actually forgotten it.
Is that the guy who said gas pressure is made by gas pressure?
Yeah. That guy. But he said something else.
He was trolling.
Yeah,
He started agreeing with us later, but maybe he was trolling.
At least it's original. Never heard that one before.
No, he said
gas
something
pressure
particularly...
needs a container, therefore it's a dome. That was his logic.
Oh, he was saying Earth is a dome, wasn't he? That's weird.
Uh-huh. Because he kept jumping to that. He kept going down that slippery slope, and it was kind of frustrating. But at the same time, I think with those guys, we really got to start with the basics. He didn't know what entropy... He didn't know what second-law thermodynamics was. And he's like, let me look it up. I'm like, okay, his next question is like, what's entropy then? So it's like you really got to start with basics with them.
But then he starts reading the definitions like he's teaching the room.
That's funny.
He kind of started agreeing with us later in the conversation, but I don't know if he was just being trolly or whatever. But it was kind of weird.
I felt like he was sincerely like just a confused guy, but he was willing to learn.
Yeah, it was kind of like that.
Right.
He's talking to QE. He's like, "Hold on a second. I'm just going to look up the thermodynamics definition."
Real quick.
Well, you know, if it wouldn't be for surface tension, the rest of the water in your glass would fly out, right? Well,
The Google Google knowledgers. Like, I don't know. I'm sure somebody did it at one time. Hold on, let me look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Why do you believe this? There's plenty of evidence. What's the evidence? Let me look it up.
Right. That's it, man. Let me look it up.
Yeah, why haven't you guys just Googled it before?
We never Googled it, man.
You know, I have a lot of med students rotating at the clinic where I work, and I always love to ask them the basic questions because I know they had to take and pass a year of physics, a year of chemistry, a year of organic chemistry, and it shocks me every time how they go through mental gymnastics.
Good to see you guys. Yeah. Let's go golfing, man. Come on. I gotta leave on the 11th. Go camping. I need to get out before then.
Nice.
What about this dude? See that dude I put in cog this for fucking refusing to answer the does the earth appear in experience to be flat and stationary? And they said yeah, so I put him in cog this. And the reply is, you're not specific enough with your questions. What? Do you experience a flat stationary earth isn't specific? What the fuck?
Usually their first response is, well, the pictures. Like, are you kidding me? Look up Robert Simon, NASA's graphic artist.
You know what I found? You know, I found really interesting when I first started getting to the more technical debates is that really the arguments are exactly the same. They're just layered in more intelligent sounding language. So when you drill down to it, they just say, "Oh, well, I just believe NASA." And then you but it takes you 5 minutes to get them to admit it. Whereas, like with like a less let's just say a less seasoned globe debater, they'll be like, "Pictures from NASA, bro." Whereas you have to kind of like blood out of a stone. You have to get it out of the more seasoned globers.
Hey, for all you single guys out there who might want to think about getting onto a dating site, I have a great little slogan for you that will make the women, come to you as a flat earther. You introduce yourself, and then you go. Your tagline is, "I like my women curvy, but I like my earth flat." That will make them notice you pretty quickly.
You'll get banned from the dating app if you're in California, though. Okay. That was a very sexist and racist thing of you to say.
I'm just saying if you want to do that. I'm not saying that's how I am.
I'm just saying you're racist and sexist bigot for saying that.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. In California, hey, if I consider that in California, that might be a badge of honor. I don't know. It might be. If I say that in the California dating site, can I still go to the beach when I want to? Because that's the only reason I go to California is go to the beaches.
Yeah, but only if you get your mandatory banana.
Mandatory banana. Oh, that's hilarious. Do you live in California?
I do.
Oh, you do? What part of California you live in?
Los Angeles.
Oh. Are you by the beach or are you more inland?
I'm like 20 minutes away.
Oh. LA is. You've been there for a long time.
Practically my whole life.
Very interesting city. Lots of people.
Oh yeah, it's a little too dense of a population for me though.
I've flown into LA 3 times in my life, and it's just like you get there, and it's like you fly over houses. It seems like for an hour. I mean, not literally an hour, but it seems like you're over houses for an hour, and it's all LA or suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun. When we gone there, we've always gone to Santa Monica Pier and Venice Beach, and we went there to Pepperdine one time in Malibu. And Pepperdine,
beautiful places.
Pepperdine, overlooks the Pacific Ocean. It is beautiful, but it's also $70,000 a year or something like that to go.
I grew up going to like Santa Monica Pier, and comparing it to how it was, say, 20 years ago, it's probably the amount of people on that pier now has increased by like 300%.
Yeah, it's just really interesting. I mean, on Santa Monica Pier, they have that restaurant at the very, very end of it. I think we ate there twice the 3 times we went there. Never rode the Ferris wheel. Never did that. But it was fun. The weather was great all the time we went there, and couple restaurants that are right down from Pepperdine. That are right on the beach. It was just awesome. I mean, it was beautiful, but pretty expensive.
Like when you live here, it's like living in a theme park, and you're paying for those prices too.
I know. And what's gas now? What have you seen when you've gone out here?
Oh my God! Right now, premium, I'm paying like $6.80 something.
So you're in the sixes on the 87 on the unleaded.
No. It's for the 91, it's like $6.87 right now.
And for the 87, it's a little bit,
probably like
little bit cheaper,
like 40 something.
Yeah, here in Texas,
it's gonna hit 7, I think.
Yeah, here in Texas, we're at 430 and 520 now.
I feel like Texas is like turning into the new California.
Give it time, because we have immigration coming from the south, and we have California and coming from the west.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, I want to live in Utah where I'm protected from California with the Rocky Mountains.
Salt Lake City is gorgeous. It's beautiful out there. We went out there to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. I was gonna say I probably would have do like Ogden or Provo. Just I don't want that dense city population. That's where all the crime is and stuff.
Hey, I live in California. I know how to get over the Rocky Mountains. Just saying.
Not if the shit hits the fan. No one's trekking over the Rocky Mountains.
Nobody's flapping their guns for 8 hours. They don't know when to shut up. Great. I'll enjoy it.
Is that on a server, or is that echo from
Anybody
someplace?
ever have a neighbor that's just other
Frog's hot micing. Hey, Frog.
Don't worry, I'm on Hot Mic Patrol today. Don't worry. I'll let him know.
I always find it interesting the apathy some people have, where they don't even want to believe either or. They don't care to even think. It's almost sad. Like I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I don't want to know. It's scary.
Well, Los Angeles and Chicago and New York City can be tough places to live if you don't want the government in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Houston was getting like that a little bit, the last couple of years, a little bit. Dallas, not so much. Dallas got a little bit totalitarian in the city, but not too bad. And the suburbs of Dallas have always been pretty decent. And they didn't really clamp down real hard, but Dallas clamped down, and Houston and Austin clamped down pretty hard.
I feel like at this rate, there's not going to be anywhere to go eventually. Like you got to start moving more inland, and then what? Like they're just going to take over everything.
That's the plan. That's this is a worldwide takeover. This is a worldwide hostile takeover.
Sounds cliche, but it's that one world order.
That's what it is. I know we'll talk politics, but it's UN Agenda 21 worldwide.
Well, it's 2023 now. They changed it, so it's so people don't because people were aware of Agenda 21, so they changed the name.
Yeah, they changed it to 2030, but maybe they changed it to 2032. It's possible.
I was surprised to see Jordan Peterson as one of the people who helped write it.
Yeah, Boris Johnson's dad, the Prime Minister of Britain, who has 7 kids, and Stanley Johnson's his dad, who has 6 kids that he admits to it. Stanley Johnson wrote that book, the Marburg virus in 1982. I said the V word. I'm sorry. He wrote along with Jordan Peterson. He helped Maurice Strong at the United Nations write UN Agenda 21. So Mr. Peterson is no friend of anybody except the globalists and Fox News.
That's right. He said that he's worried about people that get into the alt right. So he's like a safety net to keep people from going like all the way to the right, because he's not really worried about the collectivists, right? For some reason on the left, even though he says that he is, but he seems to be more concerned about the people going too far to the right. Those young men, he wants to stop and keep them in the center for some reason.
In any hostile takeover, you have controlled opposition, shills, and plants. And Jordan Peterson is a plant by the other side.
Yep, 100%.
Fuck, see that idiot I put in Cogdas, now they're accusing me mocking them with emojis, and they want to speak to a different mod. They can go to fucking server ban. I'll bring them back tomorrow. Fuck them.
Well, tell them to talk to me, and I'll refer them back to you.
Or go to Cogdas and ban them. Say, you could talk to me. Do you experience a flat stationary Earth? Ask them the same question. See what they say.
Yeah, go then. Where are they? Cogdas.
Cogdas, bro. Aye. Say, I'm the different mod.
You guys have a, how shall I put, a legitimate case of butt holocaustation. Let's see what they say. Now everyone stop typing, that's no fun.
I'm putting them in fucking somewhere. Fuck them, man.
Nah, leave them there, man. They can write in there if... Ooh, okay.
Put them in the Helio Cult Convention.
Just leave them there. I don't know why you're worried. They're in the Cogdasis. No worries.
Okay. Bro, they've just wasted fucking like half an hour back and forth with them, and now they're basically making up that I'm fucking giving them fucking abuse and bullying them.
Any of you Brits have any tips on liver, cooking liver? I know it's really way off to the side. Excuse me. Liver? Do you guys eat liver?
Wrap it up in bacon.
Oh no! Fuck that! That shit's awful.
Bacon? I don't eat bacon. I don't eat pig product anymore.
You can cook it and you can mush it up into like a paste, and you can spread it on some nice pumpernickel or some sourdough.
No, I want to fry it like a steak. That's how my dad used to do.
Oh, you can do cubes on the grill. You can fry it up with some onions that are caramelized first.
Onions, yeah, I'm gonna do onions. That's right. Yep.
Caramelize them and then throw this liver on top. Salt and pepper, you're good.
That's right. Thanks. That's how to do it. It's just been so long. Anyway, back onto liver find its level only because it's a flat Earth. So there you go. All pans are flat.
The bottom of pans are planets.
I'm fucking banning them if they fucking lie yet again. Like, fuck them, man. Liars, time wasters, bullshitters, fucking trolls. Not here for anything else apart from disruption, man.
Don't cook this. I don't know why you care. Like, they are.
Basically making up lies about stuff.
Because they're liars.
Exactly,
You have to.
Above all, they lie to themselves.
There should be repercussions for bad behaviour with these children.
Yeah,
I don't mean ban for life. Like server ban and just let them back tomorrow. Server ban for like fucking 24 hours. Even 33 minutes. I like a 33, like, to be honest. I do like giving them a wee 33.
Oh, you know what? It's funny. I went to see the new Top Gun movie with my sister earlier, and
Today?
yeah,
Today?
Was it shit?
Yeah, today. Well, it was exactly as I expected. Shallow nonsense.
Yeah.
However, really interesting part of the movie. There's a bit where he's flying an old plane and it's running out of bullets, and he does a burst. So it starts at 150. He does a burst. It goes down to about 120. Does another burst. It goes down to about 90. Does another burst. Goes down to about 60. And then it does like one more burst. And what do you think the number of bullets was as shown on the screen?
Don't know.
33, of course.
No doubt. No
Yeah, of course.
doubt.
As soon as I saw it, I was just like, what? That's a really random 33 to see in a movie. It's odd.
Did you see the curve? Like we hear? Did they talk
Obviously
about
not.
the curve?
No, I didn't see unicorns either.
I heard in the beginning of the movie somebody talks about going around the curve of the Earth. You didn't see that? The only reason I'd go spend $12 is to go see the curve of the Earth.
I'd pay $12 to see the curve.
Yeah, but somebody said at the beginning of the movie somebody's flying and they say that they've gone around the curve of the Earth, and it's like I want to hear them say that because I might become a glober if Hollywood tells me there's a curve.
That's appeal to authority, okay?
Yeah, there's a meme that was posted on voice text that talked about that the last couple of days.
I was talking to this mathematician once, and I said, where did you ever see curvature? He's like, I see it at the beach. They're delusional. They literally lie to themselves. And then I asked him how do they get an elevation angle with a curved baseline, and how could you have a curved straight line? And he draws a line on a piece of paper, and then he rolls up the paper into a tube and says that's a straight line on a curve.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh boy. Got to defend that globe. They got to defend their globe, don't they?
It's like you can't even agree what a straight line is. The difference between 180 and 360. Like I don't know what else to do at that point. It's like a lost cause.
I gave this guy the example of on 3 days ago. I said there's the Eyre EYRE highway in Australia. It's about the middle part of Australia on the south side, on the south part of Australia, and it goes. It's the flattest highway in Australia. It goes 90 miles. They even have a sign that says 90 miles of flat, on there on a brown sign, and that's 5,400 feet of curve at 90 miles. And I told the guy, that was an example of, engineers not taking into account when they build a road of curve, and he came back and said, well, there might be places on the globe that might be flat, and that's why they built the highway there, because they didn't have to worry about it, because certain parts of the Earth are actually flat, even though we're on a globe. And I'm just kind of going, where do you go with that? I mean, really, where do you go with that stuff? I mean, you can call it insane, but it's like that's how some people think. It's just impossible.
You still arguing with him in come to this?
No, they're saying they think the Earth moves, but they don't know about the shape. My reply is flat's not a fucking shape. They're trying to say that I removed the emojis, the reactions. If Sleepy Joe put every single fucking one of them.
You know, I've actually used an infrared laser thermometer that was calibrated for stainless steel and measured the temperature in the moonlight and in the shade. And anecdotally, I've actually experienced the light to be colder than the shade when measuring stainless steel, at least. Have you, any of you actually tested that?
I haven't done a control experiment, but I have. I mean, obviously, I've noticed it before, and I've done some kind of, I suppose you can call them primitive measurements, but I wouldn't say that I've done like a controlled experiment.
I'm thinking of starting a GoFundMe so we could use some parabolic solar cookers to harness the light from the moon. There's these cookers that use vacuum tubes and special metal mirrors that reflect the light to a point. And using the sun, they can get that vacuum tube to like 400 degrees. I haven't seen anyone use one of those on the moonlight, like on a full moon, somewhere really dark, Mojave Desert maybe, and just put a thermometer inside of that vacuum tube instead of like a chicken when you would want to cook something, and then use another cooker with a thermometer inside, but not facing the moonlight, and see the difference of a thermometer that has concentrated moonlight and a thermometer that's not facing the moonlight.
I'm not 100% what you mean, bro, to be honest.
Oh, do you know what a parabolic solar cooker is?
A parabolic solar cooker?
Yeah.
It just looks like kind of like a satellite dish and the flames in the middle, you mean? Is that what you mean?
No, it's
With
not
silver,
like there's no... Mm-hmm.
Like a silver, it looks like a satellite dish, basically. And the flame comes
It's
out
like
the
it
middle.
looks like a bowl. Yeah. But see, they have ones that have like a glass tube with special layers that insulate the sun or whatever light you would be putting onto the mirrors.
Right.
And so that would allow us to control for other variables like convection and evaporation or whatever else. It just allows us to harness it and to get better results, a higher magnitude change. They're called vacuum tube solar cookers. With the mirrors, it'll be parabolic too.
Yeah, I've never heard of one before. Right? Hey, it's worth
how
doing,
else
man.
can we test it?
Yeah, get it recorded, get someone to record you, get a couple of different people, even live stream it, man, so they can't say, oh,
That's what
you
I'm
did
talking
this.
about.
Yeah.
We should actually do an event. I'll put into the 24/7 GoFundMe experiment. I want to see that vacuum tube parabolic cooker harness the moonlight and see what happens. Like, if nothing changes significantly from that, then I can't prove that the moon is not re-radiated sunlight. Can we prove that the Earth is re-radiating sunlight? I think they can measure like the energy bouncing off of the Earth from the sun. I'm not exactly sure how though. I'm gonna get some water to freeze using moonlight. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, but if you guys think of any other variables or like ways to like fine tune this experiment, you know, I'm all ears. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, that kid didn't even know what evaporation was. I don't think he was trolling yesterday.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. The Earth is flat because it's a sphere. Just like the skillet or the cookie the frying pan is flat on the bottom, so the cooking pan must also be a sphere. Just thought I'd point that out.
I mean, did you guys know the most densest material is found in the core of a giant star? It's called a neutron star. But here on Earth, the densest material that we know of is called osmium, 22.61 grams per centimeter cubed. Closely followed by iridium and platinum, baby.
So, who was the first guy to dig in the star and find that material there?
Dude, they used space spectroscopy. They figured out the molecules' bonds and the energy between them breaking and the light that's coming off of them. With
spectroscopy. You do know that spectroscopy is done in a container in a controlled environment here on Earth, right?
Of course, I used it. I've used HNMR and I've used CNMR. I've used magnetic resonance to measure chemicals that I was mixing together and test their purity by analyzing the types of bonds I'm getting in the solution.
So when you use the one where you pointed it toward the sky, how did you eliminate the atmos and the what few particles there would be in space and the chronosphere?
I can't.
So how do you know you weren't detecting the properties of those things rather than the object that you actually pointed at?
I don't.
So how could you refer that, you know, this object is made out of this if there's a whole bunch of stuff you're pointing it at?
I can't do that.
So how could you then make a claim in a science class where science means knowledge and the people that, you know, you're professing to think that you know what you're talking about because you're a professor and you got science on your side because you're not just a, you know, your typical, you know, professor who doesn't operate with a scientific method. It's not like, you know, this is like philosophy or something. This is actually like science. So
Yeah,
how do
because
you do that with a straight face?
you have all the other scientists. If they all agree, then that makes it more true, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Guidelines. We need to follow them.
Yeah, the scientific method, it really is, the guidelines for doing science. And if you're leaving that out, I would say, like, are you building a religion? Is it like the Cake song? We're building a religion. Right? Is that what they're doing? Like, we're going to put the scientific method alongside, over here, right? We're not playing with that. And then let's go, Cake.
Yeah, see, like it's what we're teaching with the kids. It all comes down to, I feel like this is the fundamental problem and issue. If we're ever gonna like get any positive movement forward, is we have to teach our children, and that's ultimately where it all comes from. And one of the most important things I think we should teach them first is logic and reasoning. I think it should be mandatory in elementary school to take logic and reasoning classes where they teach you basic A's and
Oh,
B's.
you speak of the
At least
trivium,
junior
sir.
high when you learn algebra.
You speak of the trivium, sir. Are you familiar with the seven
This is
liberal
the
arts?
answer.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. I'm agreeing with you. Are you familiar with the seven
Damn.
liberal arts?
So
Can I be
I want to
heard?
get that done, but that's in the movies and the shows, they always have that one guy that's the hero, that's the Superman that's gonna do it. You know? I think we all have to come together locally and do it.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
that would
all
be a
heroes.
revolution. Oh my God. It would become violent. There would be all sorts of events.
No, you don't need to be violent.
No, but
That's the
like
thing that the liars have to do.
the CNN and the Fox News, they're all going to have a new thing to put in the cycle because they were coming out and speaking truth and trying to make difference in their community and teach logic and reasoning in school. All of a sudden, you're a sexist.
Yeah, my whole life. I never was a sexist. All of a sudden, trying to do something different. It's funny because that thing kind of happened to Elon Musk recently when he flipped and said that he was going to go Republican. Like, apparently he got an accusation of some sort of sexual misconduct with a female. Same day.
Right, of course. I was waiting for that.
What the fuck? What about what Martov just shared in Cog this? I'll put it in a live stream. Fucking Christ. That's a classic.
Put what on the live stream?
It's a live stream text just now.
Oh. Yeah, it's like I think he sold out when he went to the gala and wore some New World Order slogan on his shirt. It's like at this point I hate to be dichotomous, but it's like, are you a flat earther or not? It's kind of like how it's come to. And you got Elon Musk like flying around in space and bringing in rubber tires, without blowing up in space. And he's probably all in on it. It's the show. It's the Macho Man versus the Hulk Hogan. It's the entertainment. It's the distraction. They have to control the opposition. That's just how it is.
Oh, did you see that I fucking posted on my YouTube channel? I tried to upload it 6, 7, 8 times for over a week, possibly even 2 weeks, and literally it would not fucking upload. So I had to record the screen on my phone using my iPad, then upload it, and it worked. It's like Elon's some kind of drug fucking flashback or down or something, man. I'll post it in the text chat. I've never seen him acting like this before, man. It's crazy. Check that out, man. It's quite shit quality, but the shit he's coming out with and he's fucking just his manner and his body language is like, what are you on, mate?
Elon Musk's mother gave Elon Musk to the psychopaths who run the world when he was young. He was always tainted. He was always evil. He was always a plant by the evil other side. Just
Of
like
course, even prior to conception, I'll guarantee you his fucking genetics were just waiting to be brought into this system at this time. Elon was in a book that Arthur C. Clarke wrote about the man on Mars, or that went to Mars. The guy's name was Elon. Coincidence, obviously.
everybody that we see that's rich has been allowed to get rich by people that we never see or never vote for, who run the world.
Well, I don't know how many people I argued with who tried to tell me that before Trump got presidency, oh, he's independent, he's got his own money, man, nobody controls him. I'm like, he only managed to make it as a billionaire because they let him. Fuck's sake, if they decided, we can't let him get big, he would have been bankrupt through whatever they decided to do to get rid of him.
It's too good when I hear you talking and I see that little baby with the angry face looking at me. It's too good.
Bro, see the amount of people since I got that profile pic that because I'm having a back and forth with them, they go, there's no need to be angry. Like, what? Just because my profile pic, you're obviously instantly taking my words as anger. Well, you're crazy.
These puppets selected by people we never see or never vote for, we call them presidents and prime ministers, are so far down in the pecking order of power in the world that we think they have power and they have absolutely none.
We're probably more powerful than them. When it comes down to it, because we're the people that need to be fooled continually and constantly. These other people have just been groomed. I mean, have you ever seen Trump Tower? I think he's on floor 66, room 6 or some shit. And inside the room, it's like fucking, there's all like golden ornate statues of Apollo and fucking paintings and like all these carvings of all these fucking different fucking like idols, sort of all these shapes and symbols and all the shit that they fucking push everywhere.
Denver airport murals.
Oh, that's crazy as well, man. Ah, yeah. Fucking hell, that's mental.
Phew. And then you look at that and you go, huh.
Coincidence.
I'm just going to suppress that.
You're just a coincidence theorist.
I'm just going to drink my halogen. It's all the way to the right and up on the periodic table because it's the smallest and most electronegative. And it makes my brain feel really good. That's what actually, it's interesting. All of the psychotropic medications are based around that element so that they could bypass the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
Yeah. And there you go. So like the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, the antipsychotics, the estrogen birth control pills are all getting pissed right into the municipal water supply. And it's been documented by real journalists that have done tests. And they don't even test for things like that because their standards are basically for large particulate and bacteria. So they will kill all the bacteria and leave all the other chemicals that get through. So we're swimming in antipsychotics. Our hygiene products are in it. I don't know. I don't know how many of you guys are actually getting forcibly medicated through your water supply, but here in California, we sure are.
See, technically, I'm supposed to take olanzapine, like one of the highest doses of it. I'm meant to take 20 milligram a day, but there was a 5-day period 2 years ago because I was in crisis. They said so they upped it from 10 to 20 milligram. After 7 days, I expected it to revert back to my normal prescription of 10. After the 7 days, this was Christmas Eve, I went to pick up my prescription and it wasn't there, and I never got olanzapine for 5 days, and for 5 days I was awake. Literally, never had even...
That sounds like a manic episode.
Oh man, crazy. So that was me after that. I still keep getting the tablets.
How hard did you sleep after that?
That's what it sounds like.
Did you sleep so hard for like 5 days after?
No, man, I only had... I'm a bad sleeper anyway. I don't sleep anyway, bro. I'm up for 2 days, then I sleep for 6 or 7 hours. Even with I used to get 7 sleeping tablets a week. Temazepam,
Yeah, some
a
of the
benzo.
most successful people, they say, are hypomanics. They get into that manic state and they're able to function like super well, and that's like supposedly like, you know, a lot of the
I
method
like the manic
actors and
state,
stuff like
the
that.
depressive state.
Well, most manics do become depressive. That's why it's bipolar. It's not because their personality is different. It's because they go through depression and mania. But there's hypomania, where it's like you're
Do
out of
you have this
control,
condition?
but in control. It's like one of the most productive states you could be in. Probably, you
Did
know.
you hear what I said?
Yeah.
I said, do you have this condition?
Oh, me? No, I don't.
Yeah. How do you know so much about it?
I studied it, amongst other things. I studied physics, chemistry, organic chemistry, anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, clinical stuff.
I've been looking for my fucking grinder for like the past 4 hours, and do you think I can fucking find it?
Dude, my grinder
Devastating,
is
man.
19 years old. First time I got one, same one. And it's still better than any grinder I've ever used.
I've got quite a good one, man. I found
That's
I
that's
found
for
it on the bus.
the thyme and the oregano, of course, and the
Oregano.
herbs. Uh-huh.
I take it you say aluminum.
Oh, aluminum? Yeah, that's great. You should just rub it into your armpits where all your lymph nodes are and just absorb it transdermally, because your body can't process it, and it's actually shown to be inflammatory towards the central nervous system. All you gotta do is go to PubMed.com, type in aluminum hydroxide inflammation, and bada bing, bada boom.
Plus, it's in
There's only one
every.
problem. Nothing else works as good as.
It's in all deodorant as well.
Nothing works as well, yeah. But you know, if you run an antiperspirant, clinically, what they use for things like palmar hyperhidrosis, so it's like people with sweaty palms, it's called magnesium chloride, and it leaves like a film of magnesium, and it kind of feels dry. And that's used clinically for some people with hyperhidrosis. And if you put that on your armpits, it can have the same effect of an antiperspirant. But you have the added benefit, and this is twofold. You have the added benefit of getting magnesium absorbed transdermally into your lymphatic system and through your skin. Nice. And then you also get an antimicrobial effect. Now, magnesium chloride is also used in the microbiology lab to create cells that are more, how do I say this? They're more patent. They're less patent. They develop holes, more competent, I think. Yeah, they're more competent. They have holes in their cells that allow other DNA fragments to float inside, and you can like measure the changes in the DNA using things like NMR.
Wow.
But what it comes down to, though, really is lost it. Got distracted. Oh yeah, the magnesium and the antimicrobial effect. So if you use it in higher concentration, you use that magnesium chloride, which is used to break down cell walls, and in small doses just kind of weaken them a little bit. You put a high dose of magnesium chloride on your armpit, it sticks around all day, no bacteria, no smell. It's the best thing that you could possibly use, an alternative to all of the antiperspirants with aluminum. I don't know exactly which one, but it's all aluminum based.
My ex-girlfriend, man, she always used to tell me like to not wear deodorant. Like if I was coming to bed and we were gonna get up to no good or whatever, she liked the natural smell rather than masking it with fucking perfume shit, deodorants and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's important too. Pheromones, we communicate through our nose.
Mm.
Like a stress sweat is going to smell differently than like
Yeah,
a workout sweat, and
yeah.
that probably has to do with the amount of apocrine glands that are activated, which release the oily, sebaceous type excretions, and
Yeah.
those are the ones that like to feed the bacteria the most.
What's this got to do with fire?
Flat Earth, because it's all being suppressed, just like Flat Earth is.
No, we should watch what we're talking about if it comes to medical shit, man. Don't say one way or the other if this is good or bad, just in case, man.
Oh, yeah, good idea. But did I say that?
Yeah, no, just like if you're talking about any kind of
Yeah, I gotta
chemicals
be
and
extra
this is
careful.
good or that's bad, it's just in case, bro.
Yeah,
It's
this
better
is
safe than sorry, man.
definitely not medical advice. You should consult your physician with any questions you have.
You should consult your TB.
Yeah, of course.
Consult your YouTube University.
Used everything they allow you to buy. If they sell it in the shop, buy it. It's brilliant.
Yo, you're
Especially if
right
the
about
FDA
the.
approved it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, especially if the FDA approved it, it must be amazing for you.
Oh yeah, no corruption.
Fucking hell, man. Jesus
Nah,
Christ.
bro, you're right. You're right about the sweat, about stress sweat and working out sweat. It does smell different, bro. You're so right about that shit. It does smell different.
Because of the oil that's secreted and the bacteria feeds.
I did not know that, bro. You just taught me
You got
something new,
these
bro. I
cells, they're
appreciate you.
called sebaceous glands, and they're like extra large cells that are formed in columns. And these cells, they're columnar, and they release a lot of that oil and stuff that like coats our follicles. And I guess those are activated. You know, and we get oily. What is oil for? It's probably just to protect us. You get sympathetic, and you release that type of sweat that's like ultimate protection, I guess. You don't chafe yourself or something when you're running away from a tiger, so you release that extra oil.
Damn, bro. You're so fucking right.
Is there any newbies in at all just now? Anybody got a question about Flat Earth? Just to circle back. Anyone? The floor's yours. If you've got a question, fire away.
It's interesting. The flat Earth has this like positive sun and like a negative moon, and it's been uh, analogized. They've like compared it to, made analogies with or metaphors where it's like a battery, and like the Earth acts as a medium for like the current to go through, like in an electrolytic cell with electrolytes, and it's kind of it's interesting. That's why I want to test the moon's temperature with the cooker, man. It's gonna answer so much, I think.
I've got a good video on my YouTube channel about electromagnetism, and it talks about the relationship between the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, and the tides. I will drop that because it is a good video, right? Really interesting.
So our bodies kind of like have that positive and negative too. They have a sympathetic nervous system and a parasympathetic nervous system, and one is rest and digest, and the other one is fight or flight. And we're always trying to find a balance between the two. The Chinese say your age is the breaths you take, not the years that you're alive.
Your head, your hairs of your head on the air, which is positive, and then your feet should be on the ground, which is negative.
Ground,
and you have an acidic stomach that is very acidic, just like a battery.
Energy derived from both.
And we have a pancreas, which is very alkaline.
If you look at Livestream voice text, there's that video about electromagnetism. It is really good if you've not seen it before.
It's all fractal. There's like the image of the whole in every part. The more you zoom in, the more you see the whole thing again.
What was that, sorry? Yeah, it broke up a little bit for me there. I heard fractal.
Oh. Just talking about a little bit of fractal patterns and things like that. I guess I think acupuncture is supposed to use fractal patterns. For example, like the ear is in the shape of a child just born or like a fetus, kind of fetal position, and you do the acupuncture on the ear based on those points. So if everything is kind of based off of this similar positive, negative, kind of has this anti-entropic effect. I feel like that's what kind of happens is with life is it's an anti-entropic effect. I don't know. I haven't tested it. I don't even know what's going on with it, but intuitively, I feel like when you're creating life, something's growing. It's an anti-entropic effect. Consciousness is anti-entropic. You can focus it and create abstract ideas and music or something. I don't know. Someone can prove me wrong.
So basically, what you're saying is that when you see like genetic stuff going on, where the genetic code is like riding a meat suit, and it's like a part of creation, you're saying that like this is going like against like nature, and because it's like it's not against nature, it's like outside of nature, because creation can't be nature. Like it has to be like outside of nature, because what do I mean by nature? So is it part of the natural world, like the meat suit riding itself, or is it supernatural?
Yeah, well, I think consciousness even more. Like, show me consciousness in nature, that self-awareness.
Right, because it's a pretty big deal. Like people just go around like all day long, like everything's made of molecules, everything's made of atoms. But this group of atoms is Larry. I'm aware of my molecules, whatever. But other molecules, they're just fucking rocks and shit.
Yeah,
So
like
like
so
how do
some
these
guys get
molecules?
together and build a bridge. That's anti-entropy. We are like beyond natural law.
What do you mean by
we have
entropy?
will, free will.
What do you mean by entropy?
Entropy, the natural tendency for things to disorganize and go into chaos.
That's one way to look at entropy. I've heard other people disagree with that guy. I forget his name. He was the one that came up with the like chaos versus order thing, and a lot of people, or some people, like disagree. They think that it doesn't have anything to do with order and chaos. That it's more to do with every time this is what happens. So I think some people are saying like he was the guy who got the press and everybody falsely followed what he said, but entropy actually has to do with just the way of nature, like high charge going to low charge, right? Taking, the
High
fact that
pressure,
if
low
you hook up a
pressure.
battery, yeah, you got it. Right. So, like, I think what you mean
Is
to
that
say,
dielectric?
I don't know.
Is
Possibly.
everything electric?
It seems to be.
I mean, we can call it all like electrons and whatnot, but that's what everything is. It's just different orders, different electrons organized in different ways.
You say
And we can test
electrons,
that
but
using
you mean
spectroscopy.
subatomic particles.
Sure.
So,
Yeah. I guess.
so you're talking about like smaller than the building blocks and everything. This is like smaller than that, smaller than the atom.
Little packets of electricity.
And now they're trying to like find all these virtual particles and or Higgs boson particles and all these like extra particles that they're
Yeah, I don't
planning
know
to
too much
discover.
about that. I only understand the model to the point where I can like represent it as like a 3D model or even on paper and like predict how these molecules would interact based off of the amount of space between the angles of the molecule based off of their charges. So that's as far as my understanding goes of it, based off that model that I could use to predict things.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're calling
chemistry.
density. Well, I was thinking density, but yeah, chemistry, molecules lumping together. If there's quite a bit of charge because the molecules are set up to be good conductors, then won't they be a lot more
And
dense?
you have to consider them to having different shaped orbitals. Like to be able to use organic chemistry, you can't imagine an electron with like orbiting protons around it. I mean, a proton and a neutron with orbiting electrons around it. You can't assume that anymore. You have to assume s orbitals, p orbitals, sp orbitals. They're like they're called probability clouds, and this is where the electrons have the probability of being, and you can never really predict where they're going to be. It's like in a cloud, and you have to basically, on that assumption, that it will be in that area or one of those areas, that the chemical reaction will go through. That's the current like model of chemistry. But probability, that's kind of weird to me. Probability, like it's the probability, so anything can be. All right, guys, I gotta go make dinner. See ya. It was a pleasure.
Hey, brother. Take care, man.
Apologize. I was switching headphones. Sorry.
Hey, take care, traveler.
Bye. Oh, is that Shanna? I thought that was your voice. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm alright, I suppose.
That's Speak, right?
That's me, Panto. Yeah, just the same old shit.
What'd you say your name is?
It was Panto, but because my Panto Math channel, a couple of them got deleted from YouTube, so I changed it to Speak Face, and then I just changed my Discord name to Speak Face as well.
Okay, gotcha. For a second there, I thought you said your name was Poncho. I was like, you don't sound like Poncho. How y'all doing tonight? I'm sorry, I've just been listening because sometimes it's good for me just to be quiet.
Me too. Sometimes.
Plus, I actually had nothing to add to y'all's conversation whatsoever because I'm actually sitting here in my head thinking, and maybe I'm an idiot, okay? Please, y'all clarify this for me. Have you ever seen a electron or proton or an atom?
I just watched a video on that.
I mean, seriously, I'm sitting here in my head thinking, you know, all these scientists talk about all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I don't have a microscope or anything. When I was a child, I remember in school we had a microscope and we looked at like bacteria, you know, and that's a supposedly bacteria and, you know, swamp creatures that live in the water and stuff like that is way bigger than a proton, an electron, and an atom, a nucleus, you know, whatever. So literally, is this just like some kind of like idea? I've never really looked into any of this that y'all are talking about. So
Yeah.
I'm an idiot, but I'm from my understanding, it's not actually something that can be seen. I could be wrong.
I think it's repackaged Kabbalah, essentially.
I mean,
if I'm wrong, please somebody tell me, because that was just my understanding of all of that. But and so to hear the whole conversation about all those different things that aren't proven, I'm just like, why are y'all talking about all this? Because it's like,
well,
these
molecules
are
are, right? Have we seen molecules?
I don't know.
Little clumps of matter. I mean, surely there's little clumps
I
of
got
matter.
clumps of dust flying through my air all the time. I live in Texas, you know.
Yeah, they don't have molecules in Texas.
We lost our molecules. Fucking Obama.
I'm just saying, I don't know, man. I can't talk. That's why I've been really quiet, because I can't talk about things like that, because I don't know if those things are real personally. Like, maybe they are. I'm not a scientist and I don't have like equipment and stuff, so I don't know.
I think it's help from the other side is what has affirmed their, scientific doctrine.
Well, I'm
You
just
know.
literally really, y'all just tell me 100%. Can you see an electron or a neutron? Is it possible to with any kind of equipment?
My chemistry teacher thought so, but I mean, I also watched this video and it says otherwise.
Well, that's what I've been told, is that, like you said, your teacher told you this way, but now I'm like, I don't know, man. Are y'all just making this crap up to like come up with ideas about stupid crap that's fake? You know what I mean?
It seems like another ball theory.
That's what I'm saying.
Of little ball.
Yeah. Like, that's why I don't know if okay, I can't probably say this word, but the big old BOM word, that's why I'm not sure if that thing's even real, because how are you going to split something that you can't even see to make a big old bang, it doesn't make any sense to me.
In order to have carbon outline shadows in Japan, you got to crack a few atoms open. That's the recipe.
Well, what if they just literally dropped a whole bunch of TNT? What if
I
we're
think
just
they
been
fired
lied
on
to?
Japan. If you look at the World War II building, usually the Catholic Church.
I'm sorry, Larry. I didn't hear that last part of what you said.
So if you look at the buildings that survived World War II, they were often like the Catholic Church. The cathedrals, they survived World War II, didn't they? Can you guys not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay.
It's a bit muffled,
yeah,
like.
cathedrals.
It was just muffled. It was just muffled. Like, I got like partial being. I usually can hear you really good, but I don't know why I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, I think Larry needs a new mic.
Somebody buy Larry a new mic, man.
Come on,
But
man.
did anybody get the gist of what Larry's trying to say?
I think an orchestrated World War II by the Catholic Church, maybe.
No, that's not what I said. You guys can't hear me for real?
Oh, I can hear you now. Dude, you must be closer to your mic now. So, yeah, I can hear you way better.
Yeah, I think I accidentally dropped it. I'm sorry.
Oh, now you're definitely gonna need a new mic.
Dude, Larry, you gotta yell at me, because I'm a pretty deaf person.
Never mind. I'll be quiet.
No,
No,
I want to hear what you were saying.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
You were saying like
I just wanted to say the cathedral survived the nuclear bombing, didn't they? Like the big church buildings.
And so, what are you implicating?
you know that maybe it wasn't nuked.
Cathedrals are nuke proof.
You're saying it was strategically dropped, possible TNT. Or some kind of form of TNT.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I agree with
it
you
didn't have to be
100%.
atoms splitting atoms open. How do we know that? How do we verify that?
Exactly.
They say that they had two simultaneous explosions, and I guess two little atom-sized knives, like, cut the little atom in half. Where did they get the atom-sized knives?
You can also stack up a bunch of TNT on a spot and keep adding and adding and adding, and then blow it up, and then say, "Hey, there you go, nuke."
That's right.
They got it from the Bugs Bunny. You remember those gremlins or things? Those things, remember? They were in everything, man.
Said I don't believe. I think that's a big thing to scare all of us. Just like space is there to scare us that there's an asteroid coming to kill the Earth, and I believe that they invented this whole whatever we could go into a whatever war and everyone would be annihilated. Oh, you better be good, little people. You know, it's just BS. Sure, they could drop big old bombs on you, but they ain't got that kind of thing. That's just my opinion.
I think that's just a convenient thing that happened afterwards. I mean, you know, it could be for one reason or another reason, but keep in mind, you know, some people are talking about asteroids and how they're afraid of them. Now, they might as well be afraid of Santa Claus hitting their house.
Exactly.
But the thing is like, you know, more often than that, you hear people talk about like, oh, these other people here are silly because they believe in God. And it's like, well, can't have gas pressure without a container. We're inside a container of some kind. Who built the container?
The designer.
Yeah, people are like, you're silly for believing in a creator, and but I'm smart because I know that there's an asteroid that's going to come really close to Earth in 20 years. It could hit us.
Yeah, I saw it on TV.
Yeah, I watched that movie, man.
Hey, Bruce Willis said the smartest told Billy Bob Thornton in Armageddon that NASA has contingency plans for everything because they're the smartest people on the planet, and they sent them out to take care of that asteroid coming toward Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have to say, I did actually like that movie, Armageddon. It was.
What are you
I liked
talking
that
about,
movie
Willis?
back in the day. I thought it was very entertaining.
So how far away from Odessa, where Friday Night Lights was made, that Billy Bob Thornton was the head football coach for that team? How far from Odessa do you live, Shanna?
About 4 hours.
Oh, so you're still a ways away. Okay, all right.
I'm 4 hours east of Odessa.
Oh, because Billy Bob Thornton, I guess when he was in Odessa, he was kind of a real friendly type guy, going to the local restaurants there. You know, while he was head coach, during the movie.
Yeah, I would have never seen him.
He was married to Angela Jolie for a while, wasn't he?
For real?
Yeah.
Angelina Jolie's a man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was married to a
Definitely.
dude. He was married to a dude, or maybe he's a
a
she.
woman.
Maybe he's a
Right.
she.
Brad Pitt might be, man.
So maybe they were in a completely straight relationship.
Just a role reversal.
Holy crap!
If Willis is talking to Bruce Willis is talking to Billy Bob Thornton, and Bruce Willis says NASA's the smartest people on the planet, you got to believe him because he said it.
That's right, because Bruce Willis, man, he's oh darn it, I forgot the movie.
Die Hard. He's Die
He's
Hard.
Die Hard. That's right.
He's Die Hard.
Oh man. I would say Bruce Willis has probably been in more movies that I've ever watched in my life, other than John Wayne, because my dad was a huge John Wayne fan. I'm not so much because he's kind of like a one-ticket pony or whatever, you know. But my daddy loved John Wayne. But he also loved Bruce Willis. He watched a lot of Bruce Willis movies too. He was a huge diehard fan. Dang it. Why are we talking about movies? I don't even know. I'm sorry, guys. Because I brought up asteroids destroying the world.
Because Top Gun is opening up, today and tomorrow, and we can't wait to hopefully see the curve in a jet in a fighter plane.
Oh, you know they're going to show curve.
I'm going just to see the curve. I'm going to curve.
You're like, they found it. It does exist. Oh, man. Actually, I'm pretty nostalgic about older movies from the 80s and stuff. And I've only seen the trailer for that movie because it was in like one of my commercials on YouTube. And I was like, what? They're making Top Gun again. What? And it's got Tom Cruise in it? No way. No way. They're going to butcher that. I bet it's going to be totally botched because I'm sorry. The first Top Gun was pretty dang good. I don't know how they could think they could remake that and make it good. Just like every movie today they try to remake, it's total crap. And it's just not going to be good.
It was an interesting story. They were thinking about bringing Tom Cruise's love interest back from the first time, from the first Top Gun. Her name was Kelly somebody. I forget what her name was.
She was really pretty.
Yeah, but what the sad thing was, the very sad thing was that they were thinking, because they were thinking about releasing this in 2020, but something got in the way. And so they were thinking about bringing her back, along with Tom from 1985 or whenever it was. And Tom, the scoop was Tom still had his decent looks, but she lost all of hers. And that's the reason they didn't bring her forward as his love interest in this movie. And that's why he has a new love interest in this one. But the whole reason she's not
he kept up his plastic surgery, but she didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole reason she wasn't brought forward to this one is she had lost her looks. That's what they said.
Aw, I bet she's still pretty for an older lady. I never saw her in anything else after that, actually. Not that I can think of.
What was her name? Kelly McGinnis? Is that what it was? Kelly McGinnis?
I have no clue.
I've heard the name before. I'm not sure how I know it, but I definitely heard that name.
But anyway, good luck going and watching that. I hope it's actually a good movie. I actually hope they actually can produce a good movie.
I'm gonna if they show me the curve in the movie, I'm gonna stand up and say, "Show me the curve."
I just found my fucking grinder I've been looking for 2.5 hours.
I'm glad you found your grinder, man.
I had to use my nose. I had to just keep sticking my nose in carrier bags because I've got all these bags of shit. I have to sort out my new room, so I'm fucking. Man, I just smelled it. I was like, yes. Thank God, man.
I know when I was like in my early 20s, I didn't know what a grinder was. We used our fingers,
Yeah.
My fingers were my grinder.
Are you Australian or British?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Definitely not me. They're not asking me.
Too. I'm neither. I'm not British for sure. I'm definitely not fucking Australian, mate. If I was Australian, I'd be talking like that, bruv. You know what I mean, bruv?
Where's your accent? Where you live?
Scotland, bro. Scotland.
Scotland.
My apologies.
I ain't from Britain, bruv.
How do you feel about William Wallace from a long time ago, if he ever existed?
I was just going to say, did he even fucking exist?
Yeah.
But if he did, how do you feel about him?
if he lived, how do you feel about him?
And if he did live, where do you get the information about what he did for Braveheart? Because Braveheart's not one part of it that I know of is true. Robert the Bruce supposedly has never met William Wallace, any of the Robert the Bruces. What else? There's man, I watched this documentary, man. It was like about 10 years ago. It's called Trial by Night, and like there's like 3 or 4 people in the hour episode, and everybody gets like a 3 minutes where they stand up and they say, "No, this guy's point was Braveheart is an embarrassment to Scotland," and everybody's like, "Ooh!" And then he sort of stands up for 5-10 minutes and he lays it all out why. It's the same with anything, whether it's abortion or veganism, like anything. I thought they could do it with, and he laid it all out, man. And it's all just bullshit for a movie, man. That's all it is.
That's so funny. If he existed, what do you think about him?
I think we just found out.
That's hilarious. If Christopher Columbus existed, what do you think about him?
He's a piece of shit. Yeah. Screw Columbus Day.
Hey, if Shanna existed, what do you think about her?
As far as I know, Columbus was a member of the crown sent to exterminate the indigenous people wherever he found them.
That way they could colonize it, huh?
No, they fucking like they don't talk about that. The wiping out the American Indian people, man. The Aborigines from America were destroyed.
The Incas, the Mayans. That's where they started. Yeah, whopping them out, literally.
Scumbags. Well, they needed to obviously.
But we're the civilized people.
Well, they had to set the wheels in motion. So by the time like nowadays came, a lot of the stuff that we should be able to know, and a lot of the stories and relics and like artwork and all that shit has been done away with. So, and supposedly all these Native Americans, all these dances and everything they done them to heal the earth, the vibration and the resonance created by these dances and drums and stuff. It was basically part of it, at least, was there to heal the earth and the round about them to get back to equilibrium. That's why they wouldn't take excess food. They would like when all the buffaloes started getting slaughtered by the newcomers, kind of literally they were just cutting them down, kind of like they wiped out. I'm not sure how much fucking percent it was, but like they were just killing them, taking their hides or taking whatever, and just leaving all the carcasses of all these buffalo everywhere. Whereas the American Indians, they would only take what they needed and what they could use, and they saw it as a sacred thing. And they thanked the earth for it.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah.
I'm not a lot Indian, but I'm Italian, Indian, and French, and a bunch of other stuff in between.
Hey, were the French Indians flat earthers? Because I heard the Cherokee Indians were flat earthers.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, even if they weren't flat earthers, they definitely weren't going to be globers.
Even if they didn't know they were, they were.
They knew that the earth was not a fucking spinning space ball for sure.
That's right. That's right. And a lot of people I'm putting air quotes up. I'm a religious person. I'm a Bible believer, and I also believe in what you talked about. That the Indians, they believed in their creator, and they also, like you said, they did their vibration thing. They were. This is something a lot of people, like, say, in the Christianity realm, don't want to even recognize, because I don't know if they think it's like witchcraft or something.
They call it, they're like, that's New Age voodoo. And like, no, Christianity is New Age when you actually think about it.
But I have a my mindset is Christianity, but I don't call it Christianity. I believe in the Bible. I just don't necessarily believe in a lot
Which
of
one?
all of
There's
it.
only like 30,000 to choose from.
I know. I believe in I think you probably know this. I like to go back to like the Paleo Hebrew versions as much as I can. So,
Well, look at the Torah. The Torah says that God or the Most High no longer allows any blood sacrifices. Jesus was a blood sacrifice at 33. There was no more idol worship.
I
Jesus is an
agree.
idol.
I agree. I agree.
No more solemn worship. I take from that solemn worship would be going to churches. Mm.
Now, I'm not a solemn worshiper. I'm a happy worshiper.
And then
And I
also the Most High says that, and I think he says it more than once. I don't know if it's more than twice, but he definitely says more than once that he's at his throne alone. Nobody else is with him. And it also says that you're not allowed to add or remove from the Torah or Tanakh. The first, I think there's 7 books in it. So
That's right.
the Most High stipulates that he's at his throne alone. No more sacrifices, no more idol worship, no more churches, no more religion. I don't think the Most High even wanted anything like religion to be happening.
Right.
Because religion's co-opted by humans who use it to extract funds and whatever from the populace.
Listen, man, you're preaching to the choir to me.
No pun intended.
Yeah, because I grew up going to church Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, vacation Bible school, Bible camp during the summer. Listen, I grew up for most of my life doing all that stuff, and I I don't know. I'd say probably when I was like late 30s, late 30s. I was like, I just I'm not going to go through the whole story, but basically, I realized, this doesn't make sense. I do believe in what they call Jesus. I believe what they call God. I don't use those terms because I don't like those terms, but I I don't think that that's. I mean, like just how like the Catholic Church decided to, out of the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were like, well, which they didn't want to put Josephus in there because you know I'm going to say Yahusha, okay, instead of Jesus because that's what I like to call him. Yahusha's
What about the Council of Nicaea? They just decided arbitrarily to take, we'll take that and we'll add that and we'll steal that and we'll. Come on.
Yeah, but the
It's ludicrous.
Josephus, literally, I haven't read it, but I've heard a lot of people talk about Josephus, and they're like, this book literally talks about Yahusha, like talking about like what you were talking about, like being 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 connected, and if you realize the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning, you are the kingdom. You are the kingdom. We are the kingdom, and the kingdom is also outside of us. This is just it, but the church did not want nothing to do with that because they were like, whoa, 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 that's outside of our hands. That's telling them people out there that they don't need to listen to us. And
Our collection plate's going to be empty on a Sunday. Shit.
yeah, so I am in a weird spot in my life where I'm still like, whoa, I still don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm trying, you know, to I'm trying to figure out what I think's going on.
That's all mad, definitely. But I've got to. I mean, it's literally 1,000,000,000% impossible for me to accept hearsay just because other people accept it, just because there's books. I mean, it's like me going back to the Globe because a book says, or a telly show, or 1,000 books and 1,000,000,000 telly shows. I mean, it's
Same with me.
contradictory.
Same with me because I'm like, I'm literally I'm happy or I'm happier than I've been pretty much in my entire life, because I realized how complacent I was most of my life and just being okay with everything I was told and just going along with it. And now I'm like, okay, I'm not complacent. I want to actually ask questions, and every day I'm asking questions, and I see a lot of people that I grew up with that are just super complacent, and they're not trying to even learn new stuff. They're like, I know what I know, and that's all I needed to know, and 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 this is why I'm happy, is because of that one scripture that says, if you seek truth, you will find it. And even if I don't know the truth yet about all things, I know I'm trying to find it. That means I'm on the right path, right? and and that makes me happy because I'm at least trying to learn new things. And of course, I'm just like every other person. I try. I can be closed-minded at times, but I try to be open-minded. You know what I mean? Sometimes my old old self can step in the way and makes me a little closed-minded to some stuff, but I still try to be more open-minded about things.
You can only try. That's all you can really do. Hope for the best.
Yeah. And I'm just being honest. Like, I think that's just normal, that things you grew up, it's hard to let go of things you grew up with. We're so indoctrinated. And so it's hard to say, I can't 100% say, yeah, I'm going to look at this with a completely open mind, because of course there's that crap in the back of my mind always jumping at me and saying, whoa, 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 what are you thinking? No, put the brakes on. But I try to fight that voice, and I try to look at things logically and say, and that's why I'm where I'm at right now, because my entire family thinks I'm a nut job because I believe the earth's not a ball. But they're okay with it, and they still talk to me, and we're cool. But it's very well known
Bring it
that
up.
they think I'm crazy.
I take it you just stay away from the subject completely just to save any sort of issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't bring it up. We get together all the time because I have a huge family and we're super close knit because I was homeschooled and grew up on a farm. So we're really close. And occasionally someone will bring up something about it, and it's usually is like a jab. And I'll just like, hey, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. You want to talk about it? Let's go. And they generally,
No.
yeah, and they're like, no, no, no. We were just trying to make a joke. They don't want to have the conversation. And I'm like, okay, cool. Then shut your fucking mouth.
You'll try and mock me, but when it comes down to it, you'll not actually be serious for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrible, man.
Hey, it is life, and this is not what I chose for myself, literally. And for them to think that anybody that thinks we want to believe this, they've got to be crazy to think we want to believe this. Exactly. It's like I did choose to believe this, but I didn't want to. It's just I could not deny the evidence, the huge evidence in front of me. And for me to deny it would be for me to just lie to myself, and I can't do that.
No. You just meant to ignore it and forget that you've fucking realised probably the most astounding thing possible.
Yeah.
No. How scientific and honest.
Yeah. But I mean, and that goes out to anybody listening because a lot of people, they think we are like, I think a lot of people think that flat earthers like for these weird obscure reasons, and no
That
flat
you want to be, you want to stand out, and you want to act like you're special compared to everybody. Like, what, we to the world we look like complete and utter retarded mongoloid. Fuck's sake! Or you're about standing up, special ed,
Yeah.
special education, maybe. For fuck's sake!
Yeah,
We
it's
fucking
like
we look like we failed special ed.
yeah, nobody asked for this to be put upon them. It's just where we are because we chose to. It's because we chose to stop listening to the narrative, and we chose to think for ourselves.
For fuck's sake!
And
what's so offensive about that to most people you tell? Like, why such a visceral, emotional reaction? I was about fighting the day. Two guys that own a e-cig shop. I was explaining it earlier to Lou and a couple of others. And this guy, man, you should have heard this dude. It was a symbol in Metatron on one of his grinders or some shit in the cabinet. And I was like, you know what that is? And he's like, oh, no. I was like, that fucking Metatron. Metatron's cube. You believe in all that shit and space and the globe. And he goes, you're not a flat earther, are you? I'm like, you're a flat earther. No, I'm not. He got pure flustered instantly. And I'm like, I flat smacked him a wee bit. He's like, do you never read books or have you ever read a book? And I started stroking my chin, my fucking bit of porn goatee beard. It's like a porno star goatee beard. And I was looking up in the air, looking left and right, going, book. What kind of book? This guy was being completely serious all the way along with it, man. It was fucking. I wish I had a GoPro on my chest. It would have got
that's
thousands of
hilarious.
views. Thousands of views. I'm telling you, I swear. Can you buy like little GoPros that are good enough to, I don't know, like not be seen, like on my rucksack, like the bit that's round my shoulder? Like, is there? Are they that? I mean, there's got to be ones as good that's stashable, man. Because if they know they're getting recorded, nobody acts normal, eh? They're constantly aware of the presence of the camera, so I might try and find a covert one and start fucking getting some candid camera shit.
Yeah, you need to get some candy camera shit because that would have been fun to watch.
I was bouncing about the town in Edinburgh city centre the day with a guy and with a couple of guys at one point, and every single person that I passed, I asked, excuse me, mate, do you like science? Can you have gas pressure without containment? Most of them straight away said no, because I never mentioned flat earth, so I couldn't. If I'd hinted at space, that the answer to the question about containment would have been, well,
That's right. Oh
because they've
yeah,
got to
that's
try and
right.
get out of it. But and this is all golden TV if it was recorded, and then I'd be like, and they'd say, no, you can't. Hey, definitely no. I'm like, and I go to the analogy with the can, the high pressure inside, you equalise it, you open it, the entropy increases inside the can, the beer goes flat, and then okay, I said no. So all these people had said no. I was like, so can you have a pressurised environment maintained within a near perfect vacuum without containment? And I'm like, no. Like, that's even worse. If you can't have it just at normal air pressure, you definitely can't have it in a fucking vacuum. No. I'm like, well, how can space be an infinite, near perfect vacuum that
And
envelops
then they're
a
like,
tiny
oh
bubble?
shit.
And see the amount of them, honestly, see the amount of them, not all of them, but see the amount of them that looked like I slapped them in the face. Honestly. And they fucking took my YouTube channel. I got 4 or 5 subs to my YouTube channel through them, and I told them about, in fact, a couple of them, they gave me their phone and I put a sub to Helio's channel, my channel, Eric Dubé's channel. I've quite a few that I can remember. And I went, beep, 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 there you go, mate. So hopefully there's going to be people coming in saying they're coming in from Scotland, they met somebody. So,
That's awesome, man. That's super awesome.
I mean, I do it all the time, but today I just went like extra fucking flat earth pusher. Like I went fucking, I was like steroided up flat earth pusher.
Nice.
I'm going to buy a camera, that's what I'm going to do. In fact, go online and get one ordered.
That'll be cool. That'll be cool to watch.
Hopefully somebody wants to assault me. Because they better be hard or they're going to get punched on their fucking ass if they try and hit me, But I'm not going to try and hit them, and I'm not going to be aggressive or at all insulting, nothing. Well, I've already been in 3 fights in my past, basically, in the past few years. Or since I found Flat Earth, like the past 7, 8. I'm in the 8th year now.
Dang, dude, settle down.
I don't want to fight them, but most of them just laugh or argue or be dishonest. Some get a bit uneasy, and every word that I say, I can see it physically affecting their face, and they're getting uneasy, and I don't know, they're probably suffering from their blood pressure's changing and their heart rate. And when I'm saying shit, they see this, like the syllables and the emphasis as I'm breathing and talking, and the cadence in my voice, because I'm a fast talker. And in Scotland, we talk really fast to each other. And it's like you're fucking hitting them in the left and right with the palm and the hairy side of your hand. That's what it looks like. Honestly, crazy.
I've only been in one fight in my life, and I was like 16 years old. 16. I was a
child. I didn't mean a fight. No, I didn't mean a fight. I meant when I was flat smacking them. That's what they looked like. When I was, it looked like I was going slap and then giving them the hairy side. You have to like take the foot off the accelerator because it's not good to do it. It's not safe to do that to somebody. To flat smack them, and then once they noticeably look like they're not having a good time with the information, you need to stop it. Because they're fucking, it can cause them fucking a psychotic fucking break, I would imagine.
Well, think about when, maybe not you, but I can think about when I first woke up. You can get too much information at once where you're just like, overload.
But and see another thing. See, once they get to that point, see if you keep hitting them with even more. One, the shit you're saying doesn't make any, like, it doesn't get registered anywhere. But
They're
two,
not hearing nothing after that.
no, but not even that. It affects what the up until before that point, when they were happily going along and agreeing with everything. That's people that get like that are the ones that you Socratically question, and they realise everything you're saying, they come to the exact same conclusion as you because you came to that fucking conclusion and you've been unable to unconclude that fucking conclusion. So this is why I'm fucking sitting here knowing for a fact I'm not moving and there's no fucking curve and everything's all fake. So if I bring them exactly to that point, they can't argue. They didn't have to believe me. So it's not like, conspiracy theory, this can try to convince me. I'm not trying to convince you, son. I'm asking you a question. You're deciding what fucking the answer to the question is. So that instantaneously makes the subconscious and the conscious have a bit of an issue because they were trying to hide flat earth between the two parts of the fucking brain, or between the two parts at least there. You know what I mean? Because you're fucking, you know full well, your subconscious and conscious mind right now, whether you're a globe earth believer, concave, whatever, anything, whatever, you know for a fucking 100% fact that you're no moving right now. You know it, your fucking conscious mind, your physical body, your inner ear, your vestibular system. I imagine your vestibular system's probably more precise than a fucking gyro, a fiber optic, or a fucking a ring laser, whatever the fuck.
Well, that's why I said earlier is that I couldn't lie to myself. I've
been waiting for the truth as long as I can remember. So why would I come across something that fucking is a paradigm fucking exploder and just go back to just believing what everything else is? I'm a fucking related to a rock, and that rock's related to an explosion. You know what I mean? So my great something's an explosion for nothing. An infinite mass, an infinite fucking heat, and a singularity went everywhere. And fucking supposedly, according to the CMB, WMAP fucking mapped the cosmic microwave background. According to that, we're at the centre of the fucking universe. And everything that's around us, we are at the centre of it. And I used to believe, like, I got told, or I learned this in air brackets, fucking, that old analog TVs, if you pulled the aerial wire out the back of it, the coax wire, the and black sort of fuzziness. That was, or parts of that was remnants of the cosmic microwave background for 13.7 billion years ago. And I even used to like show it to people and pull, being a part of it, what some say the TV's on or something, pull the wire out and point it out, and folk would go, oh wow, and I'd be like, photons, they take just over 8 minutes to reach your eyes. So when you see the sun, you're actually looking back in time. People will be like, oh, you're so fucking intelligent, man. It's fucking unbelievable. He's coming out with this shit thinking that you know so much shit. And it's utter fucking nonsense.
And you don't know shit.
Oh, but,
Yeah.
worse,
Yeah.
not that I don't know shit. I know loads of shit. Shit. Stuff that I thought wasn't shit, I know fucking an extreme amount of that. Yeah. And it doesn't mean anything, it's a complete fabrication. And all we really know is we're no moon and there's no curvature and the governments and people that are kidding on their learning things and discovering things. Not the people on the ground, the average Joes, getting a wage, but the system. That imagine how fucking extreme it is. I mean, look what we know. Imagine how extreme it is right now in the control rooms and the places we sit. Like big, huge fucking rooms and fucking all these strategies, and they're basically sitting cooking up how to make us go through as much fucking pain mentally and physically as possible in the workforce and bombarded with poison, low vibrational producing energy for the fucking media that's owned by the Rothschilds, well, Reuters and Associated General Press who own the Rothschilds. So they create the wars because they've armed and financed every war you've ever heard of, and they give you the media to paint a picture for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's
mind-boggling.
You guys maybe want to talk to Howard. He's a newcomer here. I just checked him in.
On you go, Howard. If you've got the floor, Howard, my man. You say hello and ask a question or whatever you want to do, man.
Good evening. Good evening, Howard.
Yeah, he's been looking into the flat facts for a while. You know, he's sort of inclined to the whole thing. I think he's just, wanting to be here and learn more.
What was your name? What was your name, newcomer? What did you say his name was?
That's Howard.
Howard.
Howard. Don't believe us, bro. I'll tell you that straight off. Don't believe us and don't believe them. Don't believe anybody. Just gather information. Get if you want to do it digitally, or get some notepads and get some blank paper and start writing some shit down and crossing shit off and verifying things here, there, and everywhere. Try and do as much as you can yourself so you're not influenced by one area, one group, one. It's not a thing you want to do is jump from a belief system to another, one to another. Just stop belief, bro. Just experience the Earth how it is. It doesn't appear to be moving, and there's 88 constellations that have been revolving in concentric circles for thousands of years. And it's like a painting across the sky, and it literally just gradually goes across the sky. And stories, myths, legends have been made about these things before we all had TVs programming our minds, newspaper, just all the stuff that we've been talking about just as you came in the door. There's no doubt about it. The sky shows that we're not moving. We're supposed to be, according to the globe model, spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator, supposedly. Also going round the sun at almost 70,000 miles per hour. The sun's dragging all the planets. It's like a comet on its own way around it's part of the Milky Way. Supposedly takes 2.5 million years to do one revolution, I think. So all those motions spinning, orbiting the sun dragging it. Supposedly this Milky Way's moving away from a big explosion, the Big Bang, 13.7 billion years ago. And then so all these motions, but everything is precise as it's always been in the sky. You've even got a thing called the Saros cycle. Don't know if you might have heard that, Howard. It predicts eclipses. If NASA tell you there's an eclipse at a time, everyone still uses the Saros cycle. It's pre-Babylonia, as far as I know. So 3,000-4,000 possibly years BC, they created this because it's like mechanics in the sky. The only things that change in the sky are the planets, and the Greeks saw the planets versus the rest of the stars that were circling constantly. You can see it if you do time lapse and point your camera to the Polaris, and you can see the time lapse of those circles. But the planets, they move back and forth. So the ancient Greek for it was to wander, so they called them wanderers. So now it's called retrograde motion. But literally, that's all that changes, but it's all still predictable, however. So look at the sky, look at water. Most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Water's always seeking equilibrium, and it always lays flat when it's not being moved. Go to the sea, look at it, it's blindingly flat. And no matter how high you go, the horizon will always appear to rise with you. As you go up, you increase your angle of view, and you keep seeing further. If the Earth dropped down and away from you, as you went up, once that point, wherever that point was, you would have to keep looking down at the horizon as you raised and raised and raised. But as you go up, you keep seeing further. So there's no curve and there's no motion. Did that all make sense to you, Howard? Sorry, I hugged the mic there, but I thought I would just explain that to you. Did any of that make sense?
You just dropped the bomb, man.
Did you understand me, Howard, bro? Yeah? Is he still there?
He's still here. He's just not unmiked.
You don't have to speak if you don't want to, man. You could put questions in the text channel if you want, bro. So when you're listening in to the conversation, if you keep always stay in that channel, if you're listening, you'll get a better comprehension of what's been discussed. There'll be PDFs or memes or comments about the discussion, or you can drop a message in there and ask anyone. Anything you want, man. We were just shooting the shit before you came in, so and I had to draw a joint, and then that's it. I just start thinking and talking about stuff. So sorry for hogging the.
Hey, listen, he talks good stuff, man. You just like you said in Scotland, y'all talk really fast. So you just dropped a lot of information all at once.
Yeah. Could do. I should have recorded that on YouTube, so I had that little clip, because I was going to make another YouTube channel for myself that had like stuff back when what's his name, Jedi was here, and the conversations we went. I was speaking about it earlier. I'm going to start going back to servers, so if anyone's listening or joined since I spoke about it earlier, I'm going to go on the server hunt and try and get Q&A, debate or whatever set up elsewhere so we can stream it over there like what I used to get all the time. And in politics, I managed to get mod permissions on the server because they couldn't give us it. They gave us a room and gave us perms, and their own mods were pissed right off about us.
Well, you're gonna have to go back. You're gonna have to go back to this live stream and take that little snippet of what you just said and clip it out to make that a video, because that was pretty good. Just spiel. It was a good spiel.
I tried to not speak too quickly, but I don't know.
It was good.
Well
it was good. I understood everything you said.
But you spoke to me quite a few times over the years.
Now, Howard, I would love for you to come in and chime in and say, speak your mind about what you think, and man. Because
Howard, if you can hear us, if you're understanding what we're saying, man, drop it in the text channel. If you don't want to ask questions, you just want to listen, that's cool as well. I mean, some people, they just don't want to open mics. If you want to speak off live stream, I'm happy to do that anytime. What I'm going to do also, I'm going to DM you some Google Drive links. There's a vast amount of information in them. You could go through it for literally months and months. And a shout out to Flatsmacker's playlist. There's one in there called Flatsmacker's playlist, Howard. And it was an old gold moderator that passed away.
You hear me?
Is that you, Howard, man?
Yeah,
How you doing,
it's
bro?
me, hero.
How you doing, brother?
What?
You cool? You cool? You okay?
I don't care. Yeah. So I would like to have a debate, like not in the
Whoa.
server, like on the
On
call or
what?
something like that.
What, you got a debate in you, is that what you're saying?
No. So I'm saying that I would like to debate.
Yeah, I'm asking you, I take it you're saying that you have a debate in you? Question mark.
Oh. So you're saying I have a debate in me?
You're saying you're here for a debate. I'm saying, do you actually have a debate in you? I was kind of being sort of sarcastic a bit.
Like you got some good info to drop on him, is what he's saying.
Yes.
No,
Not
I
right
was
here,
taking a
because
piss. I was taking a piss. I was just winding you up, man. I was just taking a piss.
I'll have a one-on-one debate. Is that fair?
Bro, name the best proof you have for the globe. Best verifiable evidence that you have that everything you've been taught and everything you believe is true. Just one. Just one.
Just one, because you can't have a debate unless you can at least drop one thing that tells you know for sure. You gotta be able to drop one fact.
How can you have a debate and no speak? Have I won the debate already by asking you one question? Fuck's sake, I want free nitro for that, bro. How about this, right? I'll ask you a question, right? Do you personally experience, and I'm not talking about on the TV or what you believe or you've read in a book, a teacher told you, anything that's said, whatever, do you personally, day to day, in your life as you walk this earth, I know you're young, but since you've walked this earth, do you personally and always have experienced a flat and non-rotating earth, non-moving, no motion whatsoever?
Sorry to intrude on your
It's a
conversation.
yes or no question, bro. I'm asking you a question.
Well,
Do
let
you
him
personally?
answer. Let him answer, man.
He just says he was just going to ask me something. He says I'm going to ask you a question, bro. Do you personally experience a flat, stationary Earth?
That's like asking a bug if it on my skin
yes or
if it
no,
experiences a human body.
bro.
Of
It's
course
a
it doesn't.
yes
It
or
just
no question.
If a bug gets on my
It's a
body and
yes
I
or no
move,
question.
no,
Bro,
listen.
I'm
If,
if you just keep
local
talking.
spot.
that's a
I'm
terrible
going to mute if you just
analogy.
keep
'Cause
talking.
if the bug is on my body and I move my arm, it's gonna bug me.
Fuck
It's
the
a
bug.
terrible analogy. Terrible.
Jana, it's a yes or no question, and we shall not move forward in the proceedings until you answer the question, bro.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he came in asking for a debate. Now,
Bro, hold it. Please, everybody stop talking, please.
Yeah,
Howard, can you please answer one question?
Only
Everybody
space.
stop talking over him.
Go for it.
Howard, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, I could hear you.
Right, it's a yes or no, brother. Please, do me this, at least this one solid. Do you personally experience in your life day to day a flat, stationary Earth?
Yes.
Stop Googling. Yes. Mate, honestly, I'm shocked.
He said yes.
I'm shocked, bro. I'm shocked, bro. Most people say that, no. Honestly, you're the first person in a couple of weeks. You're the first person in a couple of weeks that I've checked in that's actually been honest and admitted it. So it's a belief that you're moving.
Dude, are you gonna let me talk? Alright, so no.
You know what's
I believe and I know. Let me talk. I believe and I know. I listen to you. Are you listening to me?
Hey, you're talking, bro. You can talk anything you like.
Asked him a question, Spake, and he answered it. And can you let him expound, please?
Wait, what are you shouting at me? I just told him, man, it's an open thing. You can talk. What are you talking to, Helio? For fuck's sake. Who are you talking to in the live stream like this? Fucking DM me, you got a problem. Fuck's sake. On you go, Howard.
Wait, who's even talking? Who's talking? Is this
On
Spake?
you go, Howard. That's cool.
Is this
On you
Spake
go,
who's
bro.
talking? Yes or no?
Yes.
Alright. That's all you had to say. Yes or no, you heard? Alright, let's get
Talking
into
to Helio, bro. I was talking to a fellow moderator.
I'm good. Go ahead.
Alright. So, Yeah, yes, in the sense that like I don't feel the curve necessarily, but I've seen the curve. Yes, we are not on the flat Earth.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to get in.
Whoa! Hold
Let
it.
me.
Back to the point. Go back to the
Yo,
point. You just agreed the Earth's flat
Only
and
speak.
stationary.
Only speak.
No, it's going. Please stop. You've agreed the Earth was flat and stationary, right? Back to the first
No,
question.
I never said the Earth is flat.
Howard,
Sorry,
you
Steve.
just
Never said the
you
Earth is
just
flat.
agreed. You just agreed, then backtracked and spoke at the other
No,
side of your
I never
mouth.
backtracked. I
You
never
spoke at the other
backtracked.
side of your mouth and
Hey.
said you've seen curvature
Oh
and it's
my
not
god.
flat.
Guys, can I help a little bit?
Mute
So
you.
I think what you were trying to say is a
Why are you
base
shouting?
axiom.
I can't
Can you
He was
please
just
understand a word you are saying.
Bro, can you please stop telling me what you
Dude,
think? I
I
know what's
don't
happening. I
understand what
don't
you're
work
saying.
here.
You're just shouting.
Right, Howard, you can't say that.
You're
It's
just
not.
shouting.
Spake.
I don't
Bro,
understand what you're
you,
saying.
Can I ask Howard a
you
You're
question,
just
said
please?
you've
shouting.
seen curve.
Spake.
You said
Can
you'd
I?
seen
Oh
curve,
my.
bro.
Yes, I have seen curve, but I'm not
No,
going to
it's not
debate
flat
that.
and stationary then, is it? It's
Oh my
stationary,
god,
but
what did I say to you
you've seen
before?
curve.
Dude, you just don't listen.
Ask
You
your
don't
fucking
listen.
question.
Hey,
You
Spake.
don't
Can
listen.
I please ask
I'm
Howard a
gonna mute you.
question real
If you see
quick?
if you don't,
Hey,
if you don't start
Spake,
answering the
why are
question,
you
I'm gonna
so
mute you.
angry?
I'm not. I'm
Yes,
just
why are
Be
you so
calm.
angry?
Be
I'm
calm.
Scottish
Yeah,
and
Then
be
you
knackered.
calm.
can,
Be calm.
have an
Hey,
open
do you think we
mind.
should ask
In
him
my
like the
in my
3-point
Scottish.
questions or
Will
something?
everybody
flat
please
earther is
stop
yelling at
talking?
the glober.
Howard, son,
The flat
Howard,
earther
please
is yelling
focus.
at the glober. That makes you guys look real
I'm
bad.
not Scottish, bro. I'm
Doesn't it?
talking fucking
That
normal.
makes you guys look real
Howard,
bad.
please listen to me, man. I'll ask you this in one thing. Right, I asked you if you experienced a flat stationary Earth. If you say no, right, you're either saying that you can see curve and you feel motion, right? So if you say no to the first question, then obviously if you're saying that it's flat, then you've never seen curvature. So how can you then say, after you say that it's not flat, you've seen curve? Where did you see curve? Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curve for 127,000 feet. Red Bull jump, the Felix Baumgartner jump. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you cannot see curve from that height. So if you've been in a commercial airliner, there's been a third of the height of the Felix Baumgartner jump.
You know
So
what's
you've
really
not seen
interesting, Spake, is he didn't say anything about that. You're the one talking about it.
seen curve.
I
Hey,
know,
Helio?
but you asked him.
You're doing all the talking, not me, dude.
You asked him if he's ever. You asked him if you've ever experienced the Earth as a globe, and he said no. He said pretty much no, and he's like, and then
why are you talking over me? That's not what I said. I asked him if he experienced a flat stationary Earth. He agreed, and then he says he saw curve.
Right,
So
it's
I've been
pretty much.
telling you. So why are you still arguing the point when he's not answered the
Oh
first
my god, I
fucking
just had to
question?
mute that guy.
Hey,
He's annoying.
Helio. I just want to say
I'm
I'm not even in this argument, but I think you're a great mod. You're like an example of good mods.
Hey, yo, Spake.
Me, I'm trying to tell you, man. Bro,
No,
look,
Spake, you
Howard,
suck.
I'm not going to say this again, Howard, right? Ask you, Howard, listen to me, or I'm going to fucking mute you. I'm going to fucking mute you.
Listen,
me then.
Spake, you don't
You're the one that's
have
yelling,
to
not
be.
me, dude.
Listen,
You're the one
Spake,
that's
you
getting
don't have
upset,
to
not
be
me.
so hostile. Try to be more a little bit, just a little
Damn, you
bit.
go to anger management. Like,
Hey,
damn, for real.
Spake, I got an idea. Shouldn't we go through the 3 points with these guys? Like, here, guys, I gotta. Should we?
I've worked here for 3 years. I asked a question. He's contradicted his answer. I know what I'm asking for. It could be you are all talking over. That's why I'm having to raise my voice. I want the first question answered.
I'm almost out of here with this yelling
Okay,
stuff.
I think you
Like,
kind
I'm not
of did.
Man, listen, please. Where have you seen curvature? That's the point. If you say it's not flat, you've seen
You're
curve.
not even giving me the opportunity to answer you.
Yeah, but you're asking a question that's about
Jesus,
subjective reality. We're talking about, like, well, no, it is objective reality, but it's the base axiom level of
For
it.
3 years. I've asked every person I've spoke to and taken the same question.
I know, but what I'm saying, we should just ask him if anyone's ever measured curvature. We should just ask him that.
Oh,
Might
I'm
help him.
asked a question 15 minutes ago. Jesus Christ, I'm a an answer. All you have spoke over me. All you have spoke over him. He's not answered the question still, and you're still trying to let him get out of it.
No, dude, your question is pointless, though. That's my point. Like, what good does answering his question either way do?
Well, Spake, I mean, are you trying to get him on a gotcha? Spake, are you trying to get him on a gotcha, even though he's brand new to the conversation? Are
Are
you
you stupid
trying to
or
get
what?
my
Are you
gospel?
fucking insane? All I done was ask them a question. We've all been sitting having a brilliant laugh, sitting talking about shit. I laid out loads of shit to you before you spoke, and you came on wanting a debate. So I asked you, listen, you're still speaking over me. You're still speaking over me. You're still speaking over me. See what I mean? You're still speaking over me.
And who's talking more than you, Spake? How about that?
Why no fucking let the guy answer a question, man? It's fucking terrible, man.
What question?
Well, okay, so it shows a shortcoming on his part. So, let the audience see that and hear that. So can we go through the 3 points with them?
We've seen it, bro, and I agree with that. It's perfect, man. But the point is,
You're roboting. You're breaking up a little bit.
do my job, bro. I'm saying, bro, the point was, all I was trying to do was do something that I've went through with everybody I've ever spoke to since I started working here over 3 years ago. And it's just a way of getting them, like what I was talking about earlier, Socratic questions where they have to answer. If they're answer honest, they have to come to the conclusion. It's a psychological thing to break through and expose cognitive dissonance to the conscious mind. That's what it does. You walk them right into it, or you just walk beside them. Fuck's sake, man. That's what I was trying to do, and it would go past all fucking easier if I fucking just...
Okay, let's start over.
Okay, he just didn't wrap his mind around it. It's not the end of the world. He may understand something else we say to him. So, Guaco, or whatever, I got an important 3 questions for you. First question. You believe the Earth is a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a planet, right? In your mind?
At this time, yes.
All right, so if you believe it's a sphere, do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured an arc segment of this sphere, actually measured the curvature of the Earth directly?
No.
All right, but you just believe someone else. You believe someone else did it somehow, some way, but you don't have any idea how. But you believe that someone did, but you don't know, right? It's just a belief, right?
Well, I mean, if I don't believe that, then what am I supposed to believe?
Well, you could not believe anything. You just acknowledge that it's flat and stationary to the best of your knowledge until you have evidence to the contrary.
Well, that would be believing something, wouldn't it?
No, that's not believing anything. That's knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary because you observe it as flat. You observe it, it feels stationary, so you know it's flat and stationary until you have evidence to the contrary.
And by the way, he already conceded that by Spake's question, the initial question. He already conceded that.
Yeah. You can't really, you can't really go on that one, really. But here, let's go to the second question, though. Let's go to the second question. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever measured axial rotation of the Earth? Because you and I, we observe the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by, and we feel the Earth stationary. But we were always taught in school that the Earth is spinning on an axis. So do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured axial rotation of the Earth?
I just gotta say, I'm a freshman, and whenever you say the big words and then actually explain them, that's very useful. So thank you. But personally, no, I do not feel the axial rotation.
Well, yeah, that's correct. I don't feel it either. But you believe that it is spinning, though, right?
We don't feel it either, and we're educated.
I mean, do you still believe it's spinning?
What's education got to do with feeling fucking movement?
I mean, it makes sense that it would be spinning.
Well, you and I were told in school growing up that it is spinning. We just don't feel it.
Someone had to figure that out.
Yeah, but I'm asking for when anyone's directly measured it, directly proven it to be happening.
I mean, yeah,
and found the actual speed because they did actually give us a speed. They've changed it a little bit, but it's around the same throughout the years. It used to be 900 miles per hour at the equator. Now it's 1,000 miles per hour or so. But did anyone ever measure anything to get that 900 miles per hour at the equator?
Well, I mean, they have done calculations. It wouldn't be very, smart to get people to walk across the equator or whatever and measure the speed at which it goes or whatever.
Calculations require measurements, though.
So here's the thing about calculations. I can help you. I can help you really quickly right here. So the thing is, math is a very useful thing. Math is a wonderful tool, but math does not always reflect reality. I'll give you an example. I can have 2 apples, and my friend can give me 2 apples, and I can write down on a piece of paper 2 apples plus 2 apples equals 4 apples, and I have 4 apples. So on paper, it reflects reality, my apples, but I can also write on paper, I have 5 apples, and I give my friend 10 apples. Now I have negative 5 apples. So on paper it works, but I can't actually have negative 5 apples. So just because something is written mathematically on paper and it works on paper does not mean it actually reflects reality. You understand
It's true,
that?
but technically that would reflect reality, because now you're in debt 5 apples to him, and whenever you get 5 apples, you lose your debt.
No. He didn't get the 5 apples. That was a scenario of something that's impossible. There was no 10 apples.
I get that, but the next time you get 5 more apples, you have to give that to him.
What? That's not the fucking point.
It's more like a debt. Negatives.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about someone borrowing apples. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is, if I have 5 apples, can I give my friend 10?
No, I understand that, and no, you can't. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, but I can write down on paper that I can.
Yeah, but I mean,
I can make a mathematical equation about
anybody.
What if I tell you I'm not going to pay you the apples? So what if I say I'm going to steal your apples and I'm going to steal the money he's giving you for his apples? What the fuck are you going to do about that?
This is not a personal offense towards Spake, but please stop eating your mic.
Eating it? It's not. It's just it's an earpiece, man. It's just sitting there.
Your mic sounds fine. Don't worry about that, Spake.
Well, just so you know, Spake, you've been getting really quiet and loud randomly at various times. Like you'd be quiet for like a few words and then back to normal. Like you're mostly normal volume, but I don't know what is doing that.
Nah, but see, the thing is, if you are having a discussion and like say something funny or that, and you're still trying to get to your point, I'll not talk. Like I'll not turn my head round while I'm typing on my iPad or whatever. Like I'm just. But then if I've got something to say, I'll just go a wee bit closer. Sometimes it's an accident, obviously.
No, Spake, your mic sounds okay. Don't worry about it. Whatever.
Yeah, man. Usually, sometimes it gets caught in the fucking. Well, but anyway, man. However, so what we're asking you is it making sense? Like, you coming to conclusions that they were trying to, like, bring you to.
What's the third question?
Yeah. So the third question is: do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because after all, the claim that we were told in school is that the air is held to the earth due to gravity. But I don't know of any time that anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
But forget gravity, because neither
Can you rephrase that better? I'm kind of confused.
Or actually, a better way of saying it is yeah. So we have 14.7 psi here on Earth. And they say that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our heads. That's trillions of miles across, they say. And the closest we've come to replicating, that is 10 to the negative 6 torr. And that vacuum chamber was collapsing in on itself as it got to that point. And no one's ever even claimed to make any vacuum even more powerful. So the thing is if such a place existed, to the best of my knowledge, it would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics, because the second law of thermodynamics goes like this. I'll just tell you all 3 parts. Hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, and high charge moves to low charge. So the second part, high pressure moves to low pressure. If there was a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of the size that they say it is, well, if there was that really at all, but especially of the size that they say it is above our heads, the gas down here would find its equilibrium up there. And as it,
God,
wait, what?
Your initial idea and the way you explain it is very confusing to new people, in my opinion. Well,
look, here, Guaco, are you getting this so far? I haven't even finished it. Let me just finish the sentence.
Continue more confusion for new people. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, most people on the street that I talk to about this seem to understand this. But whatever. Anyway, so the thing is, if the vacuum of space existed the way that they say it does, the way that they describe the vacuum of space, 10 to the negative 17 torr, trillions of miles across, if that existed, it would violate the second part of the second law of thermodynamics that states high pressure moves to low pressure. So what I'm saying is the second law of thermodynamics is just fine. We don't need to rewrite it or anything like that. They just simply lied to you about what's above your head. There is no vacuum of space above your head, the way that they describe.
Wait. So how does it?
With dead eyes, and they're just like,
how does a flat Earth work then?
Bro,
how does the air stay on
We're just inside a container. It's just as simple as that. There's a physical barrier out there that causes the gas pressure to exist at all in the first place here. You simply can't have gas pressure without a container. The definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it. And gas is omnidirectional. Up, down, left, right, forward, backwards.
Isn't the container the gravity though?
Well, it would be if you could demonstrate it, if you could find evidence for such a thing. But until you do,
boys, can you hear me?
You're kind of breaking in and out.
I can think of a way to demonstrate it.
I can hear you speak.
Hey, Orion, the reason he's breaking up for you is because you won't shut the fuck up.
Who?
He's trying to talk.
Ask the question. I'm asking. Can I ask him a question? I've said Howard like 10 times. Everyone's just spoke over me. I've been saying, Howard, can I ask a question? And that's why I'm asking. Can you hear me?
Go for it.
I'm asking, can you hear me? I asked, can you hear me like 3 times or something?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Your mic was a little weird.
Howard, can you have a pressurized environment maintained within a vacuum without containment for that pressurized system?
Isn't that just the ocean?
It's a yes or no, bro. Can you have a pressurized system maintained within a near perfect vacuum without containment, separation between the tiny little speck of pressure in comparison to the envelopment of a near perfect vacuum? Can that exist?
Isn't that just like...
Bro, it's a yes or no question, man.
Filling a submarine with water?
Bro, it's a yes or no question. Jesus Christ.
You're very confusing.
I asked you a yes or no question earlier.
A submarine is a pressurized chamber. Listen, it is a container.
I never asked about a submarine.
No, but he brings up a sub, and I'm like, what? You're isn't a submarine that? A submarine is the container, okay? See, you're saying, yeah.
That's the second time I've asked you a question, and you've
let me just
it. And Hannah's just... Hannah,
can you repeat the question again?
Okay, man, right? Can you have a pressurized environment maintained within a near perfect vacuum that envelops that system? Can that tiny little pressurized system be maintained in a near perfect vacuum?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yes or no, bro?
Let me just think about this.
Can I give you an analogy?
Yeah.
So you've got a can of soda, you've got a can of beer, whatever. When that's sealed, you've got a higher pressurized environment within the can in comparison to the outside. Now, when you open, you hear the higher pressure expanding outwards. The entropy increases because it's no longer a closed system, and it expands outwards into a lower pressure system. And it equalizes, and your beer will go flat if you forget about it. So, is that... That's not possible in a normal air pressure environment. So within a vacuum, you open a can of beer, you're going to have bubbles in your beer as soon as you open it.
I would try to prove you wrong, but
bro, just answer, bro, please. Yes or no? Yes or no, bro, please. Think about it, man. I open a can of beer.
A fun fact.
NASA's biggest vacuum chamber.
Of soda, that's 3 atmospheric pressures. So
right, forget numbers and tors and all that stuff. These are simple physics concepts that you can visualize. You know how pressurized systems. You've opened beer, you spray deodorant, you fucking, I don't know, use a portable like barbecue or whatever the fuck, man. You know when you open.
There's a slight problem with what you're saying. You're leaving a bunch of variables out.
What variables?
None that I could explain to you because I'm not high intelligence. But I know that there's more variables than just a vacuum and a pressurized system.
What do you mean? What? So space is an infinite.
Like there's gravity. There's
What's
like
gravity?
I don't know other stuff.
First thing,
I think you mean to say informed instead of intelligent.
Bro, what is gravity?
Yeah, informed. That's a better word.
If I drop something, it's gravity.
Gravity is a story about why things go down on the ball that has been geometrically disproven to exist.
Bro, if I drop something onto the floor, is that gravity? Or if I drop helium and it goes up, is that gravity as well? So, we know heavier things go down and we know lighter things go up. It depends on the relationship in the medium that it's in. The relative density will dictate what way it goes. I drop my phone all the time and smash them. Like, the air can't support it. It falls. So I drop helium balloons, they go up wherever they go. They pop, expand and pop. And so that's all we know. So Newtonian mass attracts mass, things fall. That's what he saw, the apple, that analogy. That's as good as bullshit. It's never been proven experimentally. Einstein came along just over a century ago and supplanted Newton, but he never done any experiments either. There's no science involved in either of these two gravity stories. No experiments. Nowadays, it's just maths. Literally, equation after equation and maths.
Well, like, the reason why a balloon does it is because helium is less dense than oxygen.
What's it?
Density. And denser.
So density, not gravity. Gotcha.
But no. The more dense something is, the higher gravity, like gravitational field it has.
But
you're telling me,
and higher
gravity has no effect on it.
Thingies
attract
to higher, denser thingies. So the high dense thingy attracts to Earth because Earth, is also high dense.
Okay, your explanation presupposes what the Earth is.
It's a big ball.
Whoever
that's the thing. It's not.
It's a bit okay, like you just said, it's a big ball. That means nothing should escape that gravity that you speak of.
No, it's not true.
No, it is true.
No. Gravity is only so heavy. I mean, gravity can only have so much, pressure, I guess is the word. It can only contain so much. Because, Earth isn't, the sun.
An open system.
So it doesn't have as much gravity as the sun.
Bro, who has ever proven Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity by experiment scientifically following the scientific method? There is not one person in history ever proven either gravity, neither gravity story, mass attracts mass, Newton's Einsteinian concepts bend. They've given space a concept, time a concept, they've amalgamated them, and they've given them physical attributes, and they stretch, and they dilate, and there's black holes, and there's event horizons, and you ever heard of spaghettification? Where if you manage to fall into a black hole, you spaghettify, and your molecules literally. I used to know that bullshit.
Theory.
It's all not. All of it is gravity's not even a theory. It's a theory as part of the scientific method when you construct an experiment. So there's no experiment in either gravity. So
if you don't make a theory, how are you supposed to find things out? You have to take the first step somehow.
No, a scientific theory is part of the strict methodology. Science is a way of establishing cause-effect relationships, looking at natural phenomena and then trying to form your hypothesis in your apparatus to mimic that. And you say, right, this happens, if I do this to this and this changes, then that means that. That's what you do. That you could. I don't know, you could falsify it, that's what you're best doing, and getting rid of stuff. And gravity, we've falsified the radius, like what my friend was trying to tell you before, and I'm sorry, I had to get these points across. Well, I had them in my head to get them to you, man. And you went through the points. The points destroy the Earth. Just natural experience destroys the globe Earth. There's no curve, nobody's ever seen the curve, measured the curve, so that means there's no geometry to this Earth. You need the measurements for geometry, so the Earth has no geometry. There's all guesswork. Gravity's guesswork. No science. It's all maths. People writing equation after equation up on billboards and white coats And no, they're NASA. They're more intelligent than the average Joe public, but they're hanging on wires. They wear harnesses. They
Hang
hang
on,
on wires.
there's something I got to tell him about.
What
Sorry,
you
Spake.
stop me? We're almost finished.
Okay,
We've
go.
got NASA. These people who you base when you your shit from space are hanging on wires. The ladies have got their hair sprayed up. They turn round and their entire block of hair turns with them. Well, it turns round with them. Somebody puts it in the chat just now, you'll see it. They do spacewalks, bubbles rise from their suits. Somebody put the bubbles in, there's loads of the bubble ones. Bro, Howard, look in Livestream voice text just now if somebody's doing that favour. NASA are discredited by a mile. Literally one GIF from NASA's website, YouTube site, literally destroys them, man. So if you've got any faith in NASA at all, and you've got good eyes to see bullshit in front of you, that might help you get past all this belief that you've got, man. We're not trying to make you believe us, man. We're just trying to hope that what we say get through to you, man, and you think about it and you think, I disagreed with that, I'm going to go back and look at that. Go back on the YouTube. Helio's got a back catalogue, every conversation for the past, I think, 3 and a bit years. Go on the YouTube channel, sub to it, and you'll get a reminder to come back in, because subconsciously, man, when we break people, like we get them flat smacked and they realise, and it sometimes affects people badly, and they get a bit pissed off, or they get a bit because it's a big thing, man, to think about this. As soon as you think about this objectively and critically, that's when it all falls apart, man. Analyse NASA, go to the PDF room, scroll down below the VC channels, and as you go down, it's all advertised. Anything we've got an answer for, there's vast amounts of information.
Listen, I would love to hear the rest of that, but I got bored.
Just scroll
so
down.
I don't want to.
I'm telling you about the server. Just scroll down anytime, and there's terabytes.
I scroll down, and there's so many channels that my computer lags.
I'm also going to send you, I forgot one because I was trying to get through that question to you. I'm going to send you gigs and gigs of stuff, bro, right? I'll send you my YouTube channel. There's a 6.5 hour video. What? So you're not interested? We've wasted our fucking time, bro.
No, I would love that, but I don't want stuff in my DMs. I like to keep my DMs clean.
Bro, come on.
What? A couple of Google Drives, bro. Come on.
We can DM you a bunch of stuff, right? And then you'll actually have it, and you can go back and review it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? Why not? Sure.
Awesome. Thanks, dude.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just So
Even
I
if you
do.
said no,
I
the
do.
question
Sorry, I have one thing to say real quick about gravity. See, the thing, my friend, about gravity is that compared to a force like, say, magnetism, right? Gravity, seems to kind of act like magnetism, a force, quote-unquote, pulling downward, correct? Well, magnetism is a force, but we can measure it. We can see it on the electromagnetic spectrum. You know what I'm saying? But gravity, we can't do any of that stuff. We can't see it. We can't measure it. We can't put it in a box and eat it later. There's nothing we can do with gravity. That's the point. We can't find it. And we've been testing for it scientifically for a long time. So
you can look at something and tell if it's going to have, gravity.
How do you know? My friend, say mass attracts mass. A larger mass attracts a smaller mass. So why aren't mountains attracting cars? I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous.
Because locally it's a big mass, but in the big scheme of things, it's not a planet. It's not big. It's not that big compared to other things. So
see this gravity thing that you keep talking about.
Of course it has a pull, but it doesn't have a massive pull.
So is that Newtonian gravity you believe in? You don't believe in Einsteinian gravity?
I don't even know what the heck. I didn't do philosophy yet.
So what's Newtonian gravity? You believe in Newtonian gravity as mass attracts mass? Supposedly the analogy is that an apple fell from the tree, some bullshit like that. And
that was just a story that never actually happened.
But it's just a way of people remembering it and helping the program. So who's ever proved it by an experiment? So it is actually science. For something to be taken as science, you need to do an experiment and form a hypothesis. And you need variables, your independent variable, which is your cause, that you need to manipulate. How can you manipulate gravity? Who's ever isolated gravity? Either gravity. Einsteinian as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could go for 60 seconds.
Can you brush past that? Like, could you go on with your life without realizing that there is no science involved in the gravity you believe in? There's no science involved in it whatsoever. Like, nobody's ever proven it, and nobody's ever proven Newtonian. Can you forget that and go on with your life? Or
He's
are
gone,
you
Spake. He
going to investigate, bro? You're
Sorry,
going to investigate.
Oh, he's back. Sorry.
Will you investigate, man? Does that not make sense to you that something like that, or does that not sound outrageous to you? Does that sound outrageous to you that no one's ever scientifically proven gravity?
Oh, I mean, no one's scientifically proven a lot of things.
I'm not saying, bro. Stick to what I'm asking, man. The whole
But you
heliocentric
can't tell me
model.
to stop basing my info off of other things.
Bro,
That's how stuff works.
I'm asking you.
Your questions suck. You don't know how to ask questions.
Bro, you know how my questions suck with you, and I'm going to save tonight's talk because every question I've asked you, you have answered. The first one
I
you
got
answered.
all night. You explain this to me all night, please. This
You
is like a
never
free course.
answered one of my direct questions directly.
All right,
I've asked you yes or
no.
questions.
Listen, all right, give me a direct question. Give it to me. Come on, let's go.
Right. Do you experience a flat stationary Earth?
Yes.
And then when I said it to you the last time, you said, but I've seen curved, the Earth's not flat. So how do you explain that contradiction?
Yes.
Maybe he's changed his mind. Have you changed your
Don't worry
mind?
about the contradiction
What
here.
do you mean, bro? Can you please answer me, man? That's about the ninth time.
Yes. I said yes.
You said, and then you said, but the Earth's not flat because I've seen curve. And then I told you about Neil deGrasse Tyson says Felix Baumgartner has never seen curve.
No. Here's what happened. Someone was arguing with you, and I just stepped in. And I didn't even ask you the first question, to be honest. You thought I was the person that asked it.
Bullshitting. Stop dancing away from what I'm asking you, man. Jesus Christ. I'm glad this has been recorded. I've got sound bites from my first video once I get my laptop.
Hey, Texan, you have to go into the VC check-in one. There you go.
I'm the VC check-in maestro. What are you talking about, bro? You think this is my first rodeo? I was trying to check by asking you a direct question. I'll let people sit in VC check-in. If they won't answer just a couple of questions and be straightforward and check in and be honest. Because they're simple questions.
Your name isn't Texan.
And you talk over and you dance around the world. I wouldn't have let you in here, man.
I just answered your direct question, so I don't see why you're so angry.
So, again, where did you see curvature? I'm not angry, I'm Scottish.
2 hours.
Where did you see curvature? Because you agreed you experienced a flat stationary Earth earlier. Then you said, but it's not flat. I've seen curve. I told you Neil deGrasse Tyson says Felix Baumgartner never seen curve. You've not seen curve, have you? Or was that a lie?
I didn't say anything about seeing curve.
You did.
No, that was someone else.
It was you.
I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you smiling when you're talking, man. What the fuck?
I didn't say anything
Can you
about
guys kind
curve.
of move the
I'm
conversation
smiling
along
because you
to
think I
like
did.
some details about the 3 points or something? Because
Here, I got a question. I got a question real quick.
Oh
It's a
no,
very
I'm
quick
going to
question.
jump in really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Are
Here we
you
go.
trying to
Go ahead, Clyde.
are you trying to take the piss? Hold on. Are you trying to take the piss out of Guaco and just kind of like shame him or something? And just it sounds like you're like the way you're talking sounds like it's like I get Neil deGrasse. He didn't say shit about Neil deGrasse. I mean, it's just weird that you would bring that shit up, man. It's weird.
I'm talking about the height. He told me, he says he's seen curve.
He didn't say that shit. You said it.
No, he said he's seen curve. I told him that.
Yeah, but you're bringing up Neil deGrasse and all. You're bringing up
It's
all
he said,
this
she
shit.
said bullshit. Let's move on.
Are you mental, Helio? He says he's seen curves, so how could he have seen it if Neil deGrasse says 127,000 feet?
Bro,
he's not seen it.
All he said is I saw the curve. Why are you bringing up Neil deGrasse Tyson and all this kind of shit when
because he can't come from Felix Baumgartner.
Maybe he doesn't even know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is.
Howard could have only been in a commercial airliner, so he's obviously not seen Curve. If Felix Baumgartner had fucking seen Curve, that's obvious to
Guys, you
anybody.
guys arguing together is super sloppy. Let's just move the conversation, please.
Can we like? Can you take this to like another room or something? Like, can we just talk about?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, can we go back to asking him about who measured this alleged curvature?
Howard, can you still answer the question? So, where did you see curvature?
He says, is he road running for other people, or is it just me? Like, can other people hear Spake?
I've been asking the same question for at least 20 minutes.
Yeah, Spake, you keep coming in and out. Like, we hear you like 75% of the time, but 25% of the time right now we can't hear you.
Bro, Howard, where did you see curvature?
So whenever I went to the beach
who
one
measured
day,
it.
He saw him. He says he saw it. Fuck's sake!
Like, I went to the beach
let him answer.
one day. Yeah, like I went to the beach one day, and it was if I looked at the water, I saw a curve.
Sorry, where'd you see it?
He's taking the piss.
So I went to the beach and I saw that it like curved. The water curved.
You're a liar, man. But he's mocking you,
no,
Guaco.
So Guaco, do you know of any time that anyone has ever measured the curvature of the Earth you speak of directly, and the method of how they did that? Where and when anyone ever did that?
Well, I mean, no one has that little amount of life. No one has that little amount of life to measure the freaking horizon.
That's not a good answer. Try
little amount of life? What?
What the
okay.
Man, he's mocking
it. Spends their time measuring a curve.
Oh, I guess they should be video games or whatever.
I believe these cunts, like.
Here, I'll tell you what, man. We've spent a lot of time. We've got FE core laser measurements. We've got long distance measurements of over 1,000 miles with an infrared camera. My friend, there are things a lot of people go out and do, and they have still enough life left to take care of their family, go to jobs, etc.
But but I'm not even asking like of when a flat earther ever did this. I'm asking of when a glober, like, the person who actually figured out it's a ball that you believe in. Like, that's what I'm asking about. Like, and you're like, who has a life to do that? Like, how does that answer make any sense at all? Like, you believe in the ball. Like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So if you believe in the ball, then you believe that someone somehow figured out that it's a ball somehow, some way,
you believe
right?
in a circle. It's just a less complicated
ball.
No,
I don't believe in any shape. I just know that it's flat. I'm not making any claims. No, I'm not making any claims. Don't put any claims in my mouth. All right. So you believe the Earth is a ball, right? The Earth is a spherical object spinning in the vacuum of space. You believe that, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so did anyone ever measure the curvature of the Earth directly at any point in time in the past, or did they just make up this story about it being a ball?
They made up the story.
And you believe it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Why would you believe it?
I mean, why wouldn't I believe it? I have no reason not to.
Why do you, bro?
Because there's no evidence for it. That's why.
Just for the sake of it.
I mean, it doesn't really concern me whether it's flat or not, so I don't care.
Well, then why are you here?
Then why are you in the server? Why are you in the server?
Not specifically. Hold on, let me reword that. Video. I have not put a bunch of my time in depth into whether it is flat or not. I feel like that's better wording.
That is better wording. Okay.
So I
want to say something quickly about this here. Okay, so we've measured the Earth to be flat. Say we're right. Okay, say we're right about measuring the Earth flat, and say you're like, okay, yeah, damn it, it is flat. Wow. What would you do then? Would you research it more, or would you put it down and just say, no, I can't even look at it?
Research.
You probably want to research more. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, so I'm going to start posting in the voice text. You know what? Fuck it. I'll DM you. You're Guaco, right?
I send him loads of shit.
Okay. Guaco. Yeah, I'll send you a bunch of stuff via your DMs. Okay, guys, go ahead.
I'll send you loads. There's a good few things I sent as well, man.
But I don't think you're here. I don't think you're here to learn or anything, bro. I think you're just LARPing. Maybe you're recording some shit because you just like not gave a toss about anything. You've avoided everything I've said, and you kind of just.
That's because you ask stupid questions. I answer Helio.
Oh,
He asked good
No, he asked
questions.
very
I
reasonable.
asked you,
And Orion, he has nice questions. Spade, your questions suck.
I'm gonna mute you if you keep fucking talking out your arse, man.
I'm talking with my emotions.
See when I talk to somebody in here, I talk to them the same as what I would in check-in, and I'll ask them a few simple, basic, like physical experience questions, things that's in reality for you, and see if the people can get through these simple yes or no basic things that everybody can explain if they're honest and they're not here to disrupt, take the piss, and be an asshole, basically. Yeah? And you've not answered any of them, and everybody's let you off with it, and spoke all over me and says that I'm fucking talking all the time. Yeah? It's fucking, and you've still never answered, innit, man? It's crazy. But do what you want. I doubt you'll look through the stuff, man, but please do.
I mean, I'm looking at it. I don't really understand what I'm seeing, but I mean, I'm looking at it.
So, okay, if I may butt in for a moment, what exactly topic are you talking about? I was just going up there to
Oh, hey,
get things
Dallins.
verified. Yeah.
Oh, the Coinky think your friend is.
But
give them the wiki page if somebody could pull the link up.
I'm trying to
We've got
basically.
wiki.
I'm
We've got
trying to
wiki.
really understand. I was looking at one of those flat Earth maps that I saw earlier.
And what flat Earth? There's no such thing. There's maps
No.
flat, and then
No. I was talking earlier in the chat, and people were like, "Oh no, you're wrong," and then they sent this flat Earth map.
Stop believing things that you see in the media as flat Earth.
No. It's like whatever his name is.
Right.
Some of the
Was it
people you actually respect. Like, what's the owner? The guy with the purple name.
Indio, Jose.
Yes. Him.
But even though I told you there's a flat Earth map, bro.
I mean, you could scroll up. They said.
No, Indio isn't when I said to you that there's a flat Earth map. Maps are flat. We've got loads of globe projections, and we've got loads of old maps. And what we've got rough estimates of shit, but we've not got 100% map of everything that's been mapped out and all the dimensions, all the continents. Like we've got people good with maths and good with these researching these old maps and all the ancient cartographers. If you know what you're doing, man, we've got a reasonable. Man, but there's some people believe different. Yeah. What's his name? FM Angel or FMV Angel or some shit. He live streams all the time. He believes kind of like the Mercator, but it's got it's like a Mercator with a variation. Strange. When they think that there's 13 suns and they go in and out of portals, and they also say that they think, see when the ISS can get seen and it's flying across the sky like a kind of like a comet, they think that that's the sun on its return journey to rise in the morning for us again. That's what these people say. Crazy. I'll give you his channel if you want one. I'll put it in the text if they want it. It's quite crazy, yeah. But flat Earth was complete batshit crazy when I found it. So it's all information is at least good information. If you can.
So
go on.
Trying to think of a good way to phrase it.
I'm watching this Canada one.
So, I want someone to explain to me in how it could be when it's possible to see the curvature.
Well, that's just it. It ain't. Unless you can show us the curve, because no one else ever has.
Oh, well, Brett or Guaco told me that it was a debate on the exact opposite of that, and that's when he invited me.
Well, that's the whole point of why we're here. There's no curve to be seen.
Well, ask yourself that. Have you ever seen it, or have you only seen it on TV?
No, I've seen it. My dad's a pilot. We go flying frequently.
Oh, what does he fly like upper atmosphere planes? Because commercial airliners are under 40,000.
Yeah.
So we've got footage from 127,000 feet. Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jump, and all the cameras outside the cab had wide angle or fisheye lenses, some will call them. But the inside, as soon as he opened the cab door, bang, horizon, horizontal, perfectly flat, appeared at eye level, and there's a rectilinear lens inside the cab. All the outside had wide angle. Somebody can bring it up with the meme bot by any chance. Keep an eye on Livestream voice text, bro. People will post stuff that we're talking about.
That's a thing? Oh.
Yeah. So it's still flat and horizontal, even at 128,000 feet, 240,000 feet. We have observations of it still being flat and horizontal way up there. And aside from that, the globe model doesn't predict that you would see any, even at 33,000 feet, where a plane would be flying.
Whenever we go up around 10,000, we can easily see it.
You can see what?
Up to.
How would you see something that the globe model doesn't even predict you'd be seeing it if it were real at that height? You can ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. He'll tell you himself, yeah, you wouldn't see any of that at 128,000 feet. So less than a tenth of that, how are you going to see it?
Imagine making fun of me in chat, even when you can't afford a microphone.
I told you that earlier, bro. Who, me?
No, Bindi Water. And Platter, wherever you are.
See, earlier on when I was telling you about Neil deGrasse Tyson, because you said you've seen curve, a commercial airliner flies under 40,000 feet, usually about 34, 36 or whatever. So you get a bit higher than that, like the military aircrafts. I think they're about 60,000 feet, if I'm sure. But the weather balloons and the Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jump, with 127,000 feet, they claim that.
Are like the big telescopes in space fake too?
Forget that.
Space is fake.
Well,
you can fix it.
No, they're real. Wait, how does Wi-Fi work?
Bro,
how does
towers and
Wi-Fi?
cables.
If the Red Bull jump never seen curvature, how did you
what
see
about
it?
like my phone data? How
Why do you always
towers
dance
and
away from
cables,
what I'm
maybe some
asking you?
balloons.
Howard, why do you always keep walking away from what I'm asking you, mate?
Because you're stupid. I like
You're
not
fucking
stupid's the wrong
bandit,
word.
fucking
I like Helio, Orion, and like Glatflobe. They're
Yeah,
nice.
Mate, I don't care. You're getting muted just for that. That's the fourth time you've been lippy with me, man. I've asked you direct questions there. You're just being an
You can't
asshole.
mute me for not answering your questions.
Mate, I should ban you just for being an asshole. You wouldn't have got DC verified. No, you're being outrageous. I'm glad I've got the sound bites because this. See, when I get my laptop, man, I got my software. This is going to be fucking hilarious, man. You showed yourself up, man.
He's
nicer. Just can't. Nicer? What? Somebody that puts you on the spot and asks you a yes or no question that you must answer if you're honest.
Okay, yeah, dude, you keep going on like this. That he won't answer a question. Like, yeah, you said that like 50 times. Like, just go on to something else.
That was a different question, you fucking ass.
All right, Spake, ask me the A or B question.
What do you mean? We were just having yet another conversation. You said you saw curvature. I'm telling you, Red Bull never saw curvature. Where did you see curvature? And you're saying I asked you the same question. You think that's a bad question because you know you lied. Which you mean you said you seen curve? You've not seen curve.
Then you are the all-seeing eye. I have not seen curve.
So you're eventually telling the fucking truth and everybody else is agreeing with you. Fuck's sake.
We can settle this real quick. We can find out if you would see any curve anywhere at all. The highest we would go for that, well, not the highest. We only need to go a foot off the ground to determine that. We can measure the distance to the horizon just a foot off the ground and determine whether or not the Earth is dropping away from us. Want to do that?
Yeah, I agree with that one. Let's check that out.
You have to agree with that, man. On you go, bro.
I just posted it there in the voice text.
Spake, I got an idea. I got an idea, Spake. Let's let Central Banker talk to Guaco about the Black Swan. I just posted it.
That's what I just told him. You're not listening, bro. I was just talking to you, bro.
He speaks good. I like how he speaks.
Oh,
Bro, I just said to Bank, I just laughed and told him to destroy you. What are you talking about? Don't you go back at it?
Yeah, so
You know,
we
I
don't need to
don't feel
mess
very
around at 30,000 feet or 128,000 or any of that. We really only need to go a foot off the ground, like in that picture I just showed you, and we can get a measurement of the distance of the horizon. And if it's beyond the 1.2 mile distance that it has to be at a 1 foot observer height, then we're definitely not on the globe with the radius of 3959. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but are you putting in the height of the oil rig itself or whatever that is?
Not really. No, that doesn't really have much to do with it. The oil
It
rigs are
does
just there
though,
as distance
because
measure.
then it would go over the horizon. You
No,
still
no.
have to factor in how tall the thing you're looking at is.
No, I don't
That's
think I
like
explained.
saying that's like saying if I put a tiny wall, no matter the size of the thing behind it, I'm not going to see it.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not about the height of the oil rigs or anything like that. The only reason they're even in the observation is just as a marker of distance, so that you can tell how far out the horizon is. That's the only point of even having them in the picture. So they're just sort of like a measuring stick, right? So it's not about the height of the rigs or anything like that. It's about using them as a reference to where the horizon is. And we can see that the horizon is past the furthest one at 9.4 miles, right? You see that?
Well, I mean, but you're supposed to factor in the height of the thing you're looking at, because that would change. Yeah, that would change.
Okay, Guaco.
No, you mean the bottom of the rigs. So I think you're really asking if you can see the bottom of the rigs.
The whole thing is...
Guaco, you're not trying to look at the rigs, you're looking at the horizon. It's about where the horizon is.
Yeah, the distance to the horizon, that's the whole point here.
The oil rigs only give you mile markers, so they help you. So when you look at the horizon, I would estimate that it could be above 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles.
Yeah, and anyway, it's past 9.4, which means it's way past 1.2, where it has to be if the Earth is dropping away from you at the rate it would be on a 3959 mile radius ball. So therefore, that's not what we're standing on. And any curvature anybody thought they saw at 128,000 feet or anywhere, they didn't see that, because that is measurably not happening.
But I feel like the height of the thing you're looking at should,
No.
You're missing the point.
You're looking at the horizon, bro. Forget the oil rigs. They just tell you how far you're seeing before the horizon. That's it. Forget
I
the
don't
fucking
really
oil rigs.
understand what the horizon is. Isn't the horizon only affecting how much of the oil rig we see?
No, forget that, man. The horizon's an apparent place. It's dependent on elevation, your optics, the medium you're looking through, and everything converges to that point. Literally, it's the point where the sky and the floor appear to meet. It's just an apparent position. So if you raise a little bit in elevation, you see a little bit further. If you go a little bit down further, you see a little bit less. You change your angle of view.
Yeah.
Guac, you're seeing the bottom of the left oil rig, right?
Bottom of the left oil rig?
You see the left oil rig?
Yeah.
You see the bottom platform, like the base?
Like the stilts coming out of the water?
Yeah, but you see there's a base. It's like on top of something you can still see. It's on a platform.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So there's nothing obstructing that. Right.
There's nothing obstructing the
lowest
definitely not a horizon that's behind it.
Yeah, there should be water obstructing it. If we were on a sphere, there should be water obstructing it, but there isn't a hump of water obstructing it.
Just by the mathematics of the globe, there would only, if you're a foot off the ground, there would be an obstruction like 1.22 miles away, as it says.
Starting at 1.2 miles, that would be the cutoff. That would be where the horizon is, the horizon that you're seeing past 9.4 miles there. So boats going over the horizon and all that, that's being falsified right here with what we're looking at.
I don't really see how that... I'm confused at what you're saying the horizon is supposed to...
If the globe was of the specific radius that is claimed, you would see no further than is dictated if you read the formula, you read the numbers above, and you go and get yourself a globe calculator, and you plug those numbers in yourself, and you take in refraction, maximize the refraction. That just that one image alone destroys your globe.
Guaco, check out what Central posted in the chat, so he can explain what we exactly mean by horizon.
Oh, there we go.
Right. Well, you see how your line of sight cuts off at that point, right? Called the geometric horizon or the sagitta. It says geometric horizon. You see that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that point there should be occurring at 1.2 miles if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Except that's not happening, is it? So it's not dropping away from you the way it would if it were a globe.
Well, everything past the horizon, depending on how tall it is, you wouldn't be able to see it if it was too short.
Right, but so he's 1 foot in that picture off the ground. So imagine that guy in Central's like first pick is just 1 foot tall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then the black line is only 1.22 miles. That's the mathematics of the globe.
Yes.
Okay, but in that picture, he is seeing something like 8 times that distance away, whereas it should be obstructed, as you see in this picture. So he's seeing it further down the supposed globe, about 8 times farther. That's where the oil rig is.
Yeah, your maximum line of sight should be 1.2 miles to the horizon, the cutoff.
Yeah, that black line that was 1.22 miles, assuming that man in the picture is just 1 foot tall.
So let me get this: the guy's 1 foot tall. He's seeing, and whenever he looks straight, he sees 1.22 miles, and then it drops off because that's the horizon.
On the globe.
Yeah, and that's at a 1 foot height, which is where the camera was in that picture, 1 foot. So that gives us the maximum distance to the geometric horizon, that thing I'm showing you in that picture there, of 1.2 miles. And we're seeing way, way, way too far. Like we're seeing at least, it's around 10 miles. It could be further. Who knows? But
I don't know if you noticed this, but that is Photoshop?
It's not. We can give you the original video it came from. It's a still from a video.
From a video, yeah. So
I mean,
the text
why the
is
heck
Photoshopped
would there
on,
be? Why would there be 2 platforms within a 3-mile distance? That makes no sense.
For gas.
Yeah, but
so tapping the same well.
I don't know a lot, but I don't think they're supposed to be that close.
All right, do you want me to just post the original video?
I very much could be wrong, but
listen,
should write your congressman.
Listen, I've seen rows of rigs tapping the same well.
Well, I don't live by an ocean, so I wouldn't really know. But I would feel like it wouldn't be that
Not
close.
just in the ocean. They're not getting gas from the ocean, bro. They're drilling into the bedrock. Same on land. Look at Texas oil wells. Like they put them in lines and they extract all the oil.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right.
Yeah, so I just posted the original video. It's a still that was taken from a video that the guy shot at the beach, so it's legit.
If somebody posts exclamation mark memes same spot, that shows you an image that was taken the next day or days apart, whatever it was, and the horizon's in a completely different place. So that means that the horizon, so if it's in a different place, depending on the conditions, from the same spot at the same elevation, that means that how can you measure?
Okay. Wait. So in this video, he is 1 foot off the ground, looking straight, right?
Yes, the camera is 1 foot off the ground, looking straight.
And it's looking straight. So you're telling me that man is 1 foot off the water.
It doesn't have to be a man. It's just any observer. Sure.
No. I mean, like, if you look at the video, he's looking not at 1 foot off the water because the horizon started to drop off. He's now seeing higher than he was.
The horizon doesn't drop. The horizon is an apparent position dependent on elevation on the optics in the medium.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Oh, you're not understanding what we're saying, my friend.
Because whatever, it's like a curve, right? So if I'm sitting on top of the curve and something is, on 90-degree angle, okay, well, just 45-degree angle.
Assume start from scratch. Don't assume curve. Don't assume flat. Just measure, watch, look.
I would
don't
explain
assume
it
shit.
with whatever it's called, but I can't screen share. So imagine you're on a curve, right? You're on a curve. If I'm on the top of the curve and there is a 10-foot pole on the 45-degree angle of the curve, it has to be, I don't know, just for example, 10 feet tall for me to actually see the top of it.
Where's the curve?
My sight is okay. It's just an example, but my eyesight doesn't curve around the curve.
It's a facile analogy.
Yeah, I know that.
That's her point.
That's that's why horizon exists.
That's no.
Yes, and if the horizon existed as in the globe model, it would only be 1.22 miles from 1 foot off the ground.
But it's not.
That's what we're saying, and it's not exactly as you observed.
And if somebody posts a wiki page, the wiki page has got almost 100 of these globe-killing images, as well as gigs of other stuff. If somebody can post links, wiki, please. If that's possible, if there's a gold or a mod. My eyes are stinging, man. I have to keep them shut.
I don't know really how to.
He's dead? What the heck is going on?
What's that, bro?
I have played Fortnite with him before. I can confirm he's his dad.
You've played with Dallin's dad?
Yes, I actually have. I'm not joking.
It's kind of cool and wholesome, but it's also a little concerning. But okay, so
don't take it out of context. It's wholesome.
Yeah, I know, dude. Yeah, I know.
I don't really. Is there like a place I can actually post an image?
Can someone? I mean, you guys think you can just give him an image?
I mean, if you gave me screen perms, I could just.
You've avoided every question I've asked of you, man. It's been quite fucking. I'm not giving you it anyway. Like, people that get that are trusted. They've been here. They're honest, genuine. They're straight to the point, and they don't avoid and dance away from questions, man. So I'm not giving you it.
I didn't dance away. I answered every question you wanted me to.
Don't tell lies, bro. Mate, this is going to be a classic recording.
You asked the question and I answered it. You said I didn't, so I asked you for it again. You said it, and I answered it.
What question? What questions?
You were like, where do you see the curve? And I'm like, I don't.
But you said you did.
What?
You said you did, but we can prove. I hoped someone put it in.
I never said anything about my dad.
It's his friend's dad.
Not dad. You did.
Yeah, it's not my dad. It's my friend's dad.
But that's what I'm saying. So nobody's ever seen curve. Nobody's ever measured curve. We've got almost 100 or more than 100.
Don't go off on an explanation. I answered your question.
I'm past that. That's just another point. So the total conversation this evening, you went through the points. You've agreed with stuff, you've conceded stuff, or you've conceded one thing at least that I know of. So what do you think now? Do you think there's reason to at least investigate further and use the resources available in this server? If you scroll down, everything that there's a possible answer to, we've got it. And if you've got some information that you want to add, any shit you've gathered, that's all we're here for, to share information and hope others bring theirs so we can find out where the fuck we live. Because it's definitely not what they've been telling us. We've destroyed the globe just this evening for you, but we do this every day, all night, all the morning, all day, all in the world, people from everywhere, and vast amounts of information, and amazing people, real, extremely intelligent people. Like, some people hold weight, and
could I
you got
show
degrees.
you what I'm doing though? That would
Some people hold degrees, but see some of the conversations you'll hear in this place will blow your fucking mind, bro. There you go, share what you want.
Yeah, does anyone think we can give Guaco like image perms?
No, I'm not getting that.
Think?
No,
Do
I'm
you
not
think the
getting
mods?
that.
Okay, so no.
I'm not getting them out. If anybody else wants to give them out, but I don't trust them 100% because
You can send it to someone who does have image terms. I'm driving, so I'm not going to volunteer.
See somebody doing the globe dance, and isn't it
Rocco,
going
send it to one of DM it to one of us like, that you,
Aye.
one of the people who you like.
It doesn't like people who put him on the spot by answering like 4 or 5 questions, yes or no's, and me not wanting to move on from them. That's fucking.
Can I ask one question?
Like, Hank, you're a mod pro. Jesus Christ, get writing about it.
Okay, so I don't know, young man, are you listening?
Me?
Listen to Big Hank.
Yes, Rocco, you.
Okay, yes, I am listening.
Oh, it's Rocco.
Excellent. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate that from the front. Okay, so they say that we have everything that we can see in the universe is only like 5%, and the rest of it is dark matter and dark energy. Right? So that's 95% of the universe. Everything, what I would call in creation, you would call in the universe, comes from this Big Bang, right? Well, before the Big Bang, there was all this antimatter too, right? And antimatter, when it comes in contact with matter, well, it blows it to smithereens, right? So that was in there too, because they theorized, right? What caused everything to spread out was because of this, right? And that's one of the reasons that it could be. So all the antimatter crashed into the matter, and then there was leftover dark matter, dark energy, and matter. So the antimatter, they say, it deteriorates faster than the matter. All this is in one spot, in one gravitational well. How would one single atom of hydrogen escape that gravitational pull? How would one thing, how could that ever come apart? If everything in the universe we see, plus the 95 we don't see, plus the matter that blew up when it came in contact with the antimatter, plus the antimatter, was in one spot, that gravitational well would have been undescribably, I don't want to say infinite because I don't have a better word. So how did anything escape that gravitational pull? Thanks.
You confused me.
Bullshit.
Yeah, how does...
Explain that again, Hank.
It's, everything in the universe. How does any gravitational pull from everything in the universe? Because if mass attracts mass and everything's already attracted, how would it escape?
To come back. Like, how would it manage to get away from the bigger mass to come back to the mass again? Like, if it's all attracted by the bigger mass, how is any of it getting the chance to do orbits and all that shit? It's already.
I don't know.
I think that's what you're asking, Frank.
That's an honest question. I don't know. That's a good start.
I've never heard
that.
That's the first time I've
See, the
heard
truth
that
is,
before.
I don't know either, right?
Yeah.
I don't know either, right? Because I wasn't there. But some people are telling you this Big Bang Theory is science, right?
I know.
Like you've heard Big Bang Theory. Sorry, am I breaking
That
up?
was great. No, you're fine.
Sorry about that.
All right. Huh?
Yeah, so it's just, something to think about. Who lit the match? Right? It's something fun to think about, and I'm not claiming that I have knowledge, because I certainly wasn't there. But there are people parading around like, scientific theory is like knowledge. It's science, right? And they say that dark matter is like the cutting edge of science. Yeah, it's so close to the edge, it's outside of science because you can't manipulate the sun, moon, and stars. So if you can't manipulate the cause of things, how do you know the, cause? You can't manipulate the stars. We're just looking. We don't know how it all got here. We don't know how it's all going to end. Right? There's certain things that you can't know. Humans only live, 100 years? I've heard a little longer, but most people about 100 years. So what the hell do we know anyway after 100 years of stumbling around trying to pay bills for most of it? What the hell do we know anyway? So I don't know if it's a good place to start. And if you come in here with that attitude, I think you'll be just fine. Unless you actually know something, then by all means, if you have primary first-hand knowledge, make a claim. And I would love to see. I would love to see that back up. But if you got nothing but secondary knowledge, that's what the court system calls hearsay. So it's like Jenny told Tommy, and Tommy told the judge that Alice was beating Susie. It's like, no. I mean, maybe you might want to investigate, see if there's anybody getting beat up, but that's not proof, right? You understand that, young man? That's all I was trying to say. Thanks for listening, Pete.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Thank you for the explanation.
So,
okay, so I've made my I've made my little thing to kind of explain here what I think. So here I'll send it to you, Central.
I got you.
So you see, if you're 1 foot, that's the line where the horizon is, right? So if there's a point at a 90-degree angle on that curve, it now has to be taller than the horizon. So you only see the 10-foot point and up. Oh wait, where do I point it? Oh yeah.
Bro, see the image you got shown, the black swan? Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it. Okay.
That's one image, right? So if we can see that, and then on a different day, the horizon's a lot closer, that means that nobody's ever measured or been able to measure the Earth's geometry. There's no way of measuring where the horizon, where the geometric horizon is, because it fluctuates depending on the day. So nobody's ever measured it, and nobody's ever measured motion. So it's never been measured, no curvature, and there's never been any motion detected.
Well, I mean, I can tell you if I made this same, little setup with a tiny camera on a tiny, I don't know, baseball, for example, this rule would still apply.
Okay, but what are you trying to show? That the ocean halfway down the Earth is extending way out into space or something like that? Because that's how you would get that line of sight.
I'm showing that if you were standing on the top of the globe or whatever, this line, it can only see the 10-foot point and above. So normally the ocean isn't 10 foot above the ocean, so you wouldn't see anything past it. Unless it's tall enough.
Yeah, but in the pic, we're seeing the bottom of that 10-foot thing. We're not talking about the top.
You see the where the red line and the yellow line intersect, and above that.
Yeah,
but that and farther.
Sure. So assuming it was like this picture, like you were on a globe, sure, maybe this could happen in some scenario. But the picture we've shown you, you're seeing the bottom of that 10-foot pole, the horizontal one, is what we're saying. Whereas, as you just said, you would be obstructed past the black line from the pink guy.
Well, you would think that. Actually, hold on.
For the scenario in his pic to work, like the ocean or something like that would have to be extending thousands of miles out into space. It doesn't really make sense.
My picture is very correct. This is exactly what
but that's the only way you would have a line of sight to something like that way beyond the geometric horizon.
What do you my picture? I mean, he's 1 foot off the ground and he sees 10 foot that far. I mean, well, whatever I said, but look at it.
He sees.
It makes sense.
Bro, the rigs show that he sees beyond the geometric horizon anyway. Forget the horizon. The rig.
No. I'm correct here. Look.
No,
right?
we know what you're saying.
You see the red line and above.
But forget that. Just the rig shows that you can see. You can see beyond what the globe says you can see. Just the rigs and the horizon. The horizon is the black swan, but just the rigs destroy the fucking globe. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like you're inserting a plane somewhere into the middle of your globe Earth there, way beyond the geometric horizon. So is it both a flat and a sphere Earth, or what's going on?
And another thing, real quick, is that
the new Earth.
I just got a quick question. Do buildings ever tilt away from us if we're observing the horizon, no matter how high we go? Why don't we see buildings tilted at all, let alone sideways?
What?
That's what you. That's if you believe the globe, then surely far enough away.
Here, I'll find a picture for you to understand. Go ahead.
You got a picture of something like that. You got a picture of one of it. Somebody made it up. Yes, I'll have to see that.
You could look at the diagram I made, and it does make sense, right?
So if you're on top of a ball, and then you're looking out on a really big plane that's way below the geometric horizon, thousands of miles away, then you still would have like a physical line of sight to it. When's that scenario going to happen? Because that's not what we're showing you in that picture.
That's happening in the rig. It's not that big.
No.
That's just the horizon. It's a 1 foot horizon over a
You've
one.
got a plane extending right out of your
There's one
globe
pic.
Earth there.
One pic in the live stream voice text, but I'm getting another one that's better.
So, if Earth's not moving and nobody's ever seen or measured curvature, obviously Earth's not what you've been told, is it?
Guaco, the point is we're seeing
the diameter of the Earth is 8,000 miles, and I'm like
3,000.
And I'm like 4 feet wide, so of course there's going to be a big, I'm like a speck compared to the Earth.
Okay, yeah,
But I
we
see
just
it's
specified that, and you're not exactly a speck. They gave you specific dimensions that you could go and test, and that's what we did with that observation we showed you. If that was true, that the diameter is what you just said it was, then that geometric horizon would be at 1.2 miles in that picture we showed you.
It still is. It still is.
Okay, it's not.
We can see well beyond it.
Yeah, the horizon's not at 1.2 miles.
The point is we can see the intersection of the yellow line with the circle in the picture we sent you. That's where all this confusion is stemming from. You're contending we can only see 10 foot and up, sure, and on a globe that would be true using your diagram. But we're saying you can see exactly where that yellow line intersects with the circle in the Black Swan pic, in the oil rig pic that we sent you. So that in any case that contradicts the.
Well, let me ask
the
you.
horizon
Since
should
this
be
is in
before
California, why don't you? Okay, well, if it's on the west side of California, I don't even know. Imagine there's an island on the west side of California. I don't know, 100 miles out of shore. Why can't you see the island? I don't really know.
Well, we have other observations from other days where we can see an island at that same location 30 miles out. That is way impossible on the globe with the radius of 3959. I mean, for that to be geometric on a big, huge ball, then the radius would have to be around 1.5 million miles. So that is a huge, orders of magnitude error.
Okay, well, in that picture you just sent, it's because you put a 180 FOV on, one city, and one city isn't the size of the entire Earth.
That doesn't matter because the curvature rate would be uniform across the entire thing. It would be dropping away from you.
You just proved yourself wrong with this picture. Look at this. You can only see the tall buildings. You can't see the short buildings. You can't see the ground. If you got
we should be able to see that in the macro, though, brother. No matter how high we get, right? There's no curve. So the macro is those buildings should be tilted, or shit should be sideways when you're out there with a satellite facing. If you're facing with your eyes up north, you should on the west side or the east side see, and the west side of the globe, you should see people standing up sideways.
Hey, Glapflobe. What is 8,000 times 3.1?
Who gives a flying?
No. Tell me what's 8,000 times 3.14.
I don't need to know that to know the Earth measures flat, dude. You're trying.
No,
You're
no,
confusing people.
no.
Numbers don't
What is
matter.
8,000
Sure,
times
this is
3.14?
It's like 24,800. I mean, come on. Like, why are you
Okay,
something?
so
I
now
mean,
you get
like, why are you trying?
24,800.
That's
Bro,
circumference.
you should server,
Yes.
bro. Sorry,
What
Glatt.
is 24,800 divided by 40?
Carrots.
Okay,
Oh my
that's totally
God,
irrelevant.
man.
Let's get back to the topic
No.
here.
Tell me what the answer is.
Hold on,
Tell me what
guys.
the answer is.
Volcano dessert.
Can we be honest? Let's be honest, right? Let's go ahead
All
and
right,
go
what
through
are
his
you
math
saying?
question. So he's asking, his question is, he said it wrong the first time, but I think he gets it. So he's asking if you got 24,901, right? That's the circumference of the Earth, and you divide it by 360 degrees. How many degrees per mile do you get? So what he's saying is, it's very difficult to detect 1 degree of tilt when you're up close to a building. It's nearly impossible, in fact, completely impossible to detect it from 70 miles away. So it's not a very good argument. The young man is correct.
It's not. And Larry, here's something I was just listening and was it Guaco that's making this argument?
But
Yeah, it's bug.
Okay, Guaco, hold on. Guaco, you were saying that you were bringing up the horizon obstructing things. So you're saying that the horizon is the curvature of Earth. That's your positive claim. The horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
The horizon is the drop off.
We just debunked that right before your very eyes.
Hold on. What do you mean by that?
I mean, whenever you look at a circle, I guess is how to say it. You can't see the other side of the circle.
Hold on.
Fuck you talking about?
What's the horizon, Guaco?
Hold on, let me look up the definition.
Bro, I told you twice.
Dude, everybody knows what the fucking horizon is except for you.
Well, we just showed him it's way too far for it to be.
No. I want to make sure he knows why we're saying what we're saying. Because you guys are sitting here arguing with this idiot for an hour, and he still doesn't even know what the goddamn horizon is. It's frustrating because you guys are just like playing with him, and it's like a little kitten playing with a freaking bell in a ball, like a bell ring, with a kitten. I want Guaco to tell me what the freaking horizon is and why you think it's blocking buildings. Tell me what it is.
Let the whales play with the seal, man. Have fun before they eat it.
We just broke down the math of the horizon for him.
Guaco, what is the horizon?
Yo, calm yourself.
He wants to be a freaking shark, man. We're seals, man. We're whales, man.
All right, I'll
you
stop.
play with our food.
Hey, I'll talk softer. Hey, Guaco, do you know what the horizon is? Can you explain it to us? I heard you say that it's what blocks buildings, and that infers that you think it's the curvature of the Earth. Can you tell me, what that means to you? I mean, if you said you were going to look up the definition, can you read it out to me?
Well, I was joking about that.
Really, you joking about you're going to look up the definition?
Yeah, it's called.
Really, I can look up the definition. Everybody knows the definition of it.
A lot of people don't. Guaco, I told you exactly what it was. It's not a real place, bro. It's dependent on your optics, your elevation, and the medium surrounding you, the air, the particles, moisture.
Yeah, sure,
so it's
Panto,
not a real place.
That's why I was wondering if he thought the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, because the way he was talking, it sounded like that's what he thought it was.
Well, I think he does because he says he saw a curve. Like, do you think, Guaco? Right? See if a boat goes away from you, and as it goes away, it gradually gets smaller and smaller, and sometimes the bottom of the boat will disappear first. That just basically it's not going over the curve of the Earth. The bottom of the boat is the lowest or the least angle. You've got to see that boat, so sometimes it will disappear bottom first. Eventually, get too small to see, and then you grab an optic or a camera, telescope, binoculars, whatever, and it'll bang, zoom right back into view again, and then and then let it travel away from you again. It'll get smaller. You'll get to full zoom on the optic. It'll keep getting further and further away. It might disappear bottom first yet again, and then
That's
once
not
it
how that
disappears,
works.
you can then grab another optic, and then once you get to a certain range, you just can't see anymore. It's not that it went over the Earth, because you've been able to continue to bring them back into view all the time. So it's obviously different things that are making people think that boats are going over the curve. If a boat went over the curve at 3-4 miles, well, that's roughly how much a boat goes over the curve, at roughly 3 or 4 miles. The Earth would have to be absolutely tiny for you to see curvature at a few miles.
So, Guaco, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth, in your opinion?
Yeah.
It is?
But after what I just said to you, you still
I mean, you asked for my opinion. I gave you my opinion.
Okay,
Even after we geometrically
but you said you were going to look it up. If you look up the definition
I don't want to
of
look
horizon,
it up.
Even after we geometrically debunked that right in front of your eyes, you still think that that's what it is?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, that's
why
pretty
not?
unreasonable. Well, why
I'm
not?
a
Because it's
believer.
geometrically
I couldn't
impossible.
prove it if I tried.
We walked you
But,
through
I
the
mean,
geometry
I
of
don't-
it.
I don't
We
have
walked you
video
through
proof.
exactly where it would have to be if it were real. We showed you that it's magnitudes further than what
Okay.
the radius would allow, and you're still just
Based-
going with it.
Based off of what
irrational.
Spake said,
and what
that
he just showed you.
if the horizon, if the boat goes past the horizon and you can't see it, and then you zoom in on a camera, you
Yeah.
can see it again.
Yeah.
Do you have video proof of that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, man,
Just one
they
second.
posting
Yeah,
this
send
shit in
the
the
video.
fucking live. We've got multiple, loads of them.
Yeah, but I
Jesus
don't want to
Christ.
search for them. You show me the solid
I
proof.
told you to keep your eye on live stream voice text, because people are always posting anything that's getting discussed in there. I thought people were posting the shit I was talking about. I've been doing
That's
other
not
shit.
a
and
camera. You can see. Okay, that is
What?
not. That is. Okay, it's bullcrap.
It's gone too far for you to resolve it, and then you zoom on it, and it's right back. So that means that the reason it disappeared had nothing to do with the physical obstruction that got in between your line of sight and it. It just went too far for you to see it.
It
That's
almost
all
sounded like
on the
for a
top,
second. It
you
sounded
can
like
see
Guaco
it.
actually took a look at some of these gifs that you guys are posting. He's like,
On the first
oh,
one, it
okay.
looks like a drone's just flying over the water.
These are
It's
real
a
images,
zoom
bro.
camera, buddy.
Look at the one I just posted. That's a
We
guy.
have hundreds. We have hundreds, man. It's not.
That was a guy called Spot. I've spoke to him about this now. He said that's kind of like a cove. I used to have the other meme with the map for this, but I've not got it now. The other side, that sort of hill you can see, that's the other side of the cove. He says that's about 15 miles away. So the boat's about 3/4 away. So it's almost
The
10
second one,
miles.
you can still see from there. Like,
Look, that's
it's
almost.
No,
that
it's
one
not
I just
resolvable
posted,
when
it's
it's zoomed all the
almost
way
10
out.
miles.
It's
That's
because
almost-
we
no,
can't
no,
see that far.
Listen,
Because we
Exactly
have
the
tiny
only reason it
eyes.
disappears.
No, if
Guaco,
we could.
listen,
Okay.
man.
It's because it's
Guaco.
so small since it's that
Okay,
far
you're
away.
moving close.
Listen,
You
see
said
the one
that's the
that I
reason they
posted?
disappeared.
No,
They
Guaco,
disappear because
Guaco,
they're so far
you
away that
listening
they're
to me
so
or what?
tiny.
Yes, you're
See,
understanding. That's the only reason they disappear.
The one I posted is almost 10 miles away. Even just say 7. It's 66
No.
feet.
It's still there. You can still see it if you have good
There
enough
should be
eyesight.
obstruction.
But humans
Listen,
don't have good enough
listen
eyesight.
to me, bro. Listen to me. There should be some partial obstruction. 66 feet of curvature is on 10 miles. So that's about 7 or 8 miles there. So there should be at
Can I get
least
in
a
for a
portion of that boat obscured.
Can I get in for a second? So I just
Wait,
wanted to say, well, yeah, thanks.
Oh wait, the
I just
first
wanted to
gift
say,
you said. Wait, that's a good point. It looks like he just took a time lapse of a boat traveling and then zoomed in on a picture.
It's a P900 or a P1000. I'm not 100% sure.
here's the thing, though. You don't have to believe anything we're showing you. We're not asking you to believe
yourself.
it.
I'm not believing it because it looks very easy. Like, okay, look at the
Yes,
first
you're
one.
having trouble
Look at
letting
it.
go. I got it.
It looks as though waves are coming towards you. Wrong? And then the boat comes close to the shore. And then he zooms in on the boat.
It starts off zoomed in, and that's him retracting the camera. He's bringing the camera back to show you how far it's going back. Jesus Christ. No, in fact, that's a lie. I'm sure, 90% sure, that was forward. It zoomed into the boat, but on the GIF maker I've got, I reversed it and brought it back the way.
Hey, Guaco, also, what I was talking about with stuff might be sideways or upside down or whatever. Check out this GIF I'm posting in the Livestream voice text.
Okay, Glatflobe, you can't see that far because, you know, light doesn't curve.
No, it's not it's not that far. See, if you were to zoom in on the middle picture, right, the waterfall, you see that?
Yeah.
If you were to zoom in from that vantage with a satellite, you would have to be seeing shit go sideways. You'd have to. That would be the only way it would work on the ball. We never see it.
That's how it would work anyway.
No, it's not. Dude, if this picture was facing upright with the camera's facing upright, right? This is their view.
I'm looking
sideways would be to the left or the right.
I'm looking at an eagle eye view. Say I'm in space, you know, above that point. All right, I'm looking at Earth this way. I zoom in on the very right of the Earth, and it's pointing to that waterfall, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
Okay, so why don't we see that?
Because we're not, you know, I don't even know, millions of miles out in space. We're not that far out. We're
Do you think a satellite takes pictures from millions of miles away?
It's orbiting, and for one,
well, that should have been a no. But anyway, listen, we would have had one picture of sideways shit or up. Hold on, we would have had at least one picture, if not countless pictures of stuff sideways, upside down, all kinds of things. Because look, the bottom one, see the upside down helicopter? If you zoomed in right there on Australia, you would fucking see an upside down helicopter. Why can't we see that?
Let me tell you something. No one's gonna, like, if you look up, I don't know, say someone wants to see a picture of a helicopter for whatever reason,
upside down.
Of course the thing that's gonna send it to, it's probably gonna flip it. I don't know. That would be smart if I made.
You have a lot of excuses, you have a lot of explainaways and reifications, but you do not have any curvature proof anywhere, and we have falsifications of that. So you're just coping.
I'm just saying, man. That kind of breaks it down. We don't see any of those angles.
It doesn't though. Because it makes complete sense that you would see it this way.
Right.
Okay, you're telling stories.
Okay, so my question again: why don't we see sideways buildings or upside down helicopters? Why don't we see that?
Because as I was saying earlier, with like the degrees away, the degrees of the axis we are on the Earth, I guess, would be the correct thing.
Okay, listen.
If I was on the top of the Earth and I looked at a 90-degree angle of a building, it would be turned 90 degrees whenever I see it.
On top of
it's not.
But I don't live. I don't know whatever the heck.
Well,
8,000
on a globe, so the whole story's just
I
a
can't
fantasy.
see it from 6,000
the universe.
That far away. I can't.
The point is this: that picture is supposed to be a photo from outer space of the Earth. All you'd have to do is zoom in to those locations, i.e. the satellite could just fly to the outside of one of those locations on the side or the bottom and show you sideways or upside down shit. I'm saying, dude, you can't talk about this other than holy shit, that's right.
It would be just the same way you see it.
We wouldn't see it upside down, bro.
No, I can because it's not right.
Okay, but that's the thing. If we had upside down shit, do you think we'd have
a different angle than it's there?
If we had upside down shit, do you think we'd even have one picture of that? No, everything's right side up. That doesn't work on a sphere. End of the story.
Okay, well, not all satellites take a picture from the same spot at the same range.
Anyway, whatever your cope is, Guaco, we just showed you a whole bunch of stuff that rules out the curvature and the spheres.
Falsified information. Actually,
that's why the real reason you're not seeing any of that stuff that he's talking about is because you're not on a spherical curved object where any of that would be happening.
Okay, you show me something that proves that absolutely undeniable proof.
We already did that.
No, absolutely undeniable proof.
Yeah, for a few seconds, I'll tell you how to do it, bro. So the thing is that we were never meant to like convince you in this room with undeniable proof. The undeniable proof is what the Earth presents itself, right? Because when I say Earth, you're thinking that blue marble that spins around in space, but that's the model of the Earth, right? The map isn't the terrain, right? The Earth that you see on TV isn't what's outside. There's real Earth outside where earthworms live in, right? When you get sand between your toes at the beach, that's Earth between your toes, right? Not the blue marble thing you see in space. So once you can realize that, hold on, I'm almost done, bro. I haven't spoken much. So once you can realize that you can measure it yourself because there's an Earth curve calculator, all you have to do is type in the numbers and make some observations. And I understand you're landlocked. So just remember this conversation like 10, 15 years from now, when you eventually make it out to the ocean or a large lake, large body of water at rest, and you'll be able to see the curve for yourself if it exists, because they told us for 500 years that boats go over the horizon, and that's how you know we live on a curve. Well, they ignored our perspective and how our eyeballs work. Like you said, we can't see forever. Light doesn't bend around balls. That's what you said. Those are your words. So I'll let you go with this. It's not up for us to convince you of anything except for to radically think for yourself and question authority. Obey your parents and honor your mother and your father, but question perceived authority. Thanks.
Can I ask you a question?
Me?
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
What irrefutable, undeniable, absolute proof have you been presented with for the globe?
Well, I haven't. But before you go off on your argument, what,
I was just curious.
undeniable proof do you have that the globe doesn't
We just gave you one. We just gave you one, right? The black swan. And if you look at the wiki page, if somebody posts a wiki,
What the heck is a black swan?
the black swan's the image with the two oil rigs that the horizon's well beyond the 1.22 miles.
Irrefutable evidence. I just explained to you,
What?
like with my diagram. It's great.
What? You've got a diagram that discredits reality.
Yeah.
It's not a very big ball, dude. 25,000 miles in circumference. If you're in a public jet, a commercial jet at even 25,000 feet up, you should be seeing thousands of feet of curvature, downward slope in front of you. That's not. It doesn't happen.
The airplane should have to continually dip its nose down slightly to account for the fact that the Earth is dropping down and away from it. If not, it would just fly off into space.
It'd be very hard to fly an airplane over a globe.
Well, no. There's the problem. Gravity, right? So you got gravity, and you got, the fact that the engines run on oxygen. And
We've already been through this, bro. You've not got any proof for it. No one's ever proven it.
No, listen. Since air runs out, it thins as you go higher in...
Yeah. But that doesn't prove gravity. We went through this like an hour ago. Nobody's
how engines work is that they need air to actually work.
Right, but you claimed gravity again.
But as the air thins,
why do you just keep talking gibberish that's nothing to do with what we're talking about?
Planes need to push air to go forward. And whenever they don't have air to push, they can't go forward with enough.
So how does it work in a vacuum?
How does it work in a vacuum? It doesn't.
Exactly.
Planes don't work in a vacuum.
Rockets do.
Yeah, rockets don't use propellers.
Yes, they do. Listen, when you need combustion to propel the thing, you don't have combustion in a vacuum, my friend. So they're not pushing off vacuum. Okay, I'll just say this one more time. Airplanes push off air. Boats push off water. Rockets push off of nothingness? Thanks.
They push off of the own force that they create by explosions. It's not that hard to understand. If you stand by a rocket, say someone shoots a rocket from a RPG-7 1 foot away from you, the explosion of that is going to, push you away, right? You would agree with that?
That's because you're in an atmosphere.
What?
That's because you're in an atmosphere. In a vacuum, you expel, like what we were talking about earlier, this bad question that you didn't like. If you had a huge vacuum chamber and you inserted a small amount of pressure, instantaneously that's going to spread all directionally equalize, there's going to be nothing at all for it to push up against. And the molecules push off the molecules, push off the molecules. That's how stuff works. How things fly in the air when they burn propellant. There's nothing in the vacuum.
Unless it had a limited volume, then it would instantly fill the volume and create the pressure needed. But in the infinite vacuum of space, that doesn't exist.
These guys,
it's an
Do you
infinite
even know
volume.
how jet fuel works?
Hey, Guaco.
So yeah, I was about to say that actually. But
They don't use
rocket
jet
fuel,
fuel in
it
space.
brings its own oxygen with it, so it can combust in a vacuum, and it can burn in a vacuum.
Are you saying that there's no oxygen in a rocket ship?
Right.
Yeah, good
I'll
job.
like mute
No, we're saying that there's no molecules in a vacuum for it to press off of.
Yeah, I don't think anybody understands how rockets actually work.
No, I mean, I don't because
rockets push.
I'm a rocket scientist, but I understand the base, knowledge of it.
Yeah, rockets push off air, boats on water. But listen, you need a medium to have oxygen. There's no oxygen, therefore no burn in space.
Does anybody remember we go way back to Newton's laws?
You don't
action reaction.
Look up
With
how
every
rockets
reaction,
should be
there's
like
equal and opposite
This
reaction.
should be like second grade stuff here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care. Believe what you want, but rockets can fly in without
a medium,
without an atmosphere,
without nothing to push off of.
You don't need an atmosphere. You don't need anything to push off of. With every
right, action, reaction, and with
if there was something to actually have action to go against, there's no reaction if there is nothing to act upon.
Oxygen through a chemical reaction.
Can you show us a demonstration?
So
you want a demonstration
Newton's
of how
laws
a
were
rocket
never
flies?
tested in a space vacuum either. They
you
were
can make a simple oxidizing reaction at home with some very basic stuff.
Yeah.
It won't propel anything, dude. You'll have oxygen in the tank wherever you've got a pressurized environment, and then the oxygen will burn there, but it won't be able to propel anything. You know that big yellow and red fireball that comes out of the bottom of each rocket booster, right? You need one of those on a rocket to be able to propel it forward. Since there's no atmosphere and there's no gas, nothing in space, there's no way to have the reaction that creates that big flame to propel the thing.
Would you like me to explain how it's working in that sense?
You got a diagram you're going to show us.
Sorry, what'd you say?
You're going to show us.
We're not swimming, all right? We're not pushing.
No, we are kind of. It's fluid dynamics here on Earth. We have fluid dynamics. That's what it is.
I'm talking about in space.
But how rocket engine works?
Piece of metal.
It's begging the question. It's begging the question that outer space exists, which we know it doesn't. It's fake.
That's true.
Nature abhors the vacuum.
Okay. Outer space is fake. You gonna fly up there and you're gonna go check it out tomorrow?
Well, yeah, it's like second grade science, thermodynamics.
All right.
High pressure versus low pressure. You guys think you have an adjacent vacuum?
Listen,
young man, you sound... You can't have pressure unless you have containment, and you definitely cannot have pressure within a near-perfect vacuum. You agreed to this.
You sound like you're smart enough to get this stuff. If by yourself you go and you research this stuff, like I said, by yourself with no one else around, you give it an honest chance and look into this stuff, the stuff we've sent you, there's no way you're going to come back still a globe earther unless you're lying to yourself.
Hey, hey, hold on. You said without anybody else, but then in the same sentence you proceeded to say with the stuff we sent you.
No, I'm saying watch the stuff we've sent you by yourself.
Wait, hold up. Which law is... With every reaction, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Which one is that?
Third law. Newtonian laws.
Yeah, which law? Third?
I think it's the third, yeah.
But, yeah, would you like me to explain how a rocket engine would work in space?
Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, if I had a vacuum bell or something, I could. I just need to create a vacuum.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do that though. So you can't demonstrate it.
we have
to trust them blindly, right?
We don't have a chamber. I mean, I can give you a.
So if I pushed something in space, Would I exert a force on it? Like if I was just floating in space and I pushed on an object, would I exert any kind of force on it?
I want a
If you
demonstration
pushed
of that
against
first.
nothing will happen. So the thing is that you can't have a vacuum the size of the near infinite space. So
No,
as soon as you
but
make a
I'm
vacuum,
asking the question.
hold on,
Nobody's answered that yet.
hold on.
So if if there's two people
Really,
floating
bro?
in space face to face, they push off of each other. What happens?
You don't understand why your question isn't making sense. You're starting with an assumption that space is all this. If I said
in a
Narnia
vacuum, it wouldn't even have to be in
lions,
space, but in a vacuum.
could I play tic tac toe with a talking lion? Well, of course you
I
could,
don't know.
because you just made it
Depends
all
on how
up.
high you are. But
Yeah, exactly. So you can always agree or disagree to a hypothetical,
how much
but
acid
in
you dropped that
reality,
night? I don't
it
know.
means
All right. Can we do one at a time? Like seriously, I can't. I don't know who I'm listening to. It's like, all right, Dallin. What's your name? Dallin. So what's your point?
So I want to quickly go back to the part of y'all saying that a rocket engine would not work in a vacuum or in space or anything like that. Saying in a zero-G environment without oxygen.
You said that. You said that it needs that planes need air to push off.
I answer that.
No, that's
what I said. To be fair, that's what I said.
No, Guaco said that you need air for it to push off in there, and then we said, well, what about in space then, where there's no air? That's how this part of the conversation started.
Turbines.
And they're also assuming the space doesn't have any matter in it at all.
And what you're saying on it needs something to push against is true with turbine engines. If you got like a jet engine, which is using turbines or propellers, where you actually need the propeller, which is basically just wing generating lift and forwards, yeah.
Well, a lot of planes are using compressed air, huh?
What? I didn't hear him. What did he say?
Saying a lot of planes are using compressed air.
Well, turbofan engines do, like you'd have on like a 737 or something. Those do use compressed air to do it. But rockets do work on different.
Yeah.
These new buses are making hundreds and hundreds of tons of fuel in each wing. I mean, aluminium wings, thousands of tons between them.
And gas wouldn't be like grouped together enough to do anything with in space, because gas doesn't have a shape, and gas can't contain gas. So when you say atmosphere, you're saying gas ball. Atmosphere.
Gas. Yeah. There's different various levels of density.
And there's also,
No, he's right. He's right, but I'm saying we need a physical barrier up there next to a vacuum. You can have gas pressure with gas alone. Yeah, thicker gas above, lighter gas below. That makes sense. But the problem is there's not a vacuum next to all those experiments. How are you going to demonstrate that gas pressure stays on an open system to vacuum?
So the weight of air at sea level is approximately 14.7 pounds per square inch, right? You can check that if you want to. That's correct. You get to 18,000 feet and about 500 millibar level for you European friends out there. And it's going to drop to about half of that pressure. You continue going up and the air will lose density and the pressure will drop some more. So the fact that the Earth has gravity is pulling and holding the atmosphere towards it.
I don't even understand the question. He's asking why there's pressure to begin with, not why the pressure changes.
Well, that's why there's pressure to begin with.
So can you demonstrate gravity? Show me gravity right now. Can I have some, please?
Can you have some gravity?
Wait, I know an explanation. I know an explanation.
On your desk and drop it.
Have you guys ever been in, chemistry? I think maybe.
Yeah, thermodynamics doesn't help you, but sure.
Yes.
Like physics or something.
Yeah, physics or
you know
something.
How molecules
thermodynamics
are attracted to each other.
Where's the evidence for that?
No, atoms.
Wait.
Yeah, you know how intermolecular bonds are exponentially more powerful than gravity is even claimed to be? Yeah, how are you going to isolate your gravity from that so that you get an experiment that actually confirms it does anything?
Can you bring one atom over to my place? Yeah, can you bring one atom over to my place in a box, please? Thanks.
So imagine you have like 9 atoms.
Imagine.
Right?
Why do globe stars?
You got the sun. You got the sun, which is, I think.
Adam Savage. We'll bring Adam Savage over to explain it to you.
You got one atom of whatever the heck.
Mythbusters explains gravity.
And is this going to lead to a globe somehow? It's not sounding very solid so far.
Give me a second.
Okay, well, this is just like 8th grade geometry. That's really all we need to do away with your globe. Did you understand the black swan yet, or do we need to keep talking about what a geometric horizon is and how the Earth is supposed to be dropping away from a certain rate?
Hear me out. Let me just erase everything.
Story time.
No, dude, listen to Central. Dude, we're not trying.
Makes me want to go to Dallas.
Yeah, we're talking about atoms now. I mean, all you had to do is prove that you were standing on a curved surface, and you're all the way over to atoms, so I guess you don't really have any measurements of this curved surface you think you're on.
Oh, they're back on the curved surface again.
No, that's the main point.
That horse to death already.
Yeah, well, that's the whole crux of the entire thing.
Yes.
So without that, you don't have the spinning ball in the vacuum with the satellites around it or any of that. So it's all moot. That's the crux of your paradigm.
Yeah, you can't. That's what I was going to ask Guaco too.
Are you saying Einstein is a
Guaco? Before you continue, I've been listening to you speak for like 20 minutes. You remember earlier someone asked you what's your undeniable, verifiable proof of a spinning water ball in a space vacuum, and you said, "What'd you say? You want to?"
I said,
I don't have any. You don't have any, right? So my question to you is, if you don't have any, why do you protect it so much? Why do you argue it so much?
You showed me undeniable proof. You showed
listen,
me
Guaco, that's not my
guy with
evidence
a time-lapse camera and called it
carefully.
undeniable.
It's not a time-lapse camera. You are hallucinating.
You're right.
Hold on, guys. Guaco, listen to my question very closely. If you don't have enough information to pick a side, why do you defend one almost religiously?
I think you just answered the question with the question.
Well,
because you don't have information to back up what you're saying.
The answer was in the question. You don't even have to answer. It's because you're religious.
I want Guaco to answer. Like, if I haven't made my mind about two things,
I can literally tell you why all of that happens. But
what's up, dude? What do you want to say to me?
You see that picture? Hold on, I'm gonna answer. I think it was Larry. Someone asked something first.
I gotta scroll down.
I think it's right.
Sorry, which picture?
It's like asking someone, why are they Christian? Why do they defend being Christian?
No, we don't talk about that here. What? Here, listen. What are you referring to? I'm sorry. I'm at the bottom of the live stream voice text.
I asked him a question, and he's.
Let me tell you. All right.
Can you answer Pete Carl's question, please? Can we?
Yeah, answer his question first. Stop talking to me, please.
What was your question?
My question is very easy. If you don't usually if you're trying to make an informed decision on something, either like a pro and a con, you have two things, opposing sides, opposing opinions. You want to gather information about both before you pick one. Typically, in this discussion, when you said earlier, I don't have any evidence, I don't have any undeniable proof of this, spinning water ball. Why would I then continue to argue it religiously with no evidence of it and not even consider the information from the opposite side?
That's called confirmation bias, sunk cost bias.
Okay, let him answer, please.
I am considering, but what I have been taught is what I agree with. It doesn't matter if facts deny it or not. There are plenty of other things like that.
We get that. Everybody was brought
your
up
facts
that way,
are different than my
it's pumped
facts.
into your brain.
What do you mean?
Oh, Guaco, you understand that the definitions of words matter. When you say facts, it means it has to be true for both you and me. We can't have different facts.
I guess it's not a fact then.
Right. So what I'm
asking
asking you
for the server would be that the Earth is flat. You could ask a different server.
No, it's a fact for you too.
Guaco.
We've already done that though, and you keep hand waving.
Guaco, you might believe in what you think are facts, but facts they're not subjective.
So what you're saying is my fact is a fantasy.
No, facts are only facts when they're verified, and two people with opposing views on something are not both believing fact. One's believing and one's accepting reality, verifiable reality, testable, provable, repeatable. That's what the server does. That's
Dallins,
what
they don't understand. Oh, he's deafened. Okay.
Hey, Guaco. Dallins is the guy who just said the fact that gravity exists. So I think you're bringing the wrong person into this conversation.
Oh, but a couple of hours ago, man, we've already went through it. You've already got no evidence scientific evidence for both gravity, Newtonian and Einsteinian. So that's just a belief you agreed you've got.
Yeah, I just want to get in a second and talking to the people that are like here new, right? They don't really understand everything that we're talking about. I would say, be patient with us, right? Because we're trying to convey as much knowledge until we give you so much knowledge, something clicks and you go, oh, I get that. Oh, that makes sense. Like, I want to talk about this more. And then once you find out, like, the interesting topic, whatever it is, because it may be the physics of light, it may be, what's going on at, the subatomic level, because gravity doesn't work at the subatomic level. Everybody knows this. Einstein and quantum physics don't match. It's a well-known fact. But quantum physics is experimental science. And Einstein's theory is not, because you cannot manipulate space-time. It exists in space where you're not, right? And the space, right, where it's the only thing that's there is the space-time. And it's a concept, meaning that there's no matter in space because it's a partial near perfect vacuum. So if there's no matter, right, then space-time is non-physical. And if it's non-physical, then it's just a concept. Like, I have a concept of freedom and liberty because I'm a Texan, right? So I don't want anybody, violating my rights. Does that make sense? But that's a concept.
They gave
you
it
can't
physical
bend and warp my liberty. You can't bend and warp my liberty. It's not physical. It doesn't have any physical properties like aluminum foil. You can bend and warp that. But if there's no matter to speak of, you can't bend and warp it. It was the greatest trick ever played on humanity. We've been chasing our tails with E equals MC squared for 100 years. And what do we have to show for it? Go ahead. I'll wait.
You've got plenty of pages of mathematics.
And plenty of people and plenty of scientists, even from his day, that opposed his views.
What about the Dutch astrophysicist, Van or something his name is, and he blatantly says gravity doesn't exist.
Guaco, can you close your mic when you're not talking?
Oh, sure.
Or just turn your sensitivity just a little bit and it'll not pick up the typing.
Push to talk's usually the best, but it's my opinion.
And then when you get a few mics activating, like a bunch of them cut out when there's just one going for no reason, especially.
Yeah. Uses up the bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see the discrepancy in gravity, right? If you were to search the cosmological constant problem on Wikipedia, if you click on that first link, it's a Harvard link. And the abstract, they tell you that when they're off by gravity, they're not off by a little. They're off with a number with 120 zeros after it. And what Michio Kaku said is that when you compare like observation to theory, if you get a mix match, right, if you're off by a little bit, like 2 or 10, he says that's horrible. You're off by a factor of like 2 or 10. But in cosmology, it's the largest mix match between observation and theory in the history of all of science. It's 10 to the 120th. So I don't know. Would you say that's a moderate mix match or like a partial miss, or is that holy shit, that's the biggest fucking you missed the target I've ever heard of in my entire life? And that's talking about gravity when you compare it to the theory to make gravity work with the quantum physics. That theory doesn't work.
It has a huge gaping hole.
So that's why they came up. Sorry. That's why they had to come up with the dark matter that I told you about earlier. Because the galaxies would literally fly off if they were only held together by gravity. They're spinning 10 times too fast. So they came up with all this dark matter because they believe that matter creates, gravitation because it's mass, right? That's what they think. So that solves the problem. But how do we test that? How do we verify if that's true? Can you go to the Andromeda Galaxy, or can you go out to the next star system over and check out the Oort cloud? Like, hey, Oort cloud, you got any of that dark matter? Okay, well, I'll keep looking. Thanks. Like, you don't know if it's true. It's just ad hoc explanation to look for, the problems in their model, because they don't have a model. Neither do we. Nobody has a model. And all you have to do is go back to what I said and like type in what I said in Wikipedia, the cosmological constant problem. And there's also physics outside the standard model. That's physics they can't explain. So they don't have a working model either. There is no model for everything in science. M theory didn't work. String theory didn't work. The math doesn't work out. There's no model for everything.
There ain't no globe to base any of it on, so what do you say, Guaco?
What?
Did you hear
Oh,
what
you
Larry
weren't
said?
listening to any of that? Okay.
Yeah,
No,
did you hear
I
what
was
Larry
listening.
said?
I was listening.
Can you rephrase what Larry said? In your own words?
No. He was saying like all of your stuff is wrong. It's been
Why then?
debunked.
You're not listening to a single thing anybody said to you,
No, I
man.
did hear, but
Guaco, why did he say
Name,
it's
just
wrong?
give him one single word
I
that
don't
he
know,
said,
because
man.
he believes in flat Earth.
No,
Okay, but
Guaco,
that's just
why?
You're
geometry
just
and
a time
reality.
waster, man. You're just a complete and utter
Stereotype
time waster. You've been here for like 3 hours being completely condescending, rubbishing what's getting said, dancing away for every direct question that's asked of you. And what? You just here to waste time, man.
What? What's
Yeah,
up?
he's
Hello?
made up his mind already because we're flat earthers, right?
Yeah, no, the force pulling downwards is gravity.
Okay, that's if you have a ball to pull things to. You don't have a ball. We went through this geometrically already. Do you not understand 8th grade geometry?
Not only that, but gravity hasn't been a force for about 100 years.
Yeah, it's not even defined as a force. Do you know what gravity is defined as? What it actually is supposed to be?
Attraction between.
No, so you don't even know your own religion. Okay, that's cool.
No, he's very young. Okay, he only knows high school physics, right? So yeah, he's ordered the Newtonian the Newtonian model. So he doesn't know about this like Einstein stuff. So yeah, I mean, he's just getting defensive when we're like bombarding him, dogpiling him. I don't think.
But I'm sure they mentioned Einsteinian model in high school. At least I remember.
Okay, here's the
Einsteinium is, like number 94 on the freaking. It's like 104 or something.
So you don't even know what you're defending. You got it. But
no, Einsteinium. It's an element.
No.
Einsteinium is an element.
Dude, you're funny.
Real quick, I just got
I promise you.
That's really cool and also really irrelevant. Can you do the 8th grade?
Gravity.
Sorry,
Not the
Twan.
elements, dude. We're talking about Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah,
Mr.
relativity. It's what gravity has been defined under for the last 100 and some years.
So it's the curvature.
No, you didn't get the memo. So you're in here defending something you don't even know what it is. That's pretty stupid. So maybe we should just go back to this simple 8th grade geometry here that it all boils down to. Can you handle that?
But there is no geometry. There's no geometry.
Hold on. I just want to tell him one thing about the scientific method and gravity. That's all I want to do. Okay.
I vote we go back to rocket stuff because that stuff I know about.
Guys, hold on just a sec, please.
All right, one at a time, Downs. Okay.
Thank you. So Guaco and Downs, the scientific method helps us find out facts about our world because we can manipulate variables within that scientific experiment. And we can do it with magnetism, right? You can't, I'm sorry, you can do it with magnetism, you can do it with fucking everything on Earth, but we somehow can't manipulate gravity. And what I mean by that is if I'm performing an experiment and I want to test to see whether gravity is happening or not, I'll drop an apple and then it'll go to the ground, right? And then I'll do my best to create a vacuum and let go of the apple, and density makes it do what it's going to do. And there's no downward force. If there were downward force, nothing would go upwards. Nothing.
Wait, what? How does density... That makes no sense. The apple is still as dense as it was out of the vacuum.
But not as dense
denser than the vacuum.
in the medium. The medium is different now.
That.
And here's the reason I say that. Because we can't, no matter how hard we try to manipulate gravity, we can't do it. You can't remove gravity from the situation because we can't even have a perfect vacuum, can we?
Can't be isolated.
What's it called? Like
he's confusing
air friction or something?
No, he's telling you that you can't isolate gravity to actually do an experiment with it and test anything with it.
Actually,
you need to isolate it and then change it.
Downs, can
you go down and you can create a negative G or 0 G environment. Right.
Downs is just going to start talking.
Oh, I thought he was hot micing, but if he's talking,
he just decided to start talking.
Zero G environment, you're not going to be able to make a zero G environment anywhere, even in free fall in a parabolic maneuver. That's not zero G. You're just falling, and they're still supposedly NASA claims over 90% of the gravity is in the ISS of Earth gravity. So it's just
Okay,
a illusion.
this is not.
Wait,
it's
what?
actually in constant free fall around the Earth.
Hold on, wait. What about the ISS?
The Earth, which is what again? Sorry, what's the Earth got to be in your scenario again?
He admits that the ISS exists, the space station exists.
Yeah, somebody says that, but what does the Earth have to be in that story again for it to work in reality? Oh, okay. So I guess we're going to have to do the geometric horizon stuff again.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
But Dallins, I mean, both of you guys, you realize? Okay, you can laugh or troll. Okay, but we're going to pretend it's a genuine conversation. So you guys realize that you're always going for...
Sleepy, I just got to cut in. Can you please close your mic when you're not using it, Guaco? Because everything is echoing through it.
What? Oh, wait, it's echoing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting chaotic.
Yeah, turn off your recording or whatever. Just, thanks.
It's a shit recording anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he's doing, whatever. But anyways, you guys realize
he got destroyed.
You keep going to the sky. You keep doing like, oh, we need to, how the rockets work in like the vacuum of space, and you're still not getting past this fundamental discrepancy in the globe model, which is there's no measured curvature, and there are very basic geometric contradictions that you're seeing when you assume it's a globe. Just from the most basic observations, you're immediately running into massive contradictions with your model, your presupposed model.
Yeah.
You need to get past that first, because everything is based on that first step. The first step is wrong. We can't go talking about like things orbiting like whatever, like a gazillion miles or whatever around the Earth, right? So we need to take care of the first step, and then we can go talk about like rockets or space or whatever.
Yeah, you blew right past the first step, and you're like 100 steps down the line here, and everything you say is just reifications of this thing that you've never fundamentally proven, and that we fundamentally disproven here.
That's only an opinion.
No, it's not just an opinion. It's either you know geometry or you're... No,
that's how logic proceeds.
One at a time, please.
One at a time, guys.
It's not an opinion, though. It's a hard geometric fact that the Earth is not measuring as the thing that it has to be in your paradigm.
Your argument is faulty that has to be the starting point.
Well, that is the starting point. Yeah, if it's not curving, then it's not a ball. And then all of these all these extrapolations, all these stories about how the globe Earth works, what it is, everything, it all depends on it being a globe. If it's not that all falls apart.
Okay, well, that's like saying, I don't know, that
you're going to have satellites orbiting a globe when you don't have a globe? Is that your story now?
Who says there isn't a globe?
Geometry does, reality does, the measurements from the Earth do.
Okay, so you go stand on a tower. Where do you live? Say you live in America. You go stand on a tower and look at Australia with your 10,000 times zoom camera.
Well, that's unnecessary because we're already seeing way further than the globe would allow, so the work's done. I don't need to go and do that. We don't need to push the goalposts out to that.
According to you, you can zoom in on a camera if you're high enough, and you can go look at Australia.
No.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we already see.
It's strawmanning us.
Yeah, I'm saying we see too far for your story to be true, so that's the end of that. We don't have to push the goalposts out ad infinitum here. We're good. Your story's already disproved.
No, that's not how it works.
That is how it works. Falsification is falsification. You're asking for super falsification.
Like the horizon on that one GIF. So why can't you go look at Australia right now? Why can't you go?
You can see forever, Guaco.
So let me ask you this: Why can't you see? Why can't you see the bottom of a 10-mile ocean?
What?
Or, let's say 7 miles.
Well, it's murky. So
why? What happens? What happens? What happens?
You can't see through it.
Okay. Right. So every time, the further you go down, the denser the water gets, and a lot more murkier stuff gets around. Same thing happens on the app. Same thing happens. Same thing happens on Earth on the surface level.
Hey,
the further
elbow?
you hold on, I'm not done, bud. The further you look,
Hey,
there's
elbow?
water. Holy shit! Am I gonna have to mute you, bud? The further you look, I mean, even meteorologist says that the farthest you can see is probably 7 miles. You know, they'll tell you this because there's particulate in the air. There's of course, there's smog and all kinds of stuff, but there's also water, which for the further you look, the more water you see, so it gets in your way.
Plus dust, pollen, anything that's in the air, anything.
Yeah, density, like you guys were saying yourselves. Remember that? Same thing that makes it so that you can't see to the bottom of an ocean.
So the more
So the cool thing to do would be to steelman the guy and say, so what you're saying is that the atmosphere is, it's translucent, but it's not transparent, right? You can't see through it forever because eventually there's fog, snow, rain, just atmospheric conditions in general. So you can't steelman his argument, just to make sure that you at least agree on his argument before you go to rebut it. You can't do that.
Can I say something?
Guaco.
Well, the question for you.
Guaco.
So, here.
So, hear me out.
May I answer this question?
Go
sure.
Let him say his, and then you go.
This is sort of on the fact of you saying that if you could see down to the bottom, or how did you phrase your question? Because I want to make sure I'm not saying it incorrectly. And
well, my analogy was that the reason you can't see all the way to the bottom of an ocean is the same thing because there's a lot of particulates. It gets denser the further it goes. There's the light, you lose light, right? So the what is it called? Light extinguishment.
Light attenuation.
Light attenuation. So same thing. What happens with looking to the surface? There's water in there. There's particulates. So there's light attenuation that will not let you see then whatever is in the way.
Guaco, see if you're down at sea level, Guaco, you're at the most dense part of the atmosphere. We were talking about the gradient earlier. So the most dense stuff is down here. You're looking through basically the thickest part of the atmosphere. Think about it. You're in a long corridor, or you're standing on a railway track, or you're standing on a long street. You look down towards the end of that long corridor. It looks like the walls, the roof, and the floor all appear to converge to the central point. Art is called the vanishing point. So you can't barely see to the end of an extremely long hallway. Why are you going to see Australia?
What?
Well, the simplest.
Me like the first 10 seconds of rambling.
Okay, well,
let me help you out. Let me translate. I just want to translate real fast. Hold real fast. Let me translate. Hold on.
Guaco, did that make sense, bro?
He said no. He didn't make sense. So I'm going to translate. So
Let me try again. Once more.
Okay,
I'll speak a little bit slower, right? So, Guaco, if you're standing in a very long hallway, Guaco, if you're in a very long hallway or a corridor, you're looking straight down, you know the walls, roof, and floor are all built to the same dimensions. It's perfectly level, straight. Everything's perfect. But it appears like the walls, roof, and the floor converge to that central point called the vanishing point. It's just the way we see, bro. You've got a convex lens in your eye, and the further you look down straight lines, they appear to, just like a railway track, they look like they're joining in the centre. You understand me?
Yeah.
Sorry if I spoke too fast.
True. A few things he said, it's true.
Cool, man. I just try, because, it's so many simple concepts. If you grasp them, that's a destruction for the globe. As soon as you critically think, make your own observation. Don't believe us. Don't believe any cunt. Have a dig around the resources in the server. Make your own mind up. Verify shit elsewhere.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't get considered. Diminution and perspective, the diffraction limit. The optical limitations of our eyes. And like you said, the air density, all that stuff. It all comes into play instead of just
now they're having the right idea
points. Well, I'm finished, bro.
Because trying to isolate a singular starting point to say that all other arguments are invalid doesn't work. Well, now you guys are having actual good discussions.
Well, that's kind of what the Globers are trying to do, though, in a way. They want to make the horizon about curvature all the time. And even when we're seeing way too far for their model, even way further than their globe radius would ever allow, they still want to try to make the horizon about curvature, even though it's being geometrically debunked.
But the thing is, if it was, if the horizon even was close to being curvature, the Earth would be absolutely fucking minute. Look at the Pontchartrain. The flat Earth US uses the Pontchartrain image as curvature proof of the Earth. That instantly shows that they're absolute bullshitting motherfuckers.
But we also have observations from that same location where we see straight across the entire thing. So what are they saying? That sometimes it's curved, sometimes the curve isn't there? Like, obviously, it's not a hard geometric thing that's going on. It's just optical.
So take a look in Livestream voice text and I'll show you a couple of Pontchartrain zooms. These are classics.
You're saying that all our arguments are invalid just because it's about a globe. That makes no sense.
Well, the globe makes no sense, so those arguments are invalid.
Okay, well, what if I said your circle makes no sense, so it's invalid?
We don't think the Earth's a circle.
You say we live on a big Earth.
No.
Strawmanning right now.
We don't think the Earth's a disc. Have you heard of the Flat Earth Society? Did the person tell you in check-in about them? Now, there's a group of people, Flat Earth Society, they kind of push the disc sort of visualization, kind of makes you think water pours off the edge. They also say the ground's accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. They say batshit crazy shit like Australia doesn't exist. Most people think flat earthers believe we live on some kind of disc type frisbee type thing, and as well as the other bullshit that they fucking spread. But all we're saying is, according to the globe mathematics, hundreds, if not thousands upon thousands of people have measured laser tests and long-range observation over and over again shows no convexity that's dictated by the model. None.
Wait, so can I just, confirm something? So you're saying that Earth is flat. It's not in a disk. It's just flat, whatever shape.
We're not making positive claims here. All we've done is attack the globe model pretty much this entire conversation. We haven't made a positive claim.
No. Let me confirm this. No. Let me confirm this.
Guaco, go ahead. Glenn.
All right. So you're saying you're not saying it's a specific shape. You're just saying it's flat.
Well, we're saying the globe can't be true because the surface is measuring flat. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that the globe, Earth is not a globe, and gravity doesn't exist?
No, we're just saying that the explanations for gravity have never been scientifically proven.
Take one at a time, man.
We're saying it is not scientifically proven through experiments.
No, it's not.
Okay, we'll bring them up. Bring them to us.
Not
scientifically.
No.
Scientifically. That's the key word here, boys and girls.
If you can scientifically prove gravity, you're going to get a Nobel Prize.
Boys, one at a time, man. Everybody's
okay, so if you want to sit here and claim gravity ain't real, all right? How about you go find a very, very heavy object in your room, hold it right above your toe, and then drop it.
Okay.
Not even clever.
Can you please all
scientific experiment?
Everybody calm down, please.
It's a very scientific experiment. You'll find out pretty soon if your toe is hurting or not.
Okay, can y'all please calm down? Calm down, everybody.
Please. Can everybody stop speaking over each other, please? On you go. Who? Just somebody, and then somebody else jump in. Just chill, folks. Chill.
So, Dallins.
Yeah, I'll pitch in if you don't mind.
Doesn't exist. Oh, yeah, sure, go for it, Larry.
Yeah, just real fast. Okay, so we're not claiming that gravity doesn't exist. We're claiming what they told you about gravity cannot be proven or falsified. So there was this famous scientist named Karl Popper, right? And he said that in order for something to be science, it has to be falsifiable. So if you can't prove something, it's kind of like me doing this, okay? This is a logical fallacy. You ready? So the green grass that I presuppose exists on the dark side of the moon, and you can't see the dark side of the moon because you always see the side that's facing the Earth, because the Earth is allegedly tidally blocked. So the green grass on the dark side of the moon is what causes the tides. You can't prove me wrong. Neener. That's not how science works. It has to be falsifiable. So if I make a claim, right, let's say that if you add heat to water, it'll cause it to boil. I have to be able to demonstrate that, not only in front of me, but I have to tell everyone else in my class how I did it, and then
But
they get to try.
What if I told you that? So let's say that you would say water boils using heat, but what if I told you no, that's not correct? Water actually boils in a vacuum, and I disagree with what you're
So
saying.
the first thing you said would be incorrect,
It's falsifiable
and the
in
second
both
thing you
manners. From what
said.
you're saying. But I can easily I
Hold
can
on, you
just
just
as
asked me
easily
a
say,
question. You want me to answer?
well, I can go boil it in a vacuum, which is also true. And you're trying to just straight up disprove and say that one system is completely wrong and incorrect with this trying to say this flat Earth and a
I was going to
true
address
Earth.
that next.
You're
I
trying
was
to
going to
say
address
that
that
one
next.
system is just blatantly false, wrong, not correct, everything like that.
Well,
Or
slow down,
gravity,
man.
sorry,
Everybody slow down.
gravity.
Slow down.
You're trying to say one type is just completely
Fucking that
not
was
real.
one question right there.
Hey,
Guaco,
bro, listen.
Guaco, do you
I was about to
understand
address.
this? Go on,
Hold
say
on,
it, right?
I was about.
Go, I'll get after you, Hank.
Oh,
I just need to ask him one thing.
Yes.
yeah,
Go on, Hank. Go.
just real quick. What I'm trying to say is, I was about to go into that explanation. So if you got that thought, I'll let him ask you this question, and then hopefully everyone will let me get right back to it, so I can address your question.
Is he just muted?
He's just died.
Yeah, I think he died.
He's driving, so yeah.
Hey, Guaco, I'll just ask you this one quick thing, right? Do you understand this sentence? Falsification is independent from replacement. So if you've got something you believe in, like gravity, either Newtonian, Einstein, and whatever, we've not got another, like a replacement for that. We'll just tell you, look, we don't know. It could possibly be electromagnetism. We can do some tests. We can prove this kind of stuff exists all around us, but we don't know.
Spake, he just claimed in the live stream voice text basically that electrostatics is gravity, because I asked him what it is, and he said it's an attraction between atoms.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go then. If atoms even exist, because they're seen if you see them under an electric microscope, basically they've created this thing. It picks up some information in a computer
let me give my
designed an
explanation.
animation.
All right,
I wasn't finished.
it wasn't
there,
a
boys.
question. It was
By
just.
the way, boys, I wasn't even
I
finished.
think Larry wanted to get back on it.
Let me finish my sentence at least at a time, boys, please. Cheers.
But
okay, so you asked the question. You asked the question, right? Do you remember your question?
Did I get an answer?
You were talking about how it was wrong that heat causes water to boil, and that a vacuum or low gas pressure can cause water to boil. And then you corrected yourself and said that heat does cause water to boil, but also the low vacuum pressure. Okay, so I'm going to address that thing now. Yeah, this is a basic tenet of. Oh, you want to talk now?
Let me here's
Since
what
you
I
asked
meant
me a
by
question and
saying
now I'm
that,
trying to answer it.
Yeah,
So you want to talk
you're just
while I'm
completely
trying to answer your question?
what I was saying.
So you want to talk right now that I'm trying to.
Hank, by the way, it's not a single thing the entire night, mate. We've been here for hours.
So you don't want me to answer the question?
No, I want
you
you to, but I don't want you to misphrase the question and put it in a different way of what I said. In that case, then it's not an
Dude, I
accurate
repeated you. I repeated you like word for word what you said.
No.
Guaco.
Okay, what did you say?
So I went on a little
try
bit
to
of a
keep it down to
rant,
one
and I
or
know
two
you can't repeat
sentences.
every exact word. But what I was saying in that rant in a very simplified manner is I was saying that your way of showing it, saying that it boils from heat, may be true, but I can also say that it's false, and say that my way is also true, but it can also be false. And I'm saying that there might be multiple ways and with multiple definitions, and neither party will agree on those definitions. And that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, I completely agree. Can you now apply that to the theory of gravity?
Yes.
Okay, so there
I
may
can
be
apply that
other
to my theory of
explanations.
gravity, and so I
And
can
by the
apply
way,
it to my theory and use tests that would prove mine, and then you could apply it to yours and use tests that would prove yours.
Yeah, we're
Can I
not
ask something real quick?
no, because I was right after. And by the way, I wanted to address what he said about the water boiling in the vacuum and the water boiling with heat. Is actually the scientific experiment is that at 14 point something psi at sea level, the water boils at 212 degrees. If you add one more psi, you have to I think multiply it times 5. I mean 3 times. I think it's like 245. So if you lower the vacuum, if you
degrees.
Was that?
It's an increase of 5, or it's roughly 5 degrees from psi.
Okay, whatever.
No, it's 245. And the regular temperature is 212 at sea level. So so
not sea level. It's
14
one
point something
atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sea level.
So I do have a question.
So if you of course if you lower down the pressure, if you lower down the pressure, the water will boil with less heat. So in other words, if you lower the vacuum pressure, the water of course will boil because it requires less heat.
So if you go up Mount Everest, it's a slightly different temperature up there to your fire will burn it. Not 100% what it is, but someone who used might know.
Can I say something? So the reason why, do you guys believe in chemistry too, or no?
What are you talking about?
We don't. Anything we talk when we're having a discussion with you, we're not giving you beliefs.
Yeah, chemistry has nothing. Yeah, you're kind of muffled. You're kind of muffled.
Yeah, you sound like you're under.
I think it's because Guac has his mic open the whole time other people are talking.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better.
I must have had my hand over it. Oh man, I lost that train of thought. That was a perfect Socratic question, and I fucking lost it, motherfucker. I can't remember. On you go.
The question was, do you believe in chemistry?
Oh right, so I meant to say, when we're having a discussion with you, we're not giving you what we believe. If somebody's got like just a belief or an opinion of their own, they'll say that first. We're just giving you stuff you can go and verify personally. As I keep telling you, don't believe us, and we're not telling you what we believe. We're telling you what's fucking reality, and in front of you, just like it is in front of us. We're just trying to point out what's right there in front of your eyes.
Good thing to go across. Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge? Do you know? Guaco?
1 second.
Oh, me? Sorry, I thought my internet cut out. I thought you would keep talking.
Belief and knowledge. That's the question. Belief and knowledge. Do you know the difference?
Do you believe you know?
What I would say is the difference is knowledge is having facts that something happens, and belief is not having facts but putting your trust into it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty close.
Religious.
Right. So that's the thing. That's the thing. You believe you live in a globe. You don't really know, do you?
I believe in what?
You believe that you live in a globe, but do you really know?
No, but you could say that about a lot of things.
Right. So that's the thing. There's a difference between. It's the difference. That's the difference between what we know. The Earth measures flat, and we don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Not just that, but it's self-evident to us as well as yourself. So we don't believe that we're not moving. We don't experience motion. So we accept reality. We've never seen curvature, so we claim that it's flat. We don't mean it's completely flat or a disc. There's hills, there's valleys, there's topography, but 71% of our surface is covered in water. Water's always seeking equilibrium, and when it comes to rest, it lays flat. How can 3/4 of a sphere try and lay flat constantly?
There's a good follow-up question that I think Guac should answer.
He could have answered that, because I just laid that out perfectly to him, and you can't not answer that.
Wait, he's not good at responding to more than 3 sentences. I don't know, you guys have picked up on that.
Yeah, we did.
30 minutes.
More like he can't answer yes or no fucking question.
Well, he just doesn't listen past the first 2 sentences, so that's why you keep really short.
I mean, who's good at
answering?
ADD. Yeah. Who's good at answering like 3 questions at once? Come on, guys.
So Guaco,
It's tough. 3 questions at once. Stop, man.
Guaco, would you say you believe in the globe, Guaco, or would you say
he already answered that?
I believe
No, I have knowledge that the globe is true.
Right.
Okay, can you share that knowledge?
Could you please elaborate? Could you tell us why?
But you don't seem to like it, so I don't see the point of sharing.
Unless you're verifying something, and we want you actually having like verifiable evidence, something that I can verify that
it's
the
not
Earth
gonna
is actually
Every single thing they
globe.
say. Every single thing they say. We could do 1,000 different experiments to show you. We could do the so impossible, quote unquote impossible flight,
No,
and it would still find a way to disprove it. Y'all trying to make up as many
Now you're dividing my
plausible
thoughts.
You
excuses
haven't
for
done
everything.
one. The
Yeah,
problem
do
is
one
you haven't done one.
Yeah, you could do 1,000. Just do one. That'll be great.
Wait, hold up. If your theory is correct, can I
It's
go?
not a theory.
Is this the experiment that you said
Is
that you
your
have thousands
fact?
of? Or?
Hold on, wait. Is your fact? If your fact is correct, can I fly from America west to Japan?
What do you mean by what? Yes, you could fly from America to Japan, but I think
You mean you would fly in a straight line, basically?
Well, what's
you
this
would,
west? I think
you would
west
chart a
where?
course. See wherever you want to go, whether you're
You
going.
mean
if you're on a-
I think you
It's
mean
like
you're on a pole.
northwest. It's actually kind of northwest. It's not
When
quite
you say
from
west,
where
you
I'm
mean
at. It might
clockwise
be
around.
west.
Let me just find a
northwest.
map real quick.
Okay, so it sounds
If
like you
you're in a
don't have
boat
any
or a
curvature to
plane,
show us. This
you
is kind of
chart a
desperate,
course.
dude.
Listen, if you chart a course on a boat or plane, you chart it from point A to point B in a straight line. You go up to a height, you cruise, you come back down, you land. You don't take the Earth's curve into account when you're flying. There's no curve. There's no... all the NASA documents all say that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. We've got multiple PDFs from NASA.gov. They agree as well.
I just can't believe that you have thousands of experiments that prove your story, and that's what you went with. Can you fly west to east?
That's what got. That's what he was saying. I was the one saying.
Oh,
we
you
could
don't
do
have thousands of
1,000.
experiments. That was him.
No,
Okay,
no.
well, could
What
the
I
guy who has
said
thousands
was
of
we
experiments
could do
provide one of
thousands
those?
of experiments and still not prove it to you. Not saying
Okay,
I have
that's a
1,000.
nice
I'm saying
story.
we could do 1,000 and it still
But
wouldn't prove it to y'all.
give us one at least to work with. That's a nice story, but you haven't given us even one to work with yet. So how do you know what we would do if you gave us any?
Well, I mean, here's the problem. You guys don't have a freaking South Pole, so
yeah, well, it's measuring flat. So.
And
that just reminds me of Video Light 7.4 gear. I'm gonna send it in there, and basically he was saying,
if you don't have a South Pole, then
you don't have a South
Okay,
Pole either.
You're reifying your model again. Like, we just need the curvature, please.
Let me ask you a question. Where does the compass point to?
Wacko.
What the heck is a paunch train?
What does the compass points to?
It points north.
Right. So it never points towards the south, does it?
Points the opposite of the south.
Right. So it points towards the north. Yeah. So that's the same thing happens on a flat surface.
Depends which hemisphere you're in.
Let me
if you're in the northern or the southern hemisphere.
Dally, hemispheres aren't a thing.
Okay,
right?
hemispheres require a globe that requires curvature. Are you ready to show that?
Yeah, Wacko, please take a look in live stream voice text so you'll be able to visualize what you've been getting told for the past week.
I'm looking.
Right, so
I see that,
think
but
about it, right? So think about it, bro. So anywhere where the compass points is towards the centre. So anywhere you go south, you reach ice. Captain Cook, Admiral Byrd, they all said. I mean, Admiral Byrd went there. They called it Operation High Jump because of the fucking ice wall, and they went down there and fucking done whatever they done. Found untold riches. They found uranium, untold coal, gas, the lot. He came back from Antarctica. He suddenly died. Then the whole world signed an agreement. No one's allowed to go to Antarctica without strict permission. You're not allowed to take loads of fuel, loads of food. You can't even piss in the snow. And nobody's even argued that contract that the whole world signed. It's not even up for debate for 20 years or some shit. Yeah?
Here's the problem. All of your facts
It's not my fact. These are your facts.
all of the facts rely on there being a flat Earth.
No, the globe relies on there being a curved Earth. You don't have that, or else I think you would have shown it by now.
That's because I don't have $1 billion cameras. I'm not in outer space.
You don't need
I
that.
can't send you a picture.
You don't need that. Just maybe $1,000 for a high-powered lens. Go down to the beach. See if you.
you're seeing far enough for it to be a globe.
Yes, let me spend $1,000 that I don't have.
Hold on, Spick.
Go to the beach that I don't live near.
No, hold on, Spick. So therefore, Guaco, because you have nothing to prove that the Earth is a globe, therefore it's not a knowledge. It's not known. Hold on, Jake. So it's not knowledge. It's actually just still a belief, isn't it?
No.
Well, you're not providing
we're
us
asking you.
First of
we're
all,
asking you.
knowledge is a subset of belief. All knowledge is a belief. It's a justified belief.
Okay,
There is
well,
no
yeah,
knowledge that you have that isn't a belief. It doesn't
This
exist.
guy's not providing us with evidence, though. He's providing us with excuse for why we
Provided
can't
you
get
with
it.
evidence. You just don't think gravity's a thing.
No. Listen, we just asked you for it, and you said, "Look, I don't have billions of dollars to go and prove my claim." That's what you said.
Guaco,
You said,
Guaco,
I don't have the billions of dollars to provide you the evidence. That's what you said.
Okay.
Guaco.
So I want you to tell. No.
Guaco,
I want you to tell me.
Bro,
What
have
about
you heard-
24-hour sun in Antarctica? How is that
Show us-
possible on
Show
flat
us
Earth?
a video. Show us a video that's
How is
not
that
edited.
possible on flat Earth?
Hasn't been done.
Please show us a video that's not been edited.
No. Explain to me how there's
There
24
hasn't
hours.
been a 24-hour sun recorded in Antarctica.
There's a
Yeah, but if you look at your if you look at your little gifs, where you got those.
Again, there isn't a 24-hour video of a sun in Antarctica.
But do you agree that
There
people
is-
in
there
southern
is-
Argentina
there
have a,
is-
do you guys agree that people in southern Argentina have an 18-and-a-half-hour day in December?
Daylight and sunlight.
And the sun rises in the southeast, moves around you to the north, and then sets in the southwest. Explain how that works on a flat Earth.
Okay, well, here's how it
doesn't.
works.
The Earth just spins.
The Earth's surface is definitely not curving because you three zealots for the globe model have been in here for hours and have not provided a single measurement of the Earth curving. So the Earth,
Actually, it
therefore,
was
is
2
non-curved.
hours, 45 minutes,
Okay,
and
please
50.
don't allow me to say that.
I got
Therefore, it's not curving, it's flat, and whatever the sun's doing, it's working just fine with the flat topographical plane that you're standing on. That's that.
He's central.
Hey, you've been in here for 2.5 hours? This guy's been in here 2.5 hours?
Yeah, not a single curvature measurement provided, and they just keep wanting to
shit. Oh, we
ask
gotta-
questions about why the sun's doing this or that.
I think it's time
Squawk
to
a question?
Okay, can I ask you why you're
reel
going to
it
try
back
to
in
tell
a
me it's
little bit,
because
man.
you're
Let's reel it back down to Earth
Listen, I've
where we
got
live.
stuff in here, man.
That'd be cool. Measurements are good. Hey, you know what? We live on Earth. We can measure it. Isn't that interesting? Oh my God.
Yeah, but you guys don't accept measurements,
Live on
right?
Earth.
I mean, George Hutnick, he did the measurements on Rainy Lake, where he measured across the ice down to he drilled holes to the water across Rainy Lake, and he measured targets across the lake, and he measured curvature, and then
no, he didn't.
soundly, and Jesse Kozlowski, they used the GPS and did a topographical profile that measured the curvature of the causeway in New Orleans, right?
Guaco, can you take a look at
and Main surveyor showed measurements that he did with his theodolite as a professional surveyor, and showed that zenith reciprocal
Those are
zenith
nice
angle.
reifications, but you're going to have a geometric horizon for all of that. So let's try.
There is a geometric horizon. What are you talking about?
Oh, at 1.2 miles in that pic that I'm about to post? Is that where it is?
Which pic are you going to post? Are you going to post the Black Swan?
Yeah, how about that one? Is there a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles there?
No, not in the Black Swan. There's a lot of refraction in the Black Swan, which is why
refraction depends on what again? Refraction depends on what? 3959 mile radius.
Which
that
is
was
why
just
a
debunked in
straight
that Black
crane-
Swan picture. Too bad.
A straight crane is shaped like a hook, but then look at the other Black Swan pictures that doesn't show the horizon behind the oil rig, where the oil rig is being cut off by the horizon.
So what you're saying?
There's no distortion. The crane is perfectly.
So you're saying the globes changes size?
Of course, refraction can make the globe appear to change size. Yes.
Sorry, your refraction model depends on the radius that same picture debunks. So nope, you can't use that.
Debunks it how? Do you guys agree?
Boys, let me ask this. But Guaco, have you heard of a group of people called Flat Earth WS that debunk or supposedly debunk with their memes? Take a look on Livestream voice text. Have you seen this image before? Because somebody mentioned Pontchartrain earlier, so we just wanted to
Is
get your opinion.
Pontchartrain in Louisiana?
Yes.
Okay. I drove by there like a month ago.
That's cool, dude.
There you go. You could literally go. You could go and do this observation yourself, bro. Now take a look at this. Now that people claim that as the curvature of the Earth. So look at that zoom at Pontchartrain. Now I've got another one I'll post right after it. 2 secs.
Spake, you have a wonderful accent, dude. Is that like Northern Irish?
Nah, man.
I agree with Jake on this one. He's very right.
Scottish, bro.
So you agree with what? Do you even know what Jake said? Would you be able to recite it?
Yeah,
or
why
you
don't
just
you-
agreeing because
why
it's,
don't you
it's
tell me what Jake said, man. Go ahead.
yeah,
I-
yeah.
I'm-
Let us know what you agree.
I don't know. I can't think of you guys screaming at me.
Right, that's what I thought. You have no idea what he said, but it sounded globe affirmative. So yep, you're good with that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for exposing yourself.
I mean, am I wrong for believing in my fellow people that have brains?
Well, you're a believer. I'll give you that.
Insulting people.
Giving Guaco
As long as you say
believing airtime.
You're good.
Stop insulting people, Guaco. You've literally provided nothing since you came in here. You've condescended multiple people. You've avoided almost everything I've asked you. Every yes or no question you've just ran away from. Jesus Christ,
Okay,
man.
so let me jump in.
You should have
I
learned
answered
a lot.
every single yes or no question
Bro,
you had.
If you were
Brad,
listening here this
please be
evening,
quiet
you
for a
would have
moment.
learned a lot, bro.
Yeah, I got you, Dowley.
So, what I'm gonna say is, and this has just been going in circles at this point. We've
You've
just been
been
doing
going
the
in
same thing
circles.
over and over and over again.
You've been going in
Hey, don't
circles.
cut me off. Let me talk. But what
You've
I'm
been
saying
going in circles.
is that this is just going in circles.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Look around.
Everybody's
Tell me
explained
what's
an awful lot to you, bro.
Dallas has got the mic.
Yes, thank you. It's just being it's unproductive. It's not very entertaining to listen
Because you're
to.
not listening.
And we're just going in circles at this point, and we need to go
No, it's
move on
because
to a
you're not
topic
listening,
that
bro.
would be less circles.
Yeah,
'Cause
dude. You know
we're on what we started on 2
You've
hours
literally,
ago.
you've not been. No, I've been here for like 5 hours with this dude, man. He's not listening to a fucking thing.
So I got a
Hey,
question
you
for
might
the
get
flat
this a lot,
earthers.
dude, but does anybody ever tell you you sound like Lemmy?
I thought I heard this
I know
voice,
who that
man.
is.
You sound like you've been here before.
A wonderful Scottish accent, dude. I really like it.
I'll rent you it. I'll rent you it for, I don't know, a certain period of time. I'll like recite raps to you for free nitro.
For free?
I agree with Talons. We've been spinning in circles for 3 hours, and neither of them can really
Whoa.
respond to anything we're saying, nor can they
No,
listen.
You
for
haven't
more
been
than 3
asking me
seconds.
questions. You've just been arguing.
Yeah.
Could you
I
please
just,
show us
I
your
just joined.
picture?
Can I ask
Yeah.
Guaco a question? Hold on, Guaco. Can I
Yeah.
ask you something real quick? Just please, nobody interrupt. Is there any possibility that the Earth could be anything other than a globe for you?
Dinosaur.
By globe, do you mean,
like any other shape?
Would an ellipsis account?
Let's say flat. Let's say flat. Could it be flat? Is there any percent?
No.
Then what? This is an important question. I think we should ask anybody coming in here, because there's no point having a discussion with you if your mind is closed.
Set proof, if there's undeniable proof that completely debunks everything I have.
For 5 hours, 20 different people have given you
Guaco.
undeniable proof.
Guaco, let's flip
I
it.
told you to go outside. Check for
Guaco.
yourself.
I just wasted
It's
5
a
hours.
waste of time.
Guaco.
Yeah, you should ask this at the very beginning, and if they
Let's
say
ask
no,
Let's ask a slightly different question.
New proof. It doesn't really matter. We can still have the conversations and
Okay.
actually show the
elbow, man.
Guaco, is there any percentage chance that the Earth is not a globe? Is there any possibility to you that the Earth is not a globe?
Well,
to
you can't ask a religious zealot
Yes.
whether something is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there is a possibility it's not a globe.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, it's not it's not the same question, but
but
I
then
mean
he's just going to
that's
say
the
it's
more
an ellipse.
important question to ask.
There's a mountain over here. There's a flat thing over there, so it's not a perfect globe. That's why he asked if it can be an ellipse.
No, I'm when I say globe, I mean like whatever, like spheroid, ellipsoid, or I'm asking him: is there any chance it would not be anything like close
Circular.
to?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean close to a
Can you
sphere.
answer that, Guaco?
Yes, there is a chance that it could be something other than that.
So there's a chance that it could be a cube.
Sure.
but not flat.
Right. So why do the anti-flat earthers say the reason we can see too far is refraction? And if you break down that sentence, it started with we can see too far. So they admit that we can see too far for the geometric horizon, right? Like a lady who's 9 months pregnant on her back with 3 babies in her belly, can she see her toes? She can't, right? Because there's a belly curve in the way. She has no idea what color her toenails are because she can't see past her own stomach if she's laying on her back.
Wait. Can I ask you about that one? So, does that mean that I can't see Europe right now?
All I know is
What
if I
does
don't lose weight,
what does
then I
that
won't be
have
able
to
to see my
do?
own toes.
What does that have
Europe.
to do with the price of China? What does that
What?
have to do with the price of rice? What does your question have to do with the price of rice in China?
Price of
What?
He
Just-
means what
He's
does that
trying
have
to
to do with
say your
anything?
question is
I know.
irrelevant.
Yeah, you're saying that, but it's not irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Your
it's
question
this.
is irrelevant as well.
It's the same
went through it
scenario.
already.
It's the
We
same
went through it
scenario.
already with you. You
I
know, the
can't
whole
see.
density of air, dust, particles,
It's not the same scenario. I'm talking about a curved belly with
perspective.
3 babies inside her uterus. 3 babies.
I feel
You ever
bad
seen
for
a
her.
woman 9 months pregnant? Yeah, I'd feel bad for her too. Just one baby, the woman looks, very glowy. Let's just say that. She glows with pain, okay? Now there's 3 babies. Can she see her toes?
No.
No. Is she going to lift her leg and try to see her toes? No, she can't. A baby's about to pop out. So the point is, she can't see past the curvature of her belly. That's what it's like if you're standing on top of a basketball and you're a little army man, right? You put that little army man on the ruler and you can tilt the ruler all the way down. Eventually, there's going to be another army man on the other side of the sphere that he can't see. Well, that's been debunked. You
Right, but I
understand?
think
And we're not
his
saying
question
we're
was
not
like,
saying you have to believe us.
why can't you see like to Europe if you're standing in North America?
Oh, no, don't.
Because when a girl, I tried to explain this earlier, no one would let me. So it's real simple, guys. When a lady is in front of you, her boobs are really big, right? But when she walks away, they appear to get smaller. Are they actually getting smaller?
Yes.
No, they're the same size.
Thank
It's
God.
just
Well, you
they
see,
they
The
appear
other
to
way.
get smaller.
Got some very small titties. I'm telling
And
you.
if she gets too far away,
Hey, I'm
they
telling you, if you
completely
get close to them
disappear.
French women,
It depends
yeah,
if it's
that's
a
right.
guy. The dick
Can
would
you
get
read a book from 5 miles away? Can you read a book from 5 miles away?
With a
Depends.
P1000.
Yeah,
20,
with a high tech camera.
Well,
yeah,
there you go,
according to you, a
Guapo.
high-tech camera, sure, you should be able to, no
I
problem.
mean, if I
They make
got a
these
drone and I
cameras
flew
smaller.
over there.
Technologies have
Read a book
limitations.
5 miles away
What's
with
going on
any
with that
kind of
ship in the
optical,
chat? You think that
whatever
ship
you
is
got,
sinking?
telescope. I don't care. 5 miles. If you can read a book from 5 miles, I'll give you $250. Thank you.
Really? That's only like a fourth of the money I have to spend on the lens, though, so it's not really worth it.
Dude,
All right, how about
Guaco's just
$500?
trolling.
Double
You
it.
guys know that.
500.
This,
I'll go
this kid's just a
500.
troll. He's
I'll
complete
give you
troll.
$1,000.
This is bad faith argument.
All right, Howard.
I don't think he's a complete troll. I think he started out maybe troll.
I can hear it in his voice.
He's that almost
I honestly want to understand why you guys think this way. Like, it confuses me.
Bro,
Yeah.
you've not listened to a single thing that's
No, he
been
doesn't.
said
See,
on
that's how
you.
you know he's trolling.
Never asked that question if you'd listened to even 20 minutes
Yeah,
of the
dude.
5 hours.
Yeah, he's fucking with
100%
you guys.
troll here, man, at this point, man. This is getting ridiculous.
No.
100%.
Ask Guaco to rephrase what
Is
Lady
there,
said.
folks, is there anyone else that's came in new wants to ask any questions? Because we've been at this for like a quarter of a day.
Yeah, man. We got
There
anybody
was.
else?
Well, I got a
That's
question.
fine.
I
You
got
can
a
tell these
question.
guys.
Go for it, anyone that wants to speak.
I like to talk to Flatter Day Saints. I heard this. He eats bananas, and that's it.
Dude, I'm about to mute you, Flatter.
I want to
Go
talk
for it,
about
bro. Go
bananas.
for it.
Dude, go to chill.
Hey, anyone that's not had a word in, go. I was going to ask, do you guys agree that we know what the what's the length of the path if you go on the equator on the flat? Do we know how long that path is if we follow the equator? And the equator is the path that the sun travels
during the 2 equinoxes. That's the path that the sun travels.
Have you traveled? Have you done this?
For all people that are on the equator, they will see the sun travel directly overhead. It'll rise directly in the east in a straight line, straight up, and then reach your zenith and straight down. That's how we define being on the equator. Do you think that that's something that humans have been sailing the flat Earth for a long time? Do you think that we know how long that path is?
Have you personally done this?
No, I haven't personally done this.
Okay, then you.
But I'm just saying, do you think that like if I bought a sailboat and I retired and I wanted to sail the equator, do you think that I could trust the maps that they publish that are based on a globe that tells me what that distance is? And when I measure my speed over the water, like I won't run out of food and water.
Trust you, man. I'm a sailor. You're
I
talking to a sailor.
I won't run out of food and water.
I can fucking trust the maps. You bet your ass I'll trust those maps.
This guy's full of it, though. A navigation isn't dependent on accounting for poetry.
They're flat maps, man. Remember, the maps are flat.
I know the maps
That's all
are
I gotta
flat.
say. Remember,
So do you
maps
agree
aren't
then that on the map that they project as a globe, but is really a flat Earth? Do you agree that the equator is 25,000 miles in length? If you were to circle around the flat Earth. If you were to circle around the flat Earth, circle around the North Pole with the North Pole in the middle.
You can't do that on. You can't do this on a ship.
I can do this.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
No, you can't. You have to go from coast to coast, and then the land will be in the way.
You're gonna hit some land, but then you could have a car, right? That waits for you at the dock, and then you could drive the car and measure with the odometer that distance, and then you can get back on the ship.
Who has done this?
Airplane.
Well, I'm just saying.
Just take an airplane. Forget the car.
Airplane goes from one place to another.
Do you think that we? Okay, well, let me ask you guys this: you guys all agree that the length of a day is 24 hours?
No.
Yeah. That has to do with the sun.
It's not even 24 hours.
The length of a day.
It's not even 24 hours.
It's not even 24 hours.
What do you mean?
Your model? What are you talking about?
You guys don't agree that
slightly over 24 hours. It's not under 24 hours.
So sometimes it depends. It depends
You're
on where we
inserting your
are.
globe reification.
It has to do with the sun that we look at every day. Isn't that
a cycle? The moon has a cycle.
24 hours. I know that there's a little bit of variation throughout the year, but roughly 24 hours for the sun to go from one zenith to the next zenith, right? Overhead, where the sun is at its highest point, and then 24 hours later, it'll be at its highest point in the sky again.
Sure.
Right. Doesn't matter what time of year it is, unless you're like in the Arctic Circle, right?
I'll agree to so you can get to your final point. Sure.
So it's 24 hours, right? So do you guys agree that for areas where, like, for example, areas on the equator, like areas like in Ecuador on the equator, where during the equinox the sun will be directly overhead on its path, do you agree that we can measure how fast the sun is traveling over the land? Because we can ask an observer that's a couple hundred miles away on its path. We could say, "Tell me the time exactly when the sun is at your zenith," right?
Of his actual position or his apparent position?
It would be the apparent position when it's directly
so we don't know
overhead.
exactly where is it at exactly then, right?
But you don't think that we could roughly track the speed of the sun over the equator?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
and that if we measure the speed of the sun, and then we know that the sun comes around every 24 hours, that would roughly give us the circumference of the equator, right?
It depends because
the curvature on the surface, perhaps.
So I can't get you guys to agree. So we as humans, even though we've been sailing the flat Earth for thousands of years, we don't know that distance of the equator. We don't know how long that distance is, and that the stated 25,000.
Again, nobody has sailed the equator all the way.
No. But think about it. We don't know the distance to the sun, and we don't know the size of it. So can we still accurately work out how fast it's going if we don't know the distance and the size of it?
It's guys, when he says equator, that's a big in the question.
It's just the time that the sun is over.
The size of it. There's something
The
called
size is
satellite
irrelevant.
imaging.
The size it doesn't matter if it's a drone flying over my head or a jumbo jet. If it's directly overhead, and then someone 20 miles down the road then says, okay, now it's over my head, and we know the distance between us, we can measure that time difference and calculate the speed, right? Because speed is distance over time, right? So the size is irrelevant. And people have this is called the speed of the subsolar point. People know exactly how fast that sun is moving. At any given point, you can look on date and time and know at any given point exactly where the sun is directly overhead. Where if you go to that spot on the Earth, the sun will be directly overhead at this time, or at this
But if you
particular
change your
moment where it's
spot,
the
it'll
sun.
look like they're connected to different place, even in the same.
So can I get you guys to agree that the equator is roughly 25,000 miles
You're
diameter on
begging
the
the
flat Earth,
question every single time you
or in
say
circumference?
equator.
Well, let me ask you this: Would it would
The
it
equator is. What do
change?
you
Hold
mean?
on,
How's it begging the question? How's it begging the question? He just made
on
a
the
claim. How's it
plane.
begging the
Jake on the
question?
plane. Would it change the speed? Change of the sun, whether it's closer or further away?
No, that wouldn't change the speed. Just like whether a plane is flying 50 feet off the deck and it passes over my head, and then 20 miles down the road it passes over my friend's head, or if it's flying 50,000 feet above, that's not going to change the time it takes for that plane to be directly overhead. It doesn't matter how high or how low that plane is flying. We could still calculate its speed over the ground.
You know the speed of you know the size of the plane. We don't know the size of the sun.
No, the size is irrelevant. We don't need to know the size.
No.
Just like we don't need to know the size of the airplane flying overhead to calculate its ground speed over the ground. It's irrelevant. We don't need to know that information. Because when it's directly overhead, it's directly overhead. That means it's over that position on the ground. And then when it's over my friend's head 50 miles down the road and it's directly over his head, we know that its position is directly over that spot. And we know the distance and the time. We know the speed, right?
Well, just as far as I believed, you needed the size of the sun to work out with trig where it was.
Why do we need the size of the sun in this example if we don't need the size of any other
You
object?
also know everything between you and the airplane. You don't know where everything's at between you and the sun.
Because
so making the minimum number of, but we know that the sun will come around in 24 hours, and we also know, outside of the times where it's over the open ocean, and there may or may not be a ship out there, we know where the sun is whenever it's over land, right? And we know how long it takes to get there, and we know how long it takes when it enters one side of the continent. We know how long it takes to exit the continent, right? And we know that distance because people have driven it on bicycles and cars and motorcycles, right? So that with those distances are not like magical.
No, just the reason I said, because obviously Eratosthenes, he assumed it was vast and distant when it could be smaller and closer. So I just thought that mattered. That's why I said that.
Well, that would matter for what Eratosthenes did, but not for this particular thing.
Not for
we're measuring the ground speed.
That's what
that would affect the angles for Eratosthenes' measurement.
All right, let's get to your point.
Well, I mean, it seems like you guys can't even agree that we know the distance of any distances on Earth, on the flat Earth. But yet we're able to navigate and send ships from continent to continent, and they calculate their fuel, and pilots calculate their they calculate how much fuel and their burn and their speed and all that stuff. But you guys can't even agree that we know any of these distances, which is a little interesting.
Bro, the Vikings were fucking navigating all over the fucking Earth, bro.
The Vikings weren't in a jumbo jet with a certain amount of fuel on board, and everyone on the plane was going to die if they ran out of fuel, though, right? Like if it took their trip another week, they weren't all going to die.
But what's that got to do with it? Obviously, they've got enough fuel.
Well, I'm just trying to get you guys to agree on a distance, and you guys can't agree on any distances. So apparently, nobody
is globe projections. That's what we've got.
Why hasn't? Why? Well, if it's a globe projection, then you agree that even if it's a projection on the flat Earth, that the circumference of the equator, the path of the equator, which is the path of the sun, over the course of a day during one of the equinoxes, that's how we define the equator. That's a distance that we as humans know from thousands of years.
Can you define equator? You keep going past that.
Yeah, I told you that the equator is the path that the sun makes during the equinoxes.
No.
The equator is the equator line on the Earth.
Your definition of equator?
What are you talking about?
There's a reason why I said you're begging the question every single time.
Look, it's the equator because it splits the hemisphere into two equal parts, roughly, right?
There you go.
But because of that geometry, that is also the path that the sun is going to travel during the equinoxes.
Bro, what
as
geometry?
a result of that,
which is also true.
No one's ever measured the Earth to have geometry in the first place.
Okay, you guys are getting beside the point. Do we know how long that distance is on the equator or not?
Measured the radius.
Do we know
it
that
could just be a circle on a flat plane also.
Right, that's
so
what
at
I'm
that
saying.
point,
If
it
it's
was
a circle on
slightly
a flat
changed to
plane-
be the path of the sun over the flat land in a circle or something like that. But we would get a distance roughly, yes, one would assume.
Okay, so what is that distance of the equator on the flat Earth? On the flat map, that circle that goes with the North Pole at the center, what is that distance?
Well, we'd have to know
as far
for
as
sure where the
we've
North
heard,
Pole is, right?
25,000 miles.
So do you guys agree that it's 25,000 miles, or do you think it's something different?
I'd go with that, sure. to start
I'm not sure.
investigation at least until
That's
evidence
unverifiable.
otherwise.
Because you have to know where the
Exactly.
North Pole is to know where the equator would be.
Okay, I gotta go off here.
Oh my
It's
God,
it's
this is
1:20 a.m. and I'm
Is that
really
a yes
tired.
or a no?
All right, man.
And
Come back whenever. It's open 24/7.
I just want to thank you all for a almost productive conversation. And
Why are there so many channels?
Jake, hear what I said?
alrighty, I'm out. Have a good night, y'all. Sleep well.
Please come back though. Yeah, I mean, please think about what we said, and please come back and feel free to discuss
Yeah,
with us.
I'm definitely going to.
I'll sleep on it. You know, I mean, I understand your argument. It definitely, I mean, it does make
Next time we
sense.
come back, I hope
But
we can talk about
at the
rockets.
same, I don't know.
Yeah, man, you're not going to swallow this pill in one day anyway. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if I can get video perms, I would love to set up a demonstration to prove to y'all with rockets in a vacuum.
I'm on spring break, so I can sit here all night.
I just want to. I just
come
want
back
to
next
end
time
this.
and we'll talk about it.
I just want to end this equator argument because you guys, there's a major problem with any flat map that claims that this is just a projection on a flat map, and that problem is if the equator is actually 25,000 miles on the flat map, which it should be that because, like I said, ships sail that distance. People retire and get sailboats. They sail around the world. And
Tell me what ships sail 25,000 miles in the equator.
What do you mean?
It's an
He
imaginary
said
line.
ships
Like a
sail that
14-year-old,
distance.
like a 14-year-old girl set the record for the youngest solo to traverse to traverse the Earth.
No. You said you said that the equator is 25,000 miles, and
Right.
people have traversed that in the ship.
Oh, they've traversed that path from one continent to another, and then obviously from then you would need a vehicle to traverse the land, right? But all the land has been traversed within those regions of the Earth, right? So that's not like they're not lying. Like when they say that like New York to LA is 3,000 miles, there's no debate about that, right? Because like literally, millions of people have driven that on motorcycles.
It's about 27.
People have jogged, like 2,700. People have jogged that distance. People, you know what I mean? Like that's not for any debate. So I think the only debate would be, what are those distances over land? And the problem with the flat Earth map is if we were to say, okay, the North Pole's at the center, and then the equator is 25,000 miles. That means that from the equator to the North Pole should only be 4,000 miles. But 4,000 miles only gets you 4,000 miles will only get you to Toronto from Ecuador. It doesn't get
I'm
you
hearing
anywhere
a
near
lot
the
of
North
globe
Pole.
reifications and not many globe measurements.
How's it a reification?
Why do you keep
How's
playing
it
the flat Earth map,
how's it
bro?
globe
None
reification?
of us have told you we've got a flat Earth map. Not one of us.
Jake, I answered your question earlier.
That's kind of a problem, right? Like, where's the flat earthers? Why haven't the flat earthers commandeered a ship and mapped out the flat Earth?
Hey, why haven't the Glovers shown us any Earth curvature? That's kind of a problem, right?
What are you talking about? I just brought up like 3 different globe curvatures, and
You don't
guys
have a
just
geometric
deny it.
horizon, so no, none of those things are globe curvature.
Well, as far as we can tell, nobody's gone from the North Pole down to the equator in a straight line. So the continent could be cocked to the side and giving you more distance too. I mean, we might have a general, A.E. Gleason flat conception, but the continents could be arranged in actual reality any old sort of way from there.
So
And
north
we
isn't
need
really
to
north,
get,
then, right?
as much, mapping of the surface as possible. And as far as I can tell, nobody's gone from the North Pole
So we don't know north
to the equator.
Lemon?
We have a rough
We don't know,
idea,
so
but
then we
that's
don't know
about it.
north. Then we don't know north. Then
We have a rough
We
idea.
can't fly north. We can't drive north. We don't know
As
north.
far as we can tell,
And
travel's restricted
compasses
north
don't
and
work.
south.
What do you mean
Compasses don't work. Well, what Lemonbird says, which is that no one's ever
Jake.
followed a cardinal direction.
Jake,
So who's
then that
gone
would
from
be
the North
case.
Pole to the equator? Who?
Well, we definitely know. That the distance to the north from the North Pole to any point on the equator is not
Jake,
is way more than
nobody's
20,000
ever
miles.
traveled it, and you know that.
What do you mean,
So
no?
we're taking
There's a motorcycle.
assumed distances that haven't been verified.
There's a motorcycle.
Take a look in live stream voice text, bro. You'll see how a compass works. I don't know why you made the comment.
There's a motorcycle club every year that goes from what's that northern point in Alaska across the that crazy logging road all the way. They go all the way to South America, to the tip of South America, and they
Are
traverse
they
all of
going
North
straight
and
from
South
the North
America.
Pole center south, or are they going at an angle? That goes to how the continents are arranged. Are they
They're
arranged
following.
perfectly from
They're
center
following
outward? Are
roughly.
they
They're
cocked?
following roughly
Are they
the
going in a
coastline.
perfect straight line? What are they doing?
Oh, they're following roughly the coastline because they're on a motorcycle, right? They can't go in a perfect straight line.
That could snake. That could snake and do a bunch of deviations, so that could add to the
but
distance too.
but there's no way it's going to snake enough to make the distance seem 50% shorter than it is, right? Or 50% longer than it
But it just
actually
depends
is.
on how much coastline they go through and how much of a slant it is. I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
that
there's also like guys on YouTube in private planes that fly are all around North America, right? They do
YouTube. It must be true.
transcontinental flights and stuff. So those guys clearly the maps are not totally wrong, right? Because people would be running out of fuel all over the place, and no one would be able to get anywhere, right? And when they look on a map and it tells you what the distance is and what the flight time is, none of that would work if those things were all wrong, right? Or made up or lies.
Is there any curvature or motion though? Forget maps.
That's completely beside the point. The problem is that's you guys are now trying to go off on a tangent, right? You guys are trying to go off on a tangent, and you guys are ignoring the fact that either the equator has to be 40,000 miles in length, which is fucking ridiculous, or the distance from the North Pole to the equator is 4,000 miles, which is
Jake, how is the equator established?
Man. Go and get a boat and measure it and come back and tell us.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask.
who's
Jake
making a
this whole
claim
time.
about
How
it?
do we establish the equator? How did you find out what the equator is? How do you find the distance? Like, how do you even begin to form of this is?
Well, the easiest way to do it by yourself would be that one person could do it. Is they would have to make a trip. They would have to make a trip to South America, and then they would do two separate time measurements of the sun's path from one part of the continent to the other along the path of the equator, where the sun will be at its zenith during the equinoxes. And then they know that the sun comes around every 24 hours.
Listen,
and then
shut
you
up.
can calculate that.
Listen, shut up, Jake. You said the path of the equator. I'm asking you to tell me how we even establish an equator, and you're using it in your own explanation. You can't do that. I'm telling you, tell me how you find an equator to begin with.
What do you mean?
Tell me how you find an equator. Let's say we don't know what the world is. We have a map. We draw out continents.
Right. On the equator,
how do we establish equator?
We would establish the equator because it would be the path that the sun travels on the equinoxes when it's directly overhead for all observers on the equator on the days of the equinox.
So let me ask you this. Jay. Sorry.
No, just how would you verify, Jake, that the entire world saw exactly what you believe they saw?
What's that?
How would you verify that what you think everybody in the world saw? How would you verify that, like objectively?
Well, I mean, we live in the world now with mass communications, right? And almost even people in the third world all have cell phones, right? So if they're like, well, I don't know what people are talking about, the sun being overhead during the equinox, because that's bullshit. I live in Quito, Ecuador, and that's a lie, right? Then we would know that that's a lie.
As far as I know,
sorry to interrupt, but can some of you play chess with me?
Different viewers that seeing the sun from different places and crepuscular rays and stuff, they don't line up correctly. So the sun, it's an apparent position we're seeing the sun in as well. So somebody 25, 100 miles away sees that sun marginally or slightly different. And so,
but we're talking about the sun directly overhead, right? And for people that don't live within the tropics, the sun is never directly overhead, not for anybody. If you don't live within the tropics, you'll never see the sun directly overhead. Doesn't matter what time of year.
How many observers would you need?
The more observers, the better. But at the minimum, you would need 2 to get the speed of the subsolar point, and then calculate, roughly calculate the length of the equator.
What sort of path it's doing, right? You can't establish from 2 observers what sort of path it's doing.
No, you can't, but we know that it comes around every 24 hours. So if we can calculate the speed of the subsolar point, the speed that the sun travels, then you could get an estimate, right? And it would have, and if you don't believe in the Pac-Man model, it would have to be a circle, right? Otherwise, how else would the sun come back around?
Jake, what definition of equator are you using?
What do you mean?
I found a geographical definition.
Well, I mean, the geographic is just the equal, right? Equator equal, so it's the 2 equal halves of the sphere, right? That's the place where it splits the sphere into 2 equal halves.
It from equal parts of something to the sun.
Right, because because if the Earth is a globe and we have a sun that's out there in the way that is described by a geocentric or a heliocentric model, then the equator would have to be the path that the sun
begging
travels.
the question and affirming the consequence. Got it.
I have
You guys can call it that if you want, but
the sun travels.
And the other really big problem is the fact that if there's any kind of a flat map, then when the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn in December, then we should expect the speed of the subsolar point to be much faster than it is when it's over the Tropic of Cancer in June. But in reality, the two speeds are slower than the subsolar point on the equator during the equinoxes, and they're both equal in speed, which would not be the case on a flat Earth. That immediately debunks flat Earth.
But the speed is dependent on.
Is a longer distance.
But the speed is dependent on how much land you think it's going over. And so if you have a globe ball that you assume has less land toward the south, as opposed to a flatter conception with more land toward the south, that's going to affect
all you would need to do. All you would need to do is somehow and you could do this on a motorcycle, on a dirt bike, or whatever. Is measure the distance between you and another observer. And it doesn't even have to be that far away. Within 50 miles, you could make a pretty accurate calculation of the speed of the subsolar point.
Okay, then we'd have
even
to
that,
do that to double
even that
check.
is going to create seconds worth of time difference between when the sun is directly overhead for one observer is directly overhead. And it'd be very easy to
take
determine
a picture of the sun in one frame and check how long it takes the sun to pass one frame in the north versus how long it takes to pass the same frame with more or less the same conditions in the south. If it's faster in the south, perhaps it's flat.
All you would need to do, Lemon, is set up a pole that's perfectly straight up and down at both locations, and you'll know the sun is directly overhead during the equinox. You'll know that it's directly overhead when the shadow completely disappears. When it has no shadow, you know the shadow is directly overhead. And when it's directly overhead for both observers, we'll know the speed of the subsolar point. Because if we know the distance and we know the exact time at which the sun was directly overhead when there was no shadow cast by the pole, you can immediately calculate the speed. And you know what? When we calculate the speed, when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, it's the same speed as it's the Tropic of Capricorn, which makes sense on a sphere, makes no sense on a flat Earth.
You're assuming that, but I don't see you presenting an experiment where that's been done, or verifiably, told where.
You don't think that time and date? Do any of you have evidence?
North and south. It seems like you're assuming that has been done, but you're not really showing that.
Just look at the tables. You can just look at the tables on time and date and see on particular days, on particular locations when the sun is directly overhead. And I haven't seen of any flat earther ever show that the readings of the location of objects on timeanddate.com are wrong. When timeanddate.com says the sun will be directly overhead at this location at this time, I have never once seen any flat earther say that this shit is all made up. It's just some bullshit on a table and it's not real. It's always 100% accurate.
That's just the time when it's overhead. You need to time the speed by preferably getting the sun in one frame of video and timing how long it takes to go past the frame of video in the north and the south. If it's faster toward the south, then perhaps we're
that's
on
a
a
lie.
flat
You
plane.
just said a lie, Lemon. That's a lie. If the table tells you that the sun is directly overhead at this location at this time, and then it's directly overhead at that other location at this time, then all you would really need to know is the distance between those two locations and subtract the time and you'd get the speed.
Jakey boy, why do you like to point up in the sky and never prove motion or curvature?
Oh, because we can't talk about the sky because everything about the sky debunks flat Earth. So therefore, can't talk about the sky.
Does not debunk it. You just make
the sky is like taboo. It's like talking about the incest of the family. You can't talk about it.
We can't talk about the sky because it's you tap dancing around the issue, which is the Earth curve that's missing.
Bro, selling
I brought up the Earth curves,
dude.
Okay, let's see it. Bring your Earth curve in here.
Jesse
Let's see it.
Kozlowski and Main Surveyor have shown readings. They shoot back at targets at a distance, and they measure the reciprocal zenith angles, and they're more than 180 degrees, which they shouldn't be on a flat Earth.
So globe reifications.
That means that,
all right. Let's see a
not
geometric
reification.
horizon. Let's see drop over distance.
On a
Let's see any
flat
of
Earth,
that stuff.
On a
Okay, show us
flat
a geometric horizon, or are you just going to give us refraction reifications for why you can't?
Hey, wait a second. Are all of the flat Earth measurements and observations fake?
There are no flat Earth observations. What are you talking about?
Once again, I'm asking, are they fake or not?
What do you mean fake? There are no flat
like
Earth
did
observations.
FE Cores
You guys
fake the fact that it measured flat?
How did
Jay
FE
Tolan,
Core
hold on,
measure-
I'm almost done. Did Jay Tolan Media fake the fact that he can see thousands of miles from a
Jay
commercial jet?
Tolan Media is such a clown. He goes,
It doesn't matter if he's a clown, he's fucking right.
No, he does nothing to substantiate that the things that he's claiming. He's flying over Texas and he's
Oh,
showing
where have
a
I
body
seen
of
that
water.
before?
He's
Oh,
flying
fuck
over
this.
Texas.
Fuck this
He's
shit.
flying
Fuck
over
off.
Texas.
Fuck.
He's flying over Texas, and he's showing you a body of water in the distance, and he's telling you that that's Hudson Bay. Like
You know what?
4,000
You're right.
miles
This is
away.
all bullshit to
And
argue
you
about.
guys-
Just show
and
us
you
the
guys-
curve.
And
Yeah,
you guys
okay, that's
believe,
nice. Yeah,
and you
where's
guys
your
believe
geometric
Tolan
horizon?
Media, who says, "Oh, look at this! Behold, it's Hudson
Okay,
Bay from Texas."
okay.
And
Character
you guys just believe
assassination
it. He
attempt
hasn't shown
noted.
anything to substantiate that that's Hudson Bay.
Hey, you're really triggered by Jay Tolan Media. We got it, but can you show us that missing geometric horizon now?
He's just like, nuh-uh, because I said I don't like it.
Yeah, we're waiting for the geometric horizon.
Yeah,
That's what it all
look
comes
at
down
this
to.
boat. Do you think this boat is sinking right now? Where did that boat go?
It went too
Beyond
far
your
for you to
view.
see it.
What do you mean? I can see the top. I can see the top because the top is not far enough, but the bottom is.
Everything disappears bottom up, kid.
Jake, man, are you
Has a
seriously
compressed
saying-
viewing
so
angle.
the line of sight is not
Bottom
really
has a
line of
more
sight,
compressed viewing
Can I
angle
ask
than
a
the
question,
top,
folks?
so it appears to
Can I get
disappear
answers?
bottom
Ridiculous.
first.
The boat
Can I
is
get
crystal
info?
clear, but somehow the bottom is so smushed that you can't see it. That's
Can you
I've never
stop
heard
Closer
so
to the
many
level of
people
the eyes and closer
angry
to the
about a
surface.
little tiny plastic boat.
Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
I'm not angry, but I do sound like it.
Jake, no, I'm saying, can you actually hear me, Jake? I was asking you a question. Do you think that boats go over the curvature of the Earth just a few miles away from you? Like Pontchartrain. See the Lake Pontchartrain image? Is that curvature of Earth?
Tiny Earth.
Pontchartrain is like 20 miles.
Oh, that image
15
there.
miles. The causeway is
That
like 15 miles. It's not
the
2
image-
miles.
See the image from Flat Earth WS? That one I just posted. Is that curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I would assume it's Earth and it's curving.
Well, what about this one? What about that one I just posted there?
Bro, it's a freaking drone just flying. I like how you're like, oh, NASA's fake and crap, but you trust these random people on the internet that have no proof. They just have some 144p videos or whatever.
Well, buddy,
Well,
NASA's admittedly fake.
Bro, we're showing you this shit so you can go and do it yourself. Don't believe it.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny?
It'd make funny, fake videos on
You
the
guys want to
internet.
know what's
so I
so
get
funny? Everyone
videos
said that
views.
Soundly's pictures
Fake
and
videos on the internet, like NASA? Yeah, those suck.
Everyone said that. All the flat earthers said that Soundly's pictures and videos of Lake Pontchartrain caused is fake. And so what he did is he rented a hotel room on like one of the higher floors of the hotel that's right across the lake. And he set up a camera and a live stream for all weekend and had an open invite for any flat earthers to come and use his equipment or bring their own equipment to debunk the pictures and the curvature that he was showing. And he posted this like weeks in advance and did a live stream for the whole weekend, and not one flat earther showed up to debunk.
I guess nobody
Not
really
one.
cared because they've already shot the curvature down so many other times. Why bother? Might as well just
So
sleep in.
That is so dishonest. After for years they were claiming he was lying about the pictures and the pictures were bullshit.
There's already
and then he
videos
goes and
of
does that,
Pontchartrain where
and
we
not
see
one
frost.
and
What's
not
going
one
on? It's curved sometimes, and then it's not other times.
I guess you've never met Rakia because even Rakia says that he's taking pictures like Soundly's, right? And he's a flat earther who lives in Louisiana.
Who cares? Show us the
Yeah,
curve.
We don't give a shit. Just give us the
get
curve.
it from refraction, and the thing is, the curvature is not consistent. You see that exaggerated curvature there, but you get higher and it flattens out, and you can
sound like
simulate
you
the
live in your
effect
mom's
over a
basement.
flat surface just by the way that you set up the dominoes, and you're going to get a fake curve with that too, just by kind of pushing into the side slightly. And it looks like a Lake Pontchartrain with the bridge has a slight bend over to the right, I think they said. And with all of the refraction, with the cool and the warm water mixing, why don't you check Soundly's picture for swamp gas refraction?
Bro, all you say is refraction. You're like, oh yeah, it's refraction because of this random variable that nobody gives a crap about.
We
Well,
don't
Goldberg's
claim
invoke refraction
that.
to explain why we see
Goldberg's
too
claim
far.
refraction.
Flatties are not allowed to use similar excuses. That's kind of
No, you don't get to use that excuse.
So I take it.
Why
Let's
not?
ignore all other
That's what I
variables
said,
because
though.
it must
Are you
be
saying that
because
the
it's a
black
globe,
swan
right?
Hey, Gawker, you're about to get muted, bud.
No, you saying that the black swan is refraction? Because look at them.
Hey, dude, hold on a sec, real quick.
Where's the
This guy
mod?
thinks
Where's the
we're getting
mod,
famous. Hold on. This guy thinks he goes. I don't want to look at a random video by a hippie trying to get famous. You think even Eric Dubé is quote unquote famous? Are you kidding?
No.
Dude's
Infamous.
possessed.
The guy's infamous.
Ask
Nobody
100
is
people-
famous that
ask
believes in the
100
flat Earth.
people tomorrow. Do you know who Eric Dubé is? Ask 100 fucking people tomorrow. Hey, have you ever heard of this guy named Eric Dubé? No. Just fucking do that tomorrow, and I guarantee you're gonna get like fucking 2%. Fucking maybe. If you
Jake,
have
on
a
the
good day. Good luck with that. Thanks.
Dude, a lot of flat earthers don't know who the fuck he is.
Yeah.
Jake,
Good luck.
I've got
Let me know how that
questions.
works out, man. 2%. That's my
Can you
guarantee.
actually hear
No
me,
more.
boy? You're just speaking over me. Can you actually hear me? I'm saying, Jake, see the black swan image? I take it you would say that that's refraction that causes the distant horizon. Now look at that same spot image I just posted. So we know that the horizon fluctuates depending on the optics, the medium, and the elevation. So how can anybody have ever measured the horizon? Soundly, anybody.
But we understand refraction, right? And one thing we expect when there's highly
No, you
refractive
know that.
conditions, there will be lots of distortion. And the flat earthers are like, we should pick this image where there's crazy distortion to the point where a straight crane looks completely like a
There's
fish hook.
infinite pictures like that.
That's the picture that's reality. But the one that's
You think
always
it's one picture,
confirmed,
there's hundreds,
that's not
thousands.
reality.
Right.
Reality is
So
one.
that may, you know why we picked that picture itself? For you to admit that whatever you see the horizon isn't actually geometric, is an optical illusion.
There is a geometric horizon, but
where is it at? Show me the geometric horizon.
Good luck.
How do you measure
You can't see. You can't visually see it through.
You
an
can
atlas.
never see the geometric horizon. Okay, so when do we see the geometric horizon?
You can get if you pick a time of day where the air temperature and the water temperature is nearly identical, you're going to have really good seeing conditions. Then you will more or less see the geometric horizon.
More or less, so you will never see it.
You're going to get a small amount of refraction, but you're definitely not going to be able to reproduce under those conditions the black swan image, which requires such extreme refraction that it turns a straight crane into a fish hook. That's
So
how
you're invoking a geometric horizon that doesn't really exist, number one. And number two, your theory of how refraction occurs by lifting the image over a ball is insane. It could just be an air pocket over a flat plane where you're seeing something mildly distorted over a flat plane without having to lift and refract over a ball. So the way that you explain refraction is a little questionable. A horizon is going to form over a flat surface with the sky and ground meeting because the angles are going to visual angles are going to become so compressed. Eventually, all you're going to see is an unresolvable line past which you can't make out any image. And so you don't need a hump of Earth curve at that point. You could explain it with optics and compressed viewing angle. That's all.
And how can you measure it? If it fluctuates constantly, whoever verified that what they saw and measured was correct? Any answer, Jake, or just brush past that as well?
No, it's just.
Well,
measuring the drop of the horizon, measuring the drop of the horizon and the distance is not how we have the measurements of the geometry of the Earth.
So
that's
who
just not the
measured
way that
that?
it was done.
Who measured it then? When and how?
Geodesic surveyors, they measure it small sections at a time.
Yeah, who measured the radius of the Earth? Not a couple of however many 100 yards they do these little portions.
I mean, all you have to do.
Who got the total value for the radius?
Here's the interesting thing. Here's the interesting thing.
Come on,
if you
man,
do the
answer
Eratosthenes
the
experiment, if you do the
again,
Eratosthenes, what do you mean? Who measured it? The very early people measured it one of two ways. They measured how much the horizon drops from level with elevation, which is Alberuni, right? And then the other is the Eratosthenes experiment, which is measuring how the sun's angle changes
But you're going off of bad
the world's
assumptions.
most foremost astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says it doesn't work. It doesn't prove flat or globe. It can work with a distant and vast sun or a close, small, and local sun.
And I can look over a flat table, and the edge of the flat table will be below the level of my eyes. That doesn't mean that it's round. It just means that the flat table has an end, a termination point, and it rises toward the level of the eyes, but not necessarily to the level of the eyes. So your logic is a little fallacious.
You don't need the sun at all to do the Alberuni measurement, which is how much the horizon drops from level with elevation.
But that
you don't need the sun at all. No sun is required. And you know what's interesting? The radius value that you get for that calculation is identical to what you get using the sun.
But you have to assume that the drop is due to a ball as opposed to just due to optics. That's just bad reasoning.
Jake, what's that method? Could you elaborate? Could you explain it just so it's slightly?
The Eratosthenes measurement is to measure how
the Alberuni one.
You measure how much the horizon drops at different elevations.
Right. So we've already
how much the horizon drops from a level line. What's that?
But we've already agreed that
a level line.
We've already agreed that, and you cut out. The thing is, you can have a to the horizon over a flat surface too. Light rays do spread, and so like a coin in front of a car, the line spread out.
No, if you map out a flat Earth in any 3D reality program, right, in Blender or anything that can simulate sight lines, over a geographic area, right? You can model a flat world, and you can model a spherical world. And on a flat world, if you have infinite vision, the horizon never drops. And if you don't have infinite vision, the horizon blurs into like a mist. It's like a foggy day. It's like a foggy day where you can only see so far, and then it blurs away. You don't see a sharp dividing line between the
sky
and
the flat ground rise toward the eyes asymptotically, which means it's rising, but it rises a little bit less and less and less to the point where its rise is imperceptible. We still need to decide whether it rises perfectly to the level of the eyes or rises toward the level of the eyes asymptotically. I don't know if we've really even settled that. It probably rises asymptotically since light rays spread and cram a whole lot of visual information and distance and length into the same area. Your level line will spread like a coin in front of a car and encapsulate a whole lot of information above and below the level line. So you got to double check what you think is level with the laser anyway. Otherwise, what you see through the theodolite, the visual instrument, or your eyes or whatever could deceive you.
What a bunch of nonsense. Go word salad, Lemon. You're the king of that.
Bro, everything fluctuates.
Your theory's off, and without a consistent theory,
no one in here has any.
Your theory's off.
Sorry, Jake, see, previously I cut off because my screen cut off and it cuts my audio. See, when I asked you about Alberuni, if you were talking about the horizon drop, it cut off just as I said it. How can we rely on observation if there's a issue where we can never verify for a fact?
Well, one thing that we can verify is we base the way that these objects drop in the sky from different locations to do celestial navigation, which despite what Globus tries to tell you, because he doesn't even understand how the GP can tell you your distance from the GP. He cannot give you any rational explanation. He just goes off and just will not even let you get in a word edgewise, because you need to have a spherical, you need to be on a curved surface that has a equal length of distance for every degree of change in order to be able to use the GP to determine your distance from the GP, which is how you're able to
not even that is correct. You can get a rate of drop over a flat surface. I'm in a hallway with a light in the hallway.
It's not a linear measurement. It's not a linear measurement.
Degree per foot, and I'm going to get a rough distance depending on how many degrees it's dropped in the ceiling. So it can still work over a flat surface too.
You're talking about angles of a right triangle, and that is not an equal distance at every different point along that line of the base of the triangle.
Way over the only work on either. Polaris lingers on the horizon toward the equator. That's why Robotham and them were saying it's lingering on the horizon, essentially 23 degrees past the equator, where it should have been hidden by a hump
that's
of
nonsense. Yeah,
so we're covered with that
a traveling liar from the 19th century who used to go from town to town and was sued for fraud for all kinds of different scams that he had. That's a great reference. Great reference.
Ad hominem. Thank you.
Ad hominem.
Just don't see any
Ad
there.
hominem. Ad
This
hominem.
proof can easily be reinterpreted towards
Ad
something flat with
hominem.
little to no
Ad hominem.
contradiction.
I mean,
I'm
look,
not
we don't
seeing
need
any there.
we don't need to rely on Robotham, right? Flat earthers just need to buy a sailboat and then show us Polaris from 20 degrees south latitude. Case
And
closed.
take the
Globe
angle
is dead.
measurement how? And take the elevation angle measurement how?
You don't need an angle measurement. You just need to be able to see
You don't need an
Polaris.
elevation. You don't need an I'm
No,
talking
all you'd
about
have to do
elevation angle measurement.
all you'd have to do is see Polaris from 20 degrees south latitude.
Because that's what you've been talking about. You've been talking about elevation
the
angle
further it
measurement.
goes away from you,
Yeah, you measure.
man.
You can measure elevation. You can measure when you're close to the sea on a boat. You can measure elevation angles referencing the horizon. Or if you're in an aircraft where the horizon drops lower, so you cannot use it as a reference point, you use the gravity vector, which is how all aviation sextants work, which is how people navigated until GPS in the 80s. In fact, through most of the 80s, that's how airplanes navigated. Which is why even 737s that are in service now can see the sextant side class on the top above the cockpit windows.
Wow. Shut the server. Cockpit windows verified. Bro, can we get back to the Earth shape and motion?
Hold up, wait. I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. Do you guys do this every day?
24/7, bro.
It's in the name.
You just argue with people 24/7.
We don't argue. We just
flat Earth
verifiable facts, and other people just give us bullshit.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So you give verifiable facts 24/7.
Why not
25 days a week, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week.
Wacko, see what to do tomorrow, right? Go to the YouTube.
I'll be here tomorrow, 100%.
I'm saying tomorrow, go to the YouTube
back
channel
with that globe
and get the recording from today. It'll be uploaded within 12 hours, and have a listen to the bullshit you fucking waffled since you came here. You've avoided a million things. I'm going to make so many sound bites.
Yeah, it's going to change my mind a whole lot.
We don't care about your
I'm
mind.
going to take a real long look at what I've said.
Bro, I'm not caring. You couldn't change your mind. You're a religious zealot, bro, and condescending. You insult people's intelligence. You're quite out of order. I've been almost a couple of times going to ban you and put you in court this just for your lip.
What does a whip have to do with this?
Lip attached to your mouth.
Lip. L-I-P.
Oh,
everyone knew that but you.
Sorry, I'm not European.
That was fake. All European. Good job, man.
Yeah, you're all European.
I've been called Australian, Irish, and another 3 nationalities I've been called tonight, apart from Scottish.
Scotland is in Europe, right?
Wrong.
No.
It's on the island that England is part of. There's like 1 or 2 or 3 islands there in that general
it's
area.
in Europe.
Scotland,
Good to know.
Wales,
It's
Britain.
not, because
That's a good point.
It's right there, and then past there you reach Europe technically.
Tomorrow is ladies' night. Come back at 2 p.m. What time is that? No, 5 Eastern time.
I'll post it.
5 US Eastern.
I'll give you the time. It's in Livestream voice text.
No, 5 p.m. Eastern and 2 p.m. Pacific.
Hey, Flatty, if I asked for your, input, I would ask, but I don't
You should
want
probably
it.
start having some respect for other people.
Dude, come on, Guac.
I have said nothing to Flatty the entire time, but they're just over here like roasting me in chat. It's not very nice.
That's because you've been out of order, man. Eh?
For like 30 minutes or an hour, I've just like checked chat and seen.
Regardless of your feelings, the Earth is 100% level, and so is all the water.
Yeah, I mean, you can deny geometry all you want, Guaco, but that's the way it is.
What?
Well, yeah, you can deny 8th grade geometry as much as you want to, as hard as you need to, but yeah, that Earth curve, it ain't showing up in reality. Sorry.
Okay.
He's not listening. He's not listening to a single syllable that you said.
Yeah, I know. He's usually just typing when people are like giving an answer to him in the VC. So.
No, I heard you. I just,
Bullshit.
comprehending with my
Yeah, well,
stupid young brain.
Okay, fair enough. Mine was stupid when it was younger too, so I get it.
So, Guaco, you agreed that you experienced a flat stationary Earth, then you tried to backtrack, and then you admitted to lying, right? Then you admitted that you couldn't have gas pressure without containment. Then you can definitely not have gas pressure in a vacuum without containment. So where's space?
Real quick,
Outside.
Guaco, I did,
Yeah,
outside. I wanted to say that you are doing great. If you're really 14, you're doing way better than I would at 14. So just saying.
Oh, thank you. I am
me too,
14,
man.
but I can't tell if that's like. I'll take the compliment.
No, it's a good thing, man. You're smart and you're poised. At 14, I would have been yelling at us adults, right?
We're being
stupid.
genuine.
I need
Yeah,
a mic
dude.
check. Because every time I talk, you lot talk right over the fucking
Dude,
talking.
Spake, don't even try, man. You've been rumpusing and you've been the worst part of the conversation for 4 hours.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I've literally asked multiple things that this dude's avoided every fucking time.
Oh,
Don't know who you're
It's because
talking
I
to.
have you turned down because you heard my ears. Like
That's
you were
that's
screaming in the mic.
Screaming.
Guaco, genuinely, I mean, you challenging us adults, like, on your own at 14. I mean, that is actually impressive, at least to me and to Glad. So yeah, I mean, props to you for actually, first of all, like putting yourself out there, coming here and actually engaging with us. And certainly, I wouldn't have done that at 14.
I wouldn't have done any better.
You've not listened to how dishonest this dude's been from the start.
Well, thank you.
You've not been listening to this seriously.
Come on.
Then you just
Dude,
respect.
Have you ever dealt with teenagers? Come on, man.
I've been working
heavily indoctrinated.
talking about. Literally, he was transparent when he walked in. He just kept ignoring everything, hand waving everything, literally denying the shit that he was saying.
I answered every question you asked, even if you didn't ask it nicely.
And you admitted to lying as well, man. It's all recorded. I'm going to get the recording, man.
I said one thing, and then I backtracked on it.
Bullshit.
So
I was like, oh wait, that's wrong. Would you rather me have not backtrack on it? Would you rather me kept the wrong answer?
No, man.
Personally, I would have rather the correct answer late rather than never.
This is how we learn. As you can see in the chat, you can see the islands that make up England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales.
No. I know geography, but I think it's still in Europe, though, right?
It's
considered part of Europe technically. The European continent proper is past there, a little further over to the west. I mean, to the east. Sorry, to the east.
But it's Europe for me.
Yeah, it works. Whatever. Yeah, it's just like semantics definition. But yeah. Scotland is traditionally in Europe, yes.
Nah, we're out of Europe now, man.
It's like level curved.
I definitely wouldn't call myself British for sure.
And Flatty's Welsh, so maybe the Gaelic people just have something against you, Guaco.
No, I'm like a psychologist, man. I can fucking see through bullshit.
I have no idea about like UK. I just know it's like I think it's like 6 kingdoms or something, and
England, Scotland,
Ireland
Wales,
didn't like it,
Ireland.
so they didn't join or something.
No, Northern Ireland.
Oh, even though they're in the south, got it.
You're literally just like a tiny little island in the middle of the rest of Ireland, which is still in Europe. And basically the IRA and the UVF. The UVF were the British sort of terrorist side, and the IRA were the Catholics, and they decided to bomb all over the place. So it's kind of chilled out now, but it's still quite strict shit over there, man. So have you learned anything at all, Guaco? Anything you're going to go and have a look at and see, well, I wonder if they're correct about this or that? Anything?
Wait, hold on. I was actually trying to listen, but I just clicked on a video. Can you repeat that?
Then is there anything like over the course of the full evening that you thought to yourself, I'm going to go and have a look at this shit and find out if maybe they're right, or is there anything that's caught your attention, intrigued you?
I mean, there is a bit. There's a bit.
Anything specific?
Or you're like, where's the curvature of the Earth? And I mean, you're right. I haven't seen any, but I don't know.
What about the 3 points? Well, I'm not sure if it was Banker that went through with them earlier with you. The 3 points, remember? About the Earth's motion, no one's ever proven it. Nobody's ever measured any curvature. Nobody's ever showed pressurized systems within vacuums without containment. There's a multitude of points given to you, man.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No,
Right. On
no,
top
I'm
of the
listening.
fact that you don't experience the Earth as a spinning globe, you experience it as flat and stationary. Everybody does. Nobody can say they experience Earth as a spinning ball.
No way. On TV.
In your mind.
Do the other planets not exist?
They exist. They're just not what you think they are.
What are they?
Right.
No
Well, as far as we can verify, they're lights in the sky that don't follow the same paths as the rest of the stars in the sky. The same sort of circular motion that the rest of them do.
It's really vague.
People in the past called them wandering stars.
Yeah, wandering
planets.
stars. That's why they stand out from the rest of the stars in the sky, because the other ones all hold together, right, in the same relative positions, right? They never parallax from those. But the planets, they do their own thing. The rest of it just moves as like a single unit. So they're called wandering stars, which is where the word planet comes from.
Which was also explained to you right at the very start.
Yeah, I saw the definitions you posted a picture of.
Right. And the fact that you said other planets suggests that you're thinking of flat Earth as an object within a heliocentric model type system.
What would you call it? What would you call it? Is it common?
Geocentric.
The floor of
the
the
Earth.
universe.
The Earth is the middle or the bottom or something like that.
Okay, no, like a common noun. What would you consider it?
Common noun.
I would say it's the floor of the universe. I think that's the best description you're going to get. Like,
No, like
what's a
one
number?
word.
The location, not located.
Oh, I got you.
anywhere.
Great
The
plane
location.
of existence. Great
It's a
plane
realm.
of existence.
Tesla supposedly called it a realm. That's all right as well. Like.
I guess. I don't know. Like, what would you, if it's not a
What was that?
sphere and it's not a cube? I'd consider it. Call it, I guess.
You're roboting for me,
But
man.
let me scroll up.
Were you saying something?
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
Hey, Guaco, what was this sort of clip of a rocket working in a vacuum you were going to send to us? You said you had a clip of a rocket, how they work in vacuums?
I was just going to send you a video on how it worked. I sent it like way up, but I don't know where it went.
Could you drop it again, please? I missed it. I never thought you posted it.
I just looked up and I was like, oh, that looks like that would be correct. Maybe it's
I just
here.
googled it. For fuck's sake, bro! You hadn't even previously looked at it. You just done a YouTube search and gave us your evidence.
Well,
My internet's too bad to be in a thing and watch a video at the same time, so I didn't want to leave.
The quality evidence gathering is ludicrous, bro. You thought to come in here and argue with us and insult everybody's intelligence and ignore fucking vast amounts of shit, man. Fuck.
We all know this is a serious topic. Yet,
of course.
People that don't know anything about any of the topics come in here thinking it's not serious at all.
No.
And the only reason I say that is because that's exactly how I felt.
Video.
Bro, the guy's speaking to you, man.
There.
Why you just oh man, that's pointless, bro. Is there anybody else in the room that's joined that wants to ask a question or make a whatever you like? Sing a song?
Well, we got Hero again, but every single time he says that he's got a million ways to prove that the Earth's a sphere, he says, I just don't want to show them to you.
Oh, shit. Top secret confidential. If you tell us, will the government
video
kill you?
is all CGI.
See, he just did it. I knew it. Okay,
Hero,
yeah.
say that again,
The
Hero.
entire video is CGI.
We've got Big J unverified.
Jay, pipe up and have a chat with us, bro. Ask a question. Pose a scenario. Whatever you like.
Right. So, like I said, I don't have a debate right now. So.
Yeah, man. Cool, bro.
Yeah.
You just joined. You've been here a while. Saying, have you been here long?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like,
Have you been in the server for much time?
no, not really.
He's been about 2 weeks and he's had a couple of names speak.
Cool. Have you previously, have you asked any questions? Have you just been listening in?
Just listen.
That's cool. I'll send you some stuff, a couple of Google Drives. Pack in with research.
I'm good.
Bro, if you want to learn, there's gigs and gigs and gigs.
So you like the conversation, huh, Hero? You're in here a lot. I know that you oppose this usually when you speak up, but like you're hanging around a bit, so that's cool.
You sounded a bit more respectful.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah. All right, man. What's happening?
I'll take over the conversation if you like.
Sweet.
On you go.
Sure, let's have the same conversation again.
I would like to go back and touch on something that was discussed, but very glossed over very quickly.
Okay.
The topic of Antarctica.
Right.
Now, I'm asking because I don't know how. Because depending on who you talk to, people claim different things about Antarctica. I mean,
one thing none of them know, they're just giving you a belief.
Sure. Things like we can't go to Antarctica. I mean, you guys know that's not true, correct?
I'm back.
No, there's the Antarctic Treaty, but you need permission to go.
No, we're back on this.
What's wrong with Antarctica?
You need to go, but to go below the 60th parallel, you need permission.
Sure.
And
that's not hard to get.
Is it not?
Well, it's not hard to get.
And you can go to specific places. You can't just wander off on your own and.
Oh, sure you can.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
No, you actually can.
And you can only take a certain amount of supply, certain amount of fuel. You can't even piss in the snow. You've got to bring back your piss.
Of course.
Strict as hell. You can only take a specific amount of fuel, which obviously dictates you can only go a certain distance.
But you still can go.
Okay, but that means in any practical sense? Like what he just said, you mean? Yeah, and then what
you can't go.
No, the way most people make it sound is nobody can go. There's military ships guarding Antarctica.
There is
you know
military
what I mean?
ships guarding.
Why do you judge us from what you see? I can show you a video where there's a guy in a Cessna. It's a news reporter, and he shows what it's like to get a jet scrambled and tailing them. He's told to get out of the airspace, and there's another one when they're in a boat and a destroyer, quite small, not that big, but a destroyer tails them and tells them to get out of the waters.
Yeah, I know the one about the boat. There was a gentleman on there that was in violation of he was a wanted fugitive.
You're at Yanderhoy, that Jarl's Landerhoy or something. I'm not talking about him. Not him.
Yeah.
No, not him. These were news
I mean, there are a lot of bases on Antarctica.
Yeah.
A lot.
One of them's called Deception.
I just looked it up. There's literally almost every country has some type of base camp set up on Antarctica.
Yeah, but I think there's only like 7 or 8 bases.
Every country defends those areas, don't they?
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's for research. Yeah, and I understand you can't just go there like some some ship full of idiots show up like, oh, we want to go down there, and you can't. I understand you can't do that,
But if you get the permission and you got
It's just some ice. Why not?
Well, okay, but you can
is the
still
big
go.
question.
Now, a lot
Yeah,
of
but
people.
it's a big if.
But what does it matter what other people believe or the disinformation over media? We're not saying none of that shit. All we're saying is we don't know what the fuck it was down there. We're not going to get there.
What? No.
It's
What I'm
unlikely
talking
we're
about
gonna go.
is I'm talking about the information from the people who have been there.
But who cares
Okay.
what they say? What's that? What was that?
Oh, what do you mean? Who cares what they say? It's
Why not
important what they
verify
say.
the ground under your feet and see if there's curvature, especially over.
I know
over
you
there.
don't want to look anywhere past your feet. I understand that.
What do
I
they
understand
say?
that.
If we live on a
What do they
sphere,
say, Robert?
What they do say is that number one, the star trails spin around a central
concentric circles.
Exactly, just like
Right.
over the North Pole. Over the North Pole, we have the same thing around Polaris.
Is exactly where it is. They rotate in circles around it, but how can we be barreling in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour?
That's okay. That's not what I'm talking
like to-
about.
That's what I'm
Okay,
talking about.
let's stay on top. Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic.
You mentioned star
Stop!
trails.
Don't
You
skip
mentioned
off.
star trails.
I'm talking about people who
You
have
mentioned
been
star
to
trails.
Antarctica
Let's
and
ignore
have
what you
and
brought up and
have
like your own
videotaped
model.
and has slow-mo videotaped the star trails around the southern pole.
Yeah,
Okay?
and what does that prove, man?
What that proves is it could not be a flat Earth. You would not see that on a flat Earth. You
And
would
you're going to
only
need
see that
curvature
on
for
a
that.
globe.
You're going to need curvature for
No, I
that.
don't need. No, I don't need curvature for that.
Oh,
I-
yes, you do need curvature to show us a ball. Yes.
No, there you go. That's a
Alexa,
tactic that you use. I understand that.
No, it's not a tactic.
Oh, yes, it is.
365.
Right.
You
Yeah,
talking about Antarctica is
No.
the tactic that you're
Alexa.
using to get
No, no,
away
no, no.
from the
Shut up.
requisite for your
No.
ball, which is curvature.
No, what you're doing? No, you're shifting goalposts because what I'm talking about is a very specific
that's
thing.
exactly what you're
and you're
trying
saying no. I don't want to talk about that. We have to get to here first.
We're not saying we don't want to talk about it. You're trying to tie it to the conclusion of your Earth being a globe. You would need curvature for that. So
No,
that
you don't need curvature first. No, you don't.
Yeah. Okay, listen, let's get this on
really
record.
don't.
This guy says you don't need curvature for a ball.
No, you don't need curvature to talk about the conversations that we're talking about.
No, I get it. You don't need it for the conversation. We can talk about Antarctica.
You can't have stuff.
Robert, can I just
Your
explain
circle
something for a
circles
moment?
are destroyed by the helical solar system.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's get past that.
Yeah, we can talk about Antarctica if you want, but you're trying to draw the conclusion from it that it's a globe. That's where you're trying to take
you beg the question. You beg the question that you're on a globe to begin with, and
Of
then
course.
you've affirmed the consequent.
Of course, he says.
It's a logical
Yes, I'm
fallacy.
assuming. Yes, I'm assuming that we're on a globe. I'm going to fully
Right.
admit that. I'm assuming that I'm on a globe because that's.
And then you've affirmed the consequent of stars rotating,
Correct.
meaning you're on that assumed globe. It's fallacious reasoning.
But
So
it
you
doesn't.
don't have an argument.
But
it is not an argument.
No. But listen.
You might be right. It doesn't mean
Okay.
you're wrong, but you can't use it as an argument.
I understand that, but it does not. Yeah, you said exactly what I was going to say. It does not mean that I'm wrong. Okay.
Bro.
It doesn't mean that you're right about your conclusion that Earth must be a globe. The thing that you need
Then
in order to
explain
get
it.
that conclusion is curvature.
Okay. Forget everything else. Explain the way
That would be a
the stars.
proof reversal fallacy.
I can explain
that
it.
Would be
Wait,
a
where did
burden of
Jake
proof
go?
fallacy.
I like Jake.
Bro,
Where did Jake go?
if you're affirming the consequent and you're claiming those star trails, what you think they do, but I've just said to you, if we're moving in 4 vectors at least, that those star trails are definitely not doing what you think they're doing. So
But we have video
you
of them doing it, and I've.
yeah, we do, but we also have multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour on this fucking spinning space ball.
That doesn't matter. Forget the vectors.
How can Polaris say exactly where it fucking is with the stars revolving around it?
Forget the vectors and just explain why there are circular star trails.
That would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy. To conclude that the star trails are doing what they're doing because the Earth is a spinning ball, you must first prove that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Then I am not. Okay, I am not going. Okay, then I will take back that seeing the star trails, what they do, proves a globe. I will take that back. What I'm saying is this is the observation. The observation is we have star trails going in concentric circles in the around, in south. We'll just say in the Antarctic area. Okay? Explain that on a flat Earth, because I can explain it, but I have not yet heard a flat earther explain it.
You can tell a story, and we can come back and tell our story
not a
too, if that's what
story.
you want. But yeah, it is a story because in
there's
order
evidence.
no, there isn't, because in order for that to be the case, what you said, that you're on a spinning globe at the South Pole, you would need to have a globe. You would need to have
I just said I took that back. I just said.
Well, no, you didn't take it back, because the
yes,
next
I
thing you
did.
said after that is you've got evidence for it, so you didn't take it back.
Okay, listen. You're not listening. You're really not. You're stuck on show me curve. I'm saying this is the no. Listen, I don't care right now. I'm going to say I don't care. I don't know if it's a globe or if it's flat. I know there's an observation of circular star patterns in the southern part of the Earth. Okay,
They're
southern
in
part.
Livestream voice text right now. There's time lapse of them.
I can give you an answer.
Take a look in Livestream voice text. The guy that's talking just now.
Livestream voice.
If you always keep your eyes in there, because we're always posting stuff.
Okay.
Relevant.
Let me zoom down.
The
I'm
answer
sorry, I was way behind. All right, there we go.
Robert, that I can give you for why that happens is not because you're on a spinning ball, because that would require curvature. I don't know.
Okay. So your answer is you don't know. That's fine. If you don't know, then just say it.
Well, I don't entirely not know. I know it's not because we're on a spinning ball, because that would require curvature. Beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. So what? But you're also leaving it up to if it is a globe, then that would be the answer. But you know.
Yeah, no, I don't know why that happens.
Can anybody give me an answer for why there are circular star patterns?
Sure, the globe can give you an answer, but it's not true because there's no curvature.
No, I'm not saying globe or flat. I'm not saying I'm saying equal. I'm just saying this is the observation. Why is that happening?
It's contradictory. According to the globe model, these star trails are contradictory to the motions that the Earth supposedly makes, the speeds. The fucking star trails would be all over the place.
Okay,
like
forget the vectors, forget the globe, and forget the flat. What is the answer for concentric star trails?
Forget the debunks.
No. I'm just saying. I'm being very honest. I'm coming from a very unbiased position. Now, I do have my bias, but I'm leaving it out of this. No, I have a. No, I've admitted that I have a bias, but I'm leaving it out right now. Do you understand?
You're saying these star trails are what you think they are within the model. I'm showing you. I know it's slightly off exactly what you're talking about, but that shows that that's incompatible. Just like the selenium eclipse, that's incompatible with the model.
Just because, I understand what you're saying. It's incompatible, but you still haven't explained it. You see what I'm saying?
You don't have to replace it.
Nobody knows.
Okay, if that's the answer, I don't know. Okay, that's fine. I don't know is a sufficient answer. But what you can't say is, I don't know, therefore this.
No, we don't want to give up unsubstantiated answers like the globe does. We don't want to do that.
We don't know. Help find out if you can. That's all we're saying.
Okay, but do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying globe or flat. I'm just saying this is the observation. Please explain.
I know. Oh, mate, that's when I loved space and all the bullshit along with it, I thought I had all the answers. They like to give you all these answers that you can regurgitate at any minute. You can Google, you can check.
Now, see, what's strange is that you can go to the North Pole and see the exact same thing, concentric circles going around the Polaris. You can go down to around Antarctica, look up, you see the exact same thing, but circling a different star. Okay. So that's why I'm saying, how can you go from one side of the center of the Earth to the outside of the Earth and see the exact same? And if you were in the middle, say around the I'm going to do quotes equator, the middle part, there is no concentric star circles. It's just straight across. Okay, so you go. If you're at the North Pole, you've got concentric star trails. Then you go to the equator. They're straight across, straight overhead, and then you go south, and you get concentric circles again. That is the observation, and I'm asking for an explanation.
We just don't know, man. We're not going to.
And that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. I understand that. We can move on.
It's like saying, what is the moon? Like people think it's a rock in the sky, but we've seen lunar waves where it literally looks like it's some kind of fucking electromagnetic fucking phenomenon.
All right. Now, my second question about Antarctica is about the 24-hour sun. Many people have witnessed it. Many people have videotaped it. Okay, whether you want to say
There's
all
no verified
videotapes,
proof of that.
if you're going to say all videotapes are fake, I'd ask you to prove that.
Well, just present us one and we'll look at it and
All right.
determine whether it's fake.
All right, here, I'll show you one. I'll show you one right now. 1 second.
Because I mean, I've seen one that was clearly edited to
Video
a loop, right?
determiners.
I've seen 5
know
or 6.
all the answers, whether it's fake or not.
I know. I understand it's going to be fake. I understand that's the answer.
No,
but I'm going to bring it up.
How would that prove a globe?
Yeah.
How would that? How would that? A 24-hour sun? How would that prove a globe? If you don't know the answer to that, man, I can't help you.
Robert, the only thing that's going to prove a globe is the curved surface that you're supposed to be standing on. If you don't have that,
so many different other ways. There's so many other ways.
So many ways you can tap down,
do
dance
not-
around the one thing that would actually show us that we're probably on a ball.
There's many different ways to prove the Earth is a globe, and not just have to measure
that is
curvature.
the way. That is
No.
100%
Sorry,
required.
that's just not it.
So you're on record now telling us that you do not have to have curvature on a ball. Is that where you're going?
No, I never said you didn't have to have curvature on a ball. I said you don't have to measure it.
Okay.
I said you don't have to measure it for it to be real.
Well, we've measured it to not be a ball of the proportions.
Yeah, if I've got a basketball in my hand, I don't have to measure the curvature of the basketball to know that it's round. I can
it
look
has
at
to have curvature in the first place. There isn't any measure anywhere on the
You
Earth.
just can't see it. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not real.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not a good argument.
Have you ever seen Australia?
That's not a good argument.
How do you know it's there? How do you know it's there?
Listen, you say that we can't see it, so that how would you ever know that it was there in the first place? And also, the globe claims specific dimensions where we would see it, not very far out, 3 miles at the beach at a normal observer height, 1.2 miles at 1 foot of height. It's not happening.
If you're using your normal typical Earth drop calculator, Earth curve calculator that you guys always count, you know that's bullshit, right? That was made up by a flat earther.
Your own globe calculators are bullshit. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I agree with you. They're bullshit.
You tell me Mick West is not is a flat earther, so is what Walter Bislin did. You tell me they're flat earthers.
All right, here.
Mick West fucking denies.
Okay, right. Okay, guys, I just linked a YouTube video to a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic.
Wait, that's unfair. Where do I get my cool rolls? I got the stinky rolls. I want the good rolls.
You're getting space herpes as soon as I'm done with this.
You get what?
And like I said, I'm bringing up the 24-hour sun, not saying it's because it's a globe or because it's a flat, but I'm saying I could explain it on a globe, but I can't explain it on a flat Earth. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
You know many fallacies.
Well, we don't know that we have anything to even explain here. We'll have to check.
Okay.
Do you know? Have you looked into the logical fallacy situation during discussions and debates? Like you're
Yes,
affirming, you're affirming the consequent. You're saying this story that you believe about this light in the sky does this, so that proves that.
No. I'm not saying. I did not say that proves that or this proves that. No.
Yeah,
what I said was, here is the observation. Please explain. That there is no bias in that sentence at all.
As we keep saying, man,
You don't know. You obviously don't know what logical fallacies are.
Well, you've affirmed the consequent. I don't know how many times.
No, I'm not affirming a consequence.
You've done it multiple times in the past.
Yeah, who cares?
You think you have the answers?
No. The thing is, does that matter if I'm right or not?
No, but still,
okay. It doesn't matter.
Why not try and formulate something?
I understand you guys cry logical fallacies whenever you can't answer something. It's a way to not answer the question.
No, you're logically wrong.
That's 3-4 times.
Like I said, whether I'm committing a logical fallacy or not doesn't matter whether I'm right or not.
No, you're still trying to insult us at the side of your mouth. You've done it multiple times.
I can address it, but
that's not a genuine fucking discussion, man.
You can cry logical fallacy all you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that if I'm right or not.
So you want an explanation still?
Sure, please.
Ask a question, man.
Well, we can't. I can't, because that would be causing me to come up with something that I can't prove as well.
Okay.
Causing me to commit logical fallacy as well.
Are you talking about the 24-hour sun issue?
Where?
Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, sorry, I stepped away. I thought we were still on the star rotation thing.
Oh, the star. Well, I mean, well, yeah, okay. Even that, we can talk. I mean, if you're referencing that, you said that because you don't know, you don't want to guess because that would cause you to confirm the whatever, you create a logical fallacy. I understand that, but at least you can. At least you're not saying it doesn't exist or it's fake. You know what I mean? At least I'm getting you to at least admit there is concentric star circle in the south. Okay, at least we can agree on that.
Also, and they contradict the heliocentric system. Well, you want to just brush over that? No, it doesn't matter. Curvature doesn't matter. Contradictory evidence in my fucking.
Exactly. That's why. What I was talking about talking about the concentric star trails in Antarctica has nothing to do with curvature, or it has nothing to do with flying through space.
We don't know what things in the sky are, so we'll just get on to curvature and motion. Forget what we can't verify. Let's get to what we can prove.
I understand, because you cannot move past that. You will not move past that.
It's you.
We don't know.
Yeah, you're trying to reify it because you don't have curvature measurements to show us. So you're bringing this stuff to us, trying to reify your globe, and you're acting like there's nothing.
I'm trying to come at. I'm trying to come at this from a different angle.
You're trying to get us to commit so you can fucking pick holes in it, man. You want to dodge and dance away from everything that you've fucking not got.
No, it's because I won't. No, because I won't follow the script, and I understand it's difficult.
You're fucking reciting.
I'm not reciting your guys' script. So.
We've answered you
because I understand. Every time I've come in here, we always get stopped at you can't show curvature. You can't explain pressure in a next to a vacuum or whatever. You got these like three things that you will not move past, and if you can't answer them, you don't want to talk about anything else.
Those are the boxes you need to tick to have a globe.
You don't have to. No.
Yeah, you do have to have curvature. Do I have to tell you how a ball works again?
Yeah, I understand. But I don't have to show curvature.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. I really don't.
You do. Or else
there's other ways to get there without that.
No, there aren't. You're gonna have to show the curvature, or else.
We've told you
there
repeatedly.
you go.
We don't know what these things in the fucking.
You must be talking about it like an immaculate conception, huh?
Well, like, okay, I understand that the term moving the goalpost, but this isn't moving the goalpost. This is narrowing the goalpost. So literally, only one football could make it through. You know, you only allow one thing to get through, and that's it.
Hey,
and if
can you have a ball that's not curving?
This is not 24/7 how the lights in the sky move. It's 24/7 fly our fucking Discord. Prove the Earth's moving and prove it's fucking got a shape. Or you've got nothing. You can 45 minutes or something.
I did not. No. The thing is I didn't
want us to replace your fucking story. And I told you personally 5 times at least. We don't know what this fucking stuff is up there. We
know
can't
you
get anything verifiable. So
as long as you can admit that it's there, but you just don't know, then it's fine. We can stop the argument right there.
Ago, and you're still going on about it. Move on to another subject.
That's all I wanted to bring up.
Well, can you admit now that your Earth curve has been falsified, so all these reifications that you're attempting are invalid? Okay, well,
Absolutely
you've got a problem. You've got a problem because it's not that we're so small that we just can't measure it. That was never the globe claim anyway. They said they did measure it, but the thing is we've measured the horizon orders of magnitude beyond what the radius would allow. It's over.
178 a lecture.
It's over. The horizon cannot be orders of magnitude further than what the radius will.
You're talking about your black swan thing.
Yeah,
it's not really a black swan, but yeah, go ahead.
It is a black swan because, like I just said, it's orders of magnitude beyond what the radius would allow. Do you know how big the Earth radius would have to be in order for that to be a geometric horizon?
Yeah, if that were
No. Do you know how big?
Yeah.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
to.
you?
Yeah,
Okay,
it has
how
to be
big
like
is the radius?
20,000 whatever, 20,000 mile radius or something like that.
No, you got it way off. It'd have to be about 268,000. You just told me it's not a black swan. You don't even know what that observation shows you, but
Oh, I
you
do
know
know
it's
what
not
it
a
is.
black
Yeah,
swan.
I do.
No,
I've
you
seen
don't.
the
You just
black swan.
demonstrated you don't. Whatever you say, you just
Kind of
demonstrate
seems
you
like the
don't.
definition of a black swan to me.
Yeah.
A black swan means if you can prove one thing wrong.
No,
If
Google it, dude.
if the statement is all swans are white and you find one black swan, then you've debunked the first statement. I understand what a
That's
black
not the
swan
definition.
is.
No, you don't. Google it. That's not the definition of a black swan. It's pretty easy. Just
Yeah,
Google
you
it right
cannot
now.
have a 10-mile
Google
horizon
it right
at
now
one
and read it to
frame
us.
rate.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, no
You
big deal.
want me to look up the
No, just type
definition of
in
black swan?
black swan definition and read it to us. Be polite about it.
Yeah, we're seeing way too far for your globe to be real. So it's not just a matter of us being too small. Yeah,
He's
gotcha.
gonna read us. He's gonna read us the definition.
Yeah, let's let him do it.
Definition of black swan.
Why would there be a definition of black swan? That's just going to be a bird, a swan that is black.
No.
Are you talking about the unpredictable or unforeseen event? Typically,
Yeah.
one with
Read that
extreme
to us. It doesn't say anything about white swans. Please read us the definition.
Racist.
An unpredictable or unforeseen event. Typically, one with extreme consequences.
Okay.
And what?
So would an image showing you that the size of the Earth would have to be thousands of times larger than what they say, would that be an unforeseen event that has massive consequences?
But you haven't shown that.
Yeah, we did show that. You are
What?
now in denial.
No.
Oh my God.
You should no. Listen. The black swan photo is one shot at one time of day on one particular day.
We don't care what your excuse is. You just proved that you have no idea what the black swan even shows you.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Well, but even before that, you said that it wasn't a black swan event, but you didn't know what a black swan event was. Now
Robert,
you do
you
know what
just
it
found-
is.
Even reading the description, it doesn't qualify as a black swan event.
You just found out what the black swan even shows you. I don't even think you know to this moment
Because
even though I just explained it to you.
The black swan event, yeah, you say it shows that we're able to see way further than we're supposed to, and it shows that the Earth is supposed to be way bigger than it is. No, what that shows is refraction. It shows refraction.
No, you dummy. I've been through this with you before. I've been through this with you before.
I've got another black swan for you. Take a look in live stream voice text.
Your refraction model that you're using.
Mirage.
Hey Robert, you know what your refraction model that you're trying to explain that way with depends on? It depends on the radius. Your radius is off by orders of magnitude in that picture. It's not possible. And even if I wanted to just grant you a get out of jail free card with the radius to base your refraction on, the model doesn't even come close to accounting for that much of a discrepancy.
What is the refraction calculation?
The 7/6R is the standard, and that inflates his apparent radius to like 4,600 miles or something like that. He's still got about 260,000 miles to go.
If only you guys use this dedication and intelligence on more useful things.
Like
I'm sure
more
this is
useful
probably
than knowing where we are.
That's a
More
good
useful
point.
than knowing where we are.
I'm sure this is probably very important to you, but like, what if it
Seeing
was used
through
towards
bullshit
figuring out
important.
the cure to cancer or something? Like, imagine.
Oh yeah. Well, just take lots of weed.
You ain't covered the lies told to cold puberty, dude.
Yes,
One
yes.
against one.
Assumptions about Squawko.
See if you're fluctuating at a high vibrational state, you won't get cancer anyway.
Guaco doesn't care where he lives.
Even if I know what's gonna change, I mean,
Once you figured out Earth is flat, why are you still talking
He
about it?
pays his taxes. He goes to work.
It's not about
he
us.
believes
Not
what
about
people tell him, and he's
Yeah,
happy.
14-year-old paying taxes.
Oof.
This isn't about us.
Do you not buy
Hard
like
life out
pancakes
here,
at the
right?
shop? Do you not pay tax on your like sweets at the shop or soda or fucking anything you buy?
No,
basically?
what were you saying? When I asked what was the refraction formula? What was it? What did you say?
You don't even. Okay, look, this is just interesting here. You don't even know the formula that you're using to explain away these observations.
No, I have the
Okay,
formula.
dude,
but
you're a joke.
I have the formula. Do you?
What is it then?
N equals C. N equals C over V. Right.
So
the index of refraction of any medium is defined the proportion between the speed of light in a vacuum and in the investigated medium. The refraction index equation is N equals C over V.
Is that what you're
So
claiming
what's
is
the speed
happening
of light?
in
Is
the
the
air?
speed of light a constant then, are you telling us, Robert?
Not through, well, it depends on the medium.
No, well, even in a vacuum, it's not a constant, huh?
It's
We
constant.
have
It's constant in a vacuum. It's not constant through medium. Different mediums travels different speeds.
It's not. Have you heard of Rupert Sheldrake?
No.
Well, there's a banned TED Talk. If you want it, I'll give you the link.
What was his name?
Rupert Sheldrake.
Rupert Sheldrake.
I'll drop the link in the Livestream voice text. The speed of light fluctuates. They claim it to be a constant, just like the 9.8 meters per second squared, because they need it for the equations. But it's not. It's not constant. Neither of them are constant.
Sorry for asking.
They're agreed upon values.
But
So Robert,
if you don't like, if you know how your like gravity isn't real or something like that.
Oh, taking us off topic.
Sorry, I had to ask.
Man.
I had to ask.
Why? You're not going to listen to the answer anyway.
No, I'll listen.
Bullshit.
So speaking of that, what's the
just real quick before you do this? I just wanted to know if Robert knows how that formula helps his how it saves his radius.
Because it has nothing to do with radius.
Okay, the terrestrial refraction model that Globers are using to account for that discrepancy in the Black Swan and others, that uses the radius, and it doesn't account for the discrepancy either.
Absolutely.
There's the video from. There's the banned TED Talk in Livestream voice text with Sheldrake.
So Robert, that's how they do it. They use the radius. That's how they extend the distance to the geometric horizon. If you're talking about something else, then it's not terrestrial refraction, the model that they use to try to explain that stuff away.
Right, and it's a back-engineered thing. It's assumed, and when they take observations, they wait till they get one that equals that, basically, that they think they're in line with the way it's supposed to be working.
The thing is, we know how to calculate refraction. So
No,
looking
you
at
don't, because you're using a presupposed Earth radius measurement in your refraction excuse that you don't even know that that's what they're doing, and that's been falsified by the stuff that we're showing you.
Oh,
you falsified the radius?
Yeah. Have you seen the black
in the picture
swan that we've just been talking about for like the last 10 minutes?
Oh my God.
But you need the radius for your terrestrial refraction.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
The thing is, the thing is, when you have
how can you claim it if you've not got the radius in the first place?
Yeah, your radius is off by hundreds of thousands of miles, orders of magnitude. Yeah, it's falsified.
Yeah, that's just a coincidence,
and your
though.
excuse also depends on it. So yeah, it's over.
You guys are taking one photo out of history
We can do
and
this
basing
with
your whole belief around it.
quite a few others, and plus it's a black swan. It doesn't matter. See that even once on your globe, it's not a globe.
No, you all say there's thousands of photos. You only show the one photo ever.
Well, it works. We can show you a different one to spice things up if you want. It happens all the time.
Livestream voice text.
Hold on. You base your worldview on the one photo.
There's two black swans in Livestream voice text.
Okay, I'm looking in Livestream voice text.
I mean, we're seeing.
I see the black swan. Is it the video right here?
No, they're both different days from the same spot, same elevation.
Oh, you mean in this photo? They're both the same photo, but from different.
They both prove the horizon is not geometric. It's merely dependent on fucking multiple variables. Elevation, not
the horizon. The horizon is.
So no one's ever been able to measure the geometry if it fluctuates constantly.
Hey,
the horizon is apparent. The horizon is apparent.
Okay, we got that on record now too.
Wait, bro. What I find interesting is that why do people join a server to come and argue and without open ears? Like, why I wouldn't go, to instance, to like a transgender server just to go argue with them and tell them they're wrong. Like that would be weird to me, right? So why, Robert, why would you come here just to argue with everybody and be like, no, you're all wrong, there's no examples, there's no photos? Why would you come in here like curious. Like, wow, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Like, this is interesting.
Have you ever overheard somebody in a conversation talking about maybe some kind of sports stat or something, and they get something wrong, right?
Yeah,
And you have this, you just have this like
the heliocentric model.
you just have something inside you that this instinct is like, no, actually, it's this, you know.
Yeah, Robert,
And then
you're that guy. You're that guy. You don't even know how far off your globe radius is in the
Yeah.
observations we're showing
You're
you. So
that
yeah, thanks
guy.
for being here, so you can be that guy for us.
You're that guy who starts arguments about sports with strangers, and then finds out you're totally wrong, and then they actually
Robert's exactly right. I mean, I think he really is the person that would butt into a conversation just to correct people that they're wrong about a stat.
Yeah, but he would be wrong.
But he would be wrong himself, like he is
And
right
then
now.
you turn and look at him and be like, "Bro, we're on the team. We were in the game."
He'd be
Like,
like,
Robert doesn't
the Red
even
Sox
know.
won the '86 World Series. Like he'd be like screaming that.
Robert doesn't know how far off his globe radius is in these things that we show him, but he knows it doesn't.
Hold on, no. It's a good. Robert,
Is that
had a
all
good
you
answer.
have? Is
No,
globe
Robert.
radius?
No, Robert. You had a good. Actually, that was a good answer. What in your hypothetical? What would happen then if the people turned around after you corrected them in your sports story?
Sure.
If you were correcting them and then they turned around and they're like, well, actually, and they then corrected you and gave you information that you didn't know, would you stand by your position?
No, that's the thing. If I'm not willing, I'm not like a die on the hill. If someone can show me real evidence that the Earth is flat, I will accept it. That's the thing. I will not just sit there and just go no.
That's fair.
My finger in my ears and
Robert,
say no.
Okay. I had a bad interpretation of you from initially in the tone. I hear what you're saying. I think you are curious and you want to see. Yeah, maybe. But here's the question though, right? When you use your own eyes, is the Earth round or is it flat? What does it look like?
Flat.
It's flat everywhere, right? So, and to us too, it kind of looks that way, right?
I understand.
So wouldn't it be on you to show us that it's not flat?
Well, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're not doing that.
But here's the. Well, I was trying.
Here's
I was
the
trying
excuse.
to.
Here it comes.
Just no. Be respectful. Let him. Robert, tell me.
Well, that's what I was trying. Well, like what I'm saying is, you guys have one explanation for a phenomenon, we'll say, and I have a different explanation for a phenomenon. So I was. Hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah. Hold on. He's trying to.
Did I interrupt you? Did I interrupt you? Did I interrupt you? Did I interrupt you?
Hold on.
Yeah, you did, but we'll let you finish.
Yeah, go on, Robert. Go on, Robert.
Fucking misrepresent.
No. This guy, no. He's what he's going to say is way more important than what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
No, you misrepresented. We never gave you a reason. We told you we didn't know, bro. That's all I was trying to say.
I wasn't even talking about that.
Okay, go ahead, Robert.
You didn't even let me get to the point.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is, I've been coming in here for a long time. I don't know if any of you guys have seen. At least a year I've been coming in here, and I talk, and then I always try to be very respectful. And what I was doing is saying, look, I have an explanation from my point of view of why this happens. I would like to know your guys' explanation for why this happens. Now, they were absolutely correct. They said they didn't know. I said, and that's fine. If you don't know, you don't know, and that's all I wanted to hear.
Why
you know
are you still asking about it, bro?
I didn't.
Said this 4 or 5 times.
I didn't. I was asked why I come in here, and I'm explaining why I came in here.
Oh, what? It's all recorded, bro.
The problem with your explanation is it rests on the supposition of Earth being a globe, which it demonstrably isn't. And we're just here to tell you that. So beyond that, we don't know.
And I specifically left out the bias when I said there's just an observation. Okay?
But
what is the explanation for that observation? I said, I have a way to explain it from my point of view. What is your explanation? You see what I'm saying?
You're contradicting yourself there.
Robert, so in your baseball stat analogy, right? You say you come in here all the time. Would you go back and check in on those 2 strangers to make sure they got the stats right, like every month or so?
Yep.
Like why do you want to keep coming back?
Well, Robert,
I'm still curious.
You're contradicting yourself with what you just said. That you're like, no, I'm not tying the globe into it at all. And then the next thing you say is, have an explanation for why it happens.
Right.
That you're tying the globe into it. So stop contradicting yourself and be honest about where you're trying to take the conversation.
Oh my God, that is not contradicting myself.
Constantly fucking dancing the globe dance. You full of shit, Robert.
The thing is I can't come in with a completely unbiased opinion. I have my bias.
Okay, so
everybody has a bias.
You
Yes,
come in the stories, you come in the logical
the question that I proposed was not biased at all.
Well, we're just here to tell you that your story doesn't work.
I left my bias out. I admitted that I do have a bias, but in the question that I presented, I left all bias out.
Earther, bro. You are an anti-flat earther.
I am an anti-flat. I am a truth.
At least 5 times in the past hour, you've insulted people's intelligence.
He's the guy who overheard something he thought was wrong and jumped into the conversation and made a fool of himself.
How many times have I been called stupid in this conversation right now? I mean, come on.
Well, I think we should all be respectful, no matter what. I mean, I think everybody wins in that.
Yeah, I've been called stupid and idiot at least 3 or 4 times in this conversation.
Can I ask Robert a question, please?
I just said you're full of shit.
Yeah,
you bring arguments to the table without understanding them. You're trying to shoot holes in the black swan. You don't
Somebody
understand.
wanted to ask a question. Who was that?
Me. I just wanted to ask him. He said earlier that curiosity, when pushed as to why he keeps coming back, he's curious, right? Does that mean? Would that mean that there's an if thing in your mind? Are you thinking maybe they're right, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, maybe they're wrong, still undecided kind of thing?
The thing is, okay, I understand the question, and I know it's asked a lot. I'm going to say I don't believe so. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't believe that there's something you could show me right now, and I would go, oh shit, I've been wrong my whole life about everything. But I'm still open that if the evidence is compelling enough, I will take a look at it, and it will make me question. I'm not closed-minded. I do have my bias. I believe the Earth is a globe. I am not undecided. I'll admit I am decided on. We have 2 camps.
Robert,
I'm in one camp, and you're in the other camp.
What would you prove to you? Like, what would be up to your standard? Would it have to be an official source, like the government? What would float?
Okay. What would change my mind?
Well, at least make you think. And question your current narrative, sort of thing.
Well, what would change my mind if, or at least, what you said, at least make me question. Let me think.
Gonna have to be official, bro. Yeah, you're talking government shit.
There's lots of shit that would make me change my mind is it possible? Is it possible to demonstrate it? That's another question.
Robert,
unfalsifiable stuff. Okay.
If you said every experience that you have, everywhere that you look, everything that you've seen with your own eyes,
correct?
That it's not curved,
correct?
Right?
Correct.
So wouldn't it seem like that would be your inherent base starting point? Wouldn't you initially believe that unless you were told otherwise?
If I knew nothing, yes, you're right. If I knew nothing else, I would believe I lived on a flat Earth. I would.
Okay. Well, what do you know that tells you otherwise?
Exactly. We are not the ones that are making a claim that needs gross evidence because